Chapter 1021, Being Distracted. Leo didn't end up with that team of adventurers in the end. Not because he looked down on those adventurers, but because except for the carefree dwarf, who looked like a living treasure, everyone else was more or less concerned about his noble status. And his own existence made the other party. Of course, Leo would not make them feel uncomfortable. In fact, I am a very good person. See how much I consider others. This is someone's boastful statement. Is this really the case? After separating from the group of adventurers, Leo headed straight towards the direction of the dark door. From the group of adventurers, he had already figured out the era he was in. In this era, Medivh had not yet opened the dark portal. But judging from various signs, it was not far away. It's right to think about it. The bronze dragon asked him to help repair the timeline. Naturally, it is impossible for him to travel leisurely in the eternal torrent of time. Even if the location and time of the transmission are not very accurate, it will be very different. The opening of the dark portal is a big event. It is its opening that connects the world of orcs and the world of humans. Humans, dwarves, elves and other races living in the native plane were invaded by orcs. The raging war ignited by the Burning Legion plunged the entire world into a bloody storm. The torrent of time transported Leo to this era, obviously to allow him to protect the trajectory of history and prevent the major event of opening the dark portal from going wrong. Opening the dark portal is tantamount to giving the orcs a channel to invade this world, giving creatures who originally lived in two different worlds in the universe a channel for war. If he had been born in an era when the dark portal had not yet been opened, Leo would not have let Medivh open the dark portal that brought war and hatred. Unfortunately, there is no if in reality. Leo can do nothing about what has happened, and he does not want to force it. Change. That would have too much impact on real reality. After all, Leo is just a person of flesh and blood. He will laugh when he is happy, cry when he is sad, and get angry when he is angry. He cherishes everything he has, and does not want to lose anything, let alone taste the feeling of loss. Medivh probably didn't encounter any obstacles when he opened the dark portal. This was different from the clear-cut camps of elves and demons in the Well of Eternity battle. Leo really didn't know what Medivh would encounter when he opened the dark portal. What? Maybe the opponent will be the Endless Dragon. Thinking of the Endless Dragon, Leo was a little undecided. In his opinion, some of the actions of the Endless Dragon were commendable. Why didn't he stop it when he knew that the tragedy would happen? Bronze dragons are too rigid in their behavior. They know when and where something bad will happen. Not only do they watch it happen, but they also protect it from happening. Others will be intercepted and killed if they try to stop it. This is not stupid. Leo couldn't understand the idea of the bronze dragon. He felt that they were like rigid machines that only knew how to execute programs. The order given to them by the Titan was to maintain the so-called running track of the world. They really followed it strictly, even though they knew that the final outcome would be destroy. Destroy? That's right. It's destruction. Destruction is the final outcome. This is by no means alarmist. Otherwise, why would Nosdormu, the Lord of Time, go crazy? And why would the Endless Dragon appear? Well, these are not what Leo can care about at this time. He is still unable to change anything. Leo, the guardian dragon loyal to the Titan, may not be his opponent. The Dragon King is far more powerful than other dragons. Let alone there are stronger enemies. All Leo can do at this time is to strengthen his own strength and wait patiently for a turning point. However, how can it be so easy for a turning point that can reverse the world's general trend to appear? Although many cheating people often use the words, "I have no control over my fate," that they said when being cheated by countless people, and they are shocked and domineering. But Leo knows that things are done, not said. Come out and brag. Who doesn't? No matter how bad your words are, they can't help you get things done. Can they? No matter what. Let's think about how to deal with Sargeras that may come at any time. Only by being in the game can one understand the helplessness of the chess pieces. It's not that Leo has no ambition, nor does it mean that Leo doesn't want to be domineering, but that the power of this world makes him have no confidence. Master, we are here. Nefarian's voice brought Leo's thoughts back to reality. The Black Dragon Prince had already flown him to his destination. In this era, the dark portal has not yet been opened, and the land beneath our feet does not look like the cursed land where even grass will not grow in the future. It doesn't matter if the landform is different, as long as the location is correct. Leo has never been to the dark portal, and does not know its exact location. But Nefarian and others only need to know it. The advantage of having subordinates is once again reflected. There is no need to remember the route by oneself. and there is no need to rush the road by oneself. He can just sit on Nefarian's head and take a nap to reach the end of the field, looking at the mountain standing in front of me. This is an extremely remote corner of the Swamp of Sorrows. At this time, this place can be said to be a barren land where no birds lay eggs. No one will look at this place, and no one will hang out here. What are they doing here? Not afraid of being discovered by others. No wonder Medivh, controlled by Sargeras, would choose to open the dark portal here. This is the focus of the future world. It's really desolate. Leo was quite emotional. At this time, no one in this world would have thought that the army of orcs from another world would come out from here, igniting the flames of war between the two worlds, causing countless creatures to be devoured by the monster named War, and causing countless an originally happy family was shattered. Nothing is more unpredictable than this. As a time traveler, it was difficult for Leo to explain his feelings towards the orcs. When he was climbing Shanku Mountain, he saw the 2 invasion wars launched by the orcs. Leo only regarded it as a game background. At that age, he only saw the fierceness of the war and the blood of the warriors. A good story. That's what Leo said at the time. Leo's view of the tribe is that they are very passionate and heroic, and it is easier to win his favor than the alliance. Sometimes he even hopes that the tribe will defeat the alliance. But after traveling through time and gradually integrating into this world, his concept of being a member of the human race slowly changed. It is true that the warriors of the tribe are brave, but the warriors of the alliance are not brave. The tribe is passionate, but the alliance is not passionate. There are many conspiracies in the alliance, and there are also many unscrupulous people. Is there no such thing as the horde? No race, no force, no hero can be perfect. The reason why I hate the alliance is because as a human, I know too much about the dark side of humanity, but I know very little about non-human tribes. It is precisely because of not understanding that others are better than themselves. So they are envious. So they want to join them. And they want to live a life they like. All of these will make people think that tribes are more powerful than alliances. Good feeling. Is this really the case? The tribe also has its dark side, but you don't know it or understand it. Just like a 2-legged man may not be a eunuch or may be an Eastern invincible. A 3-legged woman may not necessarily be a transvestite, but may be a transvestite. You cannot draw conclusions just by looking at the surface. Leo remembers very clearly that there was a misunderstanding that was widely circulated. That is, the misunderstanding between the country he was in before traveling and the passport of the most powerful country at the time, the United States. The so-called sentence on the passport of the United States that made countless people think it was domineering and unfair was really it's just a rumor. Not actually true. But why do so many people believe it? Isn't it because they don't know and don't understand? People always envy others because they see their good side, but ignore their dark side. Even if this good side is very good, don't humans just love to deceive themselves? Why do humans in this world hate orcs? It wasn't that the orcs destroyed their country, killed their compatriots, and brought them unspeakable pain. How could they hate the orcs? To humans in this world, orcs are invaders. They broke into their homes, killed their families, burned their homes, and destroyed their happiness. Shouldn't such invaders die? Why do Chinese people hate island people? Is this a different reason? Could it be that just because the other party has TV shows, anime, and other things you like, you feel that the hatred you had in the past doesn't matter, and that you are not the same type of person as those who clamor for national integration to be insignificant? The pain of love doesn't hurt you, so you think it doesn't matter, right? Of course, Leo would not overwhelm a whole boatload of people with one stroke. His idea was to restrict the orcs, not to kill all the orcs like some radical people did. Every race and every creature has the right to survive. Why can't the alliance and tribes cooperate and maintain peace? However, one thing must be made clear. That is, peace does not come from others' charity, but from one's own fists. Only if your fists are hard enough and hurt others, others will not dare to mess with you. Otherwise it will be like this peace will not last long. Even if you get peace by giving alms, you have to give it to others, not others to pity you. Owner. Nefarian's call once again called Leo's thoughts back, and someone found that he was distracted again. When did I become so sentimental? Leo scratched his face and smiled to himself. He was about to summon the Dracolic army and spread them around to serve as his eyes and ears when the smile on his face suddenly froze. With my state of mind and cultivation, will my mind wander for no reason? The huge mental perception opened in an instant, and a large invisible net covered the entire space. Every plant and tree within Leo's field of vision was under his control. Who is it? Leo pointed his finger in a certain direction. Amidst the crackling sound, a black hole in space with a diameter of about 1 meter appeared. The spatial barrier was broken by his finger. At this time, Leo's shout could be heard. He walked over and said, "Get out." A figure wearing a mage's robe, a brown cloak, and holding a staff revealed his appearance to avoid the black hole in space. Leo's pupil shrank sharply when he saw the special-shaped staff in the opponent's hand. It was the legendary staff of Atish Guardian. Chapter 1022, Lost It. Atish, the legendary staff of the Guardian. A legendary staff with a unique shape. Leo asked himself that he would never admit it wrong, because the shape of the staff is so unique that it looks like a drumstick. Yes, you read that right. The legendary staff of Atish Guardian is shaped like a chicken leg. Because of its unique shape, this legendary staff also has a nickname, Chicken Leg Staff. Leo didn't know what kind of aesthetics the person who originally forged this staff had. He turned the staff used by the noble mage into a chicken leg. Just imagine a mage holding a long chicken leg when facing off against the enemy. How funny the scene is. Does the caster of the staff want the enemy to die of laughter? Or does the caster of the staff want the enemy to die of laughter? It is such a staff. And the Guardian lineage still regards it as a treasure. And Leo expresses doubts about Egwin's aesthetics. Extremely doubts. Well, now we are not discussing whether the shape of the legendary staff of the Guardian of Atish has the ability to make enemies laugh. The most important question at the moment is that the owner of Atish is glaring at Leo. Medivh Egwin? The legendary staff of the Guardian will only appear in the hands of the Guardian. And the identity of this guy in a brown cloak can be easily revealed. Leo looked at the other person, tilted his head and said, "Maybe I should call you the Dark Titan Sargeras." The person who secretly attacked Leo was the astral mage Medivh, the son of the goddess Egwin, who was controlled by the soul of Sargeras. Leo was really surprised to see that it was Medivh who was causing trouble in the dark. He didn't expect that his stuck time was so accurate. Sargeras controlled Medivh to the remote and uninhabited corner of the Swamp of Sorrows, and there would be nothing else to do except open the dark portal. If no one interrupts, perhaps Medivh will open the dark portal without anyone in the world knowing about it, as recorded in the original history. And the orc army that has been waiting in the world of Draenor will attack this. The creatures of the world were caught off guard. But now, with Leo appearing, history seems to have undergone some minor deviations. Medivh stared at Leo, with an inexplicable surprise on his face. Just when Leo was puzzled by his expression, Medivh spoke, "It's you. You damn ant. I didn't expect you to dare show yourself. I couldn't do anything to you at the Well of Eternity. But it's different now," I said. "This is our first time meeting." Leo's heart trembled, and he realized that he seemed to have made a mistake. In the eternal flow of time, each era is not a separate entity. They will influence each other. When you do something in the history of a certain era, it does not mean that these things will not happen in other eras. The fact is on the contrary. What you do is what you do, regardless of whether you belong to that era or not. What you have done is history. The eternal torrent of time will faithfully record everything and correct the subsequent history. This time the pit is big. Leo found that he had made a big mistake. That is, treating each era in the eternal torrent of time as an independent individual instead of treating them as a whole. It was precisely because of this misunderstanding that he played so big in the Well of Eternity battle. I've lost it. Now I've really lost it. Leo was very depressed. He subconsciously regarded every era in the eternal torrent of time as a dungeon, and he played it at will in the spirit of brushing dungeons. However, reality is not a game, and it is not what you can do if you reset the dungeon. It never happened. He threw a taunt to Sargeras during the battle at the Well of Eternity. Since then, the Dark Titan has remembered him in his heart. Out of the eternal torrent of time, the self-correction of history, the eternity after the First World War, Sargeras never forgot Leo. I'm digging a hole, jumping in, then filling in the soil to dig my own grave. Now I have made myself miserable, realizing that he had made a big mistake. Leo waved his hands subconsciously and replied, "It's not me." "Not you?" "Ha ha ha." Medivh's voice was filled with bone-chilling chills. "You ant," I said. "I will not let you go. If you dare to appear in front of me, you will definitely die. You are saying that you are not leaving any way for me to survive. You are going to die." Leo shook his head seriously and said to Medivh, "I am sure and certain that you have recognized the wrong person. Believe me, you have really recognized the wrong person. Cunning guy. You still want to lie to me?" Medivh's eyes flashed fiercely, and Sargeras' soul controlled him to take an attacking stance. You despicable, cowardly, dirty little bug. I will kill you. I'll break your bones one by one, pull out your soul, and make you suffer forever. Leo blinked and looked at Medivh for a moment. Sargeras didn't seem to be very clear-headed. Has he figured out the current situation? Sargeras is now just a lonely soul controlling Medivh's body. Although he is known as the demon god, he is not even 1/10,000th as good as the real demon god. Not to mention that Medivh's soul is still resisting, which makes Sargeras he is still unable to fully utilize Medivh's ability. Even if he can use Medivh's power 100%, he may not be able to defeat Leo. What's so scary about a demon who has lost his body and the power to act righteously? Leo shrugged and interrupted Sargeras, who was immersed in the fantasy of how to torture him. I said, Sargeras, what else can a demon god do if he loses his power? Hitting someone does not slap someone in the face. Scolding someone does not reveal their shortcomings. Leo's words were just a slap in Sargeras' face and exposed his shortcomings. He gave up most of his own strength and came to this world in person. He originally wanted to sneak across without anyone noticing and then rely on hunting dragons to regain his strength. Who would have thought that he would be so unlucky to meet Egwene as soon as he came? And then he had no choice but to give up my body and pretend to die. As a demon god, as the most powerful warrior in the pantheon, and as a towering titan, Sargeras was forced into such a situation by ant-like humans. What a shame. Such a shame. This is a lifelong shame that Sargeras will never be able to erase forever. Like a rooster whose throat was suddenly cut while it was crowing, Sargeras' voice suddenly stopped. There was anger in his eyes, and he wanted to kill Leo, who exposed his scars. Very well, human being. You are so humble, and have succeeded in irritating me. I will extract your soul and torture you forever. As for your body. After saying this, Sargeras showed a look of greed on his face. The look on his face was full of heat. I will keep it well. From today on. It belongs to me. Was there any mistake? Leo's asshole suddenly went cold. He didn't expect Sargeras to have such a hobby. You are Sargeras, not Sargeras. Don't you? Do it. Base. Sargeras said this. Leo couldn't do it even if he didn't want to fight. Even though he knew that Sargeras was not as dirty as he thought. The Dark Titan was interested in the divine body he created with the help of the Eternal Vortex. But who would let others taking over your own body in order to defend his anus? Wrong. Wrong. To defend his body. Leo decided to give Sargeras a little pain. A phoenix that has lost its feathers is worse than a chicken. You, a Dark Titan who has lost his body and lost his strength, dare to run rampant in front of me. Baby, I still don't believe that I can't cure you. Leo flicked his fingers, and a space black hole appeared where Sargeras was. Leo can create a black hole in space, and use it to accurately locate it to attack the enemy. Leo's methods are shocking. This is something he realized during the battle at the Well of Eternity. When fighting alone at the Well of Eternity, he observed the black hole in space and entered a state of understanding of power. The gains he gained were revealed over time, as his understanding of power deepened, and as he continued to think. Being sent to this era by the eternal torrent of time, Leo never relaxed for a moment to improve his own strength. The gap between him and Elune reminded him and urged him, making him dare not stop. Because Leo understood that he is still far from being truly strong. Don't relax your pursuit of power for a moment. And don't stop moving forward for a moment. Just because Leo wants to change the so-called history set by certain existences. Just because Leo is not strong enough. If you want to change your destiny, and if you want to make those strong people who make destiny face up to your demands, you must have the strength to make others face up to your demands. If you try to take advantage of certain means, such people will only be crushed into powder in the face of absolute power. All conspiracies and tricks are futile and ridiculous under absolute power. Leo didn't need to be taught this truth. You can indeed create a black hole in space. There was unconcealed surprise in Sargeras' voice. He had seen a lot of space black holes, and Leo was the first person he had encountered who could use space black holes to attack targets. Learn from mistakes. Sargeras had suffered a loss before, when Leo used a black hole in space to forcibly reveal his whereabouts. How could he forget in just a few words? Space black holes claim to be able to swallow everything. But it is a pity that Leo has only mastered this power for too short a time, and his understanding of the power is not enough. Not to mention the small range of space black holes. The lethality is far less than the real space black holes formed in the universe. Medivh, controlled by glass, is the pinnacle of human mages no matter what. He is also proficient in astral spells. Leo's space black hole cannot cause him any harm at all when he is on guard. However, would Leo not have expected such a situation? At the moment when Sargeras controlled Mediva's body and used teleportation to avoid the black hole in space, a blood-colored war spear struck through the air. Manaroth, the destroyer, seized the opportunity of Sargeras' body to pause after teleporting to the astral realm. He picked up the spear and stabbed it with all his strength. Chapter 1023, A surprise for Sargeras. A pledge of loyalty? Swear that you will always be true to yourself. Leo doesn't believe in these words of loyalty. But he doesn't believe them completely, because he always firmly believes in a truth that is better said than done. No matter how fancy your words are, no matter how pleasant your words are, it will never be as good as a meaningful action. Manaroth was once a subordinate of Sargeras, and a destroyer of one of the 3 giants of the Burning Legion. Whether he really turned to Leo completely, and whether he could make up his mind to attack his former master, Leo didn't know. Instead of taking the postgraduate entrance examination on Manaroth when Sargeras was here, it would be better to see his reaction in this eternal torrent of time, letting himself take action against Mediv, who was controlled by the soul of Sargeras. Manaroth knew very well that this was a test from his current master Leo. Only by taking actions that satisfied Leo could he make this man happy. Don't worry, Master. Why does Manaroth want Leo to trust him? Manilos didn't want to answer questions like this at all. A subordinate as powerful as him couldn't make people feel at ease. Manilos could think of what Leo would do with the tip of his toes. He didn't want to become someone who had lost himself. A battle puppet of consciousness. Not to mention that following Leo, the new master, has a better future than following Sargeras. The disadvantages of using force to convince others emerged at this time. Sargeras relied on his own strength to make Manaroth and other powerful demons surrender. When the Dark Titan himself was strong, the demons were absolutely loyal to him. However, once Sargeras, if its strength weakens, or it no longer occupies an absolutely strong position, everything will change. If Sargeras, whose strength was not compromised, was in front of him, Manaroth wouldn't even have the courage to raise his spear. But it was different now. Sargeras no longer has the power to scare Manaroth. So why should the destroyer be afraid of him? Leo gave the order, and Manaroth didn't hesitate at all. He followed Mediva's direction and stabbed him with his spear. A familiar weapon, a familiar aura. When Sargeras saw the bloody double-headed war spear, he immediately knew who was attacking him. And he couldn't help but be furious. Manolos, do you dare to attack me? The destroyer Manaroth was Sargeras' former subordinate. In front of him, this guy had always been just a submissive man, and he didn't even have to look at him. Now that Manaroth dared to attack him, it really made it difficult for Sargeras. Except, a dragon is trapped in a shoal and is teased by a shrimp. A tiger is bullied by a dog when it is trapped in the shallows. Sargeras feels like this at this moment. Manaroth, who had dared not even say a word to him before, actually had the courage to attack him with swords. Did this stupid ant also think that he could not be bullied? Sargeras had never been so angry before, and he swore that he would teach Manaroth a lesson. Manaroth could feel Sargeras' anger. The destroyer had a sneer on his face. Sargeras wanted to teach him a lesson. Why didn't he want to teach Sargeras a lesson? Manilos took great pleasure in bullying his former boss, and taking revenge on him for all the things he had done to him. You are not the Sargeras of the past, and I am not the Manaroth of the past. While thrusting his spear, Manaroth provoked Sargeras' nerves. Great demon god Sargeras, you are not mine now. Opponent. Ha ha ha. One is Manaroth, who can exert his full strength, and the other is Sargeras, who can only mobilize part of Mediva's strength. When the two confront each other, Manaroth has the upper hand. Sargeras was very angry. He never expected that Leo would ask Manaroth to fight him. The human was clearly despising him, as if he was a demon. After all, Sargeras was also born as a titan, but he was actually despised by an ant-like human. The fire of anger almost burst Sargeras' chest. You seem angry, Sargeras. Leo folded his hands with a joking look on his face, performing a behavior called adding fuel to the fire. When his bucket of oil was poured on the fire, Sargeras' anger burned even more intensely. Manolos is your old friend. Are you surprised when you meet your old friend in a foreign country? Why is this human's mouth so mean? Sargeras glared at Leo angrily, his eyes full of hatred. If looks could kill, Leo would have been torn into pieces by him. Where are you looking, Sargeras? It didn't matter that Sargeras glared at Leo, or that he expressed his anger to Leo. What mattered was that Manaroth took this opportunity to stab him with a spear. The spear hit Mediv, and almost destroyed Medivh's body. The shield was shattered. Seeing that Manarotha's blow was ineffective, Leo secretly thought that it was a pity that Medivh's shield was too strong. Even Manaroth could not break it with one blow. He wasted the good opportunity he created. Next time he wants to let Shah, it was not easy for Glass to fall for the distraction. It was not easy for a being like Sardras to be fooled the last time. How could he be expected to be fooled a second time? Leo understood that if he had not asked Manaroth, his former subordinate, to attack Sardras, the Dark Titan would not be so angry. Nor would he allow himself to take advantage of him because of his anger. Manaroth also knew that he had wasted an excellent opportunity. But what could he do? The spear he thrust with all his strength failed to break through the opponent's protective shield. It was not because he did not try his best, but because of Medivh's deep magic power. The protective spell is strong enough. Standing aside with his hands folded, Leo did not intend to join forces with Manaroth. The latter had the upper hand in the confrontation with Sardras. It would not be a problem for Leo to defeat Sardras if he took action. He could even kill him. There is also a lot of confidence that if he were not in the eternal torrent of time, Leo would really take action, since he understands that every era in the eternal torrent of time does not exist in isolation, and that one thing done in a certain historical period will inevitably affect everything that happens after that. How dare Leo act rashly and tamper with history at will? Sardras controlled Medivh to come to the Swamp of Sorrows in order to open the Dark Portal and lead the orcs of the world of Draenor and the Burning Legion that controlled them into this world. The opening of the Dark Portal is a crucial event in the history of the entire world. Without the Dark Portal, the orcs would not be able to enter the world, and the 2 consecutive invasion wars by the orcs would not have occurred. If Leo killed Medivh at this time, the Dark Portal would not be able to open. Many subsequent major events would not happen, and many people who should have died in the war would not die. The impact would be too great. Let's not talk about whether Leo's small body can withstand such a huge consequence, nor the impact that the Dark Portal will have on the world he lives in. After leaving, the whole Bronze Dragon family will have to fight for their own lives. Headache. In order not to change history. In order not to let the era he lived in undergo huge changes. Leo could not kill Medivh at this time, but Sardras had provoked him. And Leo was not a person who would not fight back if he was beaten. If this Dark Titan clicks on the color, he will feel very unhappy. Let Manaroth take action. Firstly, to test whether Manaroth really surrenders to him and can carry out any of his orders to the letter. And secondly, to discuss Sardras. It must be very uncomfortable to be suppressed by your original subordinates during a fight. Leo had a joking look on his face, standing aside and laughing. To Manaroth's ears, that laughter sounded like the master's approval of him, and he was very satisfied with his actions. To Sardras's ears, it sounded like a smile, completely changed. That human dared to laugh at me from the sidelines. It's disgusting, annoying, and hateful. Sardra's anger was hard to calm down. If he hadn't suffered a loss once, been fooled once, and understood that Manaroth had the ability to kill the body he controlled, he would have pounced on Leo and attacked Leo. In 2 hours, the battle between Manaroth and Sardras had been going on for 2 full hours. After such a long time of fighting, the two fighting were still in high spirits. But Leo, who was watching the battle, was yawning. The person who was being beaten was not tired from the beating, but the onlookers were tired from watching. It was really strange. Was Sardras and Manaroth having a boring fight? Of course not. On the contrary, the two men fought passionately. Manaroth wanted to take this opportunity to kill Sardras, who had been weighing on him for countless years. Sardras was angry at the betrayal of his men and wanted to kill Manar. Los. It's normal for two people like this to have passion when they fight. But it's strange not to have passion. There is just a word called aesthetic fatigue. If you watch too much of something, you will find it boring in the end. Obviously, this was the case for Leo. After watching for 2 hours, that is, 4 hours, how could he not feel bored? Lord Sardras, it's pointless for us to fight back and forth like this. I think it's better for us to discuss it. Leo yawned as he spoke. Although Manaroth was unwilling to do so, he did not dare to hesitate after receiving Leo's instructions, and quickly withdrew from the battle with Sardras. Although Sardras wanted to pursue him, Leo's mind locked onto him, preventing him from attacking randomly. Sardras looked at Leo with vigilance in his eyes. Human, what do you want to say? It wasn't that Sardras wanted to sit down and discuss with Leo, but the situation forced him to sit down and count the time. The best moment to act was about to come. If he missed it, he would have to wait for a long time. So there was no further delay. Sargeras still understood the reason for Qi Zixing's change. For the big things he wanted to do, he had to endure his anger for a while. Leo dug his ears, his face showing a bit of disapproval. But that was not what he said. I'm telling you, Mr. Sargeras, everyone's time is precious. Can you please stop wasting your time? You can finish what you need to do so that we can finish the work early. Sargeras' eyes shone with dangerous light. He did come here for a serious purpose, which was to open the dark portal. This matter was top secret. How did Leo know? You must know that he did not mention the opening of the dark portal to anyone else. Even the orcs in the world of Draenor were lured by him under a pseudonym. Even if the orcs there leaked the news, they only knew that there was a human being in contact. He would not think of Sargeras at all. After Leo finished speaking, he turned his gaze to it. He was unaware of Sargeras' gaze, and saw him saying to the air, since the three of you are here, stop hiding your head and show your tail. Serve for Mudozino's endless dragon. Do you think I really can't detect your arrival? Chapter 1024 Mudozino's invitation. The Endless Dragon. They are the mortal enemies of the Bronze Dragon, because the Bronze Dragon considers itself the maintainer of the historical trajectory, while the Endless Dragon tries to destroy all of this and take the world in an unknown direction. Prior to this, Leo had only had one contact with the Endless Dragon, and it started with a battle and ended with the Endless Dragon being devoured. The two sides had no communication at all except fighting. I don't know much about the Endless Dragon, Leo, and I don't know much about the behavior of these dragons, who are trying to change the trajectory of the world. However, in terms of the ultimate goal, there is no essential difference between the Endless Dragon and him. Both want this. The world was derailed, causing it not to follow the path given by Titan. The way of thinking of flesh and blood creatures is very different from that of Titans. Once they develop intelligence and have the ability to think independently, they will have certain ideas that are not willing to be the puppets of others and do not want to live on the trajectory specified by others. They will try to find his own life trajectory. The Titans may not have thought of this, or maybe they have thought of it but don't care at all, because with their power, they can easily destroy the world. Once the creatures in this world dissatisfy them, once they are in need, once, there is a sentence well said, there is nothing wrong with wanting to punish the weak. The strong can find thousands of reasons in an instant if they want to punish the weak, and they don't even need to find reasons at all. I have big fists, and I just want to destroy you. What can be done? Yes. What can the weak do under the power? Reasonable? The fist is the truth. The law of the jungle. The law of the jungle still applies to the entire universe, especially among different species. Leo cannot be said to be hostile to the Endless Dragon. He will not conclude that the Endless Dragon is an evil existence just because of the official promotion of the Bronze Dragon. That is just a family opinion and may not be the truth. The Endless Dragon wanted to destroy the historical events that had happened in the eternal torrent of time. Leo would not have bothered to pay attention to it at other times. But now, he couldn't even ignore it. When Sargeras controlled Medivh's body and wanted to open the dark portal in the Swamp of Sorrows, the appearance of the Infinite Dragon could only mean one thing. Their purpose was to destroy this event and prevent Medivh from opening the dark portal gate, thereby changing the history of the world being invaded by orcs, changing the major events of the Second Orc Invasion War and the arrival of the Scourge. If Medivh cannot open the dark portal, the subsequent history will change. This is not what Leo wants to see. If he wanted to stop Medivh, he would have done it long ago. How could he wait until the Infinite Dragon appeared? He was very wary of the Endless Dragon Leo, but it was fine if the other party was interested. If he didn't know what was good for him, he didn't mind chasing him away. If the Endless Dragon wants to be cruel in front of Leo, they won't be able to see it, unless Mdozno comes in person. Humans, don't get me wrong, we mean no harm. After Leo drank Xingzong to pieces, the Endless Dragons also knew that they could no longer hide themselves. They revealed their figures as bachelors, and did not try to hide anymore, thus sparing Leo the trouble of catching them out. Leo pointed around. His action made both the Infinite Dragon and Sargeras very nervous. Who knew if this kid would hit them with a black hole in space on a whim? In this place? At this moment? You are telling me that you mean no harm? Are you sure you are not kidding? The Infinite Dragon has always aimed to destroy historical events. They appeared at the moment when Medivh was about to open the dark portal. Leo was the first to believe that they would not do anything. Leo didn't believe what the Endless Dragon said at all. Even a 3-year-old child couldn't deceive such lame lies. Let alone him. We come with sincerity. Please don't doubt us. The Endless Dragon seemed to know Leo's doubts about them. There was no special emotion on his face. And he just explained in a low voice. The great endless King Dosno officially extends an invitation to you. If you could enter the end of the torrent of time, he will meet you there. Endless Dragon King Dosno invites me? Leo believed the words of the Endless Dragon this time. Because the other party would not, and would not dare to use the Endless Dragon King Dosno as a cover. And the Endless Dragon would not use it as a cover for the king of his own race. Why didn't Zeno invite me? Leo was a little confused. Maybe the old dragon wanted to get him to join the gang. Also, this guy has to be sincere in inviting people. It would be too insincere for you to send a few boys to tell me that you want me to go to your territory. And you have to find a way to get there yourself. You'll know when you go there. The Endless Dragon didn't say much. The figures of him and his companions gradually faded. Leo could see that they had used secret methods to leave this era. I think this is enough to express our sincerity. Although there was a chance to prevent Medivh from opening the dark portal, the Infinite Dragon did not do so. Instead, he gently let him go. This was indeed sincerity. Leo rubbed his chin and thought about Dosno's purpose. It really surprised him that the Infinite Dragon was able to let Medivh go and open the dark portal incident so generously. Without the Infinite Dragon's troubles, it meant that the biggest event in this major event that could change the entire history of the world was gone. Obstacles. What makes Leo feel embarrassed is that if Zeno wants to recruit him to join the gang, should he agree or not? If he agrees, he will become the enemy of the Bronze Dragon. At this stage, it is extremely uneconomical to be an enemy of the Guardian Dragon. Leo is now restraining himself with all his strength and not conflicting with the dragon. Because if he guessed correctly, the intervention of a little butterfly that came from time travel has sped up the progress of certain things a lot. But if he doesn't agree, who knows what the Endless Dragon will do? After thinking for a long time, Leo had a rough idea of how to deal with it, and his eyes returned to the front of him. While Leo was thinking, Sargeras wanted to take this opportunity to attack Leo and kill this hateful guy. But Manaroth kept standing between him and Leo. What do you think about that big bald head without a trace of hair? This guy is a light bulb in the way. Because of Manaroth's existence, Sargeras couldn't find a chance to sneak attack Leo. In the end, he could only give Manaroth a look of resentment and turn around to do other things. Damn traitor. Disgusting young man. One day I will skin you and make you beg me to give you death. Leo's sudden appearance delayed Sargeras a lot of time. Seeing that the time was coming, he had not yet set up the magic circle to open the dark portal. Sargeras could not care about much and could only speed up. As for whether Leo would stop him, how could Isaac Grass's mind not understand? Not only would the human being he hated so much not stop him, he would protect him and block external interference for him. Sargeras knew what was going on, and he wanted to open the dark portal first, without getting into any more entanglements with himself. The Endless Dragon had an ulterior motive, so it was really easy to maintain the historical trajectory of this world. Seeing Sargeras controlling Medivh's body busy on the ground, Leo yawned and stretched. He was curious about what it would be like when the dark portal opened. Unfortunately, God didn't seem to want him to be too leisurely, and the breath of Dragonakos appeared in his range of perception. Dragonicus, who is responsible for monitoring the bronze dragon Chromie, came to this world. What does this mean? It means that Chromie has dealt with the mess that Leo left in the Well of Eternity. And this bronze dragon, who wants to plot against Leo, enters this world. Leo curled his lips. Chromie's arrival told him that he had to move. He didn't want to be chased by the bronze dragon. He wanted Chromie to follow him and eat ashes. Everything that needs to be dealt with in this world has been dealt with. There should be no surprises. Even if there were, wouldn't there be a bronze dragon? The eternal torrent of time. Please send me to the next era in advance. I am in a hurry and have no time to be here. Waste here. Leo muttered at a volume that only he could hear, and used the method Dragonakos told him. According to the Twilight Dragon, this method can induce the power of the torrent of time. As soon as he finished speaking, Leo's spirit started to react, and his body was gradually fading. Before disappearing, Leo waved to Sargeras and said with a smile in his cold eyes, "See you next time." Sargeras. Damn it. We'll meet again. Sargeras looked at the place where Leo disappeared, with a calm expression on his face. After his hatred and anger towards Leo reached the extreme, he actually calmed down. Sargeras didn't know that while he hated Leo, there was a bronze dragon in another part of the world who had the same mood as him. As a bronze dragon, Chromie, who possesses the secret of time, is not as unable to locate her position as Leo. The place where she appeared is very close to the dark door that Sargeras is about to open. After finally dealing with the mess that Leo left in the Well of Eternity, and making corrections that would affect the general trend of history. Chromie left the Well of Eternity with peace of mind after working for several days. The era of Well followed in Leo's footsteps and continued into a new era. At the beginning of this era, Chromie could clearly sense Leo's aura. To his delight, Leo was not far away from him. Not only was it not far, it was also very close. According to Chromie's speed, he could reach Leo in 2 or 3 minutes. Just as Chromie was about to take action, Leo's breath disappeared from this world, and the eternal torrent of time transported him to other eras. Chromie was so angry that he broke a dragon's tooth. Damn it! Leo, I just caught up with you. Why did you run away again? Chromie was about to continue chasing but suddenly stopped. Leo made a huge mess in the Well of Eternity before. What did he do this time? No. I have to go take a look quickly, hoping it's not too late. The bronze dragon flapped its wings furiously and rushed towards Medivh with all his strength. Chapter 1025 Leo's Intuition and Fear. Bronze Dragon? Hum. Follow the uncle and eat ashes. Being transported to a new world by the eternal torrent of time. Leo hummed proudly. He already knew that the bronze dragon was rushing towards Medivh's location at full speed. He thought he had changed some history. He must be very happy. Anxious. He will know when he runs to the end of the field in a hurry. In fact, his current anxiety is completely unnecessary. Secretly despising the bronze dragon, Leo just took a closer look at the surrounding environment. The location where he is now is a forest, and the lush trees block his sight. Fortunately, he is a powerful spellcaster. His mental power spreads quickly and extends to all directions, quickly covering every plant and tree within 10,000 meters. Incorporate everything into perception. There is a human being. Leo raised his eyebrows. Just 2 kilometers away to his left, there was a human being walking in the forest. Good luck finding someone so quickly. If you can find someone, you can ask where you are, and you can roughly judge what era you are in, and thus your behavior. Leo thought for a while, took out a cloak, and covered himself inside. He would not make the same mistake as last time, and would not easily let people judge that he was a member of the aristocratic class from his clothes. The common people in this world are afraid of the nobles, and have an unconscious sense of isolation from the nobles, which will bring a lot of inconvenience to Leo. A woman who had a very hard life. Leo made a judgment the first time he saw the woman. Although the woman's clothes walking in the forest were old and not dirty, the patches on them were extremely conspicuous. If she hadn't lived a hard life, how could the woman have done it? Going out in an outfit like this? Leo was very lucky. Fortunately, he learned the lesson from the last time and put on a full-body cloak. Otherwise the scene in the Swamp of Sorrows would have happened again. When Leo saw the human woman, she also saw him. A stranger suddenly appeared in the forest. A flash of vigilance flashed in the woman's eyes. The full-body cloak covered Leo's body, making it difficult to see his identity. They could only roughly judge that he was a human from his body shape. The woman did not greet Leo rashly, but changed her direction and walked aside. Seeing that the woman was about to leave, Leo quickly stopped her. Madam, I got lost in the forest. Where is this place? Get lost. There was a look of surprise on the woman's face, as if she was surprised by Leo's excuse for asking for directions. She pointed in the direction of Leo and replied, "Go straight in this direction, and you can see the village in half a day." Leo scratched his face. He understood why the woman showed a surprised expression. The direction he came from was the village, and now he actually told her that he was lost. His excuse was really bad, but someone was thick-skinned. He didn't seem to hear what the woman meant, let alone her vigilance. He then said to the woman, "I am a traveler, and I am not familiar with this place. Madam, can you help me lead the way?" If he directly said that he was a road idiot, Leo would not do that even if he was beaten to death. He did not have the attribute of a road idiot at all. Leo just wanted to help her when he asked the woman to lead the way. When he got to the village, he used this as an excuse to give her some traveling expenses and make her life better. It was not difficult for Leo at all. Leo asked himself whether he was too bad at seeing people. This woman was from a commoner at first glance, and her rough hands could not be compared to those of a noble. Although she was a warrior, her strength was only at the low level, and she could not deal with ordinary people. There is nothing wrong with the beast, but there is absolutely no hope of victory when encountering a mid-level warrior. And this woman does not seem to be a person of great wisdom. Helping her by herself will not have any impact on the trajectory of the world. As the saying goes, meeting means being destined. Since we met here, why not help others? It wouldn't hinder his purpose of this trip. And it could help others. Leo really couldn't think of a reason not to do it. Hearing that Leo wanted to lead the way, the woman hesitated for a moment. Leo's accent was obviously different from hers. He was an outsider. Thinking of this, the woman's doubts a little lessened. It would make sense if an outsider got lost. After a few seconds of silence, the woman finally decided to help Leo. She nodded to Leo to indicate her agreement. During the time when the woman was silent, Leo did not rush her or express any dissatisfaction with it. A woman met a stranger in the forest. The stranger was wearing a cloak and looked mysterious. No wonder the woman hesitated. After agreeing to help Leo lead the way, the woman did not get too close to Leo, but kept a certain distance from him and led him slowly toward the village. Leo was very wise and did not get close, and remained wary of the mysterious stranger. There was nothing wrong with what the woman did, and the woman would have done the same thing if it were Leo. The woman did not lie to Leo. After the two of them walked for a short while, a village appeared within Leo's mental perception range. The village is very small, with less than 100 households and only 2,000 to 3,000 people. The buildings in the village are all wooden houses, and most of them are very simple. With Leo's strong spiritual perception, it only took him 2 or 3 seconds to get a clear picture of the village's situation. After figuring out the situation in the village, Leo discovered one thing. That is, this village did not even have an inn. What does it mean that there is no hotel in the village? It means that there are not many people coming and going in this village. There are no special products, and it is not on a major transportation road. It is impossible to make money by opening a hotel in this village. It is so poor that even goblins are not willing to come. A remote and poor little village. This is Leo's judgment of this village. He doesn't understand why the eternal torrent of time will send him to this place. Isn't he afraid that he won't get enough information and can't get to where he needs to go in time? Feeling strange in his heart but not showing it on his face, Leo followed the woman into the village. Maybe it's been a long time since outsiders came here. Or maybe Leo wearing a full-body cloak aroused the curiosity of the villagers. After entering the village, Leo felt hundreds of looks directed at him. But Leo didn't feel anything in these looks. Without the slightest hint of malice. It seems that the villagers here are not xenophobic and very simple. It is said that unruly people come out of poor mountains and harsh waters. But this seems not to be entirely true. After taking Leo into the village, the woman seemed to feel safe enough. And then she was willing to get close to Leo. She only heard her say to Leo, "If you are looking for a village, this is it. Just follow the village and go straight to the village. Going east, there is a small town about 40 days away. It takes almost a month and a half to reach a small town, which is quite remote." Leo couldn't help but shook his head. Seeing that the woman seemed to be leaving, he quickly stopped her and said, "Thank you very much for showing me the way. Is there a hotel here?" "A hotel? There isn't one here." The woman was stunned for a moment, hearing what Leo meant. He seemed to want to rest in the village. But was there a hotel in the village? With the remoteness of this place, how could a hotel be opened in the village? It would be impossible to make money. "There is no hotel," Leo said in a surprised tone. He took 2 steps in a hurry. "I have been wandering in the forest for several days. I wanted to find a village to rest, but there is no hotel here. What should I do?" "Good?" The woman thought about what Leo said when she met him, that he was a traveler who got lost in the forest, and she couldn't help but show a little hesitation on her face. Obviously, what this cloaked traveler wants most now is to find a place to have a good rest. After all, getting lost in the forest is not a pleasant experience. There are beasts and poisonous snakes in the forest. And even high-level combatants, the employees did not dare to relax at all, for fear of losing their lives if they were not careful. Leo said it as if he was anxious. But in fact, he was not anxious at all. He just wanted to see this woman's reaction. For some reason, he always felt that this seemingly ordinary woman was very different from other people. What will happen to her that is related to her? This feeling was groundless. But Leo believed it because it was the intuition of a strong person. After hesitating for a while, the woman seemed to have made some decision. She called out to Leo, who was worried about having no place to stay. "If you really can't find it, come to my house. I still have a room available in my house." After the woman finished speaking, she ignored Leo and walked towards the village. Leo followed her and thanked her repeatedly. This kid didn't even know what politeness meant, and he didn't care about other people's inconvenience. So he just followed him to someone else's house. In fact, even if the woman didn't tell Leo, she would have brought it up shamelessly. He believed that his intuition was not wrong. This woman with weak strength ordinary appearance, and no great wisdom could actually make him have some kind of intuition. Leo was curious. What will happen to me? With such questions, Leo walked into the woman's home. The woman's home is not big. There are only 3 rooms including the living room. The furnishings in the home are also very simple. 1 wooden table and 3 wooden chairs are said to be furniture furnishings. But in fact, they are made of wood by herself. They are practical enough. But it has no sense of beauty. This is what the living room is all about. As for the bedroom, Leo asked himself whether he was a bitch enough to take the initiative to pry into it. No matter what. The woman was kind-hearted to help him. But Leo couldn't do such a thing. Fortunately, this is not the world before Leo's time travel. There is no land speculation in this world. Otherwise this woman would have been sleeping on the streets long ago. Mom, you're back. As soon as the woman entered the living room, a 5 or 6-year-old blonde girl jumped out of the bedroom on the left. With an excited look on her cute little face, she threw herself into the woman's arms and shouted, "Mom, you are back." After shouting, the little girl discovered that there was a stranger in a cloak behind her mother. She looked at Leo curiously and said politely, "Hello?" Leo's face was hidden in the shadow of the cloak. Neither the woman nor the little girl named Jessica could see his face, let alone the strange expression on Leo's face, let alone what Leo could see. The shock in the little girl's eyes when she appeared. "Jessica," Leo repeated in a low voice. In the language of this world, Jessica is the transliteration of God's gift. It seems that the little girl is very important in the hearts of her parents. Taking a deep breath, Leo tried to calm down the emotions in his heart and said in a calm tone, "This is the first time we meet. My name is Leo. The beautiful Miss Jessica." His intuition was correct. The woman he met in the forest was indeed related to him. Not only was he related, but he was also closely related. Leo squeezed his left hand that was shrunk in the cloak. What does it mean that the eternal torrent of time has teleported him here? Or, what do the bronze dragons want to do? The pride of letting Chromie follow him to eat ashes was completely destroyed at this moment. And Leo felt unprecedented nervousness and fear in his heart. Chapter 1026 Chromie's Companions. In the simple wooden house, Leo lay on the wooden bed, tossing and turning, unable to sleep. It wasn't that he was used to a good life, or that he was used to luxurious palace life, but that his heart couldn't calm down. Leo's heart was in chaos. Yet the bronze dragons brought themselves to this era to show their abilities, and let Leo know how powerful they are. Leo admitted that they did it. "Bronze dragon, you won. As you wished. I'm scared." Leo sighed. He was really scared now. It was better not to know the truth about some things. What is it that scares Leo? With Leo's temperament that dared to poke a hole that day, he was actually afraid, while Leo was tossing and turning. In another era of eternal time, the bronze dragon in his mouth was in trouble. When Chromie rushed to the scene in a hurry, Medivh, controlled by Sarger as a soul, was opening the dark portal. In order to ensure that there would be no problems with the opening of the dark portal, and in order to prevent others from destroying history, Chromius, even though he wanted to pursue Leo immediately and enter the next era, he still stayed for the sake of his mission. In terms of completing the mission, Bronze Dragon has done a good job. But unfortunately, he and Leo are not in the same camp yet. Waiting is boring and depressing. But waiting is necessary. Chromie was always anxious. But he had to wait for Medivh to complete the dark portal. The Bronze Dragon seemed extremely anxious at this moment. The only thing that made Chromie feel lucky was that Leo did not destroy historical details as unscrupulously as he did at the Well of Eternity, which saved him a lot of trouble. Just when the dark portal was about to fully open, Chromie noticed several familiar energy fluctuations coming from a distance. The energy was so obscure that no one except the Bronze Dragon, who possessed the secret of time, could detect it. Could it be that a companion is here? Chromie was greatly confused. Could it be that his affairs were exposed so quickly, and those companions were here to persuade him to let go? To cause trouble for Leo. Use the eternal torrent of time to kill Leo, and eliminate this human being who has had a great impact on the trajectory of history. Chromie acted in private, without informing any of his companions in quicksand scale, and did not gain the support of any of his fellow tribesmen. At this time, a mysterious wave appeared that only the Bronze Dragon could use and discover, and Chromie couldn't help but think that his actions had been discovered. It turned out that Chromie was not wrong, and his actions were indeed discovered. When he saw the two Bronze Dragons appearing in his field of vision, Chromie was very frustrated. The operation failed. That's what Chromie thought at the time. However, what happened next made Chromie know what it means to be unpredictable. "Chromie, you want to kill that human, and you didn't notify us. Are you looking down on us? Or do you think you have the ability to kill a cunning human demigod on your own? Killing a demigod is not something that Chromie can't do to the two bronze dragons. You must know that this is the eternal torrent of time, and is the home of the bronze dragons. They have countless ways to deal with the targets who enter it. The key is Julio, the human demigod, is very cunning, and it is not easy to trick him. This is why the two bronze dragons came in a hurry after discovering Chromie's whereabouts. They were afraid that the Chromie people would be killed instead. Killing Chromie in the bronze dragon's lair may not be possible for others, but Leo may not be able to do it. The bronze dragon, the human demigod who rose like a comet, had discussed it before inviting him here, and had no idea about his character and personality. I have a clear understanding of my behavior. Chromie had anticipated the beginning, but not the end. Hearing from these two fellow tribesmen, they did not object to his actions, which made him very happy. Overjoyed, Chromie was still very dissatisfied when the other party questioned his ability. He waved his paw and said, Ionis, as long as we are in the eternal torrent of time, we will have countless opportunities. Don't doubt my ability. Ionis smiled mockingly upon seeing this. And just as he was about to speak, the other bronze dragon hurriedly said in order not to make the atmosphere tense, Chromie, we have never doubted your ability. But there is something wrong with your method. What's wrong with my method? Chromie seemed very unconvinced. He used the eternal torrent of time as his home field advantage to deal with Leo. He didn't think there was anything inappropriate in his approach. Tempulus, if there is a better way, tell me. Templus did not get angry with Chromie. He thought it was not worth it. Even before the goal was solved, his own people got into trouble. When he told others, they thought the bronze dragons were a bunch of brainless guys. Listen, Chromie, no matter how strong the human named Leo is, he is just a human being. Based on my understanding of the human race, humans all have weaknesses, and Leo is no exception. We just need to find out if you take advantage of his weaknesses. It won't be difficult to kill him. Chromie snorted disapprovingly. Who doesn't know what to say? He also knew what Templus said. If this guy said it, it would be in vain. The problem is to find out Leo's weakness and make full use of it. To overcome this weakness, you need to have extremely strong observation skills and precise calculation capabilities. Only with strong observation skills can one see Leo's weaknesses. Only with sophisticated computing power can the cunning Leo step into the trap unknowingly. It's not that Chromie has never done anything to look for Leo's weaknesses. In fact, he spent a lot of time on this. But he just couldn't find Leo's weaknesses. Leo himself is a powerful warlock. Apart from taking advantage of this kid, he has nothing to take advantage of. And even if he wants to take advantage, he will not risk his life and hope to use this to kill him. Chromie really couldn't see any hope. Of course, Chromie also thought of using people around Leo, such as Scarlet, Passonia, etc., to plot against Leo. But can using these people really kill Leo? Chromie didn't think it could be done. He has been secretly observing Leo for a long time. Even Scarlet, who is his official lover, does not spend much time with him. In fact, it is not accurate to describe how much time he has. To be precise, it is very little. Leo and Scarlet spent far less time together than they did apart. According to Chromie's understanding of human beings, if two young men and women in love have a good relationship, how can they be willing to be separated for a long time? In this warlock's mind, Scarlet is just a tool for him to step into the upper class of humans. At least that's what the bronze dragon thinks. Based on this, Chromie believed that even if he did not hesitate to fall out with humans and use Scarlet, the queen of the Arather kingdom, to threaten Leo, it would not be effective. Because Leo is now a strong man standing at the top of mankind. The absence of Scarlet will not have much impact on his status among the human race. This is true even for Scarlet. Not to mention Passonia and Fuxel. If you can't find Leo's weakness, how can you use it? Let alone lay a trap for Leo to step into, so as to achieve the purpose of killing him. That's all you can say? Chromie didn't hide his feelings. He thought he didn't need to hide it. So he showed all his opinions on his face. Ionis, Templus, are you talking nonsense? Chromie's mocking tone made Ionis angry. After discovering that Chromie secretly entered the eternal time stream and wanted to kill Leo, they immediately helped Chromie cover up. It was they who helped Chromie cover up the past, temporarily stabilized the fellows in the cave of time. And now Chromie actually spoke to them in a mocking tone. How could Ionis not be angry? This bastard. Doesn't he know what gratitude is? When Ionis was about to open his mouth, Tempulus immediately stopped him with his eyes. Seeing his companion telling him not to speak, Ionis thought for a moment, let out an angry snort from his nostrils, and closed his mouth angrily. It is obvious that among the two bronze dragons, Ionis and Tempulus, the latter is the dominant one. You think what I said is nonsense? Is not it? Chromie is very honest. But honesty often attracts hatred. And now Ionis is very dissatisfied with his attitude. You think Tempulus and I are nosy. And what we talk is nonsense. So what can you do? I think your current situation is very bad. In the eternal torrent of time, you have even chased that human being. Lost it. It really embarrasses our bronze dragon. This time Ionis ignored Tempulus's gesture and expressed his dissatisfaction. Chromie was also angry. Ionis's words were such a slap in the face. He was already depressed about this. When he heard Ionis's words, he felt as if the scars had been opened. Seeing that the situation was not going well, Tempulus hurriedly dissuaded him. Don't make any noise. I have a way to deal with Leo. Chromie glared at Ionis and wanted to retaliate. After hearing what Tempulus said, he forcibly held back. Tempulus dared to say in front of him that there was a way to deal with Leo. So he might as well listen. Listen and watch. What can you do? Chromie asked first, and then added, don't talk nonsense. At this time, Sargeras soul controlled Medivh to open the dark portal. Chromie was in a hurry to chase Leo, not wanting to waste time. If Tempulus couldn't tell him something useful, he wouldn't care about it. Whether the two guys are of the same race or not, they still don't give face. Tempulus made a gesture to Ionis and Chromie, telling them not to be so anxious, and said confidently, guys, listen to me. Leo is always a human being. These creatures are very fragile, especially their hearts. I have found Leo's weakness. Just wait and see. As he spoke, Tempulus showed a proud smile on his face. He waved his paws to Chromie and Ionis and said, I have arranged everything. The next world will be very special. Wonderful. Chapter 1027, Jessica, the eldest sister. By any means necessary. These 4 words are quite powerful, and a very good reason to say, when used to deal with the enemy. But it would be very bad if used by others to deal with oneself. Tempulus, I remember you. After receiving the message sent to him by Dragonakos, Leo's eyes flashed with fierceness. From the conversation between the 3 bronze dragons, it was easy to tell who had set up a trap for him. Just as Tempulus and Ionis feared. Killing the bronze dragon in the eternal torrent of time, and killing the bronze dragon in the cave of time, the bronze dragon's lair, are such crazy moves that only Leo can do come out. Don't think that since the cave of time is the lair of the bronze dragon, Leo doesn't dare to kill. He dares. He really dares. The dragon swims against the scales, and will be killed if it touches it. Tempulus' actions touched Leo's bottom line. He did not expect that the bronze dragon would use such a vicious method to deal with him. And Leo's murderous intention was aroused. It is not easy to kill the bronze dragon in the eternal torrent of time, especially when Leo is planning to kill 3 bronze dragons at once. It is even more difficult. The reason why the eternal torrent of time is called the home of the bronze dragon is not only because the bronze dragons can use the time secrets they control to trick people, but more importantly, they can also use the time secrets to escape. Those who do not understand the time secrets, people can only stare blankly at this. The bronze dragon has fled to another era. It's weird that you can hurt him. Leo can't use the secret of time, but he is Dragonakos, the devourer of everything, who has swallowed an endless dragon. The bronze dragon's biggest reliance on escaping does not pose an obstacle to Leo. But this does not guarantee that Leo can kill 3 bronze dragons at once. Don't forget. Where is the eternal torrent of time? It is in the cave of time. The cave of time. The home of the bronze dragon. Once it cannot be killed with one hit. Let Tempulus and the others send a distress message, and other bronze dragons will swarm in a short time, facing a group of bronze dragons. Even if Long Leo could withstand it, it would be difficult to take action unless he openly broke up with the bronze dragon. Obviously, Leo is not willing to do that now. You need to plan carefully to deal with the bronze dragon. Planning to deal with the bronze dragon requires thinking. Tempulus is obviously a dragon who is proficient in calculations. How can we deal with him without careful planning? Leo really wanted to think about it now. After all, it was better to do things sooner rather than later. The problem was that he couldn't calm down and think now, because he was entangled with others. This was the 5th day that Leo came to Jessica's house for help. On the pretext of taking a good rest, Leo stayed after a lot of talking to get Jessica's mother to accept his accommodation fee of 1 gold coin. If it were an ordinary woman, under her conditions, someone would be willing to give her a gold coin for accommodation, and she would happily accept it. But Jessica's mother did not. From this, we can see the difference between Jessica's mother, as if Leo was asking her to collect money. Not only was Leo not angry at all about this, but he took it for granted. No reason. Just because she is Jessica's mother. A little boy of 4 or 5 years old timidly pulled Leo's cloak and said cautiously, "Uncle. What are you thinking about?" "Don't call him uncle," Leo said to the little boy seriously. "Wolson. How many times have I told you to call him brother?" Wolson is the name of this little boy. He is the son of the village chief Flymore, and his full name is Wolson Flymore. Sound familiar? Before Leo's time travel, a village chief's son would be a common delinquent even if he wasn't the king of children. But here, little Watson is just Jessica's younger brother. Not just Watson, but all the other children in the village, as long as they are under 10 years old, are Jessica's little brothers. Well, Leo really didn't expect that Jessica, who was well-behaved and sensible in front of her mother, also had a hobby of recruiting younger brothers. It is said that education should start from childhood, and this young man must also start from childhood. It makes sense to see old age at the age of 3. What you do as a child can tell a person's character and determine a person's achievements. At least that's the case with Jessica. "Oh," Watson agreed timidly, and Leo was very helpless about this. If this kid could really listen, he wouldn't have to remind him every time. In fact, Leo also knew that it was not that Watson was really that stupid, but that Jessica had told him to call him Uncle Leo. Reason? Jessica said that she always called Leo uncle, and of course others would also call him uncle. Leo could only roll his eyes at this. He was so young, and his eldest sister was not cute at all when she was a child. Noticing that Watson had run up to Leo at some point, Jessica, who was standing aside, glared, put her hands on her hips, and shouted at her little brother, "Wolson, come here quickly. Don't be lazy." "Oh," another impersonal and slightly timid reply. Watson ran over quickly, and was greeted by Jessica's scolding. It is impossible to survive in this world without the ability to protect yourself. The children in this village, as soon as they reach a sensible age, besides helping the family with work, they practice hard. What to practice hard for? Of course, it's the ability to fight. Sounds cruel, doesn't it? However, if you want to survive, you have to do this. Why should we give our children a wonderful childhood? It's better not to say such innocent words. When a person's survival cannot be guaranteed, how can we talk about childhood? Survival is the first instinct of living things. Leo felt sad when he saw a group of children under 10 years old working hard to practice fighting skills just to survive in the days to come. If in the world before time travel, children of this age were sitting in bright classrooms going to school, how could they be working so hard for survival as they are now? In their ignorant hearts, could they really understand the meaning of the word survival? I would rather be a peace dog than a person in troubled times. I don't know how many people have been crushed to death by the word survival, alas. Leo sighed. His heart was touched, and he understood why Jaina was so eager to stop the war. The war brought more than just death. It is right to stop the war. Who does not long for a peaceful life? However, Leo never agrees with Jaina's approach. In his view, peace is not begged, but fought. Only when others know that launching a war against you will pay a heavy price. The price is too big for them to bear. Only then will peace come. Otherwise, all that will be gained is a semblance of peace. If you don't want others to dare to mess with you, you have to let them know how powerful you are. When someone bullies you, it's not because they are cruel, but because you are not cruel enough. Uncle, don't just sit there, and come and see how I'm doing. Jessica's voice interrupted Leo's thoughts. The girl didn't remember Leo's name at all, and just called him uncle, which made Leo extremely helpless. Jessica did not learn magic, because there could not be a magician in the small village. Jessica's mother was the only warrior in the village, where warriors possess power far beyond that of ordinary people, even low-level warriors. Except for Jessica's mother, who among the warriors would be willing to stay in this poor and remote village for the rest of their lives. If Jessica's mother hadn't taken care of her, she probably wouldn't have stayed here. After all, everyone yearns for a better life, and staying in this small village obviously can't do that. Leo shrugged and pointed out that he could still do it now. He walked forward and said to Jessica, "Jessica, remember, you are a girl, and you need to be physically stronger. It's hard to surpass boys, and you don't need to forcefully train your body." Jessica stared at Leo unconvinced. "As if you dare to say that again, and I will deal with you." Leo secretly praised when he saw this. "You are really domineering. You were like this when you were a child. No wonder you have grown up. Listen, Jessica, you practice these to deal with enemies and fight with them. To win in a battle, it's not just about strength. Skills are especially important. A girl's strength is a disadvantage, but the flexibility of the body are not comparable to those of boys. Instead of practicing strength, it is better to practice more skills. Skill? Jessica tilted her head and wrinkled her face. It was not like she had never heard her mother talk about the fighting skills Leo mentioned. However, hearing it did not mean she had seen it, and seeing it did not mean she could practice it. The strongest person in the entire village is Jessica's mother, a low-level warrior. What skills can she teach her? Don't be deceived by novels, thinking that there will be hermits and masters in remote and poor mountain villages, or that secret treasures will be waiting for you under the cliffs. Yes, skills. Leo nodded, although Jessica couldn't see his face hidden in the shadow of the cloak. She could feel his seriousness. For example, Jessica, your greatest talent is speed. When your speed is so fast that your opponent cannot react even if he sees it clearly, or even cannot see clearly at all. No matter how powerful the opponent is, he will not be your opponent. As he spoke, Leo stretched out his index finger and touched his throat, and then said, "There are too many fatal parts of the human body. A big man with the shape of an ox can kill even a child just by touching this place with a sharp blade. Kill him." Killing is actually a very simple matter. Leo openly told a 5 or 6-year-old girl that killing was easy, and then taught her a practical method of killing. Leo's behavior left people with only one sentence to say: Khan. Sweat. Waterfall sweat. Genghis Khan. By doing this, Leo wouldn't be afraid of teaching bad children? Leo scoffed at this. He just told Jessica what she knew in advance. Speaking of which, these were the things Jessica asked Fucusel to give to Leo. Jessica gestured twice and asked with some doubt, "Is this okay?" "Of course." Leo replied with an affirmative look. "If you don't believe me, wait until Mrs. Passonia comes back and ask her before you go." Chapter 1028 Templus Must Die. Human. It looks like you had a great time. Templus smiled proudly. In his opinion, his plan was foolproof. And even if it failed this time, he still had another plan. Templus knew very well about the psychology of human beings. Although Leo was a demigod, he was still a human being. Just as he said to Chromie, people have weaknesses and common human problems. He has found out Leo's weakness, and now is the time to use this weakness to kill Leo. Compared with Tempulus's pride, Chromie and Ionis seemed a little impatient. They laid traps and plotted against Leo. This was not their masterpiece. Of course, they would not watch like Tempulus. The prey slowly fell into the trap. All they thought about was how to kill Leo. Seeing Leo dangling alive in front of them, Chromie and Ionis felt very unhappy. Templus was certainly aware of his companion's anxiety, but he didn't care. It only took a few days to deal with Leo, and he believed that there would be no problems with him. Human beings, enjoy your last days. Templus's smile looked a little ferocious, causing Chromie and Ionis beside him to have a heart palpitation for no reason. Chromie and Ionis had a feeling called fear in their hearts towards this fellow member of their own race. The bronze dragon was peeping at him in the dark, and Leo seemed unaware of it. From the perspective of the three-headed dragon of Chromie, Leo was trying to integrate into the life of the little girl named Jessica. Good thing. Great thing. The purpose of the bronze dragon was to plot against Leo. Seeing that Leo was stepping into the trap set by Tempulus, Chromie and Ionis certainly regarded it as a good thing. Damn humans. Those who dared to destroy the trajectory of history. You will die soon. Chromie was furious in his heart, and he held a grudge against Leo for the trouble he had brought to him. But the bronze dragon didn't even think about who came to trouble Leo first. Some people are like this. They think whatever they do is right and noble. Whenever others show any disobedience or disagree with them, they will try to get rid of them. How long do we have to wait? 3 days passed in a flash, and the patience of Chromie and Ionis was exhausted in these 3 days. The two dragons couldn't help but ask about Tempulus, as the arranger of this trap. Templus enjoys the current feeling, watching the prey slowly fall into his trap. Nothing makes him more proud, more enjoyable, and more satisfying than this. While Chromie and Ionis were agitated, he seemed very calm. He was the one who set up the trap to deal with Leo. Of course, he knew the time to launch it and knew it in his mind, so he would not panic. This was a pain for the uninformed Chromie and Ionis. Really, these two have no patience at all. Seeing his companion urging him, Tempulus seemed to be fine on the surface, but he couldn't help but murmur secretly. Chromie and Ionis were not interested at all. Didn't they see that he was enjoying the feeling of a hunter? After all, companions are companions, and Tempulus cannot ignore their thoughts. For this reason, he had to tell the two of his plans. What's the secret? A secret is something that only you know. Anything that is known to two or more people is not a real secret. The proud bronze dragon didn't know that just when Tempulus told his companions about his plan, a secret corner not far away was receiving all of them. The bronze dragons thought that Leo was a cicada, and they were a mantis. But they didn't know that the mantis stalked the cicada, and the oriole followed behind. And they didn't understand that the hunter could also become the prey. What a bunch of bastards! Leo clenched his fists. He tried hard to control his emotions, and not let the bronze dragon, who was spying on him, get even the slightest bit wrong. Dragonacus relayed everything he heard to Leo, giving him a clear understanding of Tempulus's plan. Leo originally thought that as long as he knew Tempulus's plan, he would be able to take precautions. He even used this information to plot against Chromie, Ionis, and Tempulus, the three bronze dragons who tried to plot against him. Kill them, and let them know what it means to be a sinister person. But now, after learning about Tempulus' plan from Dragonacus, Leo realized that he was wrong. Tempulus played the trick well. He didn't lie. It was exactly what he said to Chromie. He found Leo's weakness. Leo would be in crisis no matter how he dealt with the trap this time. Damn bronze dragon. Damn Tempulus. You have the spare time to deal with me, and the ability to make such calculations. Why don't you just come to deal with me, when you are dealing with the Burning Legion and other forces that want to destroy the world? Isn't everything I do for this world so that it will not be destroyed? These are also good for your bronze dragon clan. How can you deal with me? Is the mission left to you by Titan so important? So important that you can watch the world being destroyed? So important that you can watch all the bronze dragons, including yourself, die? What are you thinking in your head? Leo was very angry. Even though he knew anger wouldn't solve the problem, he was just angry. Anger burned in his chest, making Leo very uncomfortable. If violence could solve the problem, he would immediately go out and kill the three bronze dragons. But now it is very obvious that violence cannot solve the problem. The eternal torrent of time is indeed the home of the bronze dragon, and Tempulus used it to put Leo into an extremely difficult situation. By teleporting Leo to this era, Tempulus did not want Leo to correct the deviated history, but to let Leo see a tragedy that had actually happened. Faced with a tragedy that was about to happen, Leo was filled with worry. At this moment, he hesitated. Leo already knew Tempulus's plan. The bronze dragon was waiting for the tragedy to happen, and it was Leo's reaction that was waiting for him. If Leo stops him, then he is destroying history, because the history of this era is correct and does not need correction at all. Then Tempulus will have reason to call out many of his own people and besiege Leo for fair and just reasons. If Leo doesn't stop it, a shadow will be left in his heart, and something called the inner demon will arise, which will affect his future growth. Tempulus's skill was extremely beautiful, but Chromie's skills were indeed insufficient compared to it. Chromie will only find ways to do something evil when Leo corrects the trajectory of history, but will not take the initiative to send Leo to an era when history has made no mistakes. For this reason alone, he is not as ruthless as Tempulus. You know, history obviously does not need correction, but it forcefully blocks Leo. This is obviously actively destroying history. With Leo's ability to cause trouble, the era he entered will inevitably undergo certain changes. As the guardian of time, the bronze dragon would even take the initiative to destroy history in order to deal with a human. Chromie was not that ruthless, so he had a hard time dealing with Leo. Tempulus was different. This bronze dragon truly did whatever it took to get rid of Leo. Now, he successfully put Leo into trouble. Leo kept his face calm, but in his heart, he couldn't help but think about how to resolve this crisis. The only thing that made him fortunate was that there were still 3 days before Tempulus' plan was launched, and Leo believed that he could come up with a solution within these 3 days. Nakos, you have done a very good job, and I am very satisfied. Now you continue to monitor every move of the 3 bronze dragons, and tell me immediately if there is any new situation. Leo first praised the Twilight Dragon, and then asked him to continue his surveillance mission. Speaking of which, it was really thanks to Dragonacus this time. Otherwise Leo would not have known about Tempulus's plan, let alone planned it in advance. When something happened, he would have fallen into the opponent's plan. Before Leo could think about it, Dragonacus contacted him again. This time there was obvious anxiety in the Twilight Dragon's tone. Master, the bronze dragon named Tempulus said his plan after he felt it was inappropriate, and felt that once the plan was announced, it could no longer be delayed. so he decided to launch it early. What? Leo was angry. He was just rejoicing that he had 3 days to think about countermeasures. But the bronze dragon changed his plan. Did the other party discover something? Leo gritted his teeth and said word by word, Tempulus. Lo. Very good. I will remember you. Dragonakos' message came again, Master. You must be careful. Chromie and Ionis have been convinced by Tempulus. They think you should start now. Damn it! Leo really didn't know what to say now. Didn't the bronze dragon always claim to maintain the correctness of history? Didn't it always tolerate people destroying history? Didn't it say that anyone who destroyed history would be punished by them? Why is it in their own hands? Why do they, the so-called guardians of time, take the initiative to destroy history when they encounter problems? Sanctimonious guy with double standards. Hateful. Despicable. According to Tempulus, the tragedy should have happened 3 days later. In order to deal with themselves, the bronze dragon brought it forward to now. The reason was simply because of the word safety. In order to deal with themselves, they had used all means to actively destroy history. Has it reached the point? Or, in their eyes, the consequences of destroying this bit of history are far smaller than killing themselves? Should I feel honored that I have disregarded the mission I have always adhered to in order to deal with it? Leo smiled coldly with sarcasm on his face. He decided that no matter what, Tempulus must die. Chapter 1029 Difficult Choice. Tempulus suddenly changed his plan and moved forward the plan that was supposed to take place 3 days later, catching Leo off guard. As a bronze dragon, he took the initiative to destroy history. Isn't Tempulus afraid of becoming the evil endless dragon that the bronze dragon calls him? Although he didn't want to admit it, the facts were before his eyes, and Leo had to say that Tempulus's move was really good. Just when he was surprised by Tempulus' unexpected move, Leo's expression suddenly changed, and he thought of a fatal thing. Oops. Jessica is not around. Will she be in danger? Leo's worry is not wrong. Jessica is indeed in danger now. Not only Jessica is in danger, but the entire village is in danger. Through these few days of living in the village, Leo has figured out what kind of era this is. After the first Orc invasion war ended, the second Orc invasion war has not yet begun. Medivh opened the dark portal in the Swamp of Sorrows. A creature called Orcs from the world of Draenor invaded the world together with demons. Most of the Swamp of Sorrows was transformed by the arrival of these invaders from another world. A piece of red land where even grass cannot grow. This red land is a cursed land. Viewed from a high altitude, the cursed land is like a tear shed by the world. A bloody tear, which is both frightening and heartbreaking. The Orc army was repelled. They retreated into the dark portal and were forced back to the world of Draenor. However, this does not mean that there are no Orcs in this world. When the two armies fight, there are always small groups that are broken up. In many remote places, Orc groups controlled by the blood of demons are still flowing. While they are facing the pursuit of humans and other races, they are also destroying them. Small villages encountered. The power of demons surges in the blood of the evil Orcs, making them bloodthirsty, warlike, ferocious and brutal. They will attack any village they encounter. Today, Jessica's village encountered a team of about 30 Orcs. This Orc team appeared so suddenly that when the villagers discovered them, they had no time to escape. In fact, even the evil Orcs themselves didn't figure out what was going on. They were running around in the mountains and came to this village in confusion. For the Orcs, it didn't matter how they got to the village. What was important was that they found a human village. The Orcs at this time were not the Orcs under Thrall's leadership. The Orcs had not yet gotten rid of the influence of the demon's blood, and had fought several vicious battles with humans. In the eyes of the Orcs, all creatures in this world were their enemies. If they do, they will rush forward and kill them. Roar! In the astonished eyes of the villagers, the evil beasts all let out a cry, their red pupils flashing with bloodthirsty light. Under the control of the devil's blood, they only had killing in their minds, and they wanted to kill all the villagers. The humans there, regardless of gender, age or child, are all targets for them to kill. They want to flatten the entire village. When they saw the fastest charging evil Orc smashing the head of a villager, the exploded head, the splashing brains, and the spraying blood immediately woke the villagers from their shock. The Orcs are coming! A villager screamed in terror. And with this scream of terror, the whole village was alarmed. Some villagers ran towards the village in panic, while other brave villagers gritted their teeth and rushed forward. Run? Can you outrun the Orcs? Retreat? Home is behind you. Where can you retreat to? It's not that the villagers who went up didn't know how powerful the Orcs were. And they didn't know that they were no match for these orcs. Even though they knew they were going to die, they still went up to them. Templus's response: foolish human beings. Are humans stupid? No. They are not stupid. They are trying to protect their families, hoping that they can delay these orcs and buy time for the rest of the village so that they can escape smoothly. In order for his family to survive, and for more people in the village to escape smoothly. How can the behavior of these villagers be called stupid? And how can they be called stupid? However, in the eyes of Tempulus, the behavior of these villagers was extremely stupid. Count on villagers holding farm tools to survive at the hands of a group of fell orcs dominated by demon blood. Unless a miracle happens. It is a miracle that things happen when they are impossible. However, do miracles happen so easily? When the villagers who bravely stepped forward fell one by one, and when the living lives turned into cold corpses, the facts before their eyes told everyone that a miracle is a miracle after all. It will not come because of pity, nor will it be born due to disaster. When Leo arrived, what he saw was a group of bloodthirsty orcs and corpses at their feet. The orcs controlled by the blood of demons are violent and cruel. They are slaves to the desire to kill, and have no mercy at all. Not a single corpse of the villagers who died under their hands is intact. And Leo is furious. Just as he was about to take action, Dragonakis' voice of dissuasion came to his mind. Master, you must stay calm, and don't fall for their tricks. Twilight Dragon's tone was extremely anxious. He was afraid that Leo would get angry, and make a big mistake. The history of this era does not need to be corrected at all. The 3 bronze dragons sent you, Master, to this era just to let you see the scene. They are waiting for you to take action. You must hold back. Master, a piece of history that does not need to be corrected. In other words, this is a scene that really happened. The village where Jessica was located was indeed bloodbath by a group of evil orcs dominated by the blood of demons. In real history, there is no such thing as Leo. If the future demigod warlock takes action, he will destroy history. And Tempulus and other bronze dragons can call other bronze dragons accordingly to deal with him openly. Leo clenched his fists. He didn't know that this was a conspiracy. Tempulus actually used this method to deal with him. This is history that really happened. Even if she did nothing, she could escape. And the other villagers had nothing to do with Leo. Is it worth Leo taking action for this? You know, once Leo takes action, not to mention 30 evil orcs, even 300 or 3,000 are not enough. But if Leo takes action to change history, he will fall into Tempulus' trap. Damn bronze dragon! Leo gritted his teeth bitterly. Dragonicus reminded hesitation to give him a basin of cold water, which extinguished his anger. If I took action, I would fall into Tempulus' trap. But if I didn't take action, would I just watch a group of villagers being slaughtered by the evil orcs? To take action or not to take action? This is a difficult choice. Humans are too fragile. I can crush these orcs to death with one claw. Tempulus watched each human being fall under the hands of the bloodthirsty orcs, with disdain on his face. Frail and humble ants like this being able to survive in this world is already a great gift. They should be grateful to be protected by our dragons. However, there are some unscrupulous guys who try to challenge the dignity of the strong. They ignore what we have done. Everything. Shouldn't such a guy die? Tempulus is right. It is we who protect the world. It is we who work tirelessly to maintain the trajectory of the world. We are the ones who eliminate dangers time and time again. These humans live under our protection, and they should be grateful to us. All of us. Look at what they have done. They dare to destroy history and challenge the majesty of the dragon. These ant-like things have no sense of gratitude. They deserve to be punished. Ionis nodded in agreement. He and Tempulus were able to come together because both parties had a common understanding. At least, they had no differences on the issue of treating human beings. Chromie was silent. He neither agreed nor objected. What he wanted to deal with was Leo. And he secretly entered the eternal torrent of time to eliminate Leo. An alien. Although Ionis and Tempulus came to help him, Chromie discovered that these two same race were with him. There are significant differences of opinion on some points. In any case, when Chromie saw humans being slaughtered, he would not be as gloating as Ionis and Tempulus, or even look excited. Why do these two guys feel so weird? Chromie felt a little dissatisfied with his two compatriots, but he did not show it. Nor did he suspect anything. After all, others were here to help him. Although their remarks were a bit excessive, their actions were indeed helping Chromie. The human who made him angry must be very angry. With his character, he will definitely take action. As soon as he takes action, he will fall into Tempulus' trap. As long as he could kill Leo and get rid of this outlier, who always derailed history. Chromie thought it was worth paying the current price. Leo, I'm really looking forward to your performance. You damn alien. Knowing that it was a trap set by the bronze dragon to deal with him, he still jumped in with his eyes wide open. Isn't that a fool? Leo never thought that he would commit such a stupid thing. But when he encountered this kind of thing, he finally understood why in the TV series he watched before time travel, those protagonists and heroes clearly knew what they were doing. Playing into the opponent's hands, he would be in danger or even die. And he did not retreat. For some things, you must do what needs to be done. And you must take action when it is time to take action. If you shrink from danger, can you face the condemnation of your own conscience afterwards? Bronze Dragon, since you want me to take action, then I will do as you wish and kill these orcs. Do you really think you can defeat me with so many people? Innocent. Ignorance. Ignoring Dragonakos' dissuasion, Leo mobilized his magic power to kill the bloodthirsty orcs who tried to break into the village and kill them, when a noisy noise came from the distance. Chapter 1030 Unexpected Human Troops. The strange noise coming from behind alarmed the bloodthirsty orcs. After all, the orcs were warriors who had been on the battlefield. The demon blood in their bodies did not make them lose the instinct of a warrior. The noise coming from behind made them full of vigilance. Under the vigilant eyes of the orcs, a little human girl with blonde hair appeared panting in their field of vision. Who was it if it wasn't Jessica? When Leo saw this, he knew that it would be okay if he didn't take action. The orc had discovered Jessica. How could he let her go? Jessica came at the wrong time. Didn't she know it was dangerous here? Sure enough, seeing a little human girl appear, the orcs burst into bloodthirsty smiles, killing the humans they regarded as their enemies, and making the human troops who were chasing them suffer and become angry. They were the ones who what these bloodthirsty orcs loved to do. An orc rushed towards her face impatiently. Leo's eyes turned cold when he saw this. Just when he was about to kill the orc, a figure jumped out from behind Jessica with a roar and drew a straight line in the air. The afterimage. The big sword in his hand struck the orc's pocket. Eh? Seeing this figure, Leo stopped moving. Why is there a Master Chief here? Sergeant? That's right. That's Master Chief. Leo asked himself that there was nothing wrong with his eyes. And there was no hallucination in his mind. He believed that he was awake. The figure that rushed out from behind Jessica, holding a big sword and slashing at the bloodthirsty orcs, was a Master Chief. Maybe the style of the armor was different, but the military rank symbol on the armor would not change. From the opponent's military rank, Leo confirmed his identity. This man was a genuine Master Chief of the human kingdom. Leo didn't know how a kingdom sergeant appeared in this remote village, and how Jessica found him. But the appearance of this sergeant made Leo understand that Jessica would not be in danger for the time being, because behind the kingdom Master Chief is a large group of kingdom soldiers. 30 or so bloodthirsty orcs were a terrifying existence that they could not contend with in front of the villagers. But they were far from enough in front of a fully formed and fully armed kingdom army. This group of soldiers arrived just in time. Leo breathed a sigh of relief when he saw this. With this group of soldiers, he didn't have to take action. Damn it. What happened to those human soldiers? Templus roared angrily. When he saw Leo was about to take action, he was happily preparing to close the net and catch Leo, the prey who had fallen into his trap. Unexpectedly, Chung Yaojin came out halfway. A good thing was ruined by a group of human soldiers. Ionis looked at the group of human soldiers with murderous intent in his eyes. He was about to succeed, but was destroyed by this group of soldiers. Ionis really wanted to kill them. He flapped his wings and was about to fight out. But Chromie quickly grabbed him. This impulsive guy. Doesn't he know that killing him like this will cause bad things? Templus was relieved to see Ionis being trapped by Chrome. Just now, he was only worried about his good deeds being ruined. But he ignored the impulsive companion of Ionis. If Ionis was if Nus really went out in anger, their whereabouts would be exposed to Leo. Templus knew Leo well. The latter was very smart and very suspicious. If he saw Ionis, he would definitely be suspicious. It would not be so easy for them to plot against Leo. Ionis, please calm down. Now is not the time to be impulsive. Templus helped Cromwell hold onto Ionis, holding him tightly to prevent him from killing him while mouthing said, "Our biggest advantage is that we are in the dark and the human is in the light. We can slowly look for opportunities, lay traps, and create opportunities to kill him when he is negligent. The human does not know our existence. I believe the opportunity will come soon. But if you let him discover us, we will have no chance. That human being is a cautious person, and will not reveal any flaws if he knows that someone is watching in secret. Hearing Tempulus say this, Ionis calmed down and thought about it carefully. Tempulus was right. The enemy is overt, and we are hidden. This is the home ground of their bronze dragon. It is not difficult to find opportunities to kill Leo without his knowledge, and even actively lay traps to kill Leo. But it is not difficult. The premise is that Leo is not wary. Otherwise the situation would be completely different. He knew that such a great opportunity was wasted, seeing that he was about to succeed, but was destroyed due to unexpected factors. Ionis was very unwilling. He looked at his companions and asked, "What are we going to do now?" Tempulus said with a pity on his face, "I know you are not willing to accept it. And I am not willing to accept it as you are. But this time we did not consider it carefully. It is my fault. I should not have let the plan start in advance. I guess this group of soldiers came after those orcs." The group that appeared were kingdom soldiers. Just as Tempulus expected, they were the army of the human kingdom responsible for chasing down the orcs that had been separated from the larger army. This time, they discovered the traces of this group of bloodthirsty orcs and followed them all the way. If Tempulus did not advance the plan, according to the original trajectory of this world, the orcs would escape here on the third day after this group of soldiers passed through the village where Jessica lived, and destroy the village and destroy all the people in the village. Most of the humans were killed, and the only ones in the entire village that could escape the murderous hands of these bloodthirsty orcs were Jessica, who was protected and taken away by her mother, and the village chief, Flymore's son, Watson. But now, when the bronze dragon Tempulus proposed to advance the plan, and when the bronze dragons tried to kill Leo as soon as possible, everything changed. As the saying goes, there is no coincidence. Because of Tempulus' suggestion, the orcs appeared just when the kingdom soldiers who were chasing them came to the village where Jessica lived, and the two happened to collide. Jessica was secretly practicing the skills Leo told her outside the village. At this time, she was still a little lowly and discovered the traces of the orcs. So she hurriedly hid. Seeing that the orcs were heading towards the village where she was, Jessica endured it even though she was anxious, because she knew that she could not match the orcs in terms of speed, and she could not enter the village without the orcs noticing. The only hope for the villagers is to find foreign help. The day before yesterday, she heard from the village chief Flymore's son, Walson, that a group of kingdom soldiers were searching for something nearby recently, with the mentality of giving it a try. Jessica looked in the direction Walson said. The road is boundless. And Watson did not brag. Jessica really found reinforcements. When the captain leading the kingdom soldiers heard the new information provided by Jessica, he did not hesitate at all and immediately asked the little girl to lead the way. Finally, when the orcs were about to enter the village, Leo made up his mind to fight against the entire Bronze Dragon clan. He rushed over just before he was about to take action. Enemies are extremely jealous when they meet. When the bloodthirsty orcs saw the soldiers of the human kingdom, their already red eyes became even redder and brighter. Isn't the reason why this group of bloodthirsty orcs got separated from most of them because of the battle with the human kingdom on the battlefield? Kill them all! The orcs roared. They ignored the small village and turned to kill the human soldiers. Leo shook his head secretly when he saw this. Dominated by the blood of demons and the desire to kill, these bloodthirsty orcs really didn't have a clear mind. Their strength alone cannot shake a large group of human soldiers. Humans may not be the opponents of orcs in a one-on-one situation, but when facing more than 50 soldiers, humans with strict discipline and sophisticated equipment the advantage was very obvious. Not to mention the situation where 100 human soldiers faced 30 orcs. If the orcs with a clear mind would never rush towards the human soldiers, but would choose to return to the village and cause chaos in the village, the human soldiers would definitely not ignore this situation. And the orcs could use the village to escape from the chaos inside, blindly showing off their strength and fighting ruthlessly, not knowing how to advance or retreat when encountering a strong enemy. It is no wonder that these orcs were beaten and separated from most of them. You can understand the reason by looking at their current performance. But that's fine. You go find the group of human soldiers to fight for your life, and I don't have to take action. Leo looked at Jessica. The bloodthirsty orcs rushing toward him were blocked by a sergeant. The other bloodthirsty orcs focused their attention on the human soldiers who came after them. Taking this opportunity, Jessica ran to the edge of the battlefield, bypassed the circle of fighting between the two sides, and entered the village. Looking at the tragic deaths of the villagers in the open space in front of the village, Jessica's eyes suddenly turned red, and her tears couldn't stop flowing down. Damn monsters. You killed Uncle Flymore. You killed Uncle Mo's hut. Jessica kept chanting the names of the dead villagers and looked at the orcs with hatred. Some brave villagers also ran out at this time and sobbed at the neighbors, who died to protect the village. Many children, even he gritted his teeth and looked at those bloodthirsty orcs. The seeds of hatred took root in their hearts. War brings not only death and sorrow, but also endless hatred. Leo secretly sighed. The blood debts between humans and orcs have made it impossible to resolve the hatred and opposition between the two races for a long time. If we want to usher in peace, it will only be possible after 3 or 5 generations. And the two sides cannot add new hatred during this period. But is this possible? Walking behind Jessica, Leo gently stroked her head and said to her, "Don't be sad. Jessica, these people died to protect the village. Because of their bravery, most of the people in the village, everyone survived." Before Leo could say anything, Jessica slapped his hand away. She yelled at Leo, "Aren't you very powerful? Aren't you good at fighting? Why didn't you stand up?" Leo smiled bitterly. What else could he do besides smile bitterly at this time? "I shouldn't hesitate. I promise you. I will never hesitate in the future. There is no future." Jessica pushed Leo hard. "Go away. You are not welcome here. And I don't allow you to live in our house." Leo was silent for a long time, then took out a bag of gold coins and placed it at Jessica's feet. "Take these. Maybe you can use them." After saying that, his body gradually faded and finally disappeared. Chapter 1031 I Really Dare. A perfect plan was ruined by a group of human soldiers who suddenly appeared just before it was completed. One can imagine Tempulus's depression. Not only Tempulus, but his two companions Chromi and Ionis were also depressed. If we had known this would happen, we shouldn't have advanced our plans. It was only 3 days. So why didn't we wait? The 3 bronze dragons felt sorry for themselves there. Especially Chromi and Ionis. If they hadn't been impatient, and if they hadn't urged them, Tempulus would not have proposed to advance the plan. If the plan was not advanced, the orcs would massacre the village. At that time, Jessica couldn't find reinforcements at all. Without reinforcements, Leo would definitely take action. Once Leo took action, even if they just killed an orc, their goal was achieved. Okay, my friends, cheer up. It's just a failure. It's nothing. You must know that this is the eternal torrent of time. Here we have countless opportunities to kill that human being. Tempulus comforted his companions. In his opinion, it was not easy to kill a cunning human demigod. 1 or 2 failures were completely acceptable, and there was nothing to be frustrated about. It's okay not to persuade them. But Tempulus's advice made Chromi and Ionis even more depressed. Because of his eagerness, the plan failed. If Tempulus complained, they would feel better. But this guy not only did not complain, but also comforted them. Chromi and Ionis really felt a bit ashamed. "Listen, we have no reason to be depressed." Tempulus waved his paw, as if to put aside the previous failure. His tone was still full of confidence. "This failure is nothing. I have been prepared. Soon we will be able to move on to the next project." "What's the plan?" A cold voice came from the side. "Tell me about it." Tempulus' confidence froze on his face, and Chromi and Ionis also had shocked faces. "Leo." The owner of that voice was Leo, whom they tried every means to plot and put to death. "We were discovered by Leo?" The 3-headed bronze dragons couldn't believe it. The Bronze Dragon clan's secret method of hiding was to hide themselves in another time and space. Except for the strong men who were also proficient in the secret method of time, it was impossible to find them. How do you find someone who does not exist in this world? People? This is impossible. Tempulus rubbed his eyes and couldn't help but yell after realizing that it was not an illusion. He couldn't believe that the secret method of hiding the Bronze Dragon could not be hidden from Leo. When Leo discovered them, it wasn't as simple as their whereabouts being exposed, but because they lost their biggest advantage against Leo. The enemy is in the open, and we are in the dark. This is the reason why Tempulus has the confidence to kill Leo. In the eternal torrent of time, the Bronze Dragon occupies the home field advantage, and Leo does not know that someone wants to kill him. It is not difficult to successfully bury this human demigod in the torrent of time. But now their whereabouts have been discovered by Leo, and their secret method of hiding has been cracked by Leo. Their biggest advantage against Leo is gone. It is impossible for the 3 of them to kill Leo. Task. Leo dug his ears and spoke in a cold tone, which made the Bronze Dragon feel chilled. What's the matter? Wasn't it pretty cool to talk about it just now? What's your plan? Let me hear it, and see if you can kill it. Perhaps because he was irritated by the tone of Leo's words. Or perhaps because he was afraid of a human being. Or perhaps because this was the home of the Bronze Dragon. Ionis rebuked Leo unceremoniously. You uneducated guy. Didn't anyone teach you that it's rude to eavesdrop on other people's conversations? What bad things? As soon as he heard Ionis roar, Tipulus knew something was going to happen. Saying Leo is uneducated doesn't give him an excuse to take action. He is not afraid of opponents who are like gods, but teammates who are like pigs. Tipulus finally understands why this makes sense. He originally wanted to make a joke about today's incident, and then find any reason to escape. When C arrived, he yelled at Leo directly without giving him a chance to use it. Leo heard our conversation and must know that we are plotting against him secretly. With this human's character, he will definitely take revenge. The only thing that can make him worry about now is the identity of our bronze dragon. Anyway, this is also the Cave of Time. Leo may not dare to take action. If someone wants to take action against us, we should be careful and restrained at this time, and not give him a reason to take action. It's better for Ionis. He just gave the reason to others. Doesn't this guy do things without thinking? Stupid Ionis. You got us killed. Not only was Tempulus dissatisfied with Ionis, but Chromie was also the same. The latter saw Leo fighting with the moon god Elun. The tyrannical power of the law made Chromie unable to give birth at all. The will to fight head-on. Leo's strength is too strong. With our ability, the chance of winning in a head-on confrontation with him is extremely low. Chromie winked at Tempulus and said that the chance of winning was extremely low. That was because the bronze dragon was trying to save his face. In fact, there was no chance of winning at all. Tempulus knew what he should do without Chromie's signal. He must not let Leo take advantage of this to make an attack. Otherwise, they would be humiliated by the other party even if they did not die. Thinking of the scene where a noble dragon was humiliated by a human, Tempulus couldn't help but feel anxious. He hurriedly reprimanded Ionis. Shut up. This human is a guest of our bronze dragon clan. Ionis, be polite. Just being polite? Leo sneered and asked what the guests of the bronze dragon clan were saying. If these guys really regarded themselves as guests, how could they think of plotting against him? If Tempulus was really reprimanding Ionis, why not let him apologize to him? Do you think I'll let you go if you just say a few words and show off? Joke. Leo folded his hands and sneered repeatedly, locking the 3 bronze dragons with his mental power. Seeing Leo's behavior, Tempulus knew that things couldn't go well today. He and Chromie exchanged glances and reached a consensus in an instant. His companions actually helped humans reprimand him. Since Ionis was wronged and angry, he failed to understand Tempulus's painstaking efforts and hated Leo even more. Anger makes people impulsive, and impulsiveness makes people make mistakes. Ionis was angry, and Leo's sneering expression was so hateful in his eyes. There was a violence in his heart, which made him want to rush forward desperately and tear Leo to pieces. Driven by anger, Ionis was impulsive. He turned his heartbeat into action and rushed towards Leo with a roar. Court death. Leo's eyes turned cold. Ionis dared to attack him. Do you really think that Leo didn't dare to kill him? The index finger stretched out, and as Leo flicked his finger, a bone tooth like white jade shot out. Teeth. This necromancer skill Leo has not used for a long time. Today, as Leo's law of death is becoming more and more perfect, this skill has reappeared. Ionis. This unlucky bronze dragon became the target of Leo's test. Seeing that Leo just popped out an extremely small bone tooth, Ionis suddenly felt a sense of humiliation in his heart. How dare a little human to despise a giant dragon is too much. I'll make you regret it. Damn human. Ionis roared and activated the Secret of Time, and his figure suddenly appeared in layers of ghosts. With the blessing of the Secret of Time, Ionis received help from himself from other time and space. The secret method of time and space really scares me. With a disdainful tone and a mocking expression, Leo continued to stimulate Ionis, and his anger tore at the bronze dragon's nerves, driving him almost crazy. There is a price to pay for despising the enemy. With Leo's current strength, how could the bone form he used be as simple as it appeared on the surface? In the shocked eyes of Ionis, the white jade-like bone teeth easily broke through Ionis's defense. The dragon's proud body was as fragile as a thin sheet in front of the small bone teeth. Paper. Bone tooth effortlessly opened a hole in the bronze dragon's body. How is this possible? I was actually hit. Ionis was stunned. His body was rapidly declining, and his eyes were dimming quickly. But at this time, he didn't pay attention to that. The bronze dragon only had one thought in his mind. How did that bone tooth hit him? I clearly saw it. It had just come off Leo's fingers. Ionis died very unjustly. Leo's bone teeth were really weird. Not only Ionis, the person involved, didn't know how the bone teeth shot him. But also Chromie and Templas, who were bystanders. Neither did they understand. The two bronze dragons only saw Leo flick his finger, and a bone tooth the size of a human little finger was shot out. Just as they were about to take action, Ionis was already hit. What a weird attack. Templas and Chromie were horrified. They couldn't see how Ionis had been tricked. In other words, if Leo attacked them, they would be as confused as Ionis. Take a hit, etc. Was Ionis just one hit? Chromie and Tempulus suddenly noticed that Ionis' aura was quickly disappearing. The two bronze dragons immediately thought of something and turned their attention to Ionis. At this sight, Chromie and Tempulus couldn't help but take a deep breath. Died. Ionis is dead. Leo killed Ionis. And he actually killed a bronze dragon. Seeing a companion killed in front of them, Chromie and Tempulus were shocked and angry. They never expected that Leo would actually dare to kill him. Does this human being know how much trouble he has caused? Doesn't he know how important every bronze dragon is to the Thin Bronze Dragon clan? Things are getting big. Chapter 1032, he is playing tricks on me. Is this a big deal? Leo sneered at this. He didn't want to say anything. And he didn't bother to say anything. Killing a bronze dragon made things big? So, it's not a big deal if the bronze dragon comes to kill him? Why? Could it be that the bronze dragon's life is life, but my life is not life? It's unreasonable. Leo put his hands on his chest, looked at the two bronze dragons in shock, and shrugged. His indifferent look made it clear at a glance what he was thinking. He had not given up at all about killing Ionis. In the heart, the rabbit dies and the fox grieves, and things harm its kind. Seeing a member of their own race die with their own eyes, and being killed by someone else, Chromie and Tempulus were filled with grief and anger. Leo really dares to kill. Human, I want you to pay with your life. The relationship between Tempulus and Ionis was much deeper than that of Chromie. Of course, the latter had to avenge the former when he was killed. At this time, Tempulus was furious, and he couldn't even think about himself. Was it Leo's opponent? He flapped his wings and pounced on him. Sharp dragon teeth, sharp dragon claws, battering ram like dragon tail. Any part that can be used to attack was used by Tempulus at this moment. Damn human. How dare you kill Ionis? How dare you kill a bronze dragon? I want you to pay with your life. I want you to die. Tempulus yelled like crazy. He was really stimulated by the death of his companions. This is no longer good. And my mental quality is really not that bad. Leo curled his lips. But he just killed a bronze dragon. And Tempulus was as if his anus had been exploded. His unyielding look really made Leo look down on him. When humans died one by one in front of Tempulus, the bronze dragon seemed to be fine. But when Ionis was killed, Tempulus went crazy. It is conceivable that in this case, in the bronze dragon's mind, how low is the status of human beings? Looking down on humans means looking down on Leo. Who makes Leo a human? For Leo, it doesn't matter whether Tempulus looks down on him or not. As long as Tempulus doesn't hinder him, he can pretend he didn't see it. In this world, there are many people who look down on humans and think that they are nobler than humans. If Leo were to teach someone a lesson when he met him, wouldn't he be busy to death? But if he not only looks down on himself, but also wants to interfere with his own affairs, Leo will not hold back at all. If you seek death yourself, it would be unkind of me not to satisfy you. This is what Leo thinks, and what Leo does. Killing Ionis was not just because the bronze dragon dared to attack him, nor was it because the bronze dragon looked down on Leo. The real reason was that he wanted to assassinate Leo and put it into action. Leo has no interest in playing the game of conquering others with virtue, let alone retaliating with kindness against the bronze dragon who wants to kill him. The so-called repaying evil with kindness is just a phrase taken out of context in Leo's opinion. The original meaning is clearly repaying evil with kindness. How to repay kindness? Repay kindness with kindness. Repay hatred with straightness. If you want to kill someone, you have to be mentally prepared to be killed. If you drive a dog into a back alley, the dog will jump over the wall if it becomes anxious, let alone a human being. The rabbit dares to fly to the eagle when it is anxious. The hunter and the prey are never certain. Obviously, Tempulus and Ionis were not mentally prepared to be killed at all. In the minds of these two bronze dragons, human beings are small and humble creatures, facing the noble and powerful dragon. How dare Leo fight back? How can you fight back? Tempulus went crazy. A human actually killed a bronze dragon. He did so in the cave of time where the bronze dragon lived. It was like a slap in the face of the entire bronze dragon clan. And Tempulus' usual calmness and intelligence that I was proud of were all blown away. Tempest rushed forward to fight Leo. But surprisingly, Chromie didn't go crazy with him. After witnessing Leo's power in the battle at the Well of Eternity, Chromie understood that, let alone him and Tempest, even if their number was 10 times greater, they would not be Leo's opponent. At this time, he was impulsive. They can only do bad things. And fighting for Leo will only lead to their lives in vain. What they should do most now is not to do anything else, but to send the news back. Leo can deal with 10 and 20 bronze dragons. But can he deal with 100 and 200 bronze dragons? Chromie didn't think that even with all the strength of the clan, Leo couldn't be killed. Human beings who dare to kill the bronze dragon are doomed. Taking advantage of Tempest's opportunity to rush towards Leo, and the little time his own race had bought for him, Chromie activated the secret technique. His body gradually faded, and he was about to leave the eternal torrent of time. Before leaving, Chromie looked at Leo with eyes full of hatred, as if he wanted to carve his image into his mind. He stepped forward to fight, but his companions took the opportunity to escape. Tempest was so angry that 1 Buddha was born and 2 Buddhas ascended to heaven. He never expected that Chromie would abandon him and run away. Didn't he see Ionis being killed by Leo? When a fellow human was killed by a human, Chromie did not go to Leo to fight, but escaped while he was fighting with Leo. Tempest yelled in grief and anger, "Chromie, you coward!" Chromie's behavior made Tempest feel betrayed. He and Ionis entered the eternal time stream to help Chromie get rid of Leo. Now Ionis is killed by Leo. Instead of helping him kill Leo, Chromie used himself as cannon fodder, which Tempest really couldn't accept. Things in the world are so cruel. Whether you accept it or not, what happens happens. Chromie could feel Tempest's resentment, but this could not stop his determination to leave. He must bring the news back to the clan. Otherwise, once all 3 of them died here, Leo's killing of the bronze dragon would be over. No one can know. Tempest didn't have a clear understanding of Leo's abilities. Unlike Chromie, since Leo can see through their secret method of invisibility and can accurately find their location. What does this mean? Needless to say, the more Chromie thought about it, the more horrified he became. A human has actually mastered the secret method of time. Judging from the situation, it is not inferior to the bronze dragon. This is equivalent to shaking the foundation of the bronze dragon. Because as long as Leo exists for 1 day, the bronze dragon's greatest reliance is on the secret method of time. It is no longer a unique ability. Chromie understands its power, and he will bring the news back no matter what. Leo flicked his finger and shot out another bone tooth. The white jade-like bone tooth made Tempest feel fear in his heart. Chromie's eyes widened. As a bystander again, he wanted to see Leo's body. How exactly does bone tooth attack its target? Even though Chromie had used his eyesight enough, even though he had concentrated all his energy this time, the results he got still disappointed him. Tempest was hit by the bone teeth. The poor bronze dragon's eyes were so wide that he almost burst his eyelids. But he couldn't figure out why he was hit. He clearly saw that Leo's bone teeth had just come off his fingers. But why did you fall for it yourself? With reluctance, confusion, and confusion. Tempest's eyes were rapidly dimming. Did I just die so mysteriously? Tempest was unwilling to be a fool like Ionis. He wanted to die and understand. Leo seemed to understand Tempest's eyes, and a joking smile appeared on his face. He didn't even glance at Chromie, who was about to disappear, and asked Tempest, "You want to know why you are doing this?" "Die!" With a flash of desire in his eyes, Tempest shouted, "Tell me quickly! Tell me quickly!" The unwillingness in his heart made Tempest hold on to himself. He wanted to hear the answer, and he would die to understand. Seeing him like this, Leo's face became even more playful. He curled his lips and said 2 words that made Tempest and Chromie vomit blood. "Guess. He's playing tricks on me." Tempest yelled crazily in his heart. This damn human being. He had played a trick on himself. He didn't want to let himself be a sensible person. He wanted to make himself powerless in front of him with regret, chagrin, and resentment. As death. "You have to die." Tempest used his last breath and said his last words. The bronze dragon died. He did not understand how he was killed by Leo until his death. His eyes were wide open and did not close until he died. Even though there was no trace of brilliance in his eyes, endless resentment could be read in them. "Am I cruel?" Leo sneered at this. Before calling him vicious, why didn't he think about the villagers who died because of Tempest's design? Since the bronze dragon didn't take human lives seriously, then why would Leo, as a human, taking his life seriously? As for playing tricks on Tempest before his death, Letting the bronze dragon die with resentment was just to collect some interest for the dead villagers. Don't say that Leo is inhumane. Talking about humanity to a guy like Tempulus, who takes human life as a trifle, is just a joke. To deal with such a guy, you must retaliate with an eye for an eye. Another member of his race was killed by Leo in front of him. The grief in Chromie's heart made him numb. This was the first time, since he was born, that he saw a member of his race killed by a human. And 2 of them died in one death. What's even more outrageous is that Leo played tricks on Tempulus before he died, causing Tempulus to die with regret and unwillingness. This scene was even more unacceptable to Chromie. If he didn't want to bring the news back, Chromie will rush directly to Leo to fight for his life. After killing Tempulus, Leo let out a breath of evil in his chest. It was only then that he turned his head and looked at Chromie. At this time, Chromie's figure had faded to the point where it was almost invisible, and the bronze dragon was about to leave the eternal torrent of time. After Leo killed Tempulus and played with the opponent, Chromie's secret method was not completed yet. It was not that Chromie's secret method was activated slowly, but that Leo killed Tempulus too quickly. Just as Chromie expected, Leo was too strong, and fighting him would be courting death. Seeing that Leo was targeting him again after killing 2 of his own kind, Chromie felt a chill in his heart. The only thing that made him happy was that his secret method was about to be completed. Leo had no time to interrupt him, because he activated the secret of time takes 1 second. Don't underestimate this second. Chromie knew that he was about to teleport away in half a second. Leo could only watch him escape in half a second. Damn humans. Just wait to bear the wrath of the Bronze Dragon clan. Just when Chromie was feeling lucky, he realized that Leo looked at him like he was looking at a dead person. For some reason, the confident Bronze Dragon had a bad premonition in his heart. Chapter 1033, Pretending to be Young. Now that you're here, why rush to leave? Your 2 compatriots are still waiting for you to go on the road together. The Bronze Dragon was confused for a while, and Leo's words made Chromie confused. On the road? Which way? Could he still be able to kill me? Before Chromie could finish his thoughts, a sharp pain suddenly hit him, and his vision suddenly went dark. The last image left in the Bronze Dragon's mind was Leo's cold smile. He really has a way to kill me. Chromie didn't see it, but a giant purple dragon appeared silently above his head. This giant purple dragon exuded an aura of destruction. Just now, he took action at the moment when Chromie's secret method of teleportation was about to be completed. Kill it. Leo nodded towards the purple dragon and did not hesitate to express his words of approval. Well done, Knuckles. The purple dragon is Dragonakos, the devourer of all things. Chromie thought that Leo could break their hiding method because Leo possessed the secret method of time. In fact, it was not at all. The one who truly possessed the secret method of time was hiding in the dark of Dragonakos. There was an error in judgment, and Chromie died unjustly. It is my honor to serve you, respected master. Dragonakos smiled humbly. If he could take his eyes away from the corpses of the 3 bronze dragons, there would be no flaw. Master, let me handle the corpses of these 3 bronze dragons. The treatment in Dragonakos' mouth is very simple. Just eat it. The title of Devourer of all things is not for nothing. The appetite of the Twilight Dragon is far beyond the reach of human beings, especially when it comes to swallowing giant dragons. Its ability even more powerful. After all, Zenisarea created him to deal with other 4 series dragons. Leo didn't want to fall out with the entire Bronze Dragon clan just yet. After killing the dragon, he had to destroy the corpse and eliminate all traces. When it came to doing this, Dragonakos was very good at it. As long as the Twilight Dragon opens its mouth and swallows the corpses of the 3 bronze dragons, no one will be able to find them. As for the Bronze Dragon using the secret method of time to find traces of Chromie and the others, Leo was not afraid at all. Not only the Bronze Dragon knows the secret of time, but Dragonakos can also do it. The Bronze Dragon can find clues, and Dragonakos can also destroy the clues. As long as the Twilight Dragon swallows the bodies of the 3 dragons of Chromie, it will not be able to use the secret of time. The use of it will inevitably go further, unless Nozdormu, the Lord of Time, takes action. Even if the Bronze Dragon can trace this era, it will not be able to get any clues. The Bronze Dragon couldn't find any clues, and Leo wasn't afraid that they would suspect him at all, because he was ready to take the blame. In the Bronze Dragon's knowledge, the only thing that can interfere with the mystery of time is the mystery of time. Apart from themselves, only their old enemy the Endless Dragon can do this. Therefore, the Bronze Dragon will be responsible for this. There is no need to say more about whose head it is. Clean this place up. After giving Dragonakos a casual order, Leo turned his attention to the small village where the battle was taking place. 30 or so bloodthirsty orcs faced 100 fully armed human soldiers. They did not flinch because their numbers were at a disadvantage. Nor were they afraid because the other party's equipment was better than their own. The orcs roared with battle roars, took steps and rushed towards the human soldiers. Fire the arrow. Looking at the charging orcs, the human officer ordered the soldiers to hold up their shields in front and ordered the archers behind to shoot. Amidst the whizzing sound of sharp arrows piercing the air, sharp arrows struck at the rushing bloodthirsty orcs, and the sound of sharp blades snapping like flesh could be heard endlessly. The dozen orcs at the front were covered with arrows and fell on the charging road. The sacrifice of these 10 orcs was worth it. It was they who blocked the arrows of the human archers for their companions in the rear, allowing the other orcs to successfully cross the distance between them and the human soldiers and start the orc war. Best at close combat. The death of their companions did not scare the bloodthirsty orcs, but made them more violent. Before rushing to the camp of the human soldiers, the orcs waved their weapons with all their strength and smashed them at the human soldiers standing in front of them. Dong dong dong. Amidst the dull sound of hammering, the bodies of the human warriors standing in the front row were shaking repeatedly. The force of the bloodthirsty orcs' attack made their arms numb. If it weren't for the comrades behind them, who were pressing against their bodies, they would have been killed by the orcs, knocked to the ground. The attack of the bloodthirsty orcs failed to break through the defense line of the human soldiers. Now it was the human soldiers' turn to fight back. A sharp sword stabbed out from behind the shield, and several orcs, who tried to attack but failed to dodge in time, fell down. In just the first round of formal confrontation, the number of bloodthirsty orcs was reduced by half. Compared with elf archers, human archers have an extremely obvious disadvantage. That is, their archery skills are far inferior to elf archers. When the soldiers at the front engaged in close combat with the bloodthirsty orcs, their shooting frequency and lethality were significantly weakened. If it were an elf archer here, this situation would not happen. Although the bloodthirsty orcs are brave, they are far inferior to their opponents in terms of numbers and equipment. Both the numerical and equipment advantages are on the human side. What chance can the bloodthirsty orcs have of winning? The swung weapons hit the heavy iron shield raised by the human warriors, which could only bring out a few sparks, but could not cause fatal damage to the opponent. Every counterattack by the opponent could make his companions lose their lives. Bloodthirsty. The orcs and human soldiers fought for only 3 or 5 times, and their numbers were reduced to single digits. Their companions fell one after another, and the bloodthirsty orcs became more and more violent. However, inversely proportional to their rage was the pressure on the human warriors facing them. The number of bloodthirsty orcs has been greatly reduced, and even after the rampage, the pressure on them is far less than before. The strength comparison between human soldiers and bloodthirsty orcs has reached an irreversible level, and the failure of the bloodthirsty orcs is already doomed. When Leo saw that the situation had stabilized, he felt relieved. It seemed that Jessica was no longer in danger. The only thing that worried him was what would happen to Jessica's future after being disrupted by Templas and the others. The change. For some small details, the eternal torrent of time will correct them. Goldfinger inherited his usual elusiveness and suddenly spoke when Leo was unprepared, and then fell silent again and stopped talking. Hearing what Goldfinger said, Leo felt relieved. Indeed, the village was bloodbathed by bloodthirsty orcs, and all the villagers in the same village were slaughtered. It was a huge event for Jessica. This event was enough to change her life. But for the eternal torrent of time, it is an extremely small thing. That's good. Leo whispered something at a volume that he could only hear, and then stopped talking. Time passed in silence, until Dragonakis broke the silence. Master, we can leave now. Twilight Dragon has already dealt with the aftermath, without the 3 followers who want to frame him. Leo's next trip will be much safer. Looking at the sad Jessica for the last time, Leo sighed and left this era. With Leo's departure, the world returned to peace again. Neither Jessica, who was crying, nor the human soldiers cheering for the annihilation of the bloodthirsty orcs, found any abnormalities. Once again the scene changes, and another era begins. This is where, when the surrounding environment changed from forests to mountains, and stone walls replaced small villages. Leo, who didn't know where he was, naturally had such questions in his mind. Leo looked around and saw a busy scene all around. Groups of soldiers, led by officers, are rushing to the front line to fight the enemy. The sounds of shouting, fighting, the clash of weapons, the groans of injured people, and other sounds combine to form the sound of a fierce battle. The battlefield is noisy. This time it was easier to let me enter the battlefield directly. But I didn't know who was fighting whom. Leo was just trying to take a closer look and find out which forces were at war. When a passing officer saw him standing there stupidly, he quickly pulled him and shouted to him, "Boy, don't be dazed. Those damned ones, the demons and undead, are coming soon. So fight if you want to survive." Demons and undead? Could it be the Burning Legion and the Scourge? From the officer's words, Leo knew the approximate year he was in during the Second Orc Invasion War. Only when the Dark Portal opens for the second time, and the Zul Scourge Legion is still serving under the Burning Legion, will the Demon Army and the Scourge Army join forces. After understanding the general era, a new question arises. In the war where the Burning Legion and the Scourge teamed up to invade the home world of humans, there were countless battles. Which battle did the Eternal Torrent of Time transport Leo to? This question must be clarified. Because only by clarifying this question can Leo know what kind of enemy he is facing and can formulate a response plan. To find out where this is, and what kind of battle is happening, it seems easy to just ask the officer next to you. But there are skills in how to ask. Leo couldn't just ask where this place was. Or else he would be treated like a fool. Let me ask you. You are on the battlefield, but you don't even know where you are. Do you think this is normal? Leo bets that as long as he asks this question, he won't arouse suspicion. This is my first time on the battlefield. I don't know where to go, or what to do. Leo looked at a loss and asked cautiously, "Sir, I heard that the leaders of the demons and undead are very strong this time. You know how strong are they?" Well, Leo was shamelessly pretending to be young. It turns out he's a rookie. A look of surprise appeared on the officer's face. He could tell from Leo's dress that he was a spellcaster. If he were a soldier, how could he be so polite? He would have slapped him away. "Rookie, you ask, are my demons and undead strong? Look behind you. The elves are working hard to destroy that powerful demon. Do you think they are strong? Look behind you." Leo turned around, and what came into his field of vision was a towering mountain and a towering tree on top of the mountain that stood between heaven and earth like a giant pillar supporting the sky. Chapter 1034. Do you have any dissatisfaction? World Tree. That's right. It's the World Tree. Apart from the World Tree, no other tree can grow like that. Leo rubbed his chin, and a flash of light flashed in his dark and deep eyes. If he guessed correctly, the Eternal Torrent of Time brought him to the Battle of Mount Hyjal. Archimonde. It's interesting. With that said, Leo ignored the officer and turned towards Mount Hyjal. Seeing that Leo was acting very strangely, the officer suddenly became confused. He stretched out his hand and tried to hold Leo, but unexpectedly missed the opportunity. The officer didn't understand what happened. When he reached out, Leo was still beside him. But when his hand reached out, the distance between Leo and him was reduced to hundreds of meters. It seems to be a flash spell. But I didn't see him casting the spell. The officer was a little confused for a moment. At this moment, several shouts came from the distance. This was someone calling the officer. Hearing that his companion was looking for him, the officer abandoned his thoughts on why he failed to catch Leo and turned around and ran over. This is a battlefield, and everything prioritizes war. On the way to Mount Hyjal, everything Leo saw was serving the war. For the war that was unfolding on Mount Hyjal, to repel the demons and undead, and to protect the World Tree. Everyone who came here, everyone is trying to contribute their part. The clouds of war hang over Mount Hyjal, although not only the elves, but also human dwarves, gnomes, and other races have gathered here. It can be said that there are large armies and strong men, but no one feels at ease at all. Not everyone likes to be bitter, but they are not sure about this battle. The demons of the Burning Legion are too powerful, especially Archimonde the Defiler, who was summoned by the orcs with the Book of Medivh they grabbed when they broke into Stormwind City. He is a being so powerful that it makes people despair. Perhaps in the hearts of these people, they were already prepared for failure and expected the difficulty of this battle. But they still came, with firm belief, fearless courage, and a heart that will never give up the right to live. They came to face Archimonde the Defiler and his men on Mount Hyjal. These people are respectable. They are all real warriors. Real warriors who are brave and unyielding and not afraid of strong enemies. Leo nodded secretly. The atmosphere here may be a bit depressing, but everyone is full of fighting spirit. If a person loses his heart and gives up even the hope of winning, he is not far from failure. On the battlefield, a man wearing a full-body cloak seemed to be wandering aimlessly, trying not to attract attention. No. While Leo was walking, he was stopped again. A knight on a war horse led a group of soldiers past Leo. Seeing that the human dressed as a spellcaster seemed to have no mission, the knight immediately called Leo. Mage, my soldiers and I are about to attack the demon's defense line and open the way to Mount Hyjal for the large army. Can you help us? The current war situation in Mount Hyjal is very unfavorable to human elves and other races. The powerful demon army and the large number of natural disaster soldiers have already made it difficult for them. What is even worse is that the leader of the demons is the unstoppable defiler Akko. Mond. When the human and dwarf reinforcements arrived, the demons headed by Archimonde had already broken through the elven defenses. If Archimonde hadn't sensed the huge energy from the world tree, triggering his greed, the defiler would now be filled with thoughts of seizing the energy of the world tree without thinking about anything else, allowing his demons to rush and kill at will. The elves have long been defeated. Due to Archimonde's indulgence, the battle situation on Mount Hyjal became extremely complicated. The demon army that could have defeated the resistance in one go was now fighting independently after losing its unified command. The demons killed randomly, and the army dispersed unknowingly. Drive away. This was originally a good opportunity for the scattered elves to counterattack, but they suffered heavy losses in the previous battle. They were unable to seize the great opportunity in front of them, and could only worry on the sidelines. Viewed from a high altitude, the situation on Mount Hyjal is chaotic. To put it more politely, the armies of elves, humans, dwarves and other races, and the demons and undead natural disasters are like you and me. And I have you. The troops of both sides have been more or less broken up, and the scope of control is also interlocking teeth. To put it crudely, it is that armies of various races are fighting against the undead, natural disasters and demons. Since the human force that Leo belongs to has to intercept the follow-up forces of demons and undead, it also has to guard against the threat from Mount Hyjal, and it also has to open the road to Hyjal for other forces. The burden is not easy. Mage is synonymous with powerful lethality. Seeing Leo looking like he is doing nothing, the knight leading the team will naturally come to win over him. If he can get the help of a mage, it will be much easier for the knight and his soldiers to complete the mission. Leo did not refuse. He kept walking and replied smoothly, I wouldn't mind helping you if you were on your way. The word sounded nice, but there was a subtext in it. Leo could help them when they were on the way, but he wouldn't help them when they were not. The knight was not annoyed. It was an unexpected surprise for him to get the help of a spellcaster. He would not do anything unpleasant to both parties because of Leo's attitude. You must know that this is a battlefield, and there is no need for cruelty. On the battlefield where demons and undead natural disasters are fighting, one will die on the battlefield if not careful. The more strength you have at this time, the more sure you can save your life. Only fools will get entangled in certain details. Then, Master, let's go on the road together. The knight smiled and replied, but he didn't know that his statement was a bit taboo. On the road? It would be unlucky to speak like that before attacking the devil's defenses. Well, what is auspicious or unlucky is just a statement made by Leo's family. What really determines life and death on the battlefield is strength. For example, if Leo joins the battle of Mount Hyjal, what if he says something that violates taboos again? The absolute strength is enough to crush any crisis. Soon, Leo proved how correct this statement was. In order to open up the road to Mount Hyjal, the soldiers led by the knights broke out of the human defense line. In less than a minute, they encountered a group of undead natural disasters that bypassed the human defense line and tried to penetrate deep into Mount Hyjal. Humans. The leader of these undead natural disasters was a lich. When he discovered the group of soldiers led by the knight, he did not hesitate at all. An ice blast came over. Kill these living people. When the lich moved his hands, the undead under him would naturally not remain indifferent. Out of the hatred of the dead for the living, and the hatred of the undead for life, these natural disaster soldiers rushed over with weapons in hand. Oh! Damn! The sudden appearance of the undead natural disaster made the knight curse angrily. His mission was to attack the demon, not to fight the undead natural disaster. But the other party insisted on hitting him, so he could only fight back. Ready to fight, the knight commanded his soldiers to form a battle formation to face the enemy in the shortest possible time. In his busy schedule, he also took the time to express his gratitude to Leo. It turned out that the lich's ice blast aimed at the knight was blocked by Leo. If Leo hadn't taken action, the knight would have been in big trouble. Leo waved his hand to the knight, signaling the knight to command his troops and leave the lich to him. With his eyesight, he couldn't see that the knight was far from the lich's opponent. The Lich can lead a group of undead natural disasters to bypass the defense lines arranged by humans. So he cannot be a weakling. Leo wants to deal with the Lich. Why doesn't the Lich want to deal with Leo? The Lich originally wanted to use Ice Blast to kill the knight leading the human army. As long as he killed that knight, the human army would lose its commander, and the next battle would be much easier. The Lich's natural disaster soldiers would lose, it would have been much smaller. But Leo ruined everything. If you dare to ruin my business, human spellcaster, you are seeking death. The Lich stared at Leo with lifeless eyes. The latter seemed unaware of it, and Leo did not see any movement. He suddenly appeared next to the Lich. Flash? The Lich was stunned for a moment. Why was there no magic power fluctuation? Also, this human mage has lost his mind and gone crazy. Why did he flash to my side? Before the Lich could react, Leo's voice reached his ears. Little Lich, do you have any objections to me? Did I hear you right? He called me a little Lich? He called me Reggie? Master Donhan. Little Lich? How dare he call me Reggie? Master Donhan. Little Lich. The Lich laughed angrily. This human mage is really crazy. Who does he think he is? He actually provoked me. Lord Reggie Donhan. Succumb to the shudder of death. Nothing can survive. All life must perish. Reggie Donhan felt that he did not need to pay attention to a crazy human mage. He shouted, and the battlefield was enveloped in a rose-colored mist. Roses are beautiful, but they also have thorns. Beautiful things make people get close to them. But when you get close to them, the thorns on the roses will make you hurt and bleed. Rose. Beautiful and dangerous. No. It's withering and withering. The knight who was commanding the army did not care about Leo's surprising move at this time. Reggie Donhan used the extremely lethal wither, and wither to force him to lead his soldiers back. It is not easy for the troops to retreat smoothly when fighting the enemy. Human soldiers who want to retreat have to ask the undead natural disasters for permission. Humans are afraid of the death energy carried by wither and wither. But they are not afraid of the natural disasters of the undead. Under the entanglement of the natural disaster soldiers, the human soldiers retreated extremely slowly. The knight officer leading the team was so anxious that he was sweating on his forehead. This spell of wither and wither is extremely powerful. In the later stage, the damage will become even greater. And if they are unable to withdraw, they will all die at the hands of the Lich. Reggie Donhan ignored him, and instead used wither and wither to attack the human soldiers who came with him. Leo was ignored, and this feeling made him very unhappy. He stretched out his hand to hold it, and Reggie Donhan suddenly felt an irresistible force gripping him. The force was so huge that it made his soul tremble. At this time, Leo's voice reached the Lich's ears. I'm asking you something. Little Lich, do you have any dissatisfaction? Chapter 1035. Do you want to die or live? Power. Irresistible power. Trembling. Trembling from the soul. Reggie Donhan's soul trembled because of Leo's power. The Lich knew that he had kicked the iron plate this time. He never expected that the human mage he thought was a madman was actually such a powerful man. His power is not at the same level as his own. No wonder this mage calls himself a little Lich. It's not that he's crazy, but that he really has the ability to despise me. Reggie Donhan was scared. He was afraid of death. It's funny to say that a Lich who is a dead person is actually afraid of death? That's right. Liches are afraid of death. The reason why Reggie Donhan willingly transformed himself from a living person into a Lich is to gain eternal life. Right? Although his so-called eternal life seems ridiculous to powerful men like Leo, it is undeniable that the life form of the Lich does have the ability to live forever. I paid such a high price in order to have eternal life, and made myself look like a human being and a ghost now. Am I going to die before I can fully enjoy all this? Reggie Donhan was terrified. Leo's power to hold his body gave the breathless Lich the illusion of suffocation. He felt that if he continued like this, he, a dead man, would be suffocated to death. No, he was suffocated to life. Wait, I'm a Lich now. As long as my life box is fine, I won't really die even if my body is destroyed countless times. Thinking of this, Reggie Donhan felt confident again. At worst, a body would be destroyed by this human being, and it wouldn't really die. What would he do if he was afraid? Leo tilted his head, looked at the trembling Lich, and spoke again. Little Lich, I'm asking you something. Do you have any dissatisfaction with me? How dare I have any dissatisfaction with you? Reggie Donhan wanted to cry when he was asked. It was so bullying. Don't answer? Leo curled his lips and said dissatisfiedly. It seems I have to show you something awesome. If possible, Reggie Donhan would like to grab Leo and curse him. The Lich was aggrieved and angry. It wasn't that he didn't want to answer Leo's question, but that Leo's power captured him and made him completely unable to move. Reggie Donhan's current situation is like a person whose hands and feet are tied up, and his mouth is sealed with tape. The person who sealed him is asking him innocently, "Why don't you answer my question? If you don't answer me again, I will deal with you." How shameless. How fond of tormenting. And shameless you have to be to do such a thing. Human beings. No one can play like this. The Lich protested in his heart. Protesting crazily. His eyes, that were so empty that he could only see 2 points of soul fire flashed rapidly, showing how excited the Lich was at the moment. However, all of this was restrained by Leo's power. Looking so pale, it is said that the Lich will keep his life box in an absolutely safe place. As long as the life box is not broken, the Lich will not die. In this way, even if others destroy the Lich's body thousands of times, it is impossible to truly kill the Lich. Leo reached out to Reggie Donhan's body as he spoke. "I guess this is your tough trump card. It's a pity that you met me. Can a Lich really gain eternal life? Is it true that as long as the phylactery exists, no one else can do anything to the Lich?" A disdainful smile appeared on Leo's face. Today, he will tell the Lich not to be too self-righteous. In front of a truly strong man. Especially in front of him. A powerful warlock and demigod. The Lich's phylactery will be hidden no matter where it is. There is no sense of security anywhere. Under Reggie Donhan's gaze, Leo's hand that explored him seemed to break through countless spaces, reaching into a hidden corner and grabbing a magic book engraved with crimson magic patterns. "Isn't this the dark chronicle of my precious life?" Reggie Donhan was scared to death when he saw the magic book surrounded by purple mist that appeared in Leo's hand. Chronicle of Darkness is the lifeblood of Reggie Donhan. Because of its preciousness, the Lich hid it in a place that only he knew. Because the place where the book is stored is too secret, Reggie Donhan put his own life in danger. The box is placed with the Chronicles of Darkness. The Lich originally thought that no one could find this place except himself, and that his life box was absolutely safe. Who would have expected that this idea would be so ridiculous in front of Leo? Idiot. He doesn't know that the Lich's body and soul are related. In the face of a strong person who specializes in soul magic, this connection is extremely fatal. As long as there is even the slightest clue, a strong person who is proficient in soul magic can follow the clues and figure it out. Find the Lich's phylactery. Leo played with a palm-sized square box in his hand. The material of this box was unknown. It was extremely hard. It was not an ordinary difficulty to break it open and damage the soul essence stored in the box by the Lich. This square box is the Lich's phylactery. Reggie Donhan saw it with splitting eyes. What Leo was holding was his life box, where his life really mattered. Even though the Lich had used the hardest material he could collect to build the source of his soul. However, after seeing Leo's power far beyond his imagination, Reggie Donhan understood that the protection he had made for the origin of the soul was no different from a piece of tissue paper in front of this human caster. As long as this human has a thought, his life, Reggie Donhan, was over. As if he knew what Reggie Donhan was thinking. In the Lich's frightened state, Leo threw the phylactery onto Reggie Donhan. Something that could kill a Lich was just thrown back by Leo. Reggie Donhan became anxious and quickly reached out to catch it. The phylactery returned to his hand. The Lich breathed a sigh of relief and found that his body could move. At this time, most people's reaction is to run away. Run away as far away as possible from this dangerous person like Leo. Reggie Donhan didn't do that. He knew very well that with the strength shown by Leo, he couldn't escape even if he wanted to. If the opponent wanted to kill him, he could just wave his hand. The best way to deal with it now is not to run away, but to stay where you are and see what the other person wants to do. Only in this way can you have a chance of survival. Reggie Donhan saw the current situation very clearly. Not only did he not escape, he also took back the wither and wither that he had used before. "Oh, you didn't run away." Leo flipped through the Chronicles of Darkness unceremoniously while speaking in a regretful tone. As the pages of the book turned, countless stars in his eyes flickered. That was because his brain was working rapidly, and the Chronicles of Darkness were being read, record, understand, and digest the information recorded in the book to complete the transformation of the things in the book into the content in your own brain, and at the same time figure out how to apply it. What should I do? You are so sensible, and you brought me such an interesting magic book. I can't bear to kill you. Leo's words scared the Lich into a cold sweat. Reggie Donhan was glad that he had made the right choice. The human spellcaster in front of him was so insidious and shameless. He clearly let him go on purpose. The ability to escape. As long as he escapes, he will kill him immediately. The Lich was so depressed that he had the urge to come back to life. Who is this guy? His personality is too bad. He is not as playful as him. After reading the entire Chronicle of Darkness from beginning to end, Leo slowly closed the book and closed his eyes in deep thought for a while before opening his eyes. Reggie Donhan found that he seemed to have some illusions. When Leo opened his eyes, he discovered that the eyes of the human spellcaster who frightened him had become deeper and darker. And those eyes were hidden in the shadow of the cloak. His eyes seemed to have suction, giving people the illusion that their souls are being sucked in just by looking at them. So weird. Reggie Donhan was horrified. This was the first time he saw eyes like that. When facing Leo, Reggie Donhan actually had the illusion that he was facing the entire universe in boundless darkness, which made him feel like he was that so small, so insignificant. It turns out that the strength I am proud of is so ridiculous in front of the truly strong, and the strength I boast of is as weak as an ant. At this moment, Reggie Donhan's heart was shaken. The Lich, who was originally confident in defeating the coalition forces of various races such as elves and humans, was full of doubts about the future of the Scourge and the Burning Legion at this moment. The Lich admitted that Archimonde was strong. So strong that it made the creatures of this world despair. But late Archimonde may not be much worse than Archimonde. Now that the polluter Archimonde is in the light, while Leo is hiding in the dark, the outcome of the fight is unpredictable. When did humans have such strong men? This is impossible. Reggie Donhan had doubts about Leo's identity. It was impossible for a strong man of Leo's level to appear with human background. But the Leo standing in front of him was clearly a human image. Etc. Reggie Donhan felt that he seemed to have grasped the key point. Leo could not be a human being. He must have been transformed into a powerful being who was inconvenient to show up. Could it be that some unknown powerful race was involved? Or, the person standing in front of him was simply a god with the help of a human body? Reggie Donhan's soul trembled violently. Gods. Only gods. And only gods have power comparable to Archimonde the Defiler. And only these gods act so mysteriously. The Burning Legion attacks Mount Hyjal, and Archimonde the Defiler attempts to seize the power of the World Tree. How the demon's destruction of this world provoked the gods, who originally did not participate in the battles of the mortal world? Reggie Donhan was frightened half to death. Even for liches, gods are unattainable and impossible to resist. The lich who thought he had thought of Leo's identity was so regretful that he wanted to hit the wall. Reggie Donhan couldn't help scolding himself. How could he be so unlucky? The defense line. Okay now. It hit the iron plate. What bad luck. What a bloody misfortune. Reggie Donhan lamented his luck. He didn't know what Leo would do with him. Little lich. What do you think I should do with you? Leo's eyes constantly looking at him made Reggie Donhan frightened. The lich waited tremblingly for Leo to give in. Do you want to die? Still want to live? Chapter 1036. The Lich who abandoned darkness and turned to light. Question to a lich. Do you want to die or live? This is an act of provocation. After all, the lich can no longer be considered a living person. If anyone else asked, Reggie Donhan would have slapped him to death. Even if it didn't work, he wouldn't have given him an ice blast to let him taste what it was like to turn into an ice sculpture. Unexpectedly, the person asking this question now is Leo. An existence that the lich could not afford to offend. Reggie Donhan could only accept it. Dead or alive. It was a simple choice between two. Reggie Donhan chose the latter. Of course he wanted to live. If not to continue living. Not to live longer. Why did he turn himself into a lich? Want to live? That's easy. Leo smiled evilly. And the lich couldn't help but shudder, feeling even more uneasy in his heart. Give me a reason to let you live. The so-called reason for living is actually to let Leo see the value of Reggie Donhan. The lich must show his value. And this value must be able to impress Leo and make Leo show mercy to him. Reggie Donhan understood what Leo meant. He knew that he could not hesitate at this time. Once the other party became impatient, his life would be in danger. So he immediately said, Dear sir, I can take you to where close. Past the demon's obstruction and enter Mount Hyjal. The lich is a smart man. He could tell at a glance that this human army was intended to be one of the troops sent by humans to try to contact the elves. The humans who were still fighting outside Mount Hyjal were eager to know the battle situation inside Mount Hyjal, obstructed by the demonic army of the Burning Legion. Their efforts to contact the elves have been unable to make progress. The army of demons brought by Archimonde and Manaroth are extremely powerful. They have learned from the failure of the last two invasions of this world. The Burning Legion did not underestimate the enemy this time. Those who entered this world were all the elites of the Legion. No wonder humans, elves and other races are no match for them. Leo nodded upon hearing this, and said to Reggie Donghon, "You are very smart." The Lich was reassured after hearing this. What Leo said proved that his words had an effect. The human didn't want to kill him anymore. At least not for the time being. He survived successfully. By becoming the leader, Reki Winterhorn betrayed the Burning Legion. However, this Lich was not a member of the Burning Legion. He was a member of the Scourge. As long as he did not betray Nazul, nothing would happen. Although the Scourge Legion is an affiliated force of the Burning Legion, it is still an independent force after all. Besides, how can a person like Nazul be willing to always be subordinate to others? As the saying goes, if the upper beam is not straight, the lower beam is crooked. The leaders of the Scourge Legion all think this way. Naturally, their subordinates will not be completely devoted to the Burning Legion. It is not surprising that there are liches like Reggie Winterhorn who betray the interests of the Burning Legion in order to save their lives. Watch your men. Leo looked at the undead soldiers who were still fighting with the human soldiers, and gave orders to the Lich beside him. He did it so naturally, as if Reggie Donghon was his subordinate, and it was only natural that he obeyed his orders. Generally, the Lich did not show any dissatisfaction at this time. Those who know the current situation are heroes. In the concept of Reggie Donghon, obeying the strong is a matter of course. Since Leo is so powerful that he can't resist at all, he has no intention of killing them all. I mean, if he insists on holding on, isn't he asking for his own death? The soldiers of the Scourge Legion withdrew very simply under the order of Reggie Donghon. These undead soldiers carried out the orders much more thoroughly than humans and other living creatures. Even if some red-eyed human soldiers chased and slashed behind them, they didn't look back either. Knight, take care of your soldiers. Seeing that the Knight officer seemed to have the intention of leading the troops to kill all Reggie Donghon's men, Leo stopped him. This Lich has been convinced by me. He is willing to help we pass through the demonic blockade and enter the interior of Mount Hyjal. Both the Knight officers and the human soldiers were stunned when they heard this. If what Leo said is true, doesn't it mean that the Lich has abandoned the dark side and turned to the bright side? Just kidding. Everyone's eyes were focused on Reggie Donghon, a Lich who abandoned darkness and turned to light. Moreover, he surrendered to the enemy in front of his own side when he had the advantage. Is there any mistake? The soldiers were puzzled, but the Knight officer set his sights on Leo. As an officer, his mind moved faster than that of the soldiers. He knew that the key to the matter must be Leo. Do you want to believe him? The Knight officers kept asking themselves. If there were undead from the Scourge as cover, as long as they were careful, it would not be a problem to pass through the demon blockade and enter Hyjal. The Knight officer was very excited. As long as he could contact the elves and understand the internal situation of Mount Hyjal, it would be a great achievement. An honorary status would follow. A huge temptation was placed in front of him. For the Knight officer, this was an opportunity that could change the fate of himself and even his entire family. It seems quite tempting. But if the Lich is lying to them, after entering the demon army, as long as the Lich roars, a group of people will be wiped out by the demon until not even a scum is left. The opportunity to reach the sky in one step is right in front of you. How many people can give up? The Knight officer gritted his teeth, seeking wealth and danger, and fought hard. The Legion made up its mind. And even though the soldiers were worried, they could not object. The human soldiers who had previously fought desperately against the undead natural disasters mingled with the opponent's army under the leadership of the Knight officer. The group headed towards Mount Hyjal under the guidance of Reki Winterhorn. A Lich became the leader. This was something no one expected. The demons did not expect such a thing to happen. This friendly force under the banner of support actually had enemies between the Knight officers and humans amid the anxiety of the soldiers. The human army entered Mount Hyjal in such a swagger. When the elf appeared in the distance, the Knight officer couldn't help but get excited. He ran to Leo and asked in a low voice, "Mr. Master, we are here. Do you want to go up and contact the elf?" Reggie Donghon wanted to strangle the Knight officer to death when he heard what he said. Is this guy stupid? There are many demons near them. If a human army breaks out from the natural disaster soldiers he leads, he will, even if his subordinates are not torn to pieces by the demon, they will be killed by Nazul. Don't agree. If you agree, you won't be able to save my life. Reggie Donghon looked at Leo pitifully, his heart pounding. Although the Lich determined that he was not a human being, Leo now appeared as a human being anyway. At this moment, Reggie Donghon realized the cruelty of reality. It was really uncomfortable to feel that one's fate was completely out of his control, and his life and death were controlled by others. Fortunately, Leo didn't really ignore Reggie Donghon's life and death. He looked around and replied to the night officer, "Do you think you and your people can rush to the elves? Do you have that ability?" To say so is to say no. The night officer was quite frustrated. He also understood that he and his men were unable to rush into the elves' camp before the demons could react. If they didn't act fast enough, what awaited them would be a swarm of chasers, until they were finally killed by the demons. Kill. Don't expect the elves to give them much help. The elves can't protect themselves. So how can they send troops to rescue them? The night officer came to Leo, clearly placing his hope on this mysterious mage, who could force even the lich. The night officer felt that as long as Leo helped them, they would be able to kill them smoothly. In his opinion, he was different from himself. Leo, who is also a human, has no reason to refuse. What? What do you think of the lich Reggie Donghon and his natural disaster soldiers? Please, the Scourge are also enemies of humanity, and the night officers do not think they have the obligation to care about their life or death. Besides, if this can be used to make demons hostile to undead natural disasters, it would also be a great thing for races such as humans and elves. Let's not talk about it far away. Let's just say now, if the demons attack these undead, there will definitely be many fewer demons chasing them. Hearing that Leo did not agree to the night officer, Reggie Donghon breathed a sigh of relief. At least, he didn't have to worry about being betrayed by Leo now. Seeing that Leo did not agree to his promise, the night officer unwillingly wanted to pester him. But a demon ran over with his nose raised. "I smell human stink." Oops. The night officer was suddenly frightened and broke out in a cold sweat. Some demons are very sensitive to human smells. Previously, the night officer and the others were unable to detect it when the demons were careless among the natural disaster soldiers. At this time, he ran to Leo and Leo, who were walking at the front of the team. The situation is different around Reggie Donghon. Wouldn't it be a miserable death if the devil found out his identity here? In his eagerness, the night officer panicked and tried to retreat. Unexpectedly, his actions confirmed the suspicion of the devil. "Humans! Damn you guys! How did you get in?" The demon who asked the question asked loudly, and his voice alerted the demons around him. "This idiot!" Leo didn't react at all, but Reggie Donghon glared at the night officer fiercely. If looks could kill, the night officer would have been torn into pieces by the lich. Xingzan was discovered, and the night officer had no choice. He knew that he had to fight hard if he wanted to survive. With a crisp sound of clang, the night officer drew his sword and rushed forward with a shout. The soldiers under his command did not dare to neglect when they saw that their superiors rushed forward, and they rushed out from among the natural disaster soldiers. For a moment, the screams of human beings were loud. What's going on? Why did human soldiers appear from the ranks of the undead? The demons were caught off guard, and many demons were chopped down by human soldiers while still having questions in their minds. "Handan, isn't this forcing me?" Seeing the demon surrounding himself and his men, Reggie Donghon had the urge to burst into tears. Human beings are so unkind. You say that all the great liches have resigned themselves to being the leader. What else do you want? If you don't resist, you will die. If you resist, you will be buried with a few people. Reggie Donghon chose the latter again, and the poor lich was forced to truly abandon the darkness and turn to the light. Chapter 1037, There Must Be Love. Not Warcraft. Reggie Donghon can become a lich and has a certain status in the Scourge Legion, so he has some abilities. Knowing that he would be torn into pieces by the demon if he didn't resist it this time, Reggie Donghon didn't hesitate for a moment and cast Wither towards the front. A beautiful rose hue covered the demon's head that was standing between the human soldiers and the elves. Superior. No. That damn lich betrayed him. The night officer was shocked. He thought that this must be the lich attacking behind him in order to clear up the relationship. The undead scourge is also our enemy. I shouldn't trust that lich. The night officer was filled with regret, and the undead of the Scourge Legion also joined in besieging his side. He knew that he was absolutely unjust. However, the development of things once again exceeded his imagination. When the night officer discovered that the withering and decay had not had the slightest impact on him and his men, but was instead damaging the demon's combat effectiveness, he was shocked. No. Could it be that the lich really abandoned the dark side and turned to the bright side? A lich of the Scourge helps humans fight against evil. This is more terrifying than the epic disaster movie Schoolboys Have a Holiday. After the shock, there was ecstasy. After receiving an unexpected reinforcement, the night officer was convinced that with the help of Reggie Donghon and his undead natural disaster, the Night Officer would be much more confident of escaping and ascending to heaven. Survival is human instinct. The Night Officer did not want to die, let alone die a tragic death of being torn into pieces by demons. He charged harder and slashed harder. This is true for officers, and soldiers are no exception, although they feel uncomfortable joining forces with the undead natural disaster. These undead are their comrades at this time, their companions who resist the demons, and their help to help them survive. In order to live, the human soldiers temporarily put aside their hatred of the undead and kill forward together with the latter. Wow! Humans and undead natural disasters join forces. How should I describe this scene? Unlike Reggie Donhan in Night Officer, Leo had his hands on his chest, seemingly leisurely. After thinking for a while, he clapped his hands and said loudly, as if he had solved some problem, harmony. Yes, it is harmony. Letting human soldiers and undead scourge fight side by side against the demons of the Burning Legion is something only I can do. I'm a genius. Even I started to worship myself. How could this happen? Leo rubbed his chin, feeling very proud. Well, someone's bad taste has occurred again. What he is thinking about now is that Yamaguchi Yamazaka's achievement of giving the enemy a hug should have love, not Warcraft. At this time, these things are actually thinking in my mind. Someone is really hopeless. The human soldiers and the undead scourges all rushed forward, fighting to the death with the intercepting demons, while Leo followed the large army leisurely. He didn't cast a spell to help the Night Officer and Reggie Donhan. It wasn't that he couldn't do it, but that he couldn't expose himself now. Leo could see very clearly that their battle here had attracted the attention of elves and demons, because fighting alongside humans were the undead of the Scourge, and some powerful beings among the demons had set their sights here. In the mental induction swept by these powerful beings, Leo discovered an individual who was far stronger than the others. He knew that it was Archimonde the Defiler. Now Leo's biggest advantage is that he is in the dark and Archimonde is in the light. If he does not want to cause major changes in history, he cannot attract Archimonde's attention at this time. Although the Defiler is currently thinking about how to obtain the energy of the World Tree and ignores other things, there is a premise for all of this. That is, Archimonde has absolutely overwhelming strength. Even the human archmage Antonidas, who gathered the power of Dalaran, the capital of mages, was no match for Archimonde. Naturally, other strong men in this world did not dare to take the lead, lest they become the target of Archimonde's killing. When no one can threaten him, or to be precise, when no one is strong enough to threaten him, Archimonde acts very casually. But if he discovers a target that he can take seriously, who can guarantee that he won't change your mind? Leo remembered that the victory in the battle on Mount Hyjal was because Malfurion Storm Rage and others used tricks to win. The Night Elves sacrificed their World Tree and successfully induced the anger of all the elves. The cost of killing Archimonde the Defiler was the highest since the birth of the Night Elves. What Leo was sure of was that if Archimonde discovered him, the Defiler would definitely eliminate him as a threat first, and Leo would be in a very difficult position by then. Lich, I never thought I would become a comrade in arms with you. The Night Officer was quite emotional. He really didn't expect that one day he and the Lich of the Scourge would stand in the same trench. If possible, Reggie Donhan really wanted to give the Night Officer a big look, fall out with the demon, and kill the demon together with humans. He did not do it willingly, but was forced by the situation and had no choice. If it weren't for your weak soul, why would I have ended up in this situation? The Lich was very unhappy, but did not show it at all on his face. He said angrily to the Night Officer, the Burning Legion wants to destroy this world. Archimonde has gone too far in trying to obtain the power of the World Tree. Even if I thunder, even the Lich G Donhan can't stand it. So I decided to fight alongside you to kill those damn demons. Even Reggie Winterhan, a Lich, could not stand the actions of the Burning Legion. Do you believe this? Leo rolled his eyes. He found that the Lich named Reggie Donhan was quite good at pretending and had a thick skin. He was worthy of being a member of his old Lay family. If Reggie Donhan was really named Lay. The Night Officer was obviously shocked by the Lich's words, and a strange expression appeared on his face hidden under his visor. Does this guy think of me as a fool? Or does he think of me as a fool? It doesn't matter if you don't believe the words of the Lich in your heart. You must show that you believe it in your actions. You must uphold the principle that no matter whether you believe it or not. I believe it anyway. Until you get out of trouble. Okay. Let's kill these demons together. The Night Officer is a talented person. He can speak so impassionedly even though he obviously doesn't believe it. As if he was really deceived by Reggie Donhan. If Leo's mental perception hadn't been able to detect his every move clearly and unmistakably, Like you'd really be fooled by what he said. A seemingly angry lich. A pretending to be passionate knight. Hypocritical. So damn hypocritical. Leo curled his lips. Officials are indeed not hot-blooded young people. These two guys are so fake that even I can't stand them. The knight's trust moved the lich. And Reggie Donhan responded enthusiastically. Well said. Let these demons see how powerful we are. Oh my god. Could you two stop being so disgusting? Leo really wants to give Reggie Donhan a leg up. You are a lich. A cold and evil lich. When did you become so hot-blooded and righteous? These two guys are so fake that it makes you want to vomit. I really don't want to care about them. The combination of knights and liches is very strange. And the combination of undead scourges and human soldiers is even more confusing. But it is undeniable that the strength of the two combined cannot be underestimated. The undead natural disasters' bravery and fearlessness. The cooperation of the human soldiers at every opportunity. The fierce fighting of the knight officers. And the powerful damage of the lich's range of spells allowed this army to quickly advance among the demon army. There was no high-level strong person in the demon army. Under the circumstances, they quickly closed the distance with the night elves. But in just 2 or 3 minutes, the distance between the two was reduced by half. The sudden advance was so rapid. But there was no joy on the faces of the night officers and Reggie Donhan. They knew that the best way to go was the first half of the journey. When the demons in the distance reacted and the demon army swarmed over, the real thing would happen. A rough start. Now the night officer only hopes that the night elves can send some people to help them. Even if it is just to contain the demon army. Hope is beautiful. Reality is cruel. The night elves did not send anyone out. When the night officers and Reki Winterhan led their men to stir up waves in the demon army, the night elves chose a cautious approach to observe first, and then decide what to do. It's not that the night elves are unwilling to save them, but the situation is too weird. If there were only human troops with night officers, the night elves would take action immediately and try to connect with their allies. However, when they saw the undead natural disasters fighting side by side with humans, the night elves could not figure out what was going on. They hesitated. It stands to reason that the human army is in trouble. As an ally, you have to help no matter what. After all, humans are here to help you defend Mount Hyjal. The question is what happened to the undead of the Scourge Legion, and why they fought with the human army against the demons. Could this be a trap? The Night Elf officers were undecided as to whether they should send troops to support the strange army. His hesitation made the Night Officer and his men miserable. The human soldiers were breaking through the obstruction of the demon army with great momentum. Suddenly, several boulders burning with green flames fell from the sky. A feared devil came over with a group of boss-level subordinates. It's an Ursuline. Reggie Donhan knew the leader of the Dread Lord. He was Archimonde's deputy, and the second most powerful Dread Lord in the Burning Officer family after Tichondrius. After Archimonde rushed to seize the power of the World Tree, Anatharin took over the command of the demon army, and was responsible for the battle on Mount Hyjal. There is a human army that has received the help of the undead, and is about to break through the blockade of the demon army and join the elves. Anatharin does not dare to underestimate it. The Dreadlords headed by Tichondrius have long known that Nazul is unreliable. Otherwise Tich Dios will no longer monitor the Lich King. Could this natural disaster force teamed up with humans be a pawn deliberately released by Nazul to test? Leki Donhan. How dare you betray the Burning Legion? Chapter 1038. Carry the lead to the end. Anassarin knew Reki Winterhan. And the Dreadlord admired the Lich's strength. Because even he, the Dreadlord's second in command, was not sure of winning against Reki Winterhan. Regardless of how weak Reggie Donhan is in front of Leo. In fact, the strength of this Lich is one of the best in the entire world. However, Reggie Winterhan was not lucky enough to participate in the Battle of Mount Hyjal. When he wanted to steal the credit, he happened to hit the iron plate of Leo. Anassarin was puzzled. Reggie Donhan was usually a very clever person. But why did he act foolishly at the critical moment? Didn't he see that those creatures called elves were on the verge of failure? Why did he do it at this time? Show disapproval? Even if Nazul wanted to send a chess piece to test him, it would be no problem to dodge it with Reki Winterhand's cunning. This guy is not the kind of person who would be used as cannon fodder. An Ursuline is confused. And Reki Donhan is depressed. I feel aggrieved when I meet an old acquaintance of the Lich. This bastard Anassarin is in vain for our usual good friendship. Doesn't he know what I am like? Old Lay. How could I betray him at this time? The Lich really wanted to cry. I was forced to do this. The night officers had no time to pay attention to the Lich at this time. The fire summoned by the Dread Lord fell from the sky, blocking their way forward. The digital H, fire, which was 10 meters high and burning with green flames, stood forward. It was like a wall that blocked everyone's hope of survival. You can't stop. You will die if you stop. When the night officers saw that the road ahead was blocked by H, fire, they were immediately anxious. Once their progress was blocked, they would no longer be able to rush forward amid the heavy siege of the demon army. If you stop, you will die. In order to survive, you have to fight even if you bite the bullet. Charge. Follow me and rush over. The night officer shouted, raised his weapon, and took the lead to face the hellfire. Under his leadership, the human soldiers also mustered up their courage and killed the giant hellfire. Hellfire's body is composed of stones as hard as magic iron, and the whole body is burning with raging flames. The green flames are not ordinary flames, but evil energy flames that can transform the pollution of living beings into demons. The Burning Legion is the pollution and transformation of evil energy that turns all kinds of creatures in the universe who have taken refuge in them into bloodthirsty, bellicose and violent demons. Ordinary human soldiers have no ability to withstand the evil flames, and the night officers can only protect themselves. It is impossible for the night officers alone to break through the interception of the digital H, fire. At this time, they can only count on the magic bombardment power of the Lich Reki Winterhorn. Provide a way of life for everyone. What is Reggie Donhon, who has high hopes from the night officers, doing? The Lich did not provide magical support to humans as the night officers hoped, but instead used flash to kill a Nasseran and fight the Dreadlord. When the night officer discovered that the Lich had left, it was already too late. At this moment, the night officer was greatly disappointed. Without the support of Reki Winterhand's spell, he and his men could not break through the Hellfire's interception. Am I going to die here? The night officer was heartbroken. He knew that he was absolutely unnatural this time. When in despair, some people will tremble, completely lose their fighting spirit, and let others slaughter them, while some people will do the opposite, and they will explode with power that is several times or even dozens of times stronger than usual. The night officer belonged to the latter group. Knowing that he was going to die, he unleashed unimaginable combat power. Drink. Facing the hellfire blocking the road, the night officer shouted, rushed forward with all his strength, and slashed at the hellfire with his sword, regardless of whether the evil flames on the hellfire's body would burn him. Kung! The night officer's long sword struck the H.L. Ham, and the sword broke immediately, as it could not withstand the powerful impact. Click! At the same time as the sword broke, spider web-like cracks opened where hellfire was struck by the sword. Then, the cracks quickly spread throughout hellfire's body with a crackling sound. Wow! When the cracks spread all over the body, the H.Fire was like shattered glass, making a crisp sound and then cracking into countless rubbles, killing H.Fire instantly. If he could achieve such a feat in normal times, the night officer would be crazy with excitement. However, now he has no joy at all, because he has to face more than one H.Fire. Damn it. I will never give up. You all will die, the night officer yelled. He grabbed a soldier's weapon and rushed forward again to face the H.Fire. The night elves also discovered that something was wrong with the situation at this time. A human officer who could instantly kill the high demon hellfire would not obey the demon's instructions. This could not be a trap set by the demon. Realizing this, the night elves quickly sent troops to rescue. Unfortunately, it was too late for them to send people at this time. As early as Anathoron's arrival, the demon army had already strengthened its surveillance of the night elves under his orders, and was well prepared to prevent the night elves from sending people to rescue human soldiers. Every step on the battlefield was slow, and every step was slow. The night elves' hesitation ruined their best chance of rescuing the human army. The reinforcements sent by the night elves were blocked by the troops arranged by him. Anathoron put aside his worries and concentrated on dealing with Reki Winter. Only then did the Dreadlord realize that when the Lich fought with him, there was no way. He didn't try his best, but kept gesturing towards himself. Something weird. Anassaran's heart moved, and following the Lich's signal, his eyes fell on Leo. Such a mysterious aura. If Reggie Donhon hadn't signaled it to me, I would have ignored the guy in the cloak. The King of Fear was secretly awestruck. A person was clearly standing in his line of sight, and he saw him, but he didn't know why he subconsciously ignored him. In his consciousness, this person seemed to not exist. What does it mean? Anassaran was so frightened that he broke into a cold sweat, which showed that it would be easy for this person to kill him, even if he came face to face to kill him. He would turn a blind eye and hold his neck straight for him to chop him. Fear. Horrible. Even Lord Archimonde has never given me such a feeling. Who is this guy in a cloak? A Nasseran, who had always brought fear to others and let others taste fear. Tasted fear. And it felt really bad. Let me just say. With Reggie Donhan's cunningness. How could he do such a stupid thing? It turns out that there is such a strange and strong man involved. Anatharin gave the Lich a look of sympathy. And the Dreadlord could see that it was not Reki Winterwind's original intention to let his undead scourge and human soldiers attack the demon army's defense line together. The Lich did it out of necessity. That guy is not something we can fight against. So we should run away quickly. The Dread Demon King winked at the Lich, who nodded lightly knowingly. And the two quickly reached a tacit understanding. Escape is easy to say but not easy to do. To escape in front of a strong person. Turning around and running is the last resort. Because it is tantamount to taking the initiative to attract hatred and telling the other party that I am going to run away. Come and chase me. Smart people's escape is technical and has certain methods. For example, Reggie Donhan and Inezaron are fighting fiercely on the surface. They seem to be fighting for their lives. But in fact, they have not exerted any strength at all. They seem to be fighting fiercely. And they only suffer a little at most. Insignificant skin trauma. Not counting this. If you observe carefully enough, you will find that the more these two guys fight, the farther away they are from Leo. Until their figures are hidden among the many demons. When Leo could no longer be seen, Reggie Donhan breathed a sigh of relief, wiped the non-existent cold sweat from his forehead, and said with lingering fear, "Finally got rid of that guy? It scared me to death." As soon as the Lich finished speaking, he noticed that a Nasseran was looking at him with a strange expression. He was feeling strange when Leo's voice came from behind him. "I'm sorry to disappoint you." Well, Reggie Donhan's whole body froze, as if a Lich had fallen into an ice cave, and his heart felt so cold. What kind of bad luck did I have? Why is this guy still following me? The Lich was so frightened that he didn't even dare to turn around. He now understood why an Ursuline looked so strange. Leo stretched out his hand to push the Lich aside, who dared not move. Walked up to a Nasseran and asked, "Where is Archimonde? Where is he?" Inezaron's eyes flickered. This powerful and mysterious guy in front of him wanted to find Archimonde the Defiler. What did he want to do? The Dreadlord came up with the idea that it would be better to tell him where Archimonde is and let him find the Defiler. This guy would definitely die miserably by then. He has great confidence in Archimonde's strength in a Nasseran. Thinking about a Nasseran, he can't deal with Leo. Isn't it possible that Lord Archimonde can't deal with this guy? Having made up his mind to borrow Archimonde's sword to kill Leo, a Nasseran immediately replied without waiting for Leo to ask, "Lord Archimonde is on the mountain. And he is breaking through the Night Elves' obstruction and heading towards the world. Go in the direction of the tree." After saying that, the Dreadlord gave Leo another diligent suggestion. "Dear strongman, if you are not familiar with the path and are afraid of missing something, I will recommend you a personal choice." As soon as the Dreadlord said this, Reki Winterhan, who was familiar with him, couldn't help but curse. Just as the Lich was about to speak, a Nasseran, who had anticipated Reki Winterhand's reaction, sped up his words and got ahead of the witch. Before the demon spoke, he said, "This is Reggie Donhan. Before he became a Lich, he was a mage in this world. Having grown up in this world, he is very familiar with the environment here. The subtext of the Dreadlord is, I am not a creature of this world. I am not familiar with this world. The Lich standing next to you who is looking for a guide is a very suitable candidate." Reggie Donhan really wanted to give a Nasseran an ice blast. This Dreadlord was worthy of being his friend. Reggie Donhan. And he was indeed shameless. "For your own safety, you sold me out so easily?" The Dreadlord ignored the Lich's eyes like a resentful woman, and just looked at Leo with a flattering look on his face. He couldn't help but think about sending this great god away as soon as possible. Want to find a guide? Leo rubbed his chin, with a joking expression on his face. "If you don't tell me, I really didn't expect it. I'll just follow your instructions and let this Lich lead the way for me." Reggie Donhan cried blindly. Why was he so unlucky? Did he really want to lead the way to the end? Chapter 1039. Fatty is still reliable. A Nasseran, you are worthy of being my friend. I will remember you. You bastard. Reggie Donhan stared at the Dreadlord as he left. The look of his gnashing teeth was clearly telling a Nasseran that this matter is not over today, and he, Reggie Donhan, will definitely come back. There was nothing strange on a Nasseran's face, and Reki Donhan's resentment did not affect him at all. If you are a dead Taoist friend but not a poor Taoist, you can go with peace of mind. My good friend. Sacrifice you and save me. I will remember you. Anasaran watched affectionately as the figures of Reggie Donhan and Leo disappeared from his sight. And he let out a long breath after confirming that they were gone. Finally, the great god was sent away. The next thing to do was to notify Archimonde, the polluter whom he had sworn allegiance to, and tell him that a strong man was quietly approaching. Thinking of Archimonde the Defiler, Anasaran felt confident. For a being as powerful as Archimonde, no one in this world can rival him. In the view of the Dread Lord, with Archimonde's strength, there will be no problem in dealing with someone who wants to plot against him. Plot? Yes. This is Anasaran's view of Leo. The Dread Lord believes that this mysterious man in a cloak is looking for opportunities to conduct a sneak attack and will never fight Archimonde head-on. This guy is stupid enough. If it were me, I would definitely kill anyone who might reveal his whereabouts. He made a fatal mistake by leaving me behind. Anasaran believed that Leo had made a fatal mistake. He should not have left him behind. At worst, he had to take him with him and Reki Donhan. The Dread Lord, who was about to report the news, was about to take action when a white jade like bone tooth suddenly appeared in front of him. The Dread Lord was stunned as the bone tooth penetrated from between his eyebrows and penetrated from the back of his head. How is this going? Who is attacking me? Anasaran knew that he was being attacked, and he also understood that he had been attacked. But he did not know who attacked him or how he was attacked. Suddenly, a voice came into Anasaran's ears. I forgot to tell you. I don't like useless trash. It's the guy in the cape. When Anasaran heard this voice, he knew who the other party was. It turned out that he was the one who attacked him. It was no wonder. The Dread Lord wanted to yell. Why didn't you tell me if you don't like useless guys? If you had told me earlier, I would have led the way myself. How could I recommend Reggie Donhan to you? The poor Dread Lord dug his own hole and buried himself. Leo, who conveniently killed Anasaran, curled his lips in dissatisfaction. Anasaran was the #1 figure after all, and the upgrade energy he was given was too little. It seemed that with his current ability, he wanted to find it is extremely difficult for a strong man to obtain a large amount of upgrade energy after winning a battle. Life is indeed as lonely as snow. And now I feel so cold in a high place. Someone became intoxicated with himself. Completely ignoring the trembling look of the poor lich leading the way, Anasaran was killed by the guy behind him with a casual blow. When the Dread Lord felt that he was safe, and when the Dread Lord laughed at Leo's stupidity in his heart, Leo just flicked his finger and used a small weapon. The little bone tooth killed an Ursuline. Leo did not hide all this from Reggie Donhan. The lich saw it very clearly, and it was precisely because he saw it so clearly that the lich was afraid. An Ursuline's strength is similar to that of Reki Winterhan. Since Leo can easily kill an Ursuline with a snap of his fingers, he can also easily kill a lich with similar strength to the Dread Lord. Reggie Donhan had never felt so pitiful. He felt filled with regret. If he had known that he would run into such a dangerous person, he should not have run into Mount Hyjal greedily. You think I am crazy or possessed by some evil spirit, so I have to go to Mount Hyjal to wade through this muddy water. Now I just hope that this mysterious strongman will not care about me after meeting Lord Archimonde, so that I can leave smoothly. The lich kept praying in his heart. He wished for nothing but that everything would go well during the trip. However, things in the world are often like this. The more you worry about it, the more likely it will happen. Stop. Who are you? A group of demons blocked the path of the lich and Leo. Behind these demons, scenes of fierce fighting and figures of undead creatures could be vaguely seen. Seeing a demon blocking his way, Reggie Winterhand's heart skipped a beat. In order to avoid any accident, he quickly replied, I am the lich Reggie Donhan, a member of the Scourge Legion, under the orders of Lord Nazul. Come to the aid of Mount Hyjal. The lich's words failed to relieve the devil's doubts, because he and Leo were the only two people. What are the most common tactics used by the Scourge? Sea of the Dead. There is nothing else besides Sea of the Dead tactics. It's not like the demons here have never received reinforcements from the Scourge Legion. When the Scourge of the Undead came, they never came in groups. The number was never small. How could they only send 2 people? If the demons hadn't seen Reggie Donhan as a real lich, they would have taken advantage of him long ago. Noticing that the devil's eyes were full of suspicion, Reggie Donhan realized that the problem was not that he brought too many people, but too few. This is troublesome. I should have asked an Ursuline for help. Reggie Donhan didn't dare to put on airs in front of demons, even though he was a lich. Even if he was stronger than the demon standing in front of him, he didn't dare to mess around. In the Scourge, Reggie Winterhahn was a character. But it was different in the Burning Legion. Nazul's Scourge is just one of the many affiliated forces of the Burning Legion at this time. It would be easy for Archimonde to destroy him. Even Nazul is just a dog of the Burning Legion. Reggie Winterhahn, how much more status can you have? The identity of a lich is not easy to use. Reggie Donhon can't stand it in front of the devil. Leo, who was standing next to the lich, saw that the demon blocking the front showed no signs of getting out of the way. He knew that the sign of the Scourge's lich was not bright enough. So he stretched out his hand under the strange looks of the demons. When Reggie Donhon saw Leo moving, he was so frightened that the lich thought that Leo was impatient and wanted to kill someone. Oh my god! You can't let him do it now. Otherwise the road ahead will be very difficult. The lich was praying. He just hoped that Leo could restrain himself a little bit. After all, he didn't want to follow Leo all the way to Archimonde. If something like that really happened, he wouldn't want to mess around in the future. Don't say anything. The Burning Legion couldn't spare him. Not even the Lich King Nazul. Is Leo such an impatient person that he takes action at the slightest disagreement? This place is still far away from Archimonde. And he has no intention of fighting all the way in. If he really relies on his own strength, why would Leo ask Reggie Donhon to lead the way? The knuckle of the index finger rubbed against the middle finger. And with a snap, Leo made an okay call. You scumbags. Whatever you are doing here, get out of here. A mountain-like figure blocked the sun, and the bloody double-headed war spear swung with his arms, bringing out gusts of wind. Lord of the Abyss. Reggie Donhon didn't expect Leo to be able to summon an Abyss Lord. And the Lich suddenly felt like his head was covered with black lines. What the HL? He can obviously summon the Lord of the Abyss. Why did he drag me along? There is an Abyss Lord leading the way, which is many times more convenient for demons than me. A Lich. Could it be that this guy didn't just drag me along to facilitate entry into Mount Hyjal, but also had other plans? The more he thought about it, the more likely it seemed to Reggie Donhon. So the Lich regretted even more. He regretted that he should not have come to Mount Hyjal and fell into the hands of his master Leo. His next fate was really real. Unpredictable. Leo was not in the mood to pay attention to the Lich's thoughts. In order to get to the World Tree as quickly as possible, he summoned Manaroth. It's not that Leo is impatient. It's that he doesn't have time. To be precise, the Night Elves don't have much time left for Archimonde. From his mental perception, Leo could clearly see that the entire Mount Hyjal was filled with anger. That anger did not come from elsewhere, but from the world itself. The whole world is angry for the Burning Legion. And Archimonde will not live long. Leo didn't want to have to collect corpses for Archimonde when he arrived at the World Tree. He also wanted to fight the Defiler. Even if it was just for a moment. The appearance of Manaroth caused a great commotion among the demons. After all, the Destroyer is one of the three giants of the Burning Legion alongside Archimonde and Kil'jaeden. Although these demons are Archimonde's subordinates, directly obeying the orders of the Defiler, but not daring to show any disrespect to Manaroth. The fat man was still reliable at the critical moment. Manaroth calmed the situation as soon as he appeared on the scene. Unlike the thin man next to him, who was so skinny that a group of small demon guards could arrogantly interrogate him in front of him. You are Lord Manaroth. In the demon army. A Doomsday Guard holding a sword as high as his body ran from a distance. Seeing the big sword in the Doomsday Guard's hand, Leo immediately recognized his identity as Kazloga. Recognizing Kazloga's identity, Leo looked at the battlefield behind the demon army with a strange look. If he remembered correctly, and if the historical records of Mount Hyjal were correct, the mission of the demon army led by Doom Guard Kazloga before Archimonde's death was to attack the camp guarded by Thrall. In other words, behind the demon army that stopped Leo. In the fighting battlefield, Thrall, the chief of the tribe, was leading his soldiers in a fierce battle with the demons. Want to go over and meet the young Salma? Leo tilted his head. So what if he saw him? So what if he didn't see him? If he saw him, would he be able to help Sal? But if he didn't see him, would Sal fall? No. None of that. In this case, there is no need to go. Sensing his master's thoughts, Manilos spoke. Kazloga, tell your people to get out of the way, and don't block my way. The Doom Guard was in a dilemma. Other demons did not dare to object to Manaroth's strength and identity. But he was different. He is a force loyal to Archimonde the Polluter. Not a subordinate of Manaroth the Destroyer. When Archimonde seizes the power of the World Tree, will Manaroth's appearance change things? How much involvement will it take to let him go, etc.? These are all things Kozloga needs to consider. Seeing that Kozloga didn't get out of the way immediately, Manaroth roared angrily and was about to explode. At this time, another team rushed out of the demon army. Asgalar, the second in command of Manaroth the Destroyer. Another powerful pit lord appears. Chapter 1040 Reggie Donhan's Misunderstanding. Doom Guard Kozloga and Abyss Lord Asgalo both came out. It seems that this place is not far from where Archimonde is. Leo didn't speak. It was best to leave this situation to Manaroth to handle. As one of the three giants of the Burning Legion, the Destroyer was obviously more convincing than Leo. Kozloga, who was shocked by Manaroth's appearance, saw Asgalo running over, and he couldn't help but feel a little anxious in his heart. Asgalar, who is also an Abyss Lord like Manaroth, is different from them. Demons such as Kazgaro and Anursulan swear allegiance to Archimonde the Defiler. Not the Dark Titan Sargeras, nor the Deceiver, Kil'jaeden, not Manaroth the Destroyer. As Manaroth's deputy, Asgalar is of the same race as Manaroth. Who does this Abyss Lord owe his allegiance to? Even though the demons are all members of the Burning Legion, you might think that there is no fight between them. In fact, the battle between demons is even more fierce. Cruel and tyrannical demons are no more merciful to their own kind than they are to their enemies. And sometimes even more so. Cruel, because of the existence of Manaroth, Kil'jaeden, and Archimonde, as well as Sargera's deliberate connivance. The Burning Legion was also divided into factions. Manaroth the Destroyer's main force is his fellow Abyss Lords, and Archimonde the Defiler's subordinates are the Dreadlords. Although Kozloga is a Doom Guard and not a Dreadlord, he can be sent here by Archimonde to lead an army to fight. This means that he has a very high status in the Archimonde family, and belongs to one of the core members of the Archimonde faction. At this critical moment for Archimonde to seize the power of the World Tree, Manaroth the Destroyer appeared strangely on Mount Hyjal, and Kozloga had to think of many things. In the view of the Doom Guards, the appearance of Manaroth is to destroy Archimonde's absorption of the power of the World Tree. Otherwise, why would he come here secretly and find a lich from the Scourge Legion as a cover? If it weren't for his own people saw the clues. And at this time, Manaroth had successfully sneaked into his army. Kozloga couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat when he thought about being infiltrated into his subordinates by Manaroth with ulterior motives. If this situation really happened, it would be a disaster for both Kozloga himself and Archimonde, who had absorbed the World Tree. He wanted to stop Manaroth in his heart, but Kozloga didn't dare to show any sign of it in his actions. After all, Manaroth the Destroyer was a powerful demon on the same level as Archimonde and Kil'jaeden. Manaroth had to do its not for him, Kozloga, to put his finger on anything. If I offend Manaroth, it won't be worth it if he kills me. Feeling responsible for his own life, Kozloga quickly asked his soldiers to clear the way for Manaroth. Asgaro ran over in a hurry. The deputy of Manaroth saw a big stone in the heart of the leader of his line and fell to the ground. Manaroth is the most powerful Abyss Lord in the world of Anorlan. As his deputy, Asgaro knows Manaroth's strength better than anyone else. He always treats any news about Manaroth's accident as just rumors. In Asgalo's view, there is nothing in this world that can kill him due to the power of Manaroth. There is no basis for Asgalo to think so. Not to mention how brilliant Manaroth's achievements were during the Burning Legion's campaign, nor how strong the resistance of the so-called strong men in this world was after the Legion entered the world. Ridiculous. Not to mention how many demigods who fought against the Burning Legion were killed by Manaroth. Just looking at Archimonde, who is on the same level as Manaroth, Asgaro is unstoppable in this world. It was concluded that the news of an accident in Manaroth was not true. Now, after seeing Manaroth appear in front of him in full force, Asgalo became more and more sure of his idea. Lord Manaroth, I told you that nothing would happen to you. Asgalar was very excited. Not because of his deep feelings for Manaroth, but because during the time when Manaroth's accident was reported, the pressure he was under was so great that he could hardly bear it. Now that Manaroth has appeared, those rumors will naturally be self-defeating, and the pressure on Asgalar will disappear. Of course, the Abyss Lord will be excited. Manaroth was not as enthusiastic as Asgalo. He waved the war spear in his hand and directly gave Asgaro an order. Asgalo, I want to find that Archimonde guy here. The battle is yours to command. With that said, Manaroth took steps to move forward. Kozloga was very anxious when he saw this. The Doom Guard didn't know what kind of state Archimonde, whom he was loyal to, was in at this time. He didn't dare to directly stop Manaroth, so he had to find a way to delay the progress of the saboteur as much as possible. Dear Lord Manaroth, Do you mean that Asdalo and I will be the commanders here? In order to delay time. Kozloga started to find something to say. His goal was achieved. Manilos, who was asked by him, stopped and looked at him, and shouted with dissatisfaction, "This is what you said." "Nonsense, Lord Manaroth. If you do this." Seeing that Manaroth had indeed fallen into the trap, Kozloga secretly despised the saboteur's simple-mindedness, and was secretly proud of himself. He was about to continue speaking when a strange voice suddenly interrupted him. "Stop wasting my time." Kozloga looked in the direction of the sound and found Leo and the Lich Reki Winterhorn standing next to Manaroth. Only then did the Doom Guards look at Leo and Reki Donghorn. Before that, Kozloga subconsciously ignored them. Who is this guy? Not only Kozloga, but also Asdalo looked at Leo standing next to Manaroth, with his body hidden under his cloak in a strange way. "You hidden guy. Who are you?" Kozloga was very dissatisfied with Leo for interrupting him. He yelled at Leo, "Who do you think you are? Didn't you see that I was talking to Master Manaroth?" "Shut up! You idiot!" Manaroth stabbed Kozloga with a spear, and the bloody spearhead made a sharp sound like a SHL. The saboteur would attack him, and Kozloga was greatly surprised. Fortunately, he reacted quickly enough and raised his sword to block Manaroth's war spear before it struck him. The wide sword blade just blocked the tip of the spear. The dull impact made people's ears hurt. Kozloga screamed and flew backwards. Although the Doom Guards blocked Manaroth's attack and saved their lives, they also paid a heavy price. His arms had been shattered, and his internal organs were injured. He was seriously injured both on the surface and inside. If Kozloga's weapons were not good enough, he would not be seriously injured now, but would be stabbed to the core by Manaroth's war spear. Manaroth suddenly attacked Kozloga and seriously injured the Doom Guard, which greatly surprised the demons. The demons, including Asgaro, could not help but look at Leo. They could see that Marnos, the reason why Nalos took action was that Kozloga was disrespectful to Leo. Who is that mysterious guy? And why did Manaroth react so badly? Questions arose in the demons' minds, making them very interested in Leo's identity. Ignoring the probing gazes of the demons, Leo turned to Reki Donghorn and said, "Little Lich, you can leave. Can I go now?" Reki Donghorn had no joy in his heart, only shock. The demons didn't know how Manaroth appeared, but Reki Donghorn, could see very clearly that Manaroth the Destroyer, one of the 3 giants of the Burning Legion, was summoned by Leo. Summoning Manaroth, the Destroyer, is currently being summoned. According to Reki Winterhorn, only one person can do it. That is the master of the Burning Legion, the great demon god Dark Titan Sardras, an existence only heard in legends. Don't ask the Lich why he thinks that. Manaroth is one of the 3 giants of the Burning Legion, alongside Archimonde the Defiler and Kil'jaeden the Deceiver. Besides Sardras, Manaroth can control him. Anyone? I actually walked with Sardras. Reki Donghorn was at a loss. He didn't know how he should react. Should he be excited or afraid? Hearing Leo speak, the Lich nodded stupidly, turned around and left like a puppet without self-awareness. I actually met the demon god Sardras. I actually traveled with the demon god Sardras for a long time. I don't want to run away. After walking a certain distance, Reki Donghorn's mind came to his senses. The Lich shivered violently, and with a burst of fear-filled screams, he ran desperately towards the distance. Why is this girl so crazy? The vast majority of demons were very puzzled by the Lich's actions, but a few demons were aware of the problem. The only one who can make Manaroth take the initiative to protect him, and who can make Manaroth not tolerate the slightest disrespect from others, seems to be that person. The demons' eyes widened immediately when they realized this problem. Their breaths were suffocated, and the things that came to their minds made them subconsciously take a few steps back. Will the existence that has been missing for a while appear at this time? What a joke. The demons subconsciously did not dare to accept it. But if not, how could they explain Manaroth's sudden appearance and his actions against Kozloga? You guys really don't let me worry. Originally, I wanted to keep a low profile, Leo said, teleporting to the top of Manaroth, and moved his gold-encrusted card on the Destroyer's head. On the recliner, he sat down in the eyes of the demons who were mixed with shock, fear and other emotions. Manolos, time is running out. Anyone who dares to block the road will be crushed. As you command? Great Master. Manaroth agreed and really took off running. All demons who stood in front of him, whether they didn't know how to dodge or were too late to dodge, would only end up being crushed to pieces by the huge body of the Abyss Lord. Chapter 1041, He is Here Again. On the fighting battlefield, a huge figure in the army of demons was rampaging. Groups of demons hurriedly avoided it. Anyone who could not avoid it would be crushed into meat cakes. This huge figure caused a lot of commotion in the demon army. What is strange is that the demon did not attack it due to its violent temper. It wasn't that the demon suddenly changed his gender, but that the huge figure was no outsider. It was Manaroth the Destroyer, one of the 3 giants of the Burning Legion where they belonged. Demons are inherently chaotic and cruel creatures. Killing each other is a common occurrence for demons, and it is perfectly normal. As a superior, Manaroth crushed several demons to death. Not only would the others not feel angry, but they would think that the dead demons were unlucky, who told them not to stand anywhere. But they happened to stand in the direction of Manaroth's advance, and they deserved to be crushed to death. The so-called standing high and seeing far, Leo is sitting on Manaroth's head, can have a very clear view of the surrounding scene. In the distance, a group of armies composed of orcs, Tauren, trolls, and other races are working hard to resist the demons' attack and defend their camp. The existence of this camp is like a nail in the demon army. Its existence makes the demon army extremely uncomfortable in troop dispatch, and the demons want to get rid of it quickly. A large number of demons swarm forward. But unfortunately, the war is not always won by the party with more people. Although the number of demons was large, they could not break through the camp guarded by the orcs and minotaurs, and instead suffered many casualties. As the battle progressed, corpses were piled up around the camp, and more than 60% of these corpses were demons. Although many of their companions died, the demons did not retreat. Instead, the death and blood aroused their fighting spirit, inducing the violent factors in their bodies, allowing them to attack harder. That place is probably the camp where Thrall is guarding. I wonder what his reaction will be when he sees Manaroth appear. Leo rubbed his chin. Intrigued, Leo, who was gradually moving away from the orc camp as Manaroth moved forward, did not notice that in the orc camp, a pair of frightened and angry eyes were staring at Manaroth, and the face of the owner of the eyes was full of disbelief. Is that Abyss Lord Manaroth? It's impossible. He's obviously dead. The owner of those eyes was Thrall. The chief of the tribe remembered very clearly that the Abyss Lord Manaroth had died together with Grumhel Scream. How could he appear alive and well in Mount Hyjal again? Thrall didn't understand what was going on. He could only think subconsciously. Maybe he had admitted his mistake. After all, in his opinion, the appearance of the Abyss Lords was not much different. He did not hold a bloody double-headed war spear. The Lord of the Pit must be Manaroth. Leo, the instigator, didn't know how much trouble he had caused Thrall. He was currently lying comfortably on a recliner, letting Manaroth the Destroyer act as his leg support as he ran towards where Archimonde was. And go! After entering the eternal torrent of time, he was given the opportunity to participate in the Battle of Mount Hyjal and fight Archimonde the Defiler. Leo was looking forward to it. He couldn't wait to compete with Archimonde. Seeing Manaroth's figure go away, Asgaro stabbed Khazroga, who was lying motionless on the ground, with his weapon. The doomed guard howled in pain, turned over and stood up. A very large figure could be seen on him. The obvious scars were just poked out by Asgalo. I'm a seriously injured person. Can't you be gentle with your weak soul? Khazroga suspected that Asgalo did it on purpose. The cruel and murderous Abyss Lord wanted to take advantage of his injury to kill him, thinking that he was angry at the pressure he had been under recently. Asgalo turned a blind eye to Khazroga's anger. The Abyss Lord twisted his body and headed towards the camp guarded by Thrall. Behind him were a group of demon elites. Apparently, Asgalo was going to join the attack on the orc camp. He had ignored the orc camp before because Asgalo didn't take them seriously and thought that these orcs were not worth taking action on his own. Although the demons killed many people when they attacked the orc camp, how could Asgalo care about this? Anyway, the Burning Legion has a large number of people, so this small loss is just drizzle. I could not care before, but not now, because of rumors that Manaroth had an accident. Archimonde's faction was putting pressure on Asgalo, trying to get Manaroth's lieutenant to take Manaroth's subordinates to join Archimonde and annex the kingdom belonging to him. The power of destroyers. Because Asgaro did not believe that Manaroth would have an accident in such a low-level world, in this plane full of weak races. He did not agree to Archimonde's request, and thus suffered tremendous pressure. It was out of dissatisfaction with Archimonde's lineage that Asgalo, who loved killing and had a cruel personality, was passive in his work until he saw Manaroth. The destroyer Manaroth appeared, and the person he was loyal to appeared. Asgaro knew that his opinion was indeed correct. Beings as powerful as Manaroth would not encounter danger in such a low-level world. The bet was won. With Manaroth here, Asgalo does not have to bear the pressure placed on him by Archimonde's line. Everything has become different because of Manaroth's appearance. Without the pressure, the Abyss Lord can unleash his desires to his heart's content. Enjoy killing, enjoying destruction, and enjoying the screams of his enemies before they die. Ignored, Kazloga looked at Asgalo's retreating back, his eyes full of resentment. The quarrel between Asgalo and Kazloga was not of concern to outsiders except them. At least to Leo. At this time, Leo encountered a problem. The Elves' troops were defeated steadily by the demon army led by Archimonde. This was indeed because Archimonde's strength was unstoppable. But the Defiler's strength was not the only reason. The reason why the Elves lost so quickly was to plot against Archimonde. Because the strong Elves such as Malfurion and Tyrant knew that Archimonde was too powerful and could not even kill the pollution with their own strength. Or, even defeating him may not be possible. This is a powerful demon that cannot be defeated. If you can't defeat them with force, then outsmart them. In order to kill Archimonde, Malfurion Stormrage formulated a vicious plan that no one had thought of beforehand. Judging from the current situation, the Elves' plan is going very smoothly. And the time to close the net is coming. This is the time when the Elves are most nervous. And they dare not let go of any trouble. At this time, Leo summoned Manaroth the Destroyer, such a powerful demon. And the elf in charge of vigilance immediately sent a signal to indicate that the situation had changed. It was the Night Elves that put Leo in trouble. Because these Night Elves set up a blockade on the way to the World Tree, in order to implement the plan to deal with Archimonde smoothly, and to ensure that the powerful Defiler could be killed. The Night Elves let Archimonde go to the World Tree, but stopped the other demons violently. Once the Night Elves, the plan was launched, and Archimonde could only fight alone without even the slightest help. The Night Elves' plan was obviously to isolate Archimonde. Leo believed that Archimonde's wisdom would not fail to see it. But he still stepped into the trap carefully designed by Malfurion. Leo could only sigh with emotion. Apart from Kerman's confidence in his own strength, what else can he say? Waving at the Night Elves who blocked him, Leo shouted, "Get out of the way, Elves. I don't want to fight with you." In the demon army, Manaroth would directly run over Leo who stood in his way, using the weight of the Abyss Lord to crush the opponent into pieces. No matter what, anyone who dares to block my way will be killed directly. This kind of behavior can be performed in the demon army, but not when facing the Night Elves. Leo does not want to casually associate with the Night Elves. After hearing what Leo said, the Night Elves not only did not move out of the way, but all of them acted as if they were facing a formidable enemy, as if they would delay Leo's progress even if they died. Leo scratched his face. This situation was really difficult to deal with. He couldn't really kill the Night Elves. Leo was worried about the Night Elves' obstruction, but he didn't know that the Night Elves were also worried about him. The Night Elves looked at the giant Manaroth and didn't know what to do. Rushing in to fight would definitely lead to death. But if they didn't rush in, what else would you ask them to do? These Night Elves didn't know Manaroth, and they didn't know that the person standing in front of them was the famous Destroyer. They just thought he was a powerful Abyss Lord. But the aura exuding from him made people dare not underestimate him. The Night Elf and the Night Elf stared at each other for a long time, and Leo's patience finally ran out. Fight and not fight. Retreat and not retreat. What on earth do you want to do? We just want to stop you and prevent you from causing trouble. The Night Elves complained privately, but no one spoke out about their purpose. For them, they could delay Leo as long as they could. If they couldn't delay him any longer, they would have no choice but to fight tooth and nail. The Night Elves who stopped Leo didn't know that their movements here had attracted the attention of the strong men in the clan. The strong elves such as Malfurion Stormrage and Tyrant turned their attention here. Who makes Manaroth too big? No one would dare to ignore Destroyer's mountain-sized body wherever he stood. Seeing Manaroth, Malfurion and other Night Elf powerhouses were first shocked. Didn't Thrall say that Manaroth was dead? Why did he still appear? Did the orcs lie to us? Then, when their eyes fell on Leo above Manaroth, Malfurion and other strong elves who had participated in the battle at the Well of Eternity had a look of surprise on their faces. And they understood what was going on. The alien god who mysteriously appeared during the battle at the Well of Eternity is here again. Chapter 1042. You have to learn to be a homebody. Why did he appear again? Seeing Leo, Malfurion and other powerful elves were shocked. Although Leo hid his body under his cloak so that no one could see his true face, the Destroyer Manaroth, who served as his mount, betrayed him deeply. He can summon an Abyss Lord at will, and he is not a member of the Burning Legion. He will not take the initiative to attack the elves. Except for the alien god they met at the Well of Eternity, when they first fought against the invasion of the Burning Legion. Malfurion and the others really can't think of anyone else. Malfurion and the others considered this alien god, who had appeared in the battle at the Well of Eternity, to be a mystery. The elves did not know where this alien god came from, or what his purpose was. The elves were even once hostile to him. If Tyrant hadn't been able to communicate with the moon god Elun, and learn from the moon god Elun that Leo had no ill intentions towards the elves would have maintained their hostility, and regarded Leo as their imaginary enemy. After all, the elves had seen that the other party had powerful demons as servants during the battle at the Well of Eternity, and had fought against the moon god Elun. If the elves did not classify such a guy as a dangerous person and take precautions against him, Malfurion would. Elf leaders such as Tyrant and others are too foolhardy. Leo's appearance surprised Malfurion and others. The elves couldn't figure out why this guy appeared at the critical moment. It was like this last time at the Well of Eternity, and it's still like this at Mount Hyjal this time. Tyrant and Malfurion exchanged a few words in a low voice, and the two elf leaders quickly reached a consensus. Tell them to get out of the way, and let him in. Malfurion conveyed such an order. As a prophet, Malfurion has extremely high prestige among the elves. Even Tyrant, the high priest of the moon, is not as effective as the elf prophet in many places. When he heard what he said, an elf officer rushed out quickly and conveyed Malfurion's meaning to the front. These elves are quite knowledgeable. Leo was very satisfied when he saw that the elves that were originally blocking his way immediately gave way to both sides after an elf officer arrived. The elf had been standing in front of him, preventing him from going deeper into Mount Hyjal. At this time of urgency, Leo didn't express much on his face, but he was extremely impatient in his heart. At the moment when the elf's trap is about to be launched, every second of delay is a huge waste, because this short difference of 1 second may very well determine whether Leo can achieve his goal. The elf officer showed up just in time. If he hadn't come, if the elves hadn't gotten out of the way, Leo would have forced his way in. Even if he offended the night elves, Leo would not let the opportunity to fight Archimonde slip away in vain. Tapping Manaroth's head with his toes, Leo motioned for the saboteurs to move forward. The night elves had already made way for them. If they didn't leave now, how long would it take? Manaroth twisted his body, and under the gaze of the night elves, he walked across the path that the elves had given way to. Looking at his appearance, he looked down upon the elves for not being stubborn and instead giving way to a path. The destroyer has never had a good impression of the elves, who caused him to suffer a tragic defeat at the hands of the elves. If Manaroth were to rank the races he hated the most, the elves would definitely occupy the second position. First, apart from the orcs, which other race can be ranked first? Who allowed Grumhelscream to suddenly burst out and kill him? Who allowed Thrall to bring part of his body to Orgrimmar to defeat the demons as an orc, getting rid of the control of the Burning Legion? A sign of rebirth for the orcs from body to mind. Not only was he killed by the orcs, his body was also tortured by the orcs. The worst thing was that the other party hung his head in the city, letting countless people see his severed head and letting countless people know that he was killed by the orcs. Killed, and used his own life to set off the bravery of the orcs. Manaroth, who had experienced such an encounter, had an extremely bad sense of the orcs, putting the orcs in the position of the race he hates most. Manaroth did it as a matter of course. Not long after Leo passed the first blockade of the Night Elves, powerful elves such as Malfurion Stormrage and Tyrant Whisperwind appeared in front of him. Seeing these powerful elves appearing, Leo signaled Manaroth to stop. He shrugged his shoulders and said to Malfurion, "We meet again." Leo could act casually, but Malfurion and the others couldn't. The elves who had seen Leo's strength in the battle at the Well of Eternity already regarded Leo as a god. After they bowed okay in a decent manner, Malfurion spoke, "It's an honor to meet you again. Forgive me. May I know the purpose of your coming to Mount Hyjal?" Malfurion didn't make any detours and asked the question he was most concerned about directly. In fact, it wasn't that Malfurion didn't want to ask politely, but that he didn't have much time. Planned by him and approved by a group of high-level elves, the plan to deal with Archimonde the Defiler has reached the final stage. If Leo hadn't appeared, Malfurion and the others would have been launching their follow-up measures at this time. For a demon like Archimonde, Malfurion is not sure that he has been deceived all the time. The later the follow-up measures prepared by the elves are launched, the greater the chance of being noticed by Archimonde. Once the trap fails this time, severely injuring or even killing Archimonde, they wouldn't have a chance next time. The seriousness of the matter does not stop there. This time Archimonde was fooled. Malfurion and the others relied on the polluter's low vigilance and believed that nothing in this low-level world could threaten Archimonde. So they ignored it and wanted to seize the power of the World Tree, instead of taking a more prudent approach. First, clean up all the resistance forces, kill all enemies who dared to resist and have the ability to resist, and then seize the power of the World Tree. The reason why he did this was because Archimonde looked down on the strong men in this world, thinking that they were just a bunch of weak ants, and that he could eat them to death no matter how messed up he was. Archimonde fell into Malfurion's trap by underestimating the enemy. The opportunity to get rid of the Defiler was right in front of him. Whether they could seize it or not depended on Malfurion and the others. From Malfurion's point of view, there was only one chance to kill Archimonde the Defiler, and there was no room for any mistakes. Hearing Malfurion's words, Leo spread his hands and replied, "I heard that the Defiler Archimonde is here. I am very interested in his strength. If you don't mind, I want to meet Archimonde. How strong is virtue?" "Do not mind?" "No, we don't mind." The elves shouted in their hearts that they felt bad about Leo. "Just because you are interested in Archimonde, you come here to join in the fun. I think this is too much nonsense. Why can't I see you every time something big happens? You can't imitate the great Lord Elune, the moon god, who will never leave the moon no matter what happens. As a god with endless life, you have to learn to be a homebody to death." Seeing that the elves were embarrassed, Leo didn't care. He knew that his appearance was not liked by Malfurion and other powerful elves. After all, no one wanted a variable to appear in their plan, especially if this variable could not be solved. "Take control. You don't talk? That means you don't mind me going to meet Archimonde. You are so reasonable and I feel embarrassed. Originally, I was still thinking that if you were not happy, I would give up on this matter. Now that you are like this, wouldn't it be a shame if I didn't go?" "Well, someone is being rogue again." The elves rolled their eyes in anger. "Just because we didn't say anything doesn't mean we don't mind. In fact, we do. You don't need to feel embarrassed. And don't be afraid of letting down our good intentions. You'd better go." A group of strong elves really wanted to answer Leo in this way, and let this god with unknown purposes leave just now. But they also knew that this was unrealistic. Now that this mysterious god is here, it will not be easy to leave. So the scene remains silent. "If you don't say anything, I'll take it as your acquiescence." Seeing the expressions of all the strong elves, Leo's face was full of teasing. He felt very happy when he saw the strong elves deflated. "Manolos, go quickly." Upon hearing his master's instructions, Manolos immediately took steps forward and moved forward. Seeing Manaroth move, several powerful elves following Malfurion and Tyrande wanted to stop him. But when they were about to take action, they saw Tyrande and Malfurion taking the initiative to step aside and kept charging. They signaled for them to get out of the way, and these powerful elves could only move aside reluctantly with a look of reluctance on their faces. Leo tilted his head, and when Manaroth passed by Malfurion and others, he nodded slightly at the elves, as if to thank them. This made the elves turn pale with anger, and they secretly pinched themselves, clenched his fists. This mysterious alien god has a really bad character. He seems to enjoy playing tricks on others. Compared with Lord Elune's kindness and love, he doesn't look like a god at all. The elves had a very bad impression of Leo, and they clearly remembered the human form when this guy first appeared next to the Well of Eternity. For emerging races like humans, the elves, as veteran strong men, have the mentality of being superior to them because they are their predecessors, and they can't help but feel a little contempt in their hearts. Watching Leo's figure disappear from his sight, Tyrande asked Malfurion beside him, "Malfurion, will his appearance ruin our plan?" "No." Malfurion's tone revealed firmness. A firmness that made people believe. "The picture I foresaw is correct. Archimonde will definitely die in Mount Hyjal." Tyrande's face relaxed, as if he felt relieved. But he thought in his heart, what you foresee is only the result, not the process. How can I not worry? Chapter 1043. You admitted the wrong person. Tree. Big tree. Giant trees. When you look at the world tree from a distance, you feel that it is very tall. When you get closer, you feel that it is even taller and bigger. Looking at this big tree that looked like a giant pillar supporting the sky, Leo couldn't help but feel a sense of insignificance. Compared with such a huge existence, the human body is really too small. Facing the world tree, Leo had many emotions in his heart. It was not that he had never seen the world tree before, but the world tree he saw in Darnassus could only be compared with the one on Mount Hyjal in 4 words. To describe stunted development, Master, Archimonde is there. Manilos pointed at a demon standing next to the world tree. His words pulled Leo back from his emotion. The destroyer had no feeling of being small or insignificant. He had no feeling for the world tree because of his gaze. They were all attracted to an Eridar demon that was similar in size to themselves. Being able to attract Manarotha's attention. There is no need to guess the identity of the Eridar demon. There is no one else but Archimonde. Archimonde the Defiler and Kil'jaeden the Deceiver. These two giants of the Burning Legion were both Eridar. Together with Velen, they were one of the three giants of the Eridar. It is not known whether they joined the Burning Legion. Due to the influence of evil energy, Archimonde and Kil'jaeden underwent huge changes in size. The Eridar demons who still believe in the Naru, such as Velenar, are almost as big as humans. And the Eridar demons who have taken refuge in the Burning Legion are astonishingly large. Just like Archimonde in front of him. And Leo is not as big as him, 1 toe high. Evil energy not only has the effect of corroding living things and transforming them into demons, but it can also change the physical constitution of living creatures and bring great strengthening effects to the living beings' bodies. It is precisely because of this benefit, and the strength of the Burning Legion led by Sargeras, that many races have come to seek refuge. The strength of the Burning Legion has been growing, allowing this force, with the purpose of destruction, to obtain a steady supply of troops. The more you fight, the stronger you become. At the same time that Manaroth saw Archimonde, Archimonde also saw Manaroth and Leo, who was leisurely above the destroyer's head. A trace of fear flashed in Archimonde's eyes as he was preparing to absorb the energy of the world tree to increase his power. Then, this fear was replaced by ruthlessness and determination. Archimonde understood that he had no way out at this time. Ever since he came to this world and became aware of the existence that frightened him, he understood that if he didn't want to live in the other person's shadow and be someone else for the rest of his life, as a slave, he must seize this opportunity. However, opportunities often coexist with risks. If he wants to seize this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, he must be mentally prepared to face the wrath of that terrifying existence. Is it finally here? Archimonde felt secretly in his heart. Compared with Manaroth, who was about the same size as him, the figure above the destroyer's head, which was no bigger than one of his own knuckles, put more pressure on him. Stress is inversely proportional to body size? Well, Archimonde knew that this was just his own psychological effect. The psychological pressure of living in the shadow of the other party for tens of thousands of years. I knew you would come. Archimonde stopped trying to climb the world tree, bowed to Leo's gaze, and spoke first. The great Dark Titan Sargeras. Dark Titan Sargeras? What the hell is Archimonde doing? Leo was stunned for a moment. He pointed at himself and replied with a slightly questioning tone, "Are you talking about me?" Seeing that Leo refused to admit it, Archimonde was surprised, and then burst into laughter. The original fear in the Defiler's eyes when he looked at Leo disappeared with the laughter. Lord Sargeras, you are the darkest being in the universe. All demons must obey your command and act according to your will. Even me. Archimonde stopped laughing. His expression was very strange, as if he had memories, but also seemed to be resentful. In your eyes, we are just a dog that can bite. A tool that can be discarded at any time. You think you are superior and never consider our interests in your actions. Feelings. Do you know how much I want to kill you every time I see your arrogant look? Looking at Archimonde, who was gradually getting excited, Leo scratched his face in confusion. Is this guy mentally ill? How can he talk so enthusiastically to himself? I'm telling you, I'm not Sargeras. You got the wrong person. Leo said it sincerely, but Archimonde didn't believe it at all. There was a bit of madness in the Defiler's eyes when he looked at Leo, which was the madness that only appeared when he was suddenly released after being suppressed for a long time. Ha ha! Archimonde's laughter resounded throughout Mount Hyjal, and there was unconcealable pride and sarcasm in his laughter. Leo looked at him without moving or speaking, just watching indifferently like a madman, with a hint of something in his eyes. A trace of mercy. Poor child. It's not easy to work under Sargeras, and I don't know how much abuse he has suffered. Look at how pitiful he is. Even mentally abused to the point of abnormality. Sensing the pity in Leo's eyes, Archimonde didn't know what he was thinking. His laughter stopped immediately, and the pride on his face turned into anger. He gritted his teeth and said to Leo, "You don't even have your own identity now. If you dare to admit it, why do you have the right to look at me like that? Today, I will kill you." Leo sighed and looked at Archimonde, who fell into madness for unknown reasons. he said leisurely. You have the wrong person. Really? How could Archimonde, who was in madness, believe Leo's words? The Defiler had already determined that Leo was Sargeras, because besides Sargeras, Manaroth would not let anyone sit in Archimonde's memory, put it on his head, and tell him to serve as a mount. Manaroth the Destroyer was the first among the 3 giants of the Burning Legion to surrender to Sargeras. When Sargeras betrayed the Pantheon, released the prisoners in the Titan prison, and established his own business, Manaroth followed him, next to Sargeras. Although Archimonde and Kil'jaeden rated Manaroth as a brash man with a brain full of muscles and only capable of reckless actions, it was undeniable that the most powerful Abyss Lord in the world of Anelin was more powerful than them. Trusted by Sargeras. Compared with Archimonde and Kil'jaeden, Manaroth is less fickle. Using Manaroth on certain things can reassure Sargeras more than using the other 2 Eridar demons. This is also why when the Burning Legion first entered this world, the commander was Manaroth instead of Archimonde or Kil'jaeden. The Well of Eternity is too important to Sargeras. He rebelled against the Pantheon and changed from the Bronze Titan to the Dark Titan. Wasn't Sargeras doing it so that he who could no longer improve would get a chance to go further? The Well of Eternity could make his wish come true. And Sargeras was extremely attached to it, and could not tolerate any mistakes. Judging from the situation at the time, if the Burning Legion wanted to enter the world on a large scale, it had to deceive the Elf Queen Azhara. Kil'jaeden was obviously more suitable than Manaroth for such a technical thing as deceiving people. Archimonde is also stronger than Manaroth. However, Sargeras chose Manaroth to come here, and the reason for this is hard not to ponder. The dark portal was opened by Medivh, possessed by the soul of Sargeras, who seduced the orcs. As the boss of the Burning Legion, Sargeras did not even show his face after entering this world under his own men. Isn't it strange that he didn't go looking for the polluters when he was invincible? Combining Archimonde's reaction after he mistook himself for Sargeras, as well as the various behaviors of the Burning Legion, Leo thought for a moment and came to the conclusion, because of Sargeras' accident, the Dark Titan's strength was greatly weakened. Archimonde the Defiler has thoughts he shouldn't have. No, maybe it wasn't just Archimonde the Defiler. It was none other than Kil'jaeden the Deceiver who seduced Nazul and gained his allegiance. After the orcs got the Book of Medivh, why didn't Kil'jaeden the Deceiver come by himself, but let the orcs summon Archimonde? Leo felt that things were not that simple. It seems that Sargeras is really vicious. The reason why he didn't show up is because he knows the 2 Eridar demons under his opponent too well. And he knows that these 2 guys will definitely rebel when his strength is greatly reduced. This pile of nonsense about the Burning Legion is really speechless. Leo shrugged. He did not agree with the way Sargeras controlled his men. You can only convince others for a while. Once your strength is not enough to suppress the opponent, you will suffer backlash. At this time, Sargeras is such a situation. The poor boss of the Burning Legion, the powerful Dark Titan, can only hide in a dark corner. It really makes people feel sad for him. Suffer death. Archimonde didn't want to delay time. From the Defiler's point of view, since Sargeras dared to show up openly, he must be prepared. He must have a way to deal with him. And he couldn't give the other party too much time. After venting his anger, Archimonde took action, attacking Leo, whom he thought was Sargeras. Archimonde was about to take action. But before Leo could say anything, Manaroth became angry first. Archimonde didn't say anything when he saw him before. He talked directly to Leo and treated him like Manaroth was nothing. How could a destroyer with the temper of a destroyer stand this? Seeing Archimonde showing signs of attacking, Manaroth, who had long wanted to teach Archimonde a lesson, rushed forward with a spear. The Abyss Lord's body seemed bloated and fat, and he looked like he was not good at speed. In fact, when he actually did it, his speed was astonishingly fast. At a speed comparable to a warrior's charge, Manaroth brought out a straight after image in the air, and the war spear drew a long line of blood, heading straight for Archimonde the Defiler. At this time, Archimonde seemed to be unexpectedly. Manaroth was so fast that he didn't even have time to cast his spell. Seeing that Manaroth was about to stab Archimonde, a warning flashed in Leo's heart, and his body reacted and teleported faster than his brain. Ah, damn! Before Leo could pass through the space rift, Manaroth's roar rang out, and a huge portal suddenly appeared in front of Archimonde. A pair of big red hands poked out from behind Manaroth. When the destroyer was about to stop, he pushed hard and pushed it into the portal. Chapter 1044. Gay love cannot be trusted. Kil'jaeden the Deceiver. The owner of those big red hands that suddenly popped out was Kil'jaeden the Deceiver, whose name is Archimonde and Manaroth. Manaroth was pushed into the portal by Kil'jaeden, and along with his roar came the sound of fierce fighting. It can be imagined that in order to deal with Manaroth, Kil'jaeden on the other side of the portal must be preparing a great gift. Archimonde is indeed not fighting alone. Leo looked at the portal that suddenly appeared. His face hidden in the shadow of the cloak made it difficult to see his expression, so no one knew what he was thinking. Archimonde was very proud of this. After coming to this world, he and Kil'jaeden the Deceiver, who noticed Sargeras' weakness, had already prepared. Among the 3 strongest men of the Burning Legion, Sargeras, the person he trusted most, was the destroyer Manilos. If the Dark Titan wanted to deal with him, who had any objections, he would definitely call Manilos away. Things turned out as Archimonde expected. Sargeras came, and he did bring Manaroth the Destroyer. Although Archimonde didn't know how Sargeras restored Manaroth, the Defiler was not surprised. As a Dark Titan, Sargeras had many means. When Archimonde heard the news about Manaroth's accident, he had the same disbelieving attitude as Asdalo. Not at all. It's not like Archimonde has never fought against the strong men in this world, so he knows their strength. It's not that Archimonde looks down on them. In fact, the strong men in this world are too weak in the eyes of the polluters. Of course, this is judged based on the strong people Archimonde has come into contact with. There are also some stronger people hiding in the dark. But the Defiler does not feel that these people can pose any threat to themselves. The world where humans live in the eyes of the Burning Legion, which has destroyed countless planes and exterminated countless races in the universe. It is too weak and inferior. As one of the 3 giants of the Burning Legion, Manaroth is a powerful being on the same level as Archimonde and Kil'jaeden. Even if he is injured, even if his strength is not at its peak, even if he is different from many people in this world, there was a great battle between the demigods, and in Archimonde's opinion Manaroth could not be killed. However, the news of Manaroth's death happened to spread. Isn't it strange? Isn't it weird? Doesn't it make people suspicious? When he heard the news, Archimonde had an intuition that the demon god Sargeras was going to deal with him and Kil'jaeden. It now appears that his intuition was correct. Sargeras had been hiding in the dark because he was not sure he could deal with Archimonde and Kil'jaeden, who didn't know how he would appear. Archimonde knew that once Sargeras showed up, he and Kil'jaeden would be dead. By that time, the powerful Dark Titan would be absolutely sure to deal with them. Archimonde didn't allow this to happen, and Kil'jaeden didn't allow this to happen. Since Sargeras didn't come out, they forced him to come out on his own initiative. It's not easy to force Sargeras to show up. Fortunately, there is a thing called the World Tree that contains huge energy in this world. When Archimonde sent his army to attack Mount Hyjal, he deliberately acted like he couldn't wait to get the World Tree power gesture. If Sargeras appears, it will play into Kil'jaeden and his plans. If Sargeras does not appear, Archimonde will take the power of the World Tree, greatly increase his strength, and then destroy the world with overwhelming power. Sargeras could hide for a while, but he couldn't hide forever. The plan of the Defiler and the Deceiver was very good and very feasible. Unfortunately, they underestimated the world. Even if Leo did not appear, the trap set by Malfurion would be enough to kill Archimonde. Live. After Kil'jaeden pushed Manaroth into the portal, the big red hand suddenly retracted and did not help Archimonde attack Leo. This is different from what I said before. Archimonde gnashed his teeth with hatred. Kil'jaeden had clearly negotiated with him, and the boy had promised to help him deal with Sargeras. However, at the critical moment, he backed down because of his retreat. I have to face Sargeras alone. Kil'jaeden, you even lied to me. A feeling of irritation at being deceived made Archimonde want to catch Kil'jaeden and beat him up. He really didn't expect Kil'jaeden to do this. Fortunately, Kil'jaeden hadn't finished the matter yet. At least, he helped Archimonde move Manaroth away. Thinking of this, the Defiler felt a little better. I can kill him without your help. Being tricked by his friend, Archimonde was filled with hatred. What he hated most was being deceived. If he hadn't known that now was not the time to settle accounts with Kil'jaeden, he would have found a way to kill him back. The top priority is to kill the demon god Sargeras while he is weak. Only by getting rid of this Dark Titan can we go to Kil'jaeden to settle accounts with peace of mind. And can we compete with Kil'jaeden for control of the Burning Legion without any worries? Archimonde knew what he should do after weighing it for a moment. But he didn't see it. His expression had all fallen into Leo's eyes. The relationship between Archimonde and Kil'jaeden is not that good. The 2 Eridar friends of the Burning Legion also have conflicts. Otherwise, why would Tichondrius, the #1 fear lord of the Burning Legion, spy on Neo? Ancestor, you need to know that in terms of faction, Nozul's Scourge Legion is from Killjaden's line. Gay love cannot be trusted. Do we really want to believe in love? Leo scratched his face. He didn't bother to pay attention to the matter between Archimonde and Killjaden. These two guys didn't know why they were crazy. They actually thought he was Sargeras. It was really ridiculous. Great Sargeras. You? Archimonde decided to fight quickly. He looked at Leo with a ferocious expression, raised his right hand, pointed his index finger at Leo, and shouted at the same time, "Go to HL, bar! A finger of death!" Archimonde was merciless when he started, and it was a killing move. Leo's eyes were focused. His face was solemn, and he faced Archimonde's death finger. He raised his arm slightly, tapped his index finger, and pointed to finger. The finger of death is Archimonde's ultimate move. With this hand, Archimonde has killed countless powerful men. Archimonde is full of confidence in his finger of death, even if he wants to attack the target. It is the demon god Sargeras, who also has infinite confidence. Sargeras, if your strength is not damaged, I would not dare to betray you. If your strength is greatly reduced now, I can kill you with one finger of death. Archimonde was full of confidence, thinking that even if he couldn't kill Sargeras, he could still injure him. However, the reality told him ruthlessly that he was wrong. The finger of death is an irresistible and powerful killing move for others, but it is not the case in Leo's eyes. As soon as Archimonde's finger of death was activated, Leo sensed an extremely familiar power fluctuation. It was a power fluctuation belonging to the law of death. The reason why the finger of death is so terrifying, and why it can make countless powerful people in the universe helpless, is because it mobilizes the law of death. These powerful laws are incomprehensible to others, but not to Leo. The law of death. Can you know it but I can't? Leo curled his lips. His understanding of the law of death was unparalleled, and his ability to mobilize the power of death was even more difficult for outsiders to achieve, who allowed him to have the profession of Necromancer in the first place. Facing Archimonde's death finger, he had no fear. Archimonde was confident, and Leo was also confident. But Leo's confidence was different from Archimonde's. Archimonde wanted to kill Leo, and Leo was confident of killing Archimonde. The finger of death is an invocation of the law of death, and it is not your Archimonde's patent. One demon and one human. The fingers of death used by the two collided. The corners of Leo's mouth turned up slightly, while Archimonde looked shocked. This is impossible. Archimonde's lips trembled twice, and he stammered out a roar. The Defiler clearly felt that his finger of death was broken, and it was broken in the same way by the other party. The finger of death is an ability that I only obtained by chance after countless years. Why did Sargeras do the same? It is really hard to accept that the ultimate move that he is proud of has been cracked by someone using the same attack method. What makes Archimonde even more unbelievable is that after the two fingers of death collided, the finger of death he said disappeared without a trace. But the one used by Leo still existed. What does this mean? Apart from Leo having a better understanding of the law of death than Archimonde, what else could it mean? Isn't Sargeras the Dark Titan? Doesn't he use the power of the Dark Law? When will he also die from the law of death? Archimonde's eyes widened, and his confident attack was easily broken by the opponent. The blow to him can be imagined. The Defiler's body shook twice for no reason, which was a reaction to the fear in his heart being reawakened. And Archimonde was scared. No! I must kill him. Otherwise I will die. Archimonde roared in his heart. He knew Sargeras very well. The cruelty of this Dark Titan scared even Archimonde, who was his right-hand man. If this rebellion failed, it is conceivable that in the near future, Archimonde will definitely be miserable as a traitor. Death is terrible, but seeking life without seeking death cannot be more terrible than death. Archimonde didn't dare to imagine the consequences of failure. He didn't want to let himself end up in a miserable collection. Nor did he dare to let himself fall into the hands of Sargeras. If I want to survive, I must succeed. Archimonde forcibly dispelled the fear in his heart, mobilized all the strength in his body. His big hand was filled with endless black energy, and with the power of the law that the living could easily break, he broke the remaining death finger and slapped Leo past. The Hand of Death. Chapter 1045. Guaranteed Victory. Hand of Death? Leo chuckled. A light of expectation flashed in his eyes. Well done. Others were afraid of Archimonde's death hand, but Leo was looking forward to it. He was eager to see Archimonde's death hand. But don't let me down. The big hand that symbolized death pressed down. Leo was not afraid. He raised his hand to face the hand of death that Archimonde pressed down. The power of law surged. And a big hand that also exuded the aura of death came forward. What? Archimonde's eyes were full of disbelief. He saw something, and the other party actually used the hand of death. This is impossible. This is absolutely impossible. How could he know the hand of death? How could he know the hand of death? Archimonde's heart was gripped by fear. A feeling that frightened him, and made his soul tremble. The reason why he wanted to rebel against Sargeras was because he obtained a law more powerful than darkness by chance. It was under the power of this law called the law of death, that he had the power of death. The two major killing moves are the finger, and the hand of death. If before possessing the law of death, Archimonde's feeling toward Sargeras was that he did not dare to resist, and was unable to resist. Then after obtaining the law of death, the Defiler's mind changed. Thinking about it, Archimonde has a stronger power of law than Sargeras. And his achievements will surpass Sargeras sooner or later. Why should he be suppressed by him? Why should Sargeras be used as a slave? Because of unwillingness and resentment. Archimonde had already thought about it. But he never found the opportunity. But now, after seeing Leo, whom he mistakenly thought was Sargeras, displaying the hand of death, Archimonde's unwillingness and resentment disappeared without a trace. Replaced by fear, which came from the deepest part of his soul. Fear everywhere. When Leo used the finger of death before, Archimonde could still deceive himself and say that it was just a coincidence. But now he couldn't. You can only deceive yourself and others for a while. But you cannot deceive yourself forever. Leo used the hand of death to mercilessly break Archimonde's remaining illusion, forcing the Defiler to face the cruel reality. His greatest reliance was gone. What to do? What do I do? Sargeras will not let any betrayer go. And he will definitely kill me. Archimonde panicked, unwilling to just sit back and die. Isn't it just the hand of death? You can do it and I can. But my hand of death may not be as good as yours. Archimonde, who thought he had no way out, was determined to fight. He gritted his teeth, made up his mind, and pressed forward with all his strength. The aura of death exuding from the hand of death that was pressed down in midair became even stronger. Up and down. The two hands collided. And Leo and Archimonde were shocked at the same time. Their arms vibrated. And the fingers of the death hand that collided suddenly tightened and grasped each other. The hand of death is holding each other's hands. And the battle is about which of the two has stronger power of law. Consumption? Let's see who of us can outlast whom. The corners of Leo's mouth turned up slightly. Through the previous contact of the finger of death, he already had a rough idea of Archimonde's reality. It is true that the Defiler is strong and has some understanding of the law of death. But he is still far behind what he is now. If it were before the battle at the Well of Eternity, Leo would not be Archimonde's opponent. But it is different now. When it comes to understanding the law of death, Archimonde is not as good as Leo today. If it were not for pollution, the person who lives longer and possesses 100 times more power of law than Leo. His hand of death is impossible to block Leo's attack. Leo's advantage lies in quality, while Archimonde's advantage lies in quantity. After the hand of death confrontation, both Leo and Archimonde are very clear about this. Is it Leo's quality that outweighs Archimonde's quantity? Or does Archimonde rely on his quantitative advantage to defeat Leo, who has a deeper understanding of the law of death than him? Archimonde was really shocked. If he had some luck before and felt that Sargeras was just deceiving himself and did not really master the law of death, then now that the hands of death are holding each other, this trace of luck was ruthlessly shattered. Sargeras not only mastered the law of death that Archimonde relied on, but his understanding of the law of death was deeper than Archimonde's. And the power of the law was even more exquisite than Archimonde's. This. How so? How could this be? Archimonde's mind was in chaos. And he was completely confused. His biggest reliance was gone. So what else could he use to resist Sargeras? Fortunately, the road is endless. And Archimonde in despair saw a glimmer of hope. That is, the power of law that Sargeras could call upon was many times less than his. There is no advantage in quantity. Even if the quality is higher, it may not win. The opponent cannot summon as much power of law as he can. And this is Archimonde's hope for a comeback. Seeing hope in despair, driven by the survival instinct, Archimonde exploded with far more energy than usual. More gray-black mist poured out from the hand of death pressed down in midair. Under each gray-black mist, all have the ability to kill an ordinary demigod. Under the gray-black mist scattered by the hand of death, space began to shrink. The law of death did not penetrate the space barrier like other laws, but directly caused the space to die. Space death? That's right. Under the power of the law of death, Space also began to die. The law of death seems to have no power, and the powerful destructive power of fire and other laws. But its effect is thousands of times more terrifying than those laws with direct destructive power. Compared to Archimonde, who was gritting his teeth and wanting to use all his strength to suck the milk, Leo was extremely calm. Archimonde has a lot of power of law that he can call upon. Leo can't compare to him in this regard. After all, the Defiler lives too long. Even if the lifespan of such an old monster-level guy is only a fraction of Leo's age, his lifespan is countless times. But the battle between the strong is not about whoever lives longer and can use more power of law will win. Leo's understanding of the law of death far exceeds that of Archimonde, and he has an absolute qualitative advantage. If Archimonde wants to defeat him, he can only rely on consuming the power of the law to consume all the power that Leo can call upon. Archimonde wins. However, is it so easy to kill Leo? If he wasn't sure, would Leo foolishly fight against Archimonde? Thinking with your toes, you can tell that the answer is impossible. Archimonde can summon a lot of power of law, but he can't break Leo's hand of death. This is also the reason why the two sides are in a stalemate. But if a stalemate is not enough, what Leo wants is victory. He wants to defeat Archimonde. Therefore, the cost of the hand of death must be in Leo's favor. Otherwise, he would not foolishly fight Archimonde. If Archimonde could stay awake and fight Leo in other ways, it would be very difficult for Leo to defeat him. But Archimonde now regards Leo as Sargeras, which is different. Before he betrayed the Pantheon, the Dark Titan Sargeras was the most powerful warrior in the Pantheon. His rich combat experience was something that few in the entire universe could match. Archimonde knew that his fighting methods were far from being the enemy of Sargeras, so he would naturally not choose a fighting method that was bound to fail. So Archimonde chose to fight against Sargeras. This is the worst mistake a polluter can make. Poor Archimonde. If he knew that the person he was fighting was just a human in his 20s, he would definitely not be like this. But who told him to admit the wrong person? Spend it. I use 1 point of strength. You have to use dozens or hundreds of points of force. I had 1 point of force, but you can't even replenish 1% of the force. I want to see who of us can use it up. Who? Archimonde wanted to consume himself to death. But Leo was very disdainful of this. He delved deeper into the law of death, and the advantage he gained was not only stronger quality, but also the speed of replenishing power after consumption. Archimonde cannot defeat Leo's death hand in one fell swoop, so he has to compete with Leo for consumption. The result of the consumption is that the energy that both sides can mobilize is weakening. Originally, Archimonde had an advantage in quantity, but it was not afraid of fighting a war of attrition. Leo replenishes his strength dozens or hundreds of times faster than him. In the time it takes Archimonde to consume 1 point of his strength, he can replenish 3 or even 5/5 of his strength, replenishing it even faster than it consumes. It's strange that Archimonde consumes so much energy that Leo is dying. On the other hand, Archimonde consumes 1 point of Leo's power to gain nearly 100 points of power. But the power he gets from replenishing it is only 1% of the power consumed. He consumes it faster than replenishing it. In the end, he has to be replaced by Leo. It will be consumed to death. He knew his own affairs, and Leo knew that Archimonde would lose if he was wasted. But Archimonde didn't know. At this time, there is only one way in front of the polluter, and that is to continue to consume. Even if he loses his strength, he will consume Leo to death. Two hands of death held each other tightly in midair, and the gray-black mist representing death spread to the surroundings as Leo and Archimonde competed. Countless vegetation on Mount Hyjal withered, and the fertile land became barren. Jedi. Even that space is shrinking. Looking around, with Leo and Archimonde at the center, a lifeless dead zone is rapidly taking shape. Fortunately, in this dead land, you can still see the World Tree, which stands like a pillar of life between heaven and earth. The World Tree is indeed a treasure that even Archimonde can covet. The energy contained in it is so powerful that it can even resist the law of death. Archimonde turned his back to the World Tree and concentrated all his energy on dealing with Leo. He didn't pay too much attention to the World Tree, so he didn't take it all as seriously as Leo did. Looking at the World Tree, Leo's eyes flashed with heat. What would be the benefit if he could create a World Tree in his own kingdom of God? It's so easy to get the World Tree, regardless of whether it can be obtained. Even if Leo can get the World Tree, he can't bring out the eternal torrent of time. During the competition with Archimonde, Leo still had room to think about other things. This situation only meant one thing, and that was that Leo still had the power to win this battle. Chapter 1046 Desperate Archimonde. Archimonde the Defiler is indeed very strong. He is invincible and unstoppable, which makes Malfurion and other high-level elves have to make up their minds to sacrifice the World Tree as bait to plot against him. From this alone, we can know his strength. Tyrannical. It's just that no matter how strong Archimonde is, there is a limit. Whether he is strong or weak depends on who he is comparing to. When he met Leo, Archimonde no longer regained his previous bravery, especially after he mistook Leo for the Dark Titan Sargeras. Archimonde, who made a big tactical mistake, was heading towards the abyss of failure step by step. Just when the battle between Leo and Archimonde reached a stalemate, the powerful elves such as Malfurion and Tyrant were worried about this. The elves don't know the situation of Leo and Archimonde, and they can't see that Leo has the upper hand. Can they not be anxious? Tyrant and Malfurion exchanged glances. The two powerful elves were hesitating whether to launch the killing move they had prepared to destroy Archimonde as planned. Without Leo appearing, this would not be a problem at all. But now that Leo was right next to the World Tree, Malfurion and Tyrant could not help but hesitate. If they launched a killing move against Archimonde, wouldn't Leo be included in it? Leo's identity is mysterious. Malfurion and Tyrant don't know what his background is. The two powerful elves are not willing to provoke strong enemies for their race. Just wait a little longer. After weighing it for a long time, Malfurion finally sighed. Now they could only wait and wait. Waiting is painful, and waiting is also the most annoying. But the elves have no choice but to wait. Malfurion should be lucky that Leo and Archimonde didn't keep them waiting long. After a quarter of an hour of stalemate, Archimonde was the first to discover the problem. More than half of the Defiler's power was consumed in this quarter of an hour. Even after paying such a high price, it had no effect at all. Archimonde had to do something, make changes. If I can't stop you with one hand, I'll use two hands to see how you can stop me. Archimonde raised his left hand, and a big hand pressed down in the sky. It was the hand of death. Are you going to go all out? With this ability alone, you are still no match for me. Leo raised his left hand and pushed it up against Archimonde's second big hand. Two pairs of four big hands transformed by the power of the law of death collided. The gray-black mist immediately enveloped the entire top of Hyjal Mountain, causing countless flowers and plants to wither and wither. The fertile soil dried up and cracked, eventually turning into a dead land where neither grass nor trees grew. The blue sky was also dyed black, and even the sun's rays could not penetrate. The entire Mount Hyjal was pitch black, and you could not see your fingers. The day was abruptly turned into night, and the entire Mount Hyjal seemed to have suddenly entered the end of the world, and all the creatures inside could not help but feel panic. Leo's brows frowned, and he found that when Archimonde raised his hands, the pressure on him from the hand of death suddenly increased several times. Could there be any bonuses gained from using the double hand of death? It seems that this is the only explanation that makes sense at the moment. But the problem is that Leo also uses the hand of death. Why doesn't he feel any bonus? Does Archimonde have any tricks for using the hand of death that outsiders don't know about? Thinking of this, Leo observed carefully, and through the released mental power, he quickly explored Archimonde's death hand. Archimonde's hand of death uses the law of death. Even if a person's mental power is even a little bit immortal, let alone exploring deep inside, he has to peel off the skin. That is why Leo can do this. Relying on his knowledge of the law of death, he traveled far towards Archimonde and unscrupulously penetrated his spiritual perception deep into the hand of death, leaving Archimonde helpless. The moment Leo's spiritual perception penetrated into the hand of death, Archimonde had already sensed it, and the Defiler was shocked and angry. What surprised Leo was that he was not afraid of the erosion of the power of the law of death. What made him angry was that Leo clearly did not take Archimonde seriously in his behavior. Frightened and angry, Archimonde wanted to show Leo how powerful he was. But what frustrated the Defiler was that he racked his brains and tried his best to achieve no effect at all. Leo's spiritual perception was still arrogantly probing inside the hand of death he had cast. Not only was there no loss at all, but it became more energetic the more he probed. And the more he probed, the more unscrupulous he became. Two strands of spiritual power also invaded along the hand of death. Inside Archimonde, this is too belittling. Do you really think I have no power to resist? Archimonde was so angry that he almost vomited blood. Leo's spiritual power invaded his body in such an arrogant manner, and he looked down upon him too much. As a polluter, and as one of the most powerful demons in the universe, Archimonde, how can I stand this kind of anger? Do you still think you are the Dark Titan that terrifies me? Do you still think you have that overwhelming power? No! Sargeras, you are just a bereaved dog now. You have even lost your own body. Why do you despise me? Why do you look down on me? I will definitely defeat you. Archimonde roared in his heart. The anger of being slighted, the fear of failure and rebellion, etc. Everything was stimulating Archimonde's nerves, making him uncomfortable, making him hate, and making him crazy. Anger cannot solve the problem. No matter how much Archimonde hates Leo and wants to kill him, it will not help the current situation in the slightest. Leo's spiritual perception entered Archimonde's body, constantly exploring the way the Defiler used the law of death. But Archimonde had no countermeasures against it. It's not that Archimonde is incompetent, but that Leo is too cunning. In addition to Leo's mental power that penetrated into Archimonde's body, a layer of death power firmly protected him, forming a solid line of defense outside the mental power. The mental power that Archimonde mobilized was block out the outside tightly. At this time, Leo's advantage in the law of death was once again demonstrated. Archimonde, who was far inferior to Leo in understanding the law, could not break through Leo's protection for a while, and could only watch Leo's the mental power is exploring inside his body. But in just a few seconds, Archimonde's mood hit rock bottom. Leo's mental power can easily invade his body along the hand of death. Doesn't this mean that as long as Leo wants to, he can easily kill Archimonde? Of course. The premise is that Leo can be ruthless. Fight against the damage to his mental power. Fight against the permanent loss of the part of the mental force that penetrated Archimonde's body. And fight against the danger of his strength declining over a period of time. Two rays of spiritual power detonated. Life and death depend on the opponent. And life and death depend only on the opponent's thoughts. This feeling is uncomfortable. Very uncomfortable. Based on Archimonde's understanding of Sardras, there is nothing that this Dark Titan cannot do. In order to kill himself, there is a 100% chance that he will detonate the mental power that penetrated his body. You need to know that Sardras is a strong warrior type, not a mage type. He does not care about the loss of mental power. How could his life or death be decided so easily? Archimonde was unwilling to give in. He now understood that his reliance was so ridiculous in front of Sardras. His rebellion and ambition were all a farce in the eyes of Sardras. Damn it. I will never accept such a failure. Archimonde was unwilling and shouted at the portal, "Kill Jaden. You can't live even if I die." Calling for help. Archimonde the Defiler turned to kill Jaden the Deceiver for help. Archimonde doesn't want to die. And the only one who can help him now, the only one who dares to help him, is kill Jaden the Deceiver. Call someone if you can't beat him? Leo curled his lips, his words filled with disdain. Is this Archimonde the Defiler? You really disappoint me. Dan, I can't beat you. And I don't want to be killed by you. What can I do if I don't ask for help? You even have to say a few sarcastic words to ask for help. You are too bullying. Archimonde looked at Leo. His nostrils were flaring. He was huffing and puffing. His face was livid. And he looked very angry. What made Archimonde desperate was that he had already lowered his face and asked Kil'jaeden for help. But Kil'jaeden didn't respond at all. This was clearly waiting for him to be killed by Leo. Kil'jaeden first deceived, and then refused to save him. Now Archimonde's sense of this old friend has completely changed. If Kil'jaeden didn't help him deal with Leo before, but just plotted against Manaroth, Archimonde was only a little angry about it, and didn't really take it to heart. Then Kil'jaeden now refuses to save him. This completely chilled Archimonde. No matter who he is, he will not have even a slight affection for a person who has deceived him and turned a blind eye to his plea for help. Not to mention that this guy is someone he has regarded as a friend and partner for countless years. At this moment, Archimonde's heart was filled with resentment. He hated Sardras, and Kil'jaeden even more. His hatred for the latter was hundreds or thousands of times more than the former. Leo's heart moved slightly when he saw this. Maybe I can do something? An idea suddenly came into his mind. Once this idea appeared, he could no longer contain it. Thoughts were running through Leo's mind. After thinking about it for a while, he finally made the decision to do it. Do you want to die or live? Leo's voice rang directly in Archimonde's mind. The Defiler was stunned and immediately asked, Sardras, what tricks do you want to play? You don't want me to bow my head? A smile bloomed on Leo's face. Archimonde's tone was very tough. But behind this tough tone was a timidity that couldn't be concealed. Otherwise, there was no need for him to add the following sentence. Let alone ask Leo what he wanted. Do what? I say it one last time. No. I am. Sardras. Everyone could hear the seriousness in Leo's words. Archimonde blinked, a little doubtful of his own judgment. Is he really not Sardras? seeing Archimonde's disbelief. Leo asked coldly, "Do you think I need to lie to you?" Archimonde thought about it carefully. Since Leo could easily invade his body with mental power, and was countless times stronger than him in the law of death, there was really no need to lie to him. As far as he knew, Sargeras was the Dark Titan and studied the laws of darkness, which was completely different from the laws of death. Could it be that I really recognized the wrong person? Chapter 1047, Submission. Archimonde wanted to deny it, but his reason told him that he was really wrong. He caught a top strongman and fought hard for a long time until he was exhausted to death. But in the end, he recognized the wrong person. I found the wrong person, fought for the wrong life, and almost lost my own life. Is there anything worse than this? Archimonde immediately had the urge to vomit blood. How unlucky must I be? How miserable must I be to have something like this happen to me? After being depressed for a while, Archimonde suddenly thought that something was wrong, and that was Manaroth the Destroyer. As if he saw Archimonde's doubts, Leo spoke at the right time. Don't think that only Sargeras can make Manaroth surrender. There are thousands of strong people in the universe. So what does one Sargeras mean? These words are very crazy. The majestic boss of the Burning Legion, the Dark Titan Sargeras, who makes countless creatures in the universe fear and tremble with fear, has become a guy with nothing extraordinary in Leo's mouth. These words, if it were before Leo and Archimonde's fight, the Defiler would never take it seriously. But it's different now. Leo showed superior strength, and the Defiler felt that he was not his opponent, and he did not even find out the opponent's background. As a result, Archimonde had to think about the credibility of Leo's words. Things often happen like this. The more you think about it, the more credible it becomes. Archimonde is like this now. The more he thinks about Leo's words, the more credible he feels. In this way, the Defiler looked at Leo. His eyes were completely different. In Archimonde's mind, Manaroth is a reckless man with supreme strength. The Abyss Lords, who are full of muscles, have always surrendered to the strong ones, who are far stronger than them. Sargeras relied on his unparalleled strength to defeat him. The Abyss Lord was loyal to him. At this time, Sargeras' strength was greatly reduced, and it was not surprising that Manaroth surrendered to another strong man. Manaroth can surrender to another strong man. But what about me? Archimonde is not an idiot. Leo suddenly contacted him when he had the advantage. Archimonde was clear about why. This mysterious and powerful existence wants to conquer me. So what choice should I make? Archimonde was a little hesitant. Why did he resist Sargeras? Wasn't it because he wanted to stand up and take charge and no longer be a slave? But if he didn't take refuge with the person in front of him, how could he be spared? Frankly speaking, Archimonde was very unwilling. However, his life was at the mercy of the other person's thoughts. His survival instinct was constantly breaking down his will. It was not like he had never been someone else's younger brother. The powerful man he had taken in Sargeras was becoming his subordinate. Why can't it be done this time? To accept or not to accept? This is a question that must be considered. Archimonde hesitated. Leo did not urge him, but his power fluctuated slightly, and two human women appeared behind him. One has black hair, and the other has blue hair. Who is it if it's not Cinesarea and Sindragosa? The appearance of the two dragon queens shocked Archimonde. How could someone as powerful as the Defiler fail to see the strength of Sindragosa and Cinesarea? Although the strength of these two people is far inferior to he, but they have an aura that makes Archimonde envious. An aura that can reach a higher level after breaking through some shackles. Archimonde understood that even though Cinesarea and Sindragosa were not as good as him now, as long as they were given time to surpass him, it would be a matter of time before they surpassed him. Unless he, Archimonde, also achieved a breakthrough during this period. At Archimonde's level, how easy is it to break through? This mysterious strongman not only conquered Manaroth, but also had two such powerful subordinates. There was no shame in serving under him. Archimonde admitted that he was moved. Leo had been paying attention to Archimonde's expression, and he could read the change in the Defiler's mentality from Archimonde's expression. Summoning Cinesarea and Sindragosa, he aimed to attack Archimonde's defenses and shake the Defiler's mind. Herd mentality is not only found in humans, but also in demons. If there was only one Manaroth, Archimonde would definitely be hesitant. But if he found out that Leo had more than one Manaroth, as well as beings like Sindragosa and Cinesarea, Archimonde would put aside this hesitation. How is it? Have you thought about it? Seizing the opportunity when Archimonde was shaken, Leo asked again. As he spoke, he deliberately showed a bit of murderous intent. He suddenly changed the topic and said in a cold tone, "Resign? Or die?" Is this an ultimatum? Archimonde understood that the murderous aura leaking out of Leo was intentional on his part, just to force him to make a decision. You know. At this time, everyone is a knife and I am a fish. Archimonde has only one choice if he doesn't want to die. After a long silence, Archimonde finally spoke. What do you want me to do? Just be soft. The corners of Leo's mouth turned up slightly, and a trace of unconcealable pride appeared on his face hidden in the shadow of the cloak, which made Archimonde the Defiler surrender. There were several people who could do it, but Leo, did it. That's all you need to do. Using his mental power to communicate with Archimonde, Leo revealed his plan amidst the changing expressions of the Defiler. After saying that, he exerted force on his hand and defeated Archimonde's death hand. The reason why he was able to achieve this step was not because Leo's strength suddenly increased to the point where Archimonde could not resist, but because the Defiler did not resist. Archimonde knew that he would not escape death if he resisted. Between these two choices, Archimonde chose the latter. After defeating Archimonde's hand of death, Leo did not stop. Two large gray-black hands composed of the power of the law of death grabbed the polluter, holding Archimonde's huge body tightly, and others. Archimonde struggled hard, but only opened a gap, allowing his right arm to be free. Seeing that Archimonde was restrained, Leo looked around inside. What he was sighing for was none other than Kil'jaeden. The deceiver was too tolerant and refused to take action until he saw an opportunity. This made Leo's plan to take the opportunity to unite with Archimonde to teach him a lesson unable to be implemented. Conquering Archimonde is already a big gain, but I still expect to be able to trick someone like Kil'jaeden. I'm too greedy. After leaving such words, Leo turned his attention to the portal where Kil'jaeden plotted against Manaroth. When he conquered Archimonde, Cidasareya and Sindragosa had already taken advantage of this time to kill him, with the help of these two dragon queens. Not to mention that the other end of the portal was only Kil'jaeden. Even if Kil'jaeden personally participated in the battle, he would not be able to get away with it. There was no need to deal with Archimonde the polluter. Leo's mental power was withdrawn from his body, and he turned towards the portal. The portal that assassinated Manaroth was Kil'jaeden's work. To maintain the existence of this portal, the deceiver had to continue to output mana to it and use mental power to maintain the existence of the portal. Leo could follow the clues to find out. Kil'jaeden's position meant that even if he couldn't be caught, he could still be beaten hard. It's a pity that Kil'jaeden didn't give Leo a chance. Almost as soon as Leo's mental power turned to the portal began to disintegrate. Kil'jaeden was quick enough to see an opportunity. Leo curled his lips when he saw this, and Kil'jaeden was decisive enough. When he found out that Archimonde was defeated, he immediately chose to escape after knowing that he was alone. Facing such a slippery guy would give anyone a headache. The portal began to disintegrate. Leo did not hesitate when he saw this. He stretched out his right hand and pointed his index finger at the disintegrating portal. A crisp crackling sound came out as he did so. It turned out that after Leo pointed it out, the space separated by the portal shattered, revealing a space crack. From Leo's position, on the other side of the crack were Manaroth and Sindragosa, the space where the three of them are. When Sindragosa and the other three saw Leo opening the space passage for them, they immediately ran out without any desire to fight. In their opinion, returning to Leo was far more important than killing a few Kil'jaeden's men. The matter is settled. Let's go! Leo waved his hand and took the three subordinates into the kingdom of God. He turned to look at Archimonde, and the figure disappeared from the place. When Leo defeated Archimonde's hand of death, the strong spirits of the elves such as Malfurion and Tyrande, who were watching the battle from a distance, were lifted up. Archimonde's defeat to the mysterious strongman. Does it mean that we don't need to sacrifice the World Tree? Thinking of this, Malfurion and Tyrande were greatly excited. The World Tree is the lifeblood of the elves. How could Malfurion sacrifice it if he hadn't been forced into a corner? Now that he can save the World Tree, even with his calmness, he can't help but act violently. The reality was cruel. Leo's first words, when he appeared next to Malfurion and Tyrande, made the excited elves feel a chill in their hearts. I've helped you restrain Archimonde. You can do whatever you have to do next. I think your plan is pretty good. Malfurion's plan is to sacrifice the World Tree. Leo's words are nothing more than telling him that the World Tree will still have to be sacrificed. I am just making your plan more successful. After all, an Ackman is trapped in place, compared with a free-moving Archimonde. The former is easier to kill. Tyrande and Malfurion looked at each other, and both elves saw an expression called bitterness on the other's face. The actions of gods are truly unpredictable. There is no dissatisfaction with Leo, Malfurion, and Tyrande. because they understand that Leo has no obligation to help them save the world tree. The elves' anger has been aroused, and it's time to implement our previous plan. Malfurion deserves to be the leader of the clan. He can take it and let it go. From Leo's attitude, he knows that the world tree cannot be kept, and he will not force it. Leo greatly appreciated this. No wonder Malfurion was able to endure countless storms without falling. His character alone was something that few could match. The long and shrill sound of the horn resounded through Hyjal, and countless light points swarmed towards it. Looking at it, the entire top of Hyjal Mountain fell into a vast sea of stars, filled with countless angry elves. Chapter 1048. What a big firework! The world tree is the lifeblood of the elves. Archimonde wants to plot against the world tree and absorb its energy. This approach angers the elves. Now, countless angry elves gathered with the belief that they must die, and use self-destruction to fight Archimonde. In the eyes of beings like Archimonde the Polluter, elves who are so fragile that even an ordinary human can easily kill them are like ants, weaklings that he will not even look at. However, the weak will also fight back. When countless weak fight back together, even Archimonde, who dominates the universe, will be killed by them. The self-destruction of one elf is nothing. But what about 10? Hundreds? Or thousands? So what if there are hundreds of thousands? Millions or even tens of millions? The star sea formed by countless elves flooded the top of Mount Hyjal, and also flooded Archimonde, who was restrained by the world tree by Leo's deft hand. What a spectacular suicide! Leo stood next to Malfurion and Tyrande, looking at Mount Hyjal and the sea of stars where countless elves gathered, and felt quite emotional in his heart. Even if he is willing to be killed, the Emperor can also pull him down. Who said that when a weak person faces a strong one, he must let himself be slaughtered by the other party? Look at Mount Hyjal at this time. When countless weak people rise up to resist, even tyrannical beings like Archimonde will be pulled down by them. The elves resisted Archimonde by self-destructing. After the Battle of Mount Hyjal, who dares to underestimate these little guys who are too weak to even protect themselves? Although the elves suffered heavy losses in this battle, their performance also frightened countless powerful people from countless races. Even if some people had any evil intentions, they would not dare to take advantage of the power of this battle and fear the power of the elves. Something changed. Leo couldn't help but sigh. Malfurion was really powerful. Even though Malfurion was extremely resourceful, he had to make a big sacrifice in front of Archimonde, who had absolute strength. If Archimonde hadn't wanted to betray Sargeras and coveted the energy of the world tree, even if Malfurion was determined to sacrifice the world tree, he could not harm him. The elf's self-destruction alone can't kill Archimonde. Huh? Although the elf's self-destruction is spectacular, and the accumulated lethality is indeed large enough, it is impossible to kill Archimonde based on this. The most they can do is seriously injure Archimonde. Leo sees Malfurion. Before Tyrande could launch his final killing move, he couldn't help but speak. As he was speaking, he found an elf running beside him out of nowhere. The intelligence of the elves is very low, only equivalent to that of a human child of 1 or 2 years old. They act casually and ignorantly. If it weren't for Archimonde's greed for the energy of the world tree, Malfurion would not be able to arouse the anger of the elves. Leo didn't understand what an elf was doing when he came to him. Seeing an elf running beside Leo out of nowhere, Malfurion and Tyrande suddenly showed helpless looks on their faces. Most of the elves were attacking Archimonde, but a small number of elves did not do so. Malfurion's calculation could only guarantee that most of the elves would be angry, but not all. It was obvious that the surrounding the elf that kept spinning around Leo was the latter. What worries Malfurion and Tyrande is whether this elf will anger Leo. Knowing that the gods have weird tempers, no one dares to say that they can feel their pulse. Leo was quite interested in the small light spots that kept spinning around him. He opened his palms and waved at the elf, gesturing for it to come to his palms. The elf didn't give Leo any face. It circled Leo's hand twice, and got into Leo's cloak. Haha. Leo was not angry at all about this little guy's behavior. He said with a smile, "This little guy is quite naughty." Tyrande and Malfurion were relieved to see this. If the elf angered Leo, it would be very difficult for them to deal with it. Fortunately, such a thing did not happen. Malfurion looked at the top of Hyjal, which was submerged by the sea of stars composed of countless elves, with a sad expression on his face. After a long time, the elf prophet said to Tyrande, "Let's do it. To protect this world, all sacrifices are worth it." Tyrande comforted Malfurion, while making some gestures that Leo could not understand. Under the auspices of the Night Elf High Priest, the elves prepared to launch a killing move in order to kill Archimonde. The surging energy exploded in an instant. Leo only saw a red mass suddenly burst out in a sea of stars. And then this red shot straight into the sky in an instant, dyeing the entire sky red. After doing this piece of crimson was not satisfied. It spread rapidly in all directions until it occupied every inch of the entire world. It was too late. But it was too soon. All this was completed in just 2 seconds. By the time the demons fighting fiercely on Mount Hyjal reacted, it was too late to do anything. The energy that was so huge that even Leo was frightened exploded in an instant. At this time, the world tree revealed its ferocious side. With it as the center, the violent energy tore apart everything they could encounter. This among them are many elves within its attack range. Archimonde, who was trapped next to the world tree by Leo's death hand, only had time to scream in agony before being blown away by the energy of the world tree. Malfurion's plan succeeded, and the defiler Archimonde died at the Battle of Mount Hyjal. But did Archimonde really die in battle? An indescribable smile appeared at the corner of Leo's mouth hidden in the shadow of the cloak. If Archimonde was really killed by the explosion, what would he do before he even bothered to ask Archimonde to surrender to him? What a huge firework! Leo praised, and finally made a 2-word comment. Spectacular. The expressions on the faces of Tyrant and Malfurion were very exciting. They reluctantly exploded the world tree. But what they got was such an explanation, which really made them don't know what to say. The temper of the gods is really weird. Leo did not look at Tyrant and Malfurion. After commenting on the self-destruction of the world tree, his eyes turned to Mount Hyjal again. After the explosion of the world tree, the top of Mount Hyjal was flattened, and countless cracks were exposed on the entire mountain. Mount Hyjal will cease to exist after this explosion. Don't look at the fact that Mount Hyjal is only damaged at the top. In fact, the energy of the world tree has exploded the mountain. It won't be long before the entire Mount Hyjal will split, fester, and even collapse. A towering mountain just disappeared, and a towering giant tree disappeared. The elves were devastated, and other races such as human dwarves were also worried. But Leo was not affected at all. After all, Leo had long known about the destruction of Mount Hyjal, that the explosion of such a powerful energy from the world tree did not wipe out Mount Hyjal in an instant because of the efforts of Malfurion, Tyrant and others. The top of Mount Hyjal was blown to the ground, and countless rocks flew away. The whole mountain seemed like a rain of stones. Stones of all sizes fell down all over the face, knocking down demons, humans, and other soldiers of all races who were fighting together. The fight was so embarrassing. It hurt so much. A human officer was stroking his shoulder. Although he had tried his best to protect himself, there were too many flying stones, and many of them still hit him. Fortunately, the human officer's armor was hard enough, and the protection was high enough, so he was not seriously injured. This human officer was the one who traveled with Leo before. He was also very lucky. Most of his men died under the siege of the demon army, but he was not seriously injured. When he was almost exhausted, the world tree exploded again. The demons felt that Archimonde's aura disappeared. They were panicked and had no intention of fighting. Instead, he took the opportunity to rush out and enter the defense line set by the elves. This battle was really thrilling. But fortunately I survived. After the war, I will be rewarded based on my merits. It is a sure thing that I will be promoted to 2 or 3 levels of official rank based on my merits. The human officer moved his aching body, thoughts swirling in his mind. It is too dangerous to fight the demons of the Burning Legion. If there is another existence like Archimonde, will there be a second world tree to explode? Speaking of which, the skeletons of the Scourge are easier to deal with. Look at that lich named Reki Winterhahn. He looks really useless. Why not I take the initiative to apply to deal with the undead of the Scourge? Anyway, my hometown is Stan. Somme. There is no reason to worry. Because of Reggie Donhan's performance in front of Leo, the human officer began to despise the undead of the Scourge Legion. With the mentality of picking the weak ones, the human officer decided on his next actions. But he ignored a very important factor. That is, strength and weakness are relative. The lich was silent in front of Leo, but not in his presence. The human officer was moving, and a gray-black stone rolled to his feet. The human officer glanced at it, leaned over to pick it up, and carried it in his arms. Mount Hyjal is about to cease to exist. Leave a stone as a memorial. After all, I also participated in this shocking battle. Right? The human officer was mumbling, but he didn't notice that there was a pair of dark and deep eyes looking at him in the distance. Tyron looked at Leo with confusion. As the high priest of the moon god, she was extremely sensitive to divine power. She just felt a fluctuation in Leo's power. Archimonde is dead. And it's time for me to go. Archimonde the Defiler is dead. The World Tree has exploded. And Mount Hyjal is about to be destroyed. This war can no longer attract Leo. Ao waved his hand. And his figure gradually faded until it disappeared. There's no need to send me off. We didn't say we were sending it to you. Malfurion and Tyron shook their heads. They had no temper towards this mysterious alien god. Who would let someone have a hard fist? Where Leo's figure disappeared. An elf was walking in circles. And with its ignorant intelligence, it had no idea what was happening. Tyron pondered for a moment and waved to the elf. The aura belonging to the moon god Elun made the elf unable to refuse Tyron's call. Malfurion turned around. The elf prophet already knew Tyron's plan. He only heard him say, "This little guy has a lot of opportunities. But if I use the essence of the moon well water to help her grow, I'm afraid there will be a lot of trouble." Inappropriate. Tyron teased the elf and replied softly, "Are you worried that after using the moonwell water essence to help it grow, she will look like a high elf? Which will not be convenient for my Dark Knight clan. There is no need to worry about this. I will let it please protect her. This little guy may be able to help us get in touch with the alien god in the future, which will be of great use to our clan's survival." Seeing Tyron insisting, Malfurion nodded in agreement. "Since you already have a plan, let's do what you say. Chapter 1049, May your blade be always sharp. Have you really decided?" In the chief hall of Orgrimmar, Thrall looked at the burly figure opposite with a solemn face. There was a hint of tiredness on the face of the wise orc chief. The rise of mankind has made Thrall very anxious. After all, the hatred between orcs and humans is too deep. As the orc war chief, he has to consider how the orcs should deal with the increase in human strength. Unexpectedly, the house leaked and it rained all night. Just when Thrall was racking his brains for the rise of mankind, the orcs themselves had problems again. Since Thrall recovered the lost shamanic heritage of the orcs, the number of shamans among the orcs has increased by 3 digits every year, and the entire shaman culture is thriving. All of this was blamed by the orcs for unknown reasons on the orc chief Thrall. However, insiders understood that although Thrall's contribution was involved, more of it was the 4 elemental gods from the world of Draenor, the homeland of the orcs, helping in secret. Without the help of the 4 elemental gods, the number of orc shamans would not have grown so fast, and only 20 or 30 of them would reach the sky a year. As a powerful shaman, Thrall has a strong ability to communicate with the elements, and he also has a connection with the 4 elemental gods. Just recently, this connection was suddenly broken. There are only 2 situations when the connection with the elemental gods is disconnected. One is that the elemental gods actively disconnect the connection with Thrall, and the other is that the 4 major elemental gods have an accident. No matter which one it is extremely bad news for the orcs. With Sal's wisdom, he can certainly understand that the chance of the former is extremely small. So this is the second scenario, supplemented by the recently received information that the human god of law Egwin has openly appeared, and the line of human guardians that has been dormant for a long time has become active again. Thrall has to admit that something unexpected has happened to the 4 elemental gods, even if he is no longer willing to do so. The news that the Alliance can enter the world of Draenor is not a secret to Thrall. The orcs also have their own intelligence system. Although they cannot fully understand the situation of the Alliance, they can also know the situation such as the mobilization of the army. The 4 major elemental gods were disconnected from him shortly after the Alliance army entered the world of Draenor. How could Thrall not be worried? With the hatred between the orcs and humans, if the human race rises, the orcs will be in a difficult situation. Yes, I have decided. Standing opposite Thrall was Rexer. The face of this strong orc with ogre blood was full of determination. Leo has now gone to the time of the bronze dragon. The passage of time, there is different from that in the outside world. He cannot feel the passage of time. This is our opportunity. How could Thrall not know that this was a good opportunity? After all, Egwin's behavior was not as wanton as Leo's. The lineage of guardians really attracted too much attention. Egwin had many more scruples than Leo, but he was more concerned about Egwin and Thrall, not as worried as Leo. The opportunity is an opportunity, and the success rate is very high. But what happens after success? As a war chief, Thrall has too many things to consider, and the things that need to be considered are also very far away. Seeing that Thrall was still hesitant, Rexer spoke again. I know what you are worried about, my old friend. You must understand that we must make sacrifices for the sake of the entire race. But I don't want that sacrifice to be you. Thrall became excited, and reason told him that Rexer's approach was correct. But his emotions made him not want to do it, because once the matter was done, Rexer's situation would be extremely dangerous, and the Alliance would never let him go. Lexa. Thrall would not be able to use the power of the tribe to protect him at that time. In order to prevent the orcs from becoming the target of public criticism and being attacked by the crowd, he could only stand by and watch. Why can't it be me? Rexer asked. To the human elves. We orcs are outsiders. If our race wants to survive and reproduce in this world, we must face various difficulties. For the sake of the entire race, any sacrifice is worth it. Lexa, the war chief doesn't want you to take risks. Eitrig intervened in the conversation between the two. Something big happened in the clan. The orcs who were outside hurried back to Orgrimmar and became the only ones besides Thrall and Rexer to join in the conversation. The third person. As for Sorfang, who was eligible to participate, he is now leading his army to Northrend. The Northrend? To participate in the northern expedition against the Lich King. Rexer looked at Eitrig and said loudly, only I can do this. And no one else is suitable. Do you think you can make those ogres obey your orders? Eitrig? Eitrig lowered his head. Rexer was right. Only Rexer could control those ogres. Neither he nor Thrall, let alone others. Seeing that Eitrig was speechless, Rexer waved his hand and said decisively, okay. Don't say any more. What I decided will not change. After saying that, Rexer turned around and walked out. Thrall's body moved, but finally stopped. Someone has to do the thing. And there is no better candidate for this person besides Rexer. And even if Thrall stops it now, it is too late. Rexer has already gathered a large number of ogres in Stannard. And the Alliance is not blind. Deaf. It is impossible not to notice that if you don't activate this time, you will have no chance in the future. Reaching the door, Rexer paused, and a rare look of desolation appeared on the orc hero's face. My old friend, the tribe needs your wisdom. You can lead them to a better future. But I only have brute strength. Rexer sighed leisurely when he said this. Thal, the chief of the tribe, you must be wise, and your body must be full of halo. But I am different. Whatever is inconvenient for you to do, and whatever you can't do, I will do it for you. The rise of a race cannot be full of light. What is bright and upright is the leader who stands in the foreground. In the shadow of the leader, there is a group of unknown people who contribute their own strength to the rise of this race. They are the leaders who stand in the foreground. With a knife in their hands, they are neither known nor understood. Rexer played such a role. And this scene gave Thrall a feeling of déjà vu. Thinking back to the beginning, when Rexer tried his best to antagonize Jaina and kill Admiral Proudmoore. Wasn't that exactly what happened? Great Chief, may your blade always be sharp. Living in the eternal torrent of time, Leo didn't know what happened in Orgrimmar. And he was secretly rejoicing now. In the Battle of Mount Hyjal, he conquered Archimonde the Defiler. Although he was in the eternal torrent of time and could not take Archimonde out. Don't forget when Leo's battle on Mount Hyjal took place. And what era will it be after Leo returns? It is true that items cannot be brought out in the eternal torrent of time. But there is no rule that cannot be used to lay chess pieces. It's as if a modern person went back to ancient times and buried something somewhere. When he returns to modern times, wouldn't he be able to dig it out? When I get out of the eternal torrent of time, I will look for Archimonde. Then, I will have another general under my command. Thinking of his success, Leo couldn't help but smile proudly. When Sargeras would come to the human world at some unknown time, the more power he had, and the stronger his safety would be. Not to mention that Archimonde was also a member of the Burning Legion. Based on his intention to rebel against Sargeras, Leo dared to conclude that Archimonde had no way out. He could only follow his path to the dark side. And even if Archimonde has a way out, will Leo agree? Once he got on Leo's ship, Archimonde couldn't get back down. What are you giggling over there? Sonori's voice came from the side. Leo followed the sound and saw the bronze dragon looking at him with strange eyes. Emerged from the eternal torrent of time? Leo was in a daze. Dragonakos clearly didn't teleport himself out of the eternal torrent of time. So why did he come out on his own? After being stunned, Leo realized that the eternal torrent of time is in the hands of the bronze dragon. Although Dragonakos has mastered the secret method of time, it is still far behind these local snakes. Not to mention the ability of the Twilight Dragon. I don't dare to use it openly. Seeing Leo's eyes looking at her, Sonoli stopped laughing and raised her paw to signal to him, follow me. Queen Solidomi wants to see you. Why does that bronze dragon queen want to see me? Could it be that the killing of the 3 bronze dragons was known so quickly? Leo's heart moved, but he didn't show it at all on his face. He just nodded, teleported to Sonori, and said to the bronze dragon, I'm not familiar with this place. As the master, Do you want to do it for me? Lead the way? This guy still doesn't know how to restrain himself. Sanori rolled her eyes and stood on a bronze dragon in the cave of time. Only Leo could do this. Leo, did you encounter anything special in the eternal torrent of time? Sanori's question made Leo secretly think in his heart. It seemed that the news of the death of the 3 bronze dragons had indeed been found out. Something special? What do you mean? Leo looked confused. And Sonoli patted her head in annoyance. She remembered that Leo entered the eternal torrent of time for the first time. This guy didn't know what was normal and what was abnormal. Asking him would be in vain. Asked? It's nothing. I just want to ask how you feel. Didn't you encounter anything interesting in there? Sanori changed the subject. And Leo didn't ask much when he saw this. It was better to pretend not to know anything at this time. Anyway, no murderer could be found after investigating the death of the bronze dragon. In the end, there would be an endless dragon to take the blame. Leo was not worried at all. As soon as I entered, I saw the war in the Well of Eternity. How could I think about whether it was interesting or not? Leo shook his head and asked Sanori in confusion. What does Queen Solidomi want from me? Sonori's attention was successfully diverted. The bronze dragon walked and said, It's about the orcs. There is something the queen wants to tell you. Orcs? Could it be that Orgrimmar is doing something big? Leo suddenly thought of a problem. That is, the passage of time in the time cave is different from that in the outside world. Chapter 1051 is a fuel-efficient lamp. Everyone knows the truth of being full of losses, but being humble and benefiting. Leo also always warned himself not to be arrogant and complacent. However, many things are independent of human will. Although Leo has always been wary, the continuous success still makes him proud. Regarding the orcs, Leo had to admit that he made a mistake and underestimated the enemy. As early as when he went to Karazhan, he learned from Sarah that the ogres were moving. This information that should have been taken seriously was ignored by him. Although it was because many things happened during this period that distracted his energy. But others don't know that Leo himself doesn't know that a series of victories have made him undeservedly proud and complacent. The orcs want to open the door to darkness. Leo felt great regret in his heart. If he had paid attention to the strange movements of the ogres in Karazhan, the orcs would not have had a chance. Thinking of the impact that the opening of the dark portal would have on the entire situation, Leo couldn't help but become anxious. If Solidomi hadn't been in front of him, and he couldn't be too rude, Leo would have returned to Stromgarde long ago. The Bronze Dragon Queen didn't seem to understand Leo's mentality. And she replied calmly, Yes. According to the information we have, the orcs do have the ability to open the dark portal. Lexa is in desolation. The land has not been wandering aimlessly these years. Lexa, I really underestimated you before. Leo's eyes narrowed slightly, and a trace of murderous intent flashed away. Once the dark portal is opened, the 2 worlds will be connected. At that time, the demons gathered in the world of Draenor will swarm in, and the world where humans live will fall into a war that will affect the entire world. At that time, no race will be able to stay away. This is not what makes Leo murderous. Everyone will be affected, and the orcs are no exception. What makes him angry is that Rexer's actions are putting Watchfort in a desperate situation. In order to guard against the demons gathered near the dark portal, and to monitor the movements of the dark portal, the Alliance stationed heavy troops in the Cursed Land and built a giant fortress, which is the Watchfort. Due to the heavy responsibility, 1/3 of the entire Alliance's elite troops have been gathered in Watchfort, with the largest number of human soldiers in particular. It is true that Watchfort has a large number of troops and complete defensive measures. It is not an exaggeration to describe it as impregnable. However, no matter how strong the fortress is, and no matter how complete the defense measures are, it cannot stop the attacks of millions of demons. It is conceivable what kind of damage Watchfort will suffer once the dark portal is opened. The heavy losses of the troops in the Watch Fortress will greatly weaken the vitality of the entire Alliance. By then, the balance of power between the Alliance and the Horde will be completely different from what it is now. Lex's move was really vicious. Leo hated the orc hero with ogre blood. From Rexer's point of view, there is nothing wrong with doing that. After all, weakening the strength of the Alliance and changing the current balance of power between the Horde and the Alliance can make the orc situation much better. But from Leo's point of view, Rexer is like this, no sin can be forgiven. Leo is a human, and Rexer used such a vicious trick to improve the situation of the orcs. How many human soldiers in the Watch Fortress will be killed by demons? How can he not hate Rexer? Originally, I thought Rexer was living alone in desolation because he killed Admiral Proudmoore and left Orgrimmar on his own initiative in order not to damage the relationship between the orcs and Jaina. I didn't expect that he had another purpose. Leo snorted and said a few words through his teeth. Okay. That's great. With that said, Leo bowed to Solidomi. Queen Solidomi. Thank you for informing me about this. It seems that I must end my trip to the Cave of Time. This is exactly what I hoped for. This world is what we want to protect. We bronze dragons don't want this world to be destroyed. Leo said goodbye. But Solidomi didn't leave him alone. A big thing happened in the Bronze Dragon clan. And she had to deal with it. There is a saying that family scandals should not be made public. The dragon's arrogance made Solidomi not want outsiders to know about the sudden death of 3 adult bronze dragons. So she released the murderer from the Cave of Time so generously. Solidomi's answer was exactly what Leo wanted. Although he was sure that the bronze dragon would not be able to find out who was the murderer of Chromie and the others. He was the one who did it after all. Staying in the Cave of Time made him extremely uncomfortable. Seeing that Solidomi had no intention of staying, he was happy to leave. Then, dear Bronze Dragon Queen, I will take my leave. As soon as he finished speaking, Leo decisively turned around and left. The hurried look in Solidomi's eyes showed that this human demigod was very concerned about the situation in the Watch Castle. Leo didn't see that there was a hint of cunning on Solidomi's face after he left. In the world trajectory that the Bronze Dragon wants to maintain, the opening of the Dark Portal is what they believe is the correct direction of history. Only when the Dark Portal is open can the Alliance's army enter Draenor again. However, after the emergence of an alien like Leo, later, the direction of history changed. Now that the direction of history has changed, the Bronze Dragons must fulfill their responsibilities and put history back on the right track. It can be said that Rexer's approach is the most in line with the Bronze Dragon's wishes. In fact, it was precisely because he knew that Rexer had gathered ogres in Stonard that the Bronze Dragon asked Egwene to let Leo come to the Cave of Time and enter the eternal torrent of time to help them maintain history. It stands to reason that Leo's coming to the Cave of Time is extremely secretive. Even within the Alliance, only a handful of people know about it. Why did the orcs know about it? Could it be that their spies have already infiltrated the core members of the Alliance? This is of course impossible. Therefore, the only explanation is that the Bronze Dragon deliberately leaked the news in order to make Rexer lose his scruples and put his long-prepared action into action. Well, here comes a question. That is, since Rexer's actions are in line with the wishes of the Bronze Dragon, and Leo cannot know the situation in the outside world in the Cave of Time, why did Solidomi tell Leo this information? The news about the opening of the Dark Portal cannot be blocked at all. As soon as Leo walks out of the Cave of Time, he will know it immediately. Instead of letting him know about it and create a rift between him and the Bronze Dragon, it is better to tell him openly. This is what Solidomi thinks. Isn't the Bronze Dragon afraid that Leo will come out in time to stop Rexer? For no other reason than this is the Cave of Time, the lair of the Bronze Dragon. The passage of time in the Cave of Time is different from that in the outside world. And the reason why it is different is because the Bronze Dragons live here and have mastered the secret method of time. The Bronze Dragon lives here. What the Bronze Dragon has to do in the whole thing is very simple. That is to change the speed of time in the Cave of Time, so that Leo will waste time unknowingly. When he comes out of the Cave of Time, Rexer the plan has been successful, and the door to darkness has been opened. Solidomi's abacus was very good. If Leo didn't have Dragonakos, he would have been calculated by her. Unfortunately, reality has no ifs. Leo, who was hurriedly heading out of the Cave of Time, soon discovered something was wrong. After he said goodbye to Solidomi, the passage of time in the Cave of Time became 100 times faster. In other words, Leo, if you stay here for 1 day, the outside world will pass by for 100 days. After discovering this change, Leo's eyes suddenly turned cold. He wondered how the Bronze Dragon could be so kind to inform him of information from the outside world. He needed to know that when he met the Bronze Dragon Queen Solidomi before, the Dragon Queen's attitude towards him was not very good. I show my courtesy when I have nothing to do. If I am not a traitor, I am a thief. The ancients sincerely do not deceive me. Leo resented that the Bronze Dragon's play was too inferior. But this was also in line with their usual style of doing things. They never liked to stand in front of the stage when something happened, but use some tricks such as Tsongyu to intimidate other races. Means, let others attract firepower to achieve their own ends. Master, how about I? No. Knuckles, don't move. Before Dragonakis could finish speaking, Leo interrupted him. The only thing that can crack the secret of time is the secret of time. If Leo is not affected by the secret of time, it would be strange if the Bronze Dragon doesn't explode. Now the bronze dragon is investigating the cause of death of the 3 dragons of Romi. If Leo reveals that he has the secret of time secret, won't he be causing trouble for himself? Salodomi, this woman, is not simple. Leo resisted the urge to let Dragonakos use the secret method of time to leave the cave of time immediately. He knew that there would definitely be a bronze dragon staring at him in the dark. Although Salodomi did not think that the 3 dragons of Chromi were death was related to him. But the bronze dragon queen still didn't let go of the temptation, telling Leo Lexa to open the dark portal, making Leo anxious about it, and using the secret of time to change the passage of time in the cave of time. This was Salodomi's temptation. If Leo can decipher the secret law of time, or even reveal a hint of awareness of the activation of the secret law of time, then the bronze dragon queen will take action to retain someone. If Leo didn't feel anything, Salodomi would pretend that nothing happened and let Leo leave. But without cracking the secret of time, when Leo comes out of the cave of time, how will he have time to stop Rexer? Being too old to die as a thief. None of these old monsters, who have lived for tens of thousands of years, are fuel-efficient lamps. Leo gritted his teeth bitterly. Salodomi's actions made him very angry. If he hadn't worried that now was not the time to fall out with the bronze dragon, or if it hadn't been because the bronze dragon was a force that could not be ignored in the future fight against the Burning Legion, Leo had to give this bronze dragon queen some color. Master, is this the end of it? Dragonakos was obviously unwilling. The Twilight Dragon wished that Leo would cause trouble in the Cave of Time, so that he could fish out a few more bronze dragons to devour. Forget it? How is it possible? Leo is not a master who remains silent after suffering a loss. Originally, I didn't want to come into contact with the Endless Dragon so early. Who told Salodomi to mess with me? Knuckles, when I get out, you will dive back into the eternal flow of time. Chapter 1051. Depressed Sonoli. Enemies and friends deal with the same thing in completely different ways. You have to kill your enemies as hard as you can. But you can't do this to your friends, or those you can become friends with. The kind of person who has some strength, but doesn't know his own name and kills anyone who goes against his will is not cheating, but stupid cheating. Even the bronze dragon queen Salodomi, who is disdainful of humans, knows how to maintain a superficial relationship with humans. Even if she wants to plot against Leo, she will only do it secretly in order to prevent the two sides from falling out. And Leo is even less likely to do so. Like a fool, he took the initiative to break this tacit understanding. But in this situation, how should Leo resolve Salodomi's plot? Just when Leo was having a headache over this, a bronze dragon came after him. Leo turned around and saw who it was. If it wasn't Sanori. Among the entire bronze dragon clan, Sanori can be regarded as an anomaly. This bronze dragon girl does not believe in doing anything for the mission given by the Titan. I think she gave up her responsibilities for her own safety, so that Leo had given enough time to grow. You can get a glimpse of his nature. Seeing Sonoli, Leo felt something in his heart. The bronze dragon girl might be the key figure in solving Salodomi's plan. In a flash of thought, Leo already had an idea. He teleported to Sonoli's back and asked the bronze dragon, Sonoli, where are you going? Not everyone can get up on the dragon's back. If Sanori hadn't been afraid of Leo's strength, she would have sprayed dragon flames over it, rolling her eyes at the uninvited stranger on her back. Sonoli replied angrily, where else to go? Of course to the cursed land. Even if they are plotting against Leo. Even if they want to bring the history of derailment back to its original track. The bronze dragon is not willing to suffer too heavy losses to the Alliance. After all, the dragons still need the help of mortal races to fight against the demons of the Burning Legion army. So that's it, Leo said as he sat down. He didn't pay attention to Sonori's murderous eyes, and used the bronze dragon as a mount. Since you want to go out, you might as well give me a ride. Just treat me as a guest for Queen Salodomi. This scoundrel. Sonoli felt great hatred in her heart. Seeing Leo's rogue behavior, she really wanted to bite him to death. The mission given to Sonoli by the bronze dragon queen Salodomi is to monitor the situation in the cursed land, remind the Alliance at the appropriate time, and ensure that the Alliance troops in watch for it will not suffer too heavy losses after the dark portal is opened. This task must be completed. She must reach the cursed land before the dark portal opens. And what about Leo? In Salodomi's plan, this powerful human demigod cannot leave the cave of time until the dark portal is opened, which puts Sanori in a dilemma. What? Are you not happy? Leo rubbed his chin, looking thoughtful. Or are you hiding something from me? No. How dare Sonoli admit it? She didn't dare to tell the matter. Based on her understanding of Leo, if this kid knew that Salodomi was plotting against him, she didn't know what trouble would happen. Sanori didn't want Leo to have a big show about the warlock demigod causing trouble in the Cave of Time. Leo looked at Sanoli up and down, his eyes flashing. Just when Sanoli was so scared by his gaze, he spoke again. Since you have nothing to hide from me, then come with me. It just so happens that I'm going to the cursed place too. Sanoli suddenly wanted to cry. She felt very regretful. She shouldn't have taken this road. It would have been better to go directly around the trail. Now she was in big trouble. What to do? Sanoli was so anxious that she almost jumped. In order not to make Leo suspicious, she couldn't drive Leo away. But this would put her in a dilemma. Leo stretched out comfortably. Sanori would not make things difficult for him. Now it was up to the bronze dragon girl to decide. Throwing problems to others and watching them get angry while secretly having fun on the sidelines is one of Leo's favorite things. I said, Sanoli, your reaction tells me that something is wrong. When Sanori was in trouble, Leo's voice came to her ears. The bronze dragon turned around and saw a flash of joking on Leo's face. He knows. The bronze dragon was horrified. Others didn't know about Leo. Could it be that she didn't know too well? When she was secretly observing Leo. If Sanori was second to none, no one in the entire Bronze Dragon clan would dare to claim first place. When it came to understanding Leo, she was the best in the entire Bronze Dragon clan. From Leo's expression, Sanoli had confirmed that Queen Solidomi's plan had somehow been learned by him. Thinking of Leo's actions after meeting her, Sanoli immediately understood Leo's intention. He clearly wanted to use his own hands to defeat Solidomi's plan. Although Sanoli is arrogant among the entire Bronze Dragon clan, she has no courage to go against Queen Solidomi. How dare she take Leo out of the Cave of Time? But if she didn't take Leo out in time, Sanoli could guarantee that she would never get any good results. Sanori, it looks like you're in trouble. Just when Sanoli was at a loss, two bronze dragons flew out of nowhere. Smiles appeared on their faces after seeing Sanoli deflated. As if they were happy to see Sanoli's embarrassment. Leo glanced sideways at the two bronze dragons. These two guys were the spies sent by Solidomi to observe him. However, these two spies were obviously incompetent. Perhaps it was because of the dragon's inherent contempt for humans. Ao didn't take it seriously. Not only did these two guys who neglected their duties not try to hide themselves, they actually ran out on their own initiative. Solidomi didn't take herself seriously, and her attitude also affected the bronze dragon she sent to observe her. Their attitude was exactly what Leo wanted. In normal times, if someone dared to look at her joke like this, Sanoli would definitely get angry. But it was different now. Not only were these two bronze dragons not annoying in Sanoli's eyes, but they were extremely kind. In Sanori's opinion, didn't these two guys come out to be scapegoats for her? Sanoli rolled her eyes and was about to speak when the two bronze dragons rushed in front of her and spoke. Sanoli, since this human demigod wants you to lead the way, just lead him out. Well, not only did the bronze dragon's words surprise Sanori, but even Leo was secretly surprised. Could it be that Solidomi changed her mind? This thought was tossed away in Leo's mind for a moment. The story of his encounter with Sanori might not have reached Solidomi's ears. From this point of view, there are only two explanations. The first is that Solidomi was there. The two bronze dragons had been ordered before. Once, it was confirmed that Leo was not suspicious. There was no need to observe him secretly. The second thing was that the two bronze dragons were unwilling to accept the job and wanted to do it perfunctorily. Sanoli glanced at the two people of the same race and knew what they were thinking. But she did not expose them, but followed their words and said, well, I will send him out. Anyway, I have to go out to do something. Who can't climb along the pole? Two idiots. You asked me to take Leo out. Not of my own free will. Even if Queen Solidum wants to blame, I can still blame it on you. At that time, I said that I thought what they brought was the Queen's order. Haha. I'm so smart. Sanoli was secretly happy to have found two scapegoats. After saying this, she flapped her wings and accelerated toward the exit of the time cave, leaving the two bronze dragons behind. The two bronze dragons showed no intention of chasing after her. After watching Sanori's figure leave his sight, the two bronze dragons showed relaxed expressions on their faces. It's finally over. After muttering something in a low voice, the two bronze dragons flew towards the Cave of Time in perfect agreement. Being sent by Solidomi to observe Leo was not a job they were willing to do in the first place. With Sanori coming out to disrupt the situation, they were happy and relaxed. In their opinion, if they had time to pay attention to Leo, a human being's reaction, it would be better to spend their time and energy on tracking down the murderers of Chrome's three kin. There were only a few members of the Bronze Dragon clan. But the sudden death of 3 adult dragons had alarmed the entire clan. All bronze dragons who could spare their lives joined in the matter. And they vowed to find out the murderer. In comparison, Leo's situation is not important at all. At least in the eyes of most bronze dragons. It's just a human being. So what if he steps into the demigod level? Human beings are still human beings. How can they be as good as the great dragon? Inherent concepts are difficult to change. Even though the bronze dragons all know the power of demigods. Their long-term contempt for humans still makes them unconsciously ignore Leo's strength. I have to say that this is a kind of tragedy. This kind of blind and arrogant mentality will make them suffer big losses. It doesn't matter to Leo whether the bronze dragon suffers a loss or not. He is a human being. Not a bronze dragon. Solidomi plotted against him. Leo would still be happy if the bronze dragon suffered a loss. TSK. Sanori. I really didn't see that you were so mischievous. I'm afraid the 2 of your kin will suffer. Leo looked gloating. Based on his understanding of Sanori, the bronze dragon girl would not tell anyone about his ability to detect the secret of time in order to avoid being retaliated by Leo. Sanoli gritted her teeth with hatred. If it weren't for Leo, she would have done this. Now, it's better. Leo, the chief culprit, actually said that she, Sanoli, was causing trouble. How could Sanoli not be extremely angry? Holding back her anger, Sanoli asked what she was most concerned about. Leo, how did you find out? Solidomi calculated that Leo was using the secret method of time, which is an ability that only bronze dragons can use. How could Leo find out? The figure of a giant purple dragon vaguely appeared in Sanori's mind. If she remembered correctly, Leo seemed to have such a giant dragon under his command. Thinking of Dragonakos, who knew the secret method of time, Sanoli unconsciously came up with an idea. The one who killed Chromie and the others might not be the infinite dragon that everyone thought. But it might also be Leo. Chapter 1052 Watch Castle. When Medivh, possessed by the soul of Sargeras, opened the dark portal, connecting this world to Draenor where the orcs lived. The orcs stepped into the world of humans through the portal, and the orc invasion began. Although the Alliance repelled the orcs, the evil power leaked from the dark portal polluted a large area of nearby land, turning it into an area where no life could survive. The red earth is like an unhealed wound, and the bloody appearance makes people feel both heartbroken and frightened. This is the legacy of the war. This is the trauma caused by the war. Even though many years have passed since that war, the wounds have not been healed, and they still sting people's hearts all the time. There is only one road leading to the outside world in the cursed land. At the end of this road, the Alliance built a giant fortress, Watch Fortress, and stationed heavy troops in the Watch Fortress. A large number of elite warriors and powerful mages were stationed in Watch Fort. They shouldered an important and arduous task, which was to monitor the dark portal and protect other areas of the world from demonic invasion. The soldiers living in the Watch Fortress are under great pressure. They need to guard against demons and ogres day and night. No one dares to be a little negligent, and no one dares to be careless, because everyone knows that the whole world is behind them. Once the watch if something happens to the fort, countless creatures will suffer the evil poison. In addition to guarding against demons and ogres, the soldiers of Nethergard must also face the extremely harsh weather of the blasted land. It's so hot during the day that eggs can be cooked on the ground. And it's so cold at night that people can freeze into popsicles. Because there are towering mountains on 3 sides. The moisture from the swamp of sorrows in the north cannot enter. The climate in the cursed land is extremely dry. Not to mention rivers. Not even streams can be seen here. People living here have no with a fixed water source. We can only get some rainwater from occasional storms on the eastern coast. The supply of the Watch Fort relies entirely on external support. You can imagine how tight the supplies inside it will be. The mage Saslanen and the warrior Lodinson lead the army of Nethergard Keep. The former is the leader of the mage army, and the latter is the commander of the soldiers. These 2 people have stayed in Nethergard Keep for many years. Under their auspices, Watch Castle has experienced many demonic siege battles, and still stands firm. Leo was full of respect for these warriors, who guarded the entire world. It was the sacrifices of these people that allowed the world to be peaceful, and the civilians in the rear to not suffer from the flames of war. After stopping Sanoli's idea of flying directly into the Watching Fortress, Leo rarely followed the formal etiquette, and asked the guards of the Watching Fortress to report him. Sanori seemed disapproving of this. In the inherent concept of the bronze dragon, as a giant dragon, she can come to the place where humans are to give face to humans. Why does she need to take care of human feelings? Besides, He still came to remind them that to save their lives, humans should be grateful to the dragon instead of putting on airs in front of the dragon. Although Watchfort is alone in the cursed land, Saracen and Lodinson are not unfamiliar with the situation within the Alliance. How could they not know about Leo, a warlock and demigod who has risen like a comet? Even if there is no news about Nethergard Castle, doesn't Leo still have a bronze dragon by his side? It was fine if the bronze dragon didn't appear. Once it appeared, it would be a big deal. Saracen and Lodinson didn't dare to neglect it all. They welcomed Leo and Sanori into the Watch Castle as quickly as possible, since Leo and Sanori did not hide their whereabouts. The news of the arrival of a bronze dragon spread throughout the entire Watch Fortress, and the atmosphere in the fortress suddenly became tense. All the soldiers smelled the smell of danger. They looked in the direction of the dark door, as if they saw a monster named War about to break free from its shackles and reveal its ferocious figure. Boom! A powerful fist hit the long table, and the long table, made of hard stone, was immediately smashed into pieces. Lodinson's punch fully demonstrated his strength and proved that he can be the leader of all the warriors in the Watch Castle. Not in vain. Damn orcs. How dare they do this? Lodinson's roar echoed throughout the castle. A group of uncivilized beasts. They should not have been let go in the first place. These scum, barbaric invaders, should all be sent to prison. Go to the gallows. As the orc invaders, when they were defeated, countless people demanded that they all be killed. However, Tyrrhenas, the king of Lordaeron at the time, did not agree. With the full support of King Varian of the Kingdom of Stormwind and others, Tyrrhenas Nas withstood the pressure and kept the defeated orcs. What exactly did Tyrrhenas plan to do with his death? No one knows. In the eyes of many people, Tyrrhenas is feeding a tiger. Since the orcs have invaded the world, they must accept punishment and treat these intruders. They should all be killed, just like the orcs once did to humans. Look at it now. If Tyrrhenas hadn't left the orcs alive, how could there be any tribe? From Lodinson's reaction, Leo could see that the warrior commander of Watchfort was a war fighter. If such a person was not placed in Watchfort, but was stationed elsewhere, the friction between humans and orcs would never happen. Young master, if you think correctly, most of the troublesome main war factions in the human army should be stationed at Watch Fortress. Otherwise humans and orcs would have started fighting long ago. Every family has a hard time reading it. Although these warfighting officers are powerful in combat, brave enough to fight, and can endure hardships, they are also capable of causing trouble. No matter who is a superior officer, they will face such his subordinates both love and hate him. Fortunately, these people were not his subordinates, so Leo didn't have to worry about it. Besides, Lodinson's reaction was something he was happy to see. Lexa dared to use such a dirty trick. If Leo didn't come back with revenge, he would take his last name. Well, it doesn't seem to make much difference. Lodinson, don't be too excited. We should find ways to stop the orcs now instead of wasting energy and time on unnecessary anger. Saslanen persuaded Lodinson, trying to calm him down, and at the same time told Leowa Sanori, who had transformed into a human form, showed an apologetic smile. I think Miss Sanori and Marshal Leo should have some countermeasures. Unlike the violent Lodinson, Saslanen is a calm person, which is also the habitual temperament of most mages. He is slow and unhurried when encountering problems. Thinking about it in Saslanen, after Leo and Sanori learned that Rexer had gathered ogres in Stannard and wanted to open the dark portal, they did not rush to stop it immediately, but came to watch for it. Must have had an idea in mind. He and Lodinson couldn't think of a way for a while, so why not listen to each other's opinions? Sanori didn't speak. She came here to spread the news, so that Watchfort would not suffer heavy losses due to being caught off guard. Now that the mission has been completed, she would not be troublesome. Sanori could ignore it, but Leo could not. As a member of the human race, Leo could not remain indifferent while watching the heavy losses in the Watch Castle. Master Saracen, I have an idea. Let's go over it together. Leo had already thought very clearly on the road. Since Rexer dared to risk the world's disapproval to gather ogres to open the dark portal, he must be fully prepared. Even if he rushed to Stannard, he might not be able to do it. What effect? Even if it was stopped this time, what about next time? It is better to draw fuel from the bottom of the cauldron than to stop it from boiling. Doesn't Rexer want to open the dark portal? Then let him open it. As long as Watchfort can be defended, and as long as the Alliance's army does not suffer heavy losses. What does it matter if the dark portal is opened? As long as the balance of strength between the Alliance and the Horde does not change. It will not have an impact on the general trend of the entire world. If you want to use the sword of the demon army to severely damage the alliance. Rexer, your idea is too beautiful. Leo smiled, with a touch of coldness on his face. Saracen saw his expression, and suddenly felt a chill in his heart. It is not easy for this young man to rise up in such a short period of time and become a figure who can influence the general trend of the entire human race. Saracen's heart was filled with fear. No one like Leo was easy to get along with, especially the man in front of him, who had experienced many battles. He could be said to be a strong man on the battlefield. His murderous power was probably far above himself. Rexer was in danger of dying if he angered such a person. Rexer is a strong man of the Orc clan, and few can match his powerful force. His most powerful thing is not his own force, but his ability to summon ogres for his own use. He can form an army of ogres if necessary. Army. The alliance of such a character is deeply afraid of him. If Leo can get rid of him, I don't know how many people will applaud and celebrate. Saracen is happy to see it happen. Lodinson didn't think as much as Saracen. When he heard what Leo said, he quickly asked, Marshal Leo, what can you do? My method is very simple. That is to use the trick. Leo rubbed his chin and said to Lodinson, don't Rexa want to open the dark portal? Okay. Let's let him open it. Anyway, the curse the demons of the earth will have to be solved sooner or later. Instead of letting the two watchdogs Kazakh and Razlik hold back 1/3 of the entire alliance's elite troops, it is better to play a cruel game and use this battle to defeat the forces of Watchfort. Release the troops. As he spoke, Leo's eyes flashed across the faces of Lodinson and Saracen. I think Commander Lodinson and Master Saracen are not very satisfied with their current lives. Do you want to continue to live like this? Satisfy? Of course not. As long as they are not masochists. Who is willing to stay in a cursed land? A place where birds do not lay eggs. Who is willing to be exposed to the wind and sun every day? And who is willing to bear the threat of demons at all times? Lodinson admitted that he was moved. He is a soldier whose duty is to protect the human kingdom and the homeland of mankind. This is true. But soldiers are also human beings. They don't want to live a life where they have to open one eye every day to sleep. Soldiers also have families. You must know that Lodinson and Saracen and many soldiers stationed at Watchfort have not been home for many years. They are also eager to one day solve the demon in the cursed land and return to their hometown to see their hometown. Lodinson and Saracen exchanged a look. They nodded to each other, and both turned their attention to Leo. Marshal Leo, what are your plans? Chapter 1053 The Key to Counterattack. Broken wood chips. Damaged tables and chairs. Several crooked braziers, etc. The hall was in a mess. In the center of the hall, a burly figure stood there, breathing heavily as the figure rose and fell. Lex's face was full of ferocious color, and his low roar showed his current angry mood. Damn bronze dragon. It was you who told me that Leo entered the Cave of Time. And now it's you who are about to launch my plan to bring Leo to the Watch Keep. Do you think I'm a fool? After learning from the orc thieves who monitored Watchfort, Rexer felt a deep sense of crisis after a bronze dragon carried a human with black hair and black eyes into this giant fortress of the Alliance. Black hair, black eyes, and a bronze dragon. Who else but Leo could get such treatment? Lexa couldn't think of anyone else. Nor did she believe there was anyone else. Leo's appearance made Rexer's situation worse. Although Rexer was extremely confident in himself. Even if Leo killed Stannard, he would not be able to prevent the opening of the dark portal. Just in case. What makes Rexer strange is that since Leo came out of the Cave of Time, why didn't he come to Stannard to cause trouble for him? Could it be that the bronze dragon didn't tell Leo about Stannard? But even if the bronze dragons don't say it, others in the Alliance won't say it either. The people of Arather are not freeloaders. From Lex's point of view, there is only one explanation for Leo's behavior, and that is that he did not take the opening of the dark portal to heart at all. And everything Lexa did was not taken seriously by him. As one of the few strong men among the orcs, Rexer had never been so despised by others. This feeling of being looked down upon ignited Rexer's anger, and he was so angry that his blood boiled and his eyes were red. After the initial anger, Rexer had to consider a question. What role did the bronze dragons play in the whole thing? And what were the intentions of these dragons? Telling him that Rexer had entered the Cave of Time, and that the person who was disconnected from the outside world was none other than the bronze dragon. It was because of hearing the news about the bronze dragon that Rexer decided to speed up the opening of the dark portal. Even to the point where don't hesitate to expose your purpose. Now that things are approaching the final stage, the bronze dragon has sent Leo to Watchfort. What are they going to do? If a bronze dragon appeared in front of him now, Rexer would not care about anything else. He would beat the bronze dragon half to death, and then loudly ask why the bronze dragon did this. The bronze dragon selector sent Leo to watch for it at this time, clearly seeing that I could no longer stop. Could it be that humans and dragons had reached some agreement to harm us orcs? No. I can't let their conspiracy succeed. A ruthless look appeared on Lex's face when he thought of this. In his opinion, it was very possible that this matter was a conspiracy against the orcs. He could not let the other party succeed, nor allow the other party to have an excuse to deal with the orcs. Nor could he allow himself to become the other party's excuse to attack the orcs. Damn humans and dragons. You guys have been rejecting us orcs. Why can't outsiders like us get a chance to survive in this land? Rexer. Don't accept it. Lexa roared in a low voice, echoing in the hall. You want to use my hand to attack my race, but I won't let you do it. Rexer swore that he would make humans and dragons regret what they had done. Don't dragons and humans think that everything is under their control? Let's see if they can really control everything. Come here. Rexer yelled outside the hall, and the two orc warriors guarding the outside immediately walked in. Send the news back to Orgrimmar and tell Thrall that the situation is convenient and I want to start in advance. The two orc guards didn't hesitate at all. One immediately took the order and left, while the other stood aside, waiting for Rexer's orders. Soon, the remaining orc had worked to clean up the hall. Because of his anger, Rexer lost his temper in the hall and beat everything in the hall to pieces. Fortunately, the orcs advocate simplicity, and the broken things here are not worth anything at all. 2 or 3 orcs spent a little effort to get half the price. A new batch can be made in no time. The orc guard was not worried about the damaged objects in the hall. He was worried about what news made Rexer so angry that he had someone send a special message to Orgrimmar. Could it be that the orcs had encountered some big crisis? Lexa is in danger. In the chief's hall, Thrall's face was full of worry. He never expected that things would develop like this. Could it be that humans and dragons had reached an agreement to get rid of the orcs? This is not Thrall's wild imagination. The orcs are not creatures of this world. They came from the world of Draenor. After the orcs were defeated, if the 4 elemental gods on the throne of the elements had not secretly contributed, the orcs would not have been able to obtain Medivh. With his guidance, he came to the continent of Kalimdor. It seems that something big has happened in the world of Draenor. Most of the 4 elemental gods on the throne of elements have suffered something unexpected. Otherwise the dragon would not have turned to humans so obviously. Thinking of the recent disconnection with the 4 elemental gods, the trace of luck that Thrall still had in his heart completely disappeared. Without the 4 elemental gods, the situation of the orcs would be 10 times more difficult. Look! Now that humans have taken action, are they so eager to get rid of us orcs? Seeing that the orcs were finally improving under his leadership, Thrall was really worried when the situation suddenly changed. Rexer was forced to activate in advance, and Thrall was not optimistic about this. Since humans and bronze dragons have joined forces, they must be fully prepared, and the alliance will even turn from passive to active. Thrall suddenly felt a sense of crisis in his heart. If the alliance wanted to turn from passive to active, they would not just be beaten without fighting back. They would definitely attack the orcs' territory. So, where would they start? While thinking, Sal walked to the map, his eyes moving inch by inch. Finally, his eyes landed somewhere on the map. Leo was not idle when Sal was looking at the map. Lodinson walked into the combat hall with an excited face. Before anyone else arrived, a voice came in. Marshal Leo. We have contacted them. As you expected? Parrot and Curtis heard us without any hesitation. I agreed to the plan immediately. Yeah. That's great. Contrary to Lodinson's excitement, Leo seemed to be lacking in interest. His appearance made Sonoli couldn't help but look at him several times. In the Bronze Dragon's impression, Leo had never been successful when his strategy was successful. Live like this. Lodinson looked at Leo in confusion. He didn't understand. It was a good thing that the Northern Guards agreed to cooperate with their plan. Why was Leo not only unhappy, but also a little sad? Saracen winked at Lodinson, who swallowed back what he was about to say. Lodinson. Marshal Leo feels pity for these Northern Guards. They are all heroic warriors of the Alliance. Saracen, who was also a spellcaster, could understand Leo's thoughts. When he heard what he said, Leo nodded and agreed. Lodinson looked disapproving. In his opinion, being a soldier requires a soldier's consciousness. A soldier who dies on the battlefield is more worthy of respect than one who dies in bed, because the former is the destination of a soldier. The northern guards of Parrot and Curtis are an extremely critical link in our plan. Whether they can successfully resolve Rexer's conspiracy and teach the orcs an unforgettable lesson depends on them. Leo stretched out his hand and pointed at a place on the map hanging in the war conference room. From the map, it was clearly somewhere in Duroder, the territory of the orcs. Duroder is the core of the orc territory, because the main city of the orcs, Orgrimmar, is located here. It stands to reason that there should be no alliance troops on this land. In fact, this is not the case. A city controlled by the human army, the castle has been standing in Duroder for many years. Back then, Admiral Proudmoore led his army to hunt down the orcs and drove them into despair. However, because of Jaina, the orcs turned defeat into victory. Admiral Proudmoore was also defeated and died. However, this does not mean that following Proudmoore the general's soldiers were all killed. After the death of Admiral Proudmoore, part of the Kul Tiran navy was gathered by Jaina. And some soldiers, who were loyal to Admiral Proudmoore, did not respond to Jaina's call. They had strong enemies in front of them, and no one behind them. He stayed without reinforcements, driving into Duroder like a nail. This army is not large in number. Since it has lost its leader, its morale is not high. It does not pose much of a threat to the orcs. They are just holding on with faith. In order not to irritate Jaina, Thrall did not send anyone to clean up this non-threatening defeated army, and allowed them to destroy themselves. Anyway, without external support, these people could not make any trouble. There was nothing wrong with such an approach in the past. But this happened at the same time, and the situation changed with time. Even with Thrall's power, he could not have expected that the situation would change so quickly. Leo, who rose like a comet, changed the general trend of the entire world in just 3 years. As the balance of strength between the Horde and the Alliance changes, many things have changed, especially in certain special periods. People or things that you didn't care about before suddenly become very important. Northern Guards. Sal looked at the map and said 3 words with bitterness. He never expected that the dead salted fish of the Northern Guards would turn over. They were insignificant before and could become a handful at any time under the current situation. A sharp knife that can bring a fatal threat to the entire orc clan. For the safety of the entire race, I don't care about making Jaina unhappy at this time. Thrall let out a sigh. He knew that what he did next would probably push a friend to the opposite side. But he had to do it. Itrig, take an army to Tiragard. The human army there can no longer be left alone. Chapter 1054 Tiragard. A castle stands on the Red Land. This is Tiragard Castle. Parrot stood at the highest point of the castle, overlooking the place where he had lived for many years. In his eyes, the plants and trees that he was tired of seeing in the past seemed so memorable. Curtis, who was standing next to Parrot, reached out and patted Parrot's shoulder, and said in a tone that was difficult for outsiders to understand, "I have finally waited for this day." Parrot let out a long sigh. Curtis was right. They had finally waited for this day. Thinking back to when they followed Admiral Proudmoore to pursue the orcs. How high-spirited they were when they were young. Who could have imagined that the situation would take a turn for the worse? The Admiral would be defeated and killed. And the armies following the Admiral would also go their separate ways. The comrades either followed Jaina to Theramore or elsewhere. A large army fell apart in an instant, and only a few hundred of them remained. These people may be seen as a group of stubborn and stupid guys in the eyes of others. Those people simply don't understand why they want to stay here and suffer. There is always something that a person must insist on in his life. What the Kul Tiran sailors who stayed with Parrot, Curtis, and the others must insist on is the will of Admiral Proudmoore to eliminate the orcs, and put these evil invasions away. Kill them all. For the persistence in their hearts, they can stay in Duroder for 10 years. They can build a castle from scratch with their hands. Brick by brick. They can still say nothing when everyone forgets them. Give up. Now, they finally see hope, putting away the inexplicable melancholy in his heart. Parrot asked Curtis, "Old man, those disgusting beasts should be coming soon. The journey from Orgrimmar to here is not short. No matter how fast the orcs are, they will have to arrive this afternoon." Curtis paused for a moment when he said this, and his eyes turned to the square of the castle, where there was a group of human soldiers were busy. "Parrot, this should be the last time we fight side by side. Don't act like a bitch." Parrot glared at Curtis. Parrot had always disliked the latter's mother-in-law temperament. Parrot had to do this a lot when working as a partner with this guy. Angry. Fortunately, these days are coming to an end. If those beasts dare to come, I will use the sword in my hand to teach them a lesson they will never forget. Facts have proved that Curtis was wrong. The orc troops arrived 2 hours earlier than he expected. When the orcs appeared at the end of the horizon, the atmosphere in Tiragard Castle suddenly became tense. Everyone in Tiragard Castle knew what the arrival of the orcs meant. Those green-skinned guys brought not peace, but war. Parrot stood on the outer wall of Tiragard Castle. His face did not show the slightest fear of being overwhelmed by the soldiers, but only the heat of the upcoming battle. Soldiers, take up your weapons, and teach those green-skinned beasts a lesson they will never forget. Just like we once did. Parrot commanded the soldiers to enter the defensive position while shouting loudly. These soldiers really had no fear when facing the orcs, who made them almost destroy the orcs in the first place. With this spirit, even if they were at an absolute disadvantage, the soldiers of the Northern Guard were still confident. Eitrig looked at Tiragard Castle, turned to an orc next to him and asked, "Have you checked it out?" The orc whom Eitrig asked about was wearing a leather armor, with 2 short blades tied around his waist, and was dressed like a stalker. He was the scout in charge of sentinels. "Yes, Lord Eitrig. The humans in Tiragard Castle are building a portal. Although it is only a small portal, we have reason to believe that this is just the beginning. If we let them, the small portal will become with the large portal. The Alliance's troops can appear directly outside Orgrimmar with the help of Tiragard." Eitrig nodded upon hearing this. Thrall was not mistaken. There was indeed something strange in Tiragard Castle. The Alliance would not just take a beating without fighting back. They were already planning how to counterattack the orcs. If they succeeded, the orcs would be really in danger. Fortunately, the war chief saw through the Alliance's plan, so this situation would not happen. Eitrig felt irritated at the thought of the Alliance army approaching Orgrimmar. In his heart, he was unwilling to take action against the humans in Tiragard Castle. These human soldiers could persist in their beliefs in such a difficult environment. Even Eitrig, an orc, had respect for them, but for the safety of his own race, Eitrig had to force himself to wield the butcher knife for the safety of the entire orc clan. Slowly raising his hand, and then waving it down heavily, Eitrig shouted, "Kill!" Eitrig was very clear about the situation in Tiragard Castle. There was nothing to talk about between the orcs and the human soldiers here. The dispute between the two sides could only be spoken with swords, and it would only end if one party fell completely. The orc army went to Tiragard, and Parrot and Curtis's Northern Guards fought with them. Lodinson hurriedly rushed into the war conference room. The warrior leader of Watchfort did not hide his emotions at all, and his face was full of desire for battle. The reason why the orcs attacked Tiragard Castle must have been because they discovered that the Northern Guards had built a portal in the castle. Otherwise, Thrall would not have risked pushing Jaina into the opposite direction and attack this lonely human army. Take action. The orcs have already taken action, Leo replied lightly. His eyes stayed on the map hanging in the room. Lodinson's arrival did not make him look back. Leo knew that such a situation would arise when he contacted the Northern Guards. How could Izar's mind be expected to make the mistake of making a fool of himself under the light? The Northern Guards of Tiragard Castle are right under the eyes of the orcs. Thrall cannot forget this human army no matter what. Under the current situation, it would be okay if the Northern Guards did not move. If there is any abnormal movement, they will suffer a devastating blow. Even though he knew that his plan would bring devastating disaster to Tiragard Castle and sacrifice the entire Northern Guard, Leo still proposed it, and did it after getting the support of Saracen and Lodinson. The persistence of the Northern Guard army is indeed admirable. After countless armies across the world and all races, how many other armies can persist like them for 10 years? It's just admiration and admiration. If Leo was asked to rescue the Northern Guards, he would not do it, because he understood that persisting in Geroder was the belief that the Northern Guards would survive. In addition to persisting in their lives, they would no longer be able to save the Northern Guards. Nothing else. Without Geroder, and without the belief in revenge against the orcs, these Northern Guards didn't even know how to survive. Some people seem to be alive, but in fact they are dead. This sentence is most suitable for the Northern Guards. The only belief in these human soldier survival is revenge. For this goal, they can do anything and dare to do anything. In order to take revenge on the orcs, they would rush forward without hesitation, even if there were mountains of swords and seas of fire ahead. It is true that Leo can use his tyrannical strength to force the Northern Guards away from Tiragard Castle. But sometimes what is done with good intentions may not necessarily be a good thing that everyone is happy with. Leo could lead the Northern Guards away from Tiragard Castle, but he could not give them the faith to live again. Perhaps, as Lodinson said, dying on the battlefield, fighting for beliefs, and dying for honor is the best destination for a soldier. Seeing Leo's cold reaction, Lodenson's face was a bit resentful. He really didn't understand Leo's thoughts. Saracen Lodinson had already had a quarrel with him. Marshal Leo, the orcs' attack on Tiragard Castle has begun, and it's time for us to take action. Saracen reminded Leo not to let personal emotions affect the overall situation. As the battle in Tiragard Castle begins, there will inevitably be movement in Stannard where Rexer is located, and they must be prepared to deal with it. Rexer must have received news that the northern guards in Tiragard Castle are building a portal. If nothing else happens, he will take action soon, Leo said as he walked towards the door of the conference room. The northern guards built a portal in Tiragard. This meant that humans would launch an attack on the orcs, and it would be a fatal blow directly to the point. Rexer would never if he dares to sit back and watch. He must take certain actions to attract the attention of the Alliance. Only by involving the Alliance's power and making the Alliance unable to do other things can the Battle of Tiragard Castle be stopped. Go at the orcs' pace. To involve the power of the Alliance. What needs to be said about what Rexer will do next? Come on. Let's go see a good show together. After saying that, Leo walked out of the conference room door, leaving only Lodinson and others behind. Let's go and have a look. Lodinson and Saracen looked at each other, and the two hurriedly followed. During the discussion, Leo had told them that there was no need to worry too much about the army of demons coming out of the dark portal. Although Lodinson-san and Saracen asked again and again, but Leo didn't say anything. That is to say, Leo, the human demigod, if anyone else dared to pretend to be mysterious on such a big event, Lodinson and Saracen would never agree. Let's see what method you can use to neutralize the demonic army's offensive so that Watch Castle will not suffer heavy damage. Out of curiosity about Leo's strength, Lodinson and Saracen followed closely. They wanted to see why this demigod warlock, who rose like a comet, had so much confidence, and what magic he had. Place. Commander Lodinson. Master Saracen. Do you know what warlocks are best at? Leo, who climbed to the top of the watch fort and looked at the dark portal, suddenly asked such a question. This nonsense made Lodinson and Saracen puzzled for a while. What are warlocks good at? In addition to studying the power of darkness, you warlocks spend all day tinkering with control spells and exploring how to use more powerful demons for your own use. Saracen and Lodinson seemed to understand something when they thought about this. Could it be that Leo wanted to? No way. Chapter 1055. We can't just let it go. Don't look at me like that. I know what you are thinking. I am not as powerful as you think. Under the gazes of Lodinson and Saracen, Leo shrugged. Leo read their thoughts from the gazes of the first two, and knowing that the two had lost their minds, he hurriedly spoke, using his own spiritual power to coerce millions of demons, and force them to act according to his own wishes. It is absolutely a lie for Leo to say that he does not want to have such strength. But people always have to face reality. Leo really does not have such strength now. Strength. But this does not mean that Leo cannot make the demon army act according to his wishes. To subdue millions of demons by oneself is foolhardy, and something that can only be done by a strong man with absolute strength. Leo has not yet reached that level at this time. Fortunately, if you want to accomplish something, there is not the only way to do it recklessly. If you can't defeat someone, then use outsmarts. Demons are a race that values strength. They obey whoever is stronger. A powerful high-level demon often has a large number of middle and low-level demons under his command. To make the demons act according to my wishes, I only need to make one obey. Just let the powerful enough high-level demons I command go. Leo snapped his fingers as he spoke, and Lodinson and Saracen saw a bald man holding a double-headed war spear suddenly appear next to him. I would like to solemnly introduce you to. Leo pointed to the bald man standing behind him with a spear. My capable subordinate, Moronos. Isn't he just a summoned subordinate? Does he have to be so serious? Lodinson and Saracen disagreed. Although there were very few pets that could transform into human form, they had seen it before. Leo was also a demigod warlock after all, so he was not like a young boy who had never seen the world. Is that so? Or does he treat us, the supreme commanders of the Watch Fort, as ignorant people? The two leaders of Watchburg were about to speak, but suddenly their bodies trembled. What did Leo say just now? Lodinson and Saracen looked at each other, and they saw something called shock in each other's eyes. What did Leo call his subordinate? Manaroth. Why is it named after Manaroth the Destroyer? Could it be? Thinking of the two of them, they both shook their heads. I thought it was wrong. I must have thought wrong. It was just the same name. How could something like that happen? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Lodinson and Saracen denied the idea that shocked them. But they couldn't help but feel a little expectant when they denied it. Just in case, yes. Just in case. What if it turns out to be what they think? Under the vaguely expectant gazes of Lodinson and Saracen, Leo tilted his head, indicating that Manilos could take action. Manilos did not dare to neglect his master's orders at all. He shouted and jumped towards the outside of the city wall. Watch Fort is built on the mountain. Except for one avenue. It is surrounded by steep mountain walls hundreds of meters high. It is precisely because of this favorable location that the Alliance troops stationed here can block the attacks of demons and ogres time and time again. Attack. Some soldiers couldn't help but exclaimed when they saw Manaroth jumping off the city wall. That direction was facing the dark portal. The mountain had been bombarded by the magic of Saracen and other mages. The entire mountain wall was at a 90-degree angle, making it almost impossible to climbing to a height of more than 500 or 600. Manilos just jumped down. Wasn't this looking for death? Just as the soldiers at Watch Fort were worried about Manaroth. Manaroth jumped outside the city and roared to the sky. In a roar that was so loud that it hurt people's ears. A huge monster appeared. The mountain-like body makes those who see it feel breathless and suffocated. The devil's aura is so powerful that it almost condenses into substance and envelopes the entire cursed land. The unique characteristics of the Abyss Lord. The handle that once killed countless powerful people in this world. The frightening bloody double-headed war spear all reveals the identity of this behemoth. Manaroth the Destroyer. Lodinson and Saracen opened their mouths wide. The moment Manilos revealed his true identity, they felt a loud bang in their heads, and their whole bodies froze. The sudden change made it impossible for their thinking to keep up. The two of them could only stare blankly at the figure outside the city wall carrying a bloody double-headed war spear heading towards the dark portal. It's really... Lodinson stuttered for a while, then struggled to say a word. It's really Manaroth the Destroyer. Leo was not joking. The bald man under his command did not have the same name as the Destroyer of the Burning Legion for the sake of prestige. The bald man was really Manaroth, the Destroyer who killed countless demigods, and the Deceiver Key, Eljaden, Archimon the Defiler, and Manaroth the Destroyer, one of the three giants of the Burning Legion. At this moment, Saracen and Lodinson had a feeling they had never experienced before. The feeling was very complicated, including disbelief at what was happening in front of them, shock and envy that Leo could control Manaroth, and fear. Yes, that's right. Fear. If what they saw was true, then shouldn't people be afraid of a warlock who could control a being as powerful as Manaroth? Of course, fear is only a very small aspect, and more is joy. The ecstasy of having a bright future for one's own race. What race is Leo? He is a genuine human being. The current marshal of the kingdom of Arathar is also the future prince of Arathar. He is one of the absolute core decision makers in the future of mankind. Doesn't Leo being strong mean that humans are strong? Doesn't Leo's ability to control Manaroth represent humanity? A thug as powerful as the Destroyer? Lodinson and Saracen could already imagine the wonderful future of the human race. And they couldn't help but express their excitement. Unless Kil'jaeden comes in person, Kazakh and Raze-like alone will not have the courage to confront Manaroth. In this way, the demon army of the Dark Portal will not pose any threat to us. Leo as he spoke. He clapped his hands as if to brush off the dust on his hands. Wouldn't the crisis be resolved in this way? Lodinson and Saracen admitted that with the restraint of Manaroth, even if Rexer successfully opened the Dark Portal, the demons would not attack Watch Fort. But with millions of demons entering this world, who can rest assured? Marshal Leo. Those are millions of demons. You have no plan. Are you going to let them stay in the cursed land? Lodinson is impatient. He can't wait to know what Leo will do next. Didn't you let us set up a large portal between the Watch Keep and the Dark Portal? Do you want to use this portal to teleport all the demons here to the Orc territory? I have to say, your proposal is very tempting. Leo looked in the direction of the Dark Portal, where there was a large-scale commotion because of Manaroth's appearance. The Orcs want to plot against us. Of course we can't forget it. Otherwise they will take a step back today. And they will take a step back tomorrow. In this way, if we push back and they advance, do we have to fight until we have no way back? The struggle between races is extremely cruel. And there is absolutely no room for weakness. Leo understands this. And Saracen and Lodinson also know this. As soon as you retreat today, endless persecution will follow. If you want to avoid being bullied, you can only beat the other person. Beat the other person painfully from the beginning. Or even beat the other person directly to death. So that your race will not be trapped. A dangerous situation. Therefore, the human race must retaliate for this incident. Not only revenge, but also ruthless revenge. Otherwise the main war faction among the orcs will not become so arrogant. It's just, Leo said, changing the topic. I don't intend to put these demons into the territory of the orcs. What? Lodinson and Saracen were anxious. This time it was clear that the orcs wanted to weaken the alliance. If they didn't teach them a lesson and let them know how powerful they were, who knew what would happen in the future? No, Marshal Leo. We can't just let it go. Those beasts must pay the price. Lodinson was so anxious that he yelled. He didn't care whether he was rude or not. As the main combatant in the alliance, he would never allow this incident to end just like that. Listen to what I have to say. Leo waved his hand to signal Lodinson to calm down. But he hadn't finished speaking yet. No matter what the orcs were like before, no matter how much hatred they have against us, we must accept the reality that Orgrimmar now is the same as us, fighting against the Burning Legion and the Scourge. With their help, we will have greater power to protect the world. Hearing what Leo said, Saracen couldn't help but speak. Yes, we admit this. But this does not become a reason for us to give up revenge. The warriors of the Alliance are in the Cursed Land to stop the invasion of demons. This world has suffered a lot. What have those orcs done? They enjoy the peace that our warriors have exchanged for their lives. But they still want to plot against us. These beasts must not be tolerated. Like Lodinson, Saracen did not want to spare the orcs. Over the years, the orcs, under the leadership of Thrall, had not given the Alliance any leverage. And the Alliance's army had to guard against the demons in the Cursed Land and the Plague Land. Undead natural disasters. Unable to free their hands, the war in the Plague Land finally improved. And Rexer came out to cause trouble again. Who would be willing not to use this opportunity to show off? Marshal Leo, Lodinson and I both understand your concerns. You don't want to start a war with the orcs now. And you don't want to give those enemies hiding in the dark a chance to deal with us humans. But this time it is the orcs who take the initiative to provoke trouble. We cannot swallow our anger. I am not the kind of person who compromises for the sake of the overall situation. You must know that my temper is not very good. But wherever the demon army passes, there will be thousands of miles of bare ground. If they are put into the territory of the orcs, Duroder and the barons will be destroyed. Isn't it true that the environment that has finally made some progress will fall short? The world we live in will be the most seriously injured. Leo sighed. His expression could only be described as compassionate in 4 words. Saracen and Lodinson were shocked. They didn't really want to forget it this time. No, it must not be like this. Just when the anxious 2 people were about to speak, Leo moved his fingers. Mana surged from his fingertips, and a virtual map made of magic appeared in front of Lodinson and Saracen. The gathering of millions of demonic armies in the Cursed Land is a threat to the Alliance. You are not worried. I am not worried. And Varian is not worried either. But letting them enter Kalimdor is not a good idea. So I decided to put them get to this place. Looking at the virtual map drawn by Leo with magic power, Lodinson and Saracen thought for a moment. And the light in their eyes became brighter and brighter. In the end, Lodinson couldn't help laughing out loud. And Saracen then he secretly praised in his heart. What a great move to kill someone with a borrowed sword. It's amazing. It's really amazing. Chapter 1056 A Complete Defeat. What happened in the Cursed Land was so bizarre and unexpected that even Lodinson and Saracen, who were in the same camp as Leo, did not expect it. Let alone Rexer. The orc hero with ogre blood is currently in Stonner. And the ogre magicians he has gathered from all over are trying their best to deliver magic power to a giant magic circle. Under the support of huge magic power. Each magic node of this magic circle, which is 3 times the size of Stonner, gradually glows. Rexer was a little nervous. The magic circle was about to open. Once the magic circle was activated, the dark door would also be opened. The closer he was to success, the less he could relax. Even though Leo showed no regard for Lex's plan. Who knows what he was thinking? What if Leo was just pretending to make him relax and wait until the last moment? After executing that fatal blow, Rexer really relaxed as the opponent wanted, resulting in falling short of the target. Wouldn't he be upset to death? While Rexer was extremely nervous, while the ogre magician was trying his best to deliver magic power, the giant magic circle was opened. Without any hindrance, without any damage from outsiders. It was just smooth sailing. And the giant magic circle that opened the dark door was successfully activated. Lexa should be happy that his goal has been achieved. But he is not happy at all now. Leo really didn't care at all what happened to Stonard as he showed. and a sense of humiliation arose in Lex's heart. Is it in vain that I have been nervous for a long time? In vain that I have spent so much energy? But it is so worthless in your eyes. Leo? Are you, Leo, so sure to face the demon army after the dark portal opens? If Leo stood in front of Rexer at this time, Rexer would not care about anything and kill Leo with a battle axe. Just when Rexer was angry that Leo underestimated him, an orc warrior came running from a distance. Before the orc warrior arrived, his voice came over, Lord Rexer. It's not good. Something happened in the cursed land. There was a loud thud in Rex's heart, and a bad premonition arose in his heart. At this time, something happening in the cursed land was definitely not good news for Rexa. What did Leo do in the cursed land? And how will he deal with me? Lord Lexa. Ma. The orc warrior was panting and sweating profusely. He looked very tired and could not even finish speaking in one breath. This made Lexa very anxious. Don't be out of breath when you speak. You have to say what the H.L. you are doing. Under Rexer's eager gaze, the orc warrior who came to report the news came back and told Rexer news that Rexer couldn't believe. Manolos has appeared. Manaroth? Manaroth the Destroyer. Rexer's eyes suddenly widened. He reached out to grab the orc warrior and asked loudly, What exactly happened? Tell me clearly. The orc warrior had a painful expression on his face. Rexer's strength was far beyond his reach. Even with one hand, Rexer could crush him until his bones creaked. Seemingly realizing his recklessness, Rexer let go of his hand. The orc warrior took a breath and said, Lord Rexer, just now, the destroyer Manaroth appeared in the cursed land. And now he is integrating the demon of the dark portal. Are you sure you're right? It's really Manaroth? Rexer's heart sank when he asked this question. He knew that the scouts would never dare to report such a big matter casually. They must be 100% sure before sending the news back. Leo, you are cruel. Lexa said these words word by word through gritted teeth. He now understood why Leo didn't come to Stoner to stop him from opening the dark portal. It's not that Leo doesn't have that ability, or that Leo is afraid of traps here, but that Leo doesn't even think about stopping himself. Opening the dark portal connects Draenor, the home of the orcs, with the world of humans. If Rexer really wants to be held accountable, he believes that Izar's ability can completely protect Orgrimmar. The only one who will suffer is Rexer. Although one person has an impact on the orc clan, it will not damage the foundation. But that was just Lex's previous plan. With Leo's intervention, the whole thing was completely different. Without the appearance of Manaroth, the demon army would inevitably expand wildly after the dark portal was opened. At that time, the watch fort, which blocked the only way out of the blasted land, became their obstacle. The elite troops of the Alliance stationed there fought with the demons of the Burning Legion. It must be a life-and-death battle. No matter who wins or loses in this battle, the orc clan to which Rexer belongs will be the winner in the end. But now that Manaroth has appeared, the situation is complicated. Even a layman understands that the combat effectiveness of an army with a leader is completely different from that of a rabble without a leader. Under the leadership of Manaroth, no matter how elite the Alliance troops in the keep are, how long can they hold on, and how many casualties can they inflict on the demons? Once the watching fortress is broken, the demon army will no longer be able to hinder them, and the entire eastern continent will not be able to escape their vicious hands. Rexer's purpose is to weaken the Alliance and bring the balance of power between the Horde and the Alliance back into balance. The orcs do not have the strength to destroy the Alliance. Not before. And not now. If the orcs make too big a move, they will definitely be suppressed by the night elves and dragons. Balance. Only balance. Keeping the strength of the tribe and Alliance at the same level is the most beneficial situation for the orcs. Leo's appearance broke the balance between the Alliance and the Horde, and Rexer had no choice but to risk opening the dark portal and plot against the Alliance to return the two sides to a stalemate. Unfortunately, no matter how good the plan was, it couldn't keep up with the changes, and the appearance of Manaroth ruined everything. The demons who inspired the Burning Legion poisoned the world. Rexer dared to bear such a big crime, but he couldn't bear it, because the Alliance would definitely settle this account on the entire orc clan. And the dragons and night elves who usually act as middlemen after something like this happened. He would inevitably turn to the Alliance, who told him that Rexer was an orc, who made the orcs endanger the entire world by doing this. Rexer could imagine how the elves and dragons, who had touched their bottom line, would treat the orcs. This is not the most terrifying thing. What Rexer is most worried about is that this is all a conspiracy of the Alliance. Leo has the ability to resurrect, which is not a secret in the eyes of people of Lexa's level. The appearance of Manaroth reminded Lexa of an information he knew before about the mysterious disappearance of Manaroth's bones in Demon Slayer Canyon. Although after Grumhellscream and Manaroth died together, Thrall, in order to prove that the orcs killed the destroyer and to show the orcs' bravery, brought Manaroth's head back to Orgrimmar and left it in the massacre. Only the remains of Manaroth's body in the Demon Canyon are left. But who can guarantee that Leo's resurrection ability will be useless without the skull? If Manaroth's appearance had been planned by Leo, it would better explain why Tunleo ignored Stannard and allowed the dark portal to be opened. Thinking of Manaroth being controlled by Leo, thinking that everything that happened in the Cursed Land was under Leo's control, Rexer couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat, because he thought of the worst-case scenario, that it was Manaroth the Destroyer who linked his resurrection to the opening of the dark portal under Leo's control. Demon Slayer Canyon can be said to be under the control of the tribe. Thrall brought back the head of Manaroth. At this time, it was Rexer if Leo was strong enough. Cruelly, he asked Manaroth to insist that the orcs had reached an agreement with him. Is Leo ruthless enough? The answer goes without saying. Rexer was really scared now. As the saying goes, there is no excuse to impose a crime. Not to mention that the other party is grounds now. Who will believe that the orcs are innocent? Elves or dragons? If such a situation really happened, the orcs wouldn't be able to explain it even if they were talking. Originally there was Jaina who could help the orcs make peace. But now the orcs sent troops to attack Tiragard Castle, which completely offended Jaina to death. It would be great if Jaina could remain neutral. But can she be expected to help the orcs make peace? Damn, Leo. It's like this. It must be like this. He will let Manaroth slander us orcs. Otherwise, why would he lure our people to attack Tiragard Castle? Rexer's mind was extremely clear at this time. He understood that both he and Thrall had been tricked by Leo. The Kultiron sailors and Tiragard Castle were not used by the Alliance to fight back against the orcs. The sharp knife inserted into the orcs' vitals was a chess piece that was sacrificed from the beginning. A chess piece that allowed them to break with Jaina of Theramore. The powerfully rising humans could not tolerate anyone swaying around. Jaina was indecisive. So they forced the orcs to help Jaina make the decision. Cruel. The people who thought of this plan were too cruel. Those Kultiron sailors were completely used as tools. They were hundreds of soldiers with firm beliefs. Rexer felt cold all over. Not only did the Alliance bring trouble to the orcs this time, but they also used the orcs to force Jaina to express her stance, allowing the orcs to turn her friends into enemies. With the help of the Dark Portal to start the incident, the Alliance not only with the righteousness of taking action against the orcs and peacefully resolving the unstable factors within the human race, the action planned by Rexer not only did not harm the Alliance, but instead benefited the Alliance again. At this point, Lexa had no choice but to admit that he had lost. No matter how unwilling he was defeated miserably. And Leo used his strength to help the human being escape the danger easily and deftly. Send the news back to Orgrimmar quickly, and let the Warchief prepare. Also, bring me a message to the Warchief, saying that I, Rexer, am a sinner, and I am sorry for him. Rexer's tone was full of desolation, and the orc hero's mouth was full of bitter taste. His burly body had aged a lot in an instant, and most of his energy seemed to have been taken away, showing that a bit old-fashioned. Chapter 1057 The Dark Door. The east wind blows, and the war drums beat. Who in this world is cheating whom? Leo had a sarcastic smile on his face. Lexa wanted to take advantage of his absence, and he would only suffer the consequences. Lexa should have received the news now. I don't know what kind of expression he has at this time. I think it must be very exciting. It's not that easy for the orcs to cover up the matter this time. I have to let them bleed properly. Leo had never been a guy who would swallow his anger when someone slapped him. How could he not retaliate if Lexa wanted to do something small while he was away? Lodinson recovered from the shock caused by Manaroth's appearance. There was something more in his eyes when he looked at Leo. It was awe that he had never seen before. Awe from the heart. Marshal Leo, should we activate the portal and let Manaroth send the demons of the Burning Legion there? Leo looked at Lodinson with a puzzled look, as if he had no idea what the other party was talking about. He just heard him say, Commander Lodinson, what is the connection between us activating the portal and the demons of the Burning Legion? Lodinson was confused. Isn't Manaroth a demon controlled by Leo? Isn't the newly built portal outside the Watchkeep used to transport the Burning Legion demons conquered by Minoros? Isn't all this Leo's fault? A plan? Why is Leo making such an expression now? The old partner was confused, but Saracen was not. The mage's brain turned faster than the warrior. When Lodinson was confused, Saracen took a step forward and said, Marshal Leo is right. Manilov's the appearance of the demon caught us off guard. So we had to give up the portal we built outside the city to send reinforcements. Fortunately, the demons did not know the destination of the portal, and the portal sent them elsewhere under their random use. Yes, what Master Saracen said makes sense. Leo nodded in agreement, with a look of joy on his face. Fortunately, we didn't send troops out. Otherwise, we really don't know how many brave soldiers we would have lost. As for asking for reinforcements, we can only think of another way. We can't let the soldiers abandon the strong castle and rush out to fight millions of demons. If that is the case, it will not be fighting, but murder. Lodinson understood that Leo did not admit his relationship with Manilos. Everyone knew some things, but as long as they didn't expose them, they would be able to use them. Leo clearly wanted to put aside the relationship between Manaroth and himself. If Manaroth's appearance had nothing to do with the Alliance, the orcs would have to suffer. When the Alliance can question the orcs why Rexer opened the dark portal and millions of demons poured into the world, Manaroth the Destroyer will appear. Do you dare to say this is a coincidence? Who believes it? When the time comes, the orcs will be nothing but mud with their crotches dripping down. If it's not shit, it's still shit. Thinking of this, Lodinson suddenly felt his scalp numb. After Leo's help, the orcs didn't know how far they would be pushed, and their future life would be difficult. Spellcasters are indeed not simple guys. Their minds work very fast. When it comes to tricks, few of us warriors can match them. Marshal Leo, what should we do now? Realizing Leo's power, Lodinson kept his attitude very low. He carefully asked Leo questions in a tone of asking for advice from his superior. Saracen heard the change in Lodinson's attitude from the former's words. The warrior commander of Watchfort put Leo in a position much higher than himself. As Lodinson's old partner, Saracen has never seen Lodinson look like this. In the past, Lodinson has never been like this when he asked him for advice. However, Saracen did not have any negative thoughts. In Saracen's view, Lodinson's change in attitude was nothing more than normal. A strong man with strength and scheming like Leo should be respected by others. Now, Leo tilted his head, and a gold recliner studded with gems appeared behind him. He twisted his neck, laid down on it, and said in a leisurely manner, "We just want to watch the show." Lodinson and Saracen looked at each other and thought about it carefully. They really had nothing to do now. The dark portal opened the moment Rexer's magic circle was completed. This sudden change would normally have made Kazak and Razek very excited. But at this time, the two demons were completely unconcerned about it. Because Manaroth the Destroyer appears. When Manaroth revealed his true form and released his aura unscrupulously, the demons in the cursed land were all stunned at this moment. They never expected that Manaroth the Destroyer would appear so suddenly. In front of myself. Isn't Manaroth dead? Why is he here? Karak and Razek hurriedly came out of the demon fortress. The two demons were somewhat suspicious. They suspected that Manaroth, the Destroyer who suddenly appeared, was a fake. However, when Karak and Razek stood in front of Manaroth, their doubts were thrown out of the sky. Although they were not Manaroth's direct subordinates. As one of the three giants of the Burning Legion, how could the Destroyer's aura be mistaken? Manaroth is not dead. This news greatly excited Kazak and Razek. If there are saboteurs leading the way, maybe they can end their goalkeeping career day after day and year after year. For demons who love killing and destruction, it is more uncomfortable to tie them in a deserted place than to kill them. If they are not on a mission, or if they are not afraid of the punishment for disobeying orders. What will happen to Kazak and Razek? Maybe he stayed in the cursed land for so many years. Lord Manaroth. Kazak was about to speak, but Manaroth didn't give him a chance. He pointed his bloody double-headed war spear at the dark portal and directly ordered, "The dark portal is about to open. Get ready to let this damn world trembling under the power of the Burning Legion. The dark door is about to open." Kazak and Razek were overjoyed. Once the dark portal opened, they no longer had to stay in the cursed land. They could enter this world, destroy and kill at will, and vent their accumulated desires over the years. Kazak and Razek, who were happy in their hearts, didn't ask anything, and quickly replied, "I will follow your instructions, Master Manaroth." Kazak and Razek did not dare to show the slightest doubt about Manaroth's words, because they knew that once they did that, what was waiting for them was the deathly bloody double-headed war spear in Manaroth's hand. Kazak has no interest in having close contact with Manaroth's bloody double-headed spear. What happened next made Kazak and Razek thankful that they did not doubt that Manaroth's words were correct. Less than 2 minutes after they ordered him to go down, There has been no movement since Khadgar closed it. There is something strange happening in the dark portal. The dark gate, which had been silent for many years, has moved. Wisps of twisted magical power are spreading outwards, with the dark gate as the center. Fortunately, the cursed place here, the places that should be corroded by the magical power, have been corroded. And there is no fear of being corroded again. Corrosion once. The twisted magical power of the dark portal is extremely poisonous to the creatures in this world. But not to the demons. The physique of demons is different from that of the creatures in this world. The twisted magic power will not harm them, but will supplement their strength. In just 3 to 5 minutes after something strange appeared in the dark portal, Kazak and many of Sarek's demons have advanced to the first level. Manaroth nodded secretly. The demon's rising strength did not worry him at all. With his strength and status in the Burning Legion, even if Kil'jaeden the Deceiver arrived now, he would not be able to deprive him of the power over the demon army. The command authority. You must know that Manaroth is not injured now, and his strength is at its peak. How can Kil'jaeden suppress him? As more and more twisted magic power leaks out, and the area affected becomes larger and larger, the abnormal movements coming from the portal become more intense. The whole process lasted for a quarter of an hour. After a quarter of an hour, the door of darkness began to light up. From the outside, it looked like something was flowing slowly inside the door. That would only appear after the portal connected to the other end. Phenomenon. The dark door has been successfully opened. Kazak and Razlek were so happy at this moment that they wanted to kill each other to vent the joy in their chests. It's not easy. It's really not easy. They have waited for so many years, and served as so many gatekeepers in the cursed land. Now the dark portal has finally opened, and they are finally liberated. The opening of the dark portal caused the entire demon army in the cursed land to commotion. Kazak and Razlek found signs that the situation was out of control. The demons in ecstasy were so excited that they did not obey the command. If it were just like this, nothing would happen with Kazak and Razlek's years of accumulated power. But the problem was that when the demons in the cursed land were in commotion, a large number of demons poured out from the dark portal. These demons are not the subordinates of Kazak and Razlek. They have their own leaders, and the orders of Kazak and Razlek are greatly reduced by them. Just when Kazak and Razlek couldn't keep the situation under control, and the situation in the cursed land was about to get out of control, Manaroth stepped forward. Shut up, you scum! Along with Manaroth's roar, the destroyer's tyrannical aura was suppressed, and they felt the oppression from the superior demons. The excited demons felt as if a basin of cold water had been poured on them, and they became silent one by one, daring not to speak out anymore. Manaroth the Destroyer is one of the 3 giants of the Burning Legion, apart from Archimonde the Defiler and Kil'jaeden the Deceiver. Who among the demons of the Burning Legion dares to go against his will? Seeing that the situation was under control, Manilos ordered Kazak and Razlek, "You 2 idiots. Hurry up and do something. I want to see an integrated army in the shortest possible time." Chapter 1058 The Belated Order. Manaroth consolidated the demons of the Burning Legion at the Dark Portal. At the same moment, someone somewhere in the distant Northrend was doing the same thing as him. Although they do the same thing, their purposes are completely opposite. Manaroth integrated the demon army to attack, while Northrend integrated the army to retreat. Commander Sarah, I need a reason. Thistle looked at Sarah, very puzzled by Sarah's order. The female elf didn't know Leo's plan. This camp was the result of the sacrifice of thousands of soldiers after they came to Northrend. Was the first and now only foothold they established in Northrend. Sarah suddenly decided to abandon it, and she had to give an explanation no matter what. The Blood Elves are currently at war with humans because of Leo and Kaeldats. As members of the Horde, they are not mixed with Sorfang, but are going with the Alliance expedition led by Sarah. Come together. This behavior of the Blood Elves made Sorfang very angry, but he was helpless. The camp that Sarah decided to evacuate at this time was located on several small islands near the eastern coastline of Grizzly Hills. Although it was just a few small islands, in order to gain a foothold in this place, the Alliance Expeditionary Force and the Blood Elves fought fiercely with the Scourge. After fighting several battles, he finally relied on the help of the water element to repel the endless sea of undead and gain a firm foothold. No one else would be willing to give up the place they had finally obtained with so much effort. Fucusel would never agree if Sarah didn't give an explanation. Fusel's words raised questions in the minds of other officers. They all looked at Sarah, wanting to know what the commander was going to do. Sarah is the commander-in-chief of Queen Scarlet of the Kingdom of Arather, with the full support of Leo and Scarlet behind her. She nominally leads the affairs of the entire Alliance's Northern Expeditionary Force. But this does not mean that others will obey her unconditionally. You must know that the Alliance Expeditionary Force is not only the country of Arather, but also the armies of Stormwind City, Ironforge, and other places. Starting to look at Fusel. Looking around, Sarah saw everyone's expressions in her eyes. If it were in the past, Sarah would be so nervous and speechless when being watched by so many high-ranking officers. But she would never be so calm. However, after receiving the inheritance of Leoric, the Lord of Darkness, Sarah would have been. Sarah is no longer the same as before. She has the temperament of the Night King in front of Leoric. This temperament makes people unconsciously follow her orders. This is why all the officers in the Alliance Expeditionary Force, the reason why he would act according to Sarah's orders even though he didn't know the truth of the matter. You want to know the reason? Okay. I'll tell you. In the past, it was to keep it secret, fearing that people would talk too much and leak Leo's plan. But now it was different. Lexa had opened the dark portal, and there was no need to keep the plan secret. Sarah moved as quickly as possible. He told everyone present the whole thing in the most concise words. I see. After learning the whole plan, all the officers couldn't help but exclaim. They didn't expect that the orcs would dare to open the door to darkness. And they didn't expect that Leo would follow his plan and use various tricks to force the orcs in such a difficult situation. All the officers present were from the Alliance, and no one could bear it at all that Leo had put the orcs into a difficult situation. In their view, the more such things happen, the better. Who wants the tribe to not deal with the Alliance camp to which they belong? Fusel's expression changed one after another. At any rate, the Blood Elves have not yet announced their separation from the tribe. They are still nominally a member of the tribe. After learning about Leo's plan, she has more things to consider than the Alliance officers. Many. The orcs shot themselves in the foot this time. Rexer took a huge risk to open the dark portal. Not only did it fail to weaken the Alliance, but it also caused the orc strength to be damaged again. Thinking of this, Fizzle couldn't help but look to the west. In that direction, hundreds of miles away, behind a stretch of snow-capped mountains, was where the tribal expeditionary force led by Sorfang was located. Okay, the plan has been informed to you. If you have no doubts, just do it. We have to speed up and cannot give the tribe time to react. After Sarah finished talking about Leo's plan, she immediately urged the Alliance officers to come. After hearing her words, everyone including Fucusel dispersed. As officers, they should urge their soldiers to let they speed up. When everyone dispersed, Sarah turned to look in the direction of the tribe's camp and said in a voice that only she could hear, "It is so stupid to be an enemy of the Master. You will regret it soon. What you do." "Brother, do you regret it?" Curtis panted heavily and asked Parrot beside him. Tiragard Castle had been breached by the orc attack led by Eitrig. All the human soldiers stationed in the castle were killed and injured. At this time, they were still there. The only ones fighting were Curtis and Parrot. Although Tiragard Castle was captured with superior force, the orcs suffered considerable casualties. The tenacious resistance of the Kul Tiran sailors allowed nearly 100 orc warriors to stay here forever. The death of their companions stimulated the orcs. All the orc soldiers were furious. Regret? Of course I regret it. Parrot spat out a mouthful of bloody spit. Surrounded by the orc soldiers, he said loudly, "I regret why I didn't kill all these bastards." Most of the orc soldiers could not understand human language, but this did not prevent them from understanding what Parrot meant. Seeing the contempt and sarcasm in the eyes of the only two humans left in Tiragard Castle, the orcs became red-eyed. The soldiers roared and rushed forward, drowning the figures of Parrot and Curtis. Tiragard Castle was captured, and Thrall's task assigned to him was completed. But Eitrig was not happy at all. As a commander, he considers things far beyond those of ordinary soldiers. The orcs captured Tiragard Castle, which is equivalent to forcing Theramore to break with Orgrimmar. No matter what the personal relationship between Thrall and Jaina is, there is no longer any possibility for Theramore and Orgrimmar to cooperate. Although the Alliance's threat to Orgrimmar was relieved, it also severed the bond of communication with humans, which might lead to another outbreak of war between orcs and humans. Eitrig was filled with worries. With humanity's current strength, would the nobles in Stormwind City and Stromgarde be able to tolerate this? The thought of war with humans made Eitrig extremely worried. After so many years of development under Thrall's leadership, the situation of the orcs is indeed much better than before. But there is still a big gap compared with humans. Not to mention the rapid rise of Stromgarde. And not to mention the reappearance of Gilneas, the orcs of the Kingdom of Stormwind, who have been freed from the quagmire of war in the Plague Lands, have little chance of winning. In a war, The quality of the generals and the bravery of the soldiers are one aspect. Weapons, equipment, soldiers, food and grass, etc. must also be considered. It is true that orc soldiers fight bravely and are not afraid of death. But humans are not bad either. In terms of soldiers, the orcs don't have much advantage. In terms of generals, both sides have enough experienced officers. In this regard, the orcs still have no advantage. As a result, the situation of the orcs is not good, because in places such as weapons, equipment, soldiers, and food, the orcs are far from being opponents of humans. In other words, the superficial strength comparison between the two sides is relatively close. However, in terms of war potential, orcs and humans are not on the same level. If a war between humans and orcs really breaks out, if the orcs cannot quickly defeat their opponents, they will lose them. However, it is not easy to defeat humans quickly. Even if Thrall takes action personally, it is not possible. After all, Varian and others have experienced countless battles. Eitrigg couldn't help but sigh. The situation at this time was too dangerous for the orcs. And he didn't know how Thrall would lead the orcs through this crisis. Survive the crisis? Yes. Eitrigg firmly believes that the orcs will survive any crisis under the leadership of Thrall. Not just him, but all the orcs, who have almost blind confidence in their warchief orcs. This kind of trust is an honor, a responsibility, and also a pressure. Lord Eitrigg. Just when Eitrigg's thoughts were wandering to other places, an orc messenger riding a wolf came from a distance. And the voice of the messenger came before the messenger arrived. Eitrigg turned around and looked, his heart suddenly sinking. The orc messengers were coming from the direction of Orgrimmar, the main city of the orcs. Could it be that something happened in Orgrimmar? Lord Eitrigg, the warchief asked you to stop attacking Tyrigard Castle. The orc messenger rode the half-tired wolf to Eitrigg, and the words that came out of his mouth left Eitrigg at a loss. Tyrigard Castle has been completely captured by the orc soldiers, and all the human soldiers in the castle have been killed. What is the meaning of this order at this time? The messenger also discovered the situation in Tyrigard Castle after conveying the instructions of the war chief. He couldn't help but smile bitterly. It was not that he was lazy on the road and wasted time, but that the team led by Eitrigg was too fast. If this, the orc swordsman hurried on at a normal speed, and he had long since caught up with him and called him back. The blame for this incident can only be attributed to Eitrigg's impatience. In order to quickly deal with the Kul Tiran navy that might pose a threat to Orgrimmar, he called on the most elite warriors left behind in Orgrimmar, and spared no effort along the way. Those who lost their mounts marched as fast as possible, which led to the tragedy that the messengers were still one step late despite risking their lives. Thrall is worthy of being Thrall. Even without knowing Leo's trump card, he quickly guessed that the movement of the Kul Tiran navy in Tyrigard Castle was a conspiracy. Unfortunately, Eitrigg ruined everything. Lord Eitrigg, what should we do now? The orc messenger looked at Eitrigg at a loss. He had received the order from Chief Thrall, but the matter was irreversible. At this time, he was at a loss as to what to do. What else can we do? Eitrigg was full of self-blame. It would be better if he was not so anxious. It's too late to say anything now. Gather our warriors and follow me back to Orgrimmar to wait for the warchief's instructions. Chapter 1059, Chaos is coming to Northrend. Tyrigard Castle is finished. After hearing this from Lodinson, Leo couldn't help but sigh. All the Kul Tiran sailors led by Curtis and Parrot died, and the Alliance lost a group of brave warriors. Although both Curtis and Lodinson and others believed that these Kul Tiran sailors died a worthy and worthwhile death, but Leo still felt a little sad. The orcs have always talked about their bravery, saying that there are no cowards in the orcs who are afraid of death. Leo can't help but ask, are the brave warriors only the orcs? Humans, as an advanced race that also possesses intelligence, we have never lacked brave warriors. And the soldiers of the Alliance are no worse than those of the Horde. When he contacted Curtis and Parrot, Leo had already asked Lodinson to explain to them that the Kul Tiran sailors in Tyrigard Castle were only part of the plan. When the orcs came to attack the city, they won't get any reinforcements. They are there to be sacrificed in the whole plan. Everyone cherishes their lives. Leo originally thought that Curtis and the others would refuse. And even if they agreed, there would be other conditions. But the fact was that the Kul Tiran sailors from Tyrigard Castle agreed without any conditions. Why does Leo feel sad? It is precisely because of this that if Curtis and the others shrink back or even put forward even a condition, Leo will not do so. These soldiers who were deliberately forgotten by the entire Alliance in Duroder took over the task of making bait without any complaints. They knew that they would die, but carried it out without hesitation. Just to stick to their beliefs. This made Leo feel a little better. Touch. Silence. Unspeakable silence. Leo didn't speak. And Lodinson and Saracen didn't speak either. In this way, the three of them were mourning the dead human warriors of Tiragard Castle. The rise of a race is bound to be accompanied by countless blood and sacrifices. The ones who sacrifice today are Curtis and Parrot. But what about tomorrow? Who will become the next victim of the rise of mankind? Leo didn't know. He couldn't answer this question. He only knew one thing. And that was to do his best to protect the people around him. Not to let them become one of the victims. And to let them live well. Live well. These 6 words are easy to say, but extremely difficult to do. In this chaotic world. In this world full of all kinds of battles. In this world where every inch of the land is filled with killings. It is really difficult to live well. It's not as simple as what you say. Well, Leo let out a long sigh and shook his head mockingly. When did I become so sentimental? Master, I'm ready here. Manarotha's voice rang in Leo's ears. With him, one of the 3 giants. As a destroyer, and with the assistance of high-level demons such as Kazak and Razlek. Whether it was the demons pouring out of the Hellfire Peninsula, or the demons who were originally in the Cursed Land, all of them were honest. And no one dared to cause trouble. The demon army has been assembled. Leo's eyes lit up. He quickly regained his composure and gestured to Saracen, telling him to activate the teleportation circle outside the Watch Fortress. Are you ready to start? Saracen and Lodinson were full of joy. The demon army in the Cursed Land was transferred by Leo. And they no longer had to stay in the desolate place of Watch Fortress. No one would like the Cursed Land, if it weren't for the responsibilities they shouldered. How could Saracen and Lodinson have stayed here for so many years? Today, they can finally escape this life. Of course, that's assuming the plan goes smoothly. With Manaroth holding the line, Leo would really go crazy if the plan didn't go smoothly. Watching the groups of demons walking into the portal under the shouts of Manaroth. The demon army at the dark portal, which was all over the mountains and fields, was so dense that it made people feel numb just by looking at it. They just obediently gave up attacking the guards, who were so close. Fort, and entered Northrend. The Northrend realm, where Leo had arranged for them through the portal. Northrend is a continent located in the northern part of the world where humans live. It is covered with ice and snow all year round. Before the big explosion of the Well of Eternity blew up the world's continent, Northrend was an indispensable part of the world's continent. With the invasion of the Burning Legion and the explosion of the Well of Eternity, this land finally separated. As it continued to drift toward the north of the world, the climate of Northrend became colder and colder. Climate change has caused the extinction of a large number of animals and plants that originally lived on this continent, leaving only many cold-resistant and strong survival species. In Leo's view, this is natural evolution, the survival of the fittest, and those who cannot adapt will be eliminated. After years of evolution, the entire Northrend was divided into 10 regions based on differences in regional environments. They are the Howling Fjord located at the southeastern end of Northrend, and the Grizzly Hills to the north of Howling Fjord, separated by a huge mountain range composed of countless snow-capped mountains. The Alliance Expeditionary Force, led by Sarah, chose Grizzly Hills as its foothold, while the Horde Expeditionary Force led by Sorfang landed at Howling Fjord. Regarding the landing site of the tribe, many officers within the Alliance were secretly cursing in their hearts, because the land route to Howling Fjord was blocked by the Grizzly Hills. Unless the Scourge army landed by sea or air, once the war started in the future, the undead Scourge army would be killed. He must be the first to confront the Alliance. To the north of Grizzly Hills is Zuldrak, and to the west is Dragonblight. Passing through Zuldrak is the Storm Peaks, which is adjacent to Ice Crown and is the northernmost tip of Northrend. Sandwiched between Zuldrak, Dragonblight, Storm Peaks and Ice Crown Glacier is Crystal Song Forest. This place is located in the center of Northrend. Dalaran deliberately chose it as the place where they would go after the war against the Lich King really started. Sen's foothold, directly under Ice Crown Glacier, and west of Dragonblight is a large lake covering an extremely large area. This is Wintergrasp. From Wintergrasp you can see Ice Crown Citadel, the heart of the Scourge, and the location of the Lich King's frozen throne. To the southwest of Wintergrasp is a place called Borean Tundra, and to the southeast is the mysterious Chazora Basin. These 10 regions form the general structure of Northrend. Northrend. Sorfang's plan is very good. The Alliance landed from the Grizzly Hills, and the Scourge's attention was attracted to them. The Horde's army can develop well in Howling Fjord. and wait for his soldiers to adapt to Northrend environment, and then decide how to act. If Leo did not control Manaroth, the landing place chosen by Sorfang would undoubtedly be very beneficial to the Horde. But it is a pity that God is not as good as man. Sarah led the Alliance Expeditionary Force to withdraw from several small islands close to the coastline in the east of the Grizzly Hills. They retreated to a medium-sized island further east named Blood Moon Island by the Blood Elves, where the Alliance Expeditionary Force will spend some time with the Blood Elf troops commanded by Forisol. The Blood Elves didn't have much objection to this. The reason for this is thanks to the Kingdom of Arothar. The Blood Elves have fought side by side with Arothar's army more than once, and they have gradually become accustomed to cooperating with humans again. Perhaps because of the carelessness of the soldiers. Perhaps because Sarah's order was given too suddenly. Or perhaps for some other reason. A certain magic circle in the Alliance camp actually forgot to close. This oversight is not a problem at other times. It does not matter if you forget to close the magic circle. It should be noted that opening the magic circle will continue to consume magic power. Naturally, a magic circle that no one cares about will not receive magic power replenishment. The magic power can only go out but not in. It won't be long before the magic circle stops functioning due to exhaustion of magic power. However, as if to prove the saying that there are unforeseen circumstances, just when the magic power of the magic circle was rapidly consumed, a group of demons actually walked out of the magic circle through the portal. The demon leader, who led the team, looked around and found that there was no danger. He immediately ordered his men to replenish the magic circle with magic power to maintain the operation of the magic circle. The magic circle was supplemented with magic power and continued to operate. As it continued to operate, groups of demons walked out of the portal. Among the demons who arrived through the teleportation array, except for some who were sent to guard against unexpected occurrences, the other demons joined in transporting magic power to the array. As more and more demons participate in transporting magic power to the magic circle, huge amounts of magic power pour in, and the portal becomes larger and larger. The magic circle built in the Alliance camp was originally set up to teleport the army. As long as there is enough magic power to support it, it can teleport a large number of troops. With the withdrawal of the Alliance army, the magic circle they left behind is just a bargain for the demons of the Burning Legion. These demons are not the other millions of demons organized by Manaroth in the Cursed Land. From this point of view, the portal in the Alliance camp is not the negligence of the soldiers. But Sarah deliberately arranged it like this. Otherwise, it would not have been possible. It might be such a coincidence. In less than half a quarter of an hour, the entire Alliance camp was filled with demons. However, the demons coming out of the portal not only did not decrease at all, but became more and more numerous and faster. The Alliance Expeditionary Force, led by Sarah, was only part of the entire expeditionary force. It was the vanguard of the pre-war. It only killed tens of thousands of people, which was not even a fraction of the demon army. How could the camp they built could accommodate millions of demons? The arrival of so many demons had a huge impact on the entire Grizzly Hills. The scent of demons spread, and the unique smell of fire and sulfur spread rapidly with the increase of demons, making the creatures living here feel extremely uneasy. Some sensitive animals even migrate en masse to distant places. The diffused smell of sulfur frightened the beasts living in the Grizzly Hills. On the contrary, the Alliance troops and Blood Elves who had retreated to Blood Moon Island were on the contrary. All the Alliance officers who smelled the sulfur smell were happy. Millions of demons are pouring into Northrend. I wonder if such a big surprise will directly make the Lich King a fool. Leo's face was full of joking. It was obviously a fight between orcs and humans. But because of Leo's intervention, Northrend was trapped. Unfortunately, the Lich King was shot while lying down. Chapter 1060, adding insult to injury. Lana Seer held her hands and flapped the bone wings on her back, making her whole body float high in the air. Following her gaze, what you see is nothing but an endless army of demons. The demons of the Burning Legion actually appeared in Northrend at this time. What do they want to do? Could it be that Kil'jaeden has a new plan? For the Scourge, Kil'jaeden's actions are not good news. As a betrayer of the Burning Legion, Nazul is a target that must be eradicated in the eyes of the demons. Naturally, the demons of the Lich King's Scourge also do not will let it go. The Lich King, who was too powerful to defeat the Scourge of the Undead, was no match for Kil'jaeden. Kil'jaeden was furious at Nazul's betrayal, and the Deceiver was able to defeat him across countless planes. Nazul froze a large piece of ice and threw it into Northrend, forming the current frozen throne. Lonethel couldn't help but shudder at the thought. The battle in the Plague Lands has been defeated one after another. The Alliance and the Horde are pressing forward step by step. The expeditionary forces have all come to Northrend. The situation of the Scourge Legion is facing the most severe tests since the establishment of the Legion. At this time, the Burning Legion made another move, and the demon army marched into Northrend. Based on the relationship between the Scourge Legion and the Burning Legion, Lanethel did not think that the demons came to see the scenery. Lanethel looked at more and more demons in the distance. The portal supported by enough magic power was like a monster with its mouth wide open, spitting out demons that brought killing and destruction. She's suddenly turning around. He shouted loudly to Sarine behind him, who was also transformed into a blood elf, Varana. Varana panicked when Lanethel shouted so sternly. He didn't even know what he had done wrong. Without answering Varana's confusion, Lanethel asked a question that surprised the former, Varana. What do you think of the current Scourge? Don't you know the current situation of the Legion? Why are you still asking me? Varana was puzzled at first, and then he seemed to think of something. His facial muscles, which had been stiff due to death, twitched again and again, and he looked at Lanethel with a look of disbelief. Why? Don't you dare to answer my question? Lanethel locked her mind on Varana. Her gaze was like an extremely sharp sword light, piercing Varana's soul with a sharp pain. Lord Lanethel. You? Varana suddenly stuttered because he thought of a possibility that overwhelmed him. If this possibility were true, then things would become big. You won't be? Varana did not dare to say the next words. He was afraid that there would be no way out after he said it. Unfortunately, Lana Seer knew all about his thoughts. The Blood Queen did not give her men even a way out. Lanethel nodded with a smile and said affirmatively, You guessed it right. I have taken advantage of the Lich King's mental trauma to get rid of his control. Varana's long-lost sweat glands seemed to be revitalized at this moment. Although Lanethel smiled like a flower, she looked extremely terrifying in Varana's eyes. Since the Lich King failed to attack Leo in the Hand of Tyr battle, and was instead mentally damaged by Leo, in order to heal his wounds and speed up the complete fusion of Arthas and Nazul's souls, the Lich King has taken control of the Legion. The power has become less powerful than before. If a powerful undead like Lanethel has two minds, this is the best time. This scene is very similar to when Sylvanas betrayed the Scourge. Lanethel's admission doesn't matter. Varana is in a dilemma. How could he not understand Lanethel's meaning if he is so smart? The Blood Queen clearly wants to force him to declare whether he will be loyal to the Lich King or follow Lanethel. A rebellion? Following Lanethel's rebellion, they will face the wrath of the Lich King in the future. In the eyes of the undead of the Scourge, this is a very terrifying thing. From the establishment of the Scourge to this day, only Sylvanas has the courage to do it. Only Sylvanas did it. But if she doesn't agree to Lanethel and chooses to be loyal to the Lich King instead, Varana is sure that Lanethel will not let her go, and she will kill him immediately. Although Varana's strength ranks first among the entire Scourge Legion, he faces Blood Queen Lanethel, a being that he cannot fight against. When the two sides start fighting, Varana will be in trouble. Furthermore, Varana also has another concern. That is, since Lana Seer will choose this time to speak out, she must be sure to keep him even if she does not agree. If you don't agree, you'll be doomed immediately. But if you agree, you can live for a while. It's such a simple choice. Varana doesn't have to think about it at all. Queen Lanethel, you are the king of our Sarine clan. Your will is our will. I, Varana, will follow you closely. Promise her for now. And let's see what happens next. Varana planned this. How could his little abacus Lana Seer not know that the Blood Queen did not give her men a chance to be a fool? She clapped her hands, and two figures came out of the darkness. It's Kelesis and Taldaram. Varana couldn't help but feel lucky that Lanethel's backup force was these two powerful Sarine men who were similar in strength to Varana. No wonder she was so confident. If Varana had not agreed or hesitated just now, these two people would have become his talisman, the strongest members of the entire Sarine clan, except for Queen Lanethel, are Varana, Kelesis and Taldaram. If the four of them decide unanimously, the other Sarine have no way to oppose it. Lanethel came prepared. Even Kelesis and Taldaram followed her. She can control the entire Sarine even without me. Thinking of this, the last trace of luck left in Varana's heart disappeared. He understood that he could only follow Lanethel to the dark side now. Okay, Varana. Now break the spiritual imprint planted by the Lich King in your soul. Lanethel was not polite to Varana either. She would not leave any chance for her men to become mere slaves. Under her gaze, Varana had no choice but to do so. To get rid of the Lich King's control, you must break the imprint planted deep in the soul by the Lich King. Once you do this, you will be contemptuous of the Lich King's authority. The only consequence of provoking the Lich King is to be looked down upon by the Lich King. The enemy must be killed. What Lanathel wants is to cut off Varana's retreat, so that he can only follow her wholeheartedly. Varana didn't see it. Khaleesi's and Tataram behind him showed sympathy for him. I wonder why they weren't like this when Lanathel came to them. Kirza's and the others just don't understand why Lanathel has lost confidence in the Scourge. And why is she so sure that she can deal with the Lich King's revenge? Although Lanathel, the Blood Queen, is strong, her strength is not enough to challenge the Lich King. Look at Sylvanas. The Banshee King also hides in the heavily guarded, maze-like terrain all year round. The Undercity is always on guard against the Lich King. Could it be that Lanathel thinks she is stronger than Sylvanas? Khaleesi and the others thought this way. But they didn't know that in Lanathel's heart, she considered herself no less than Sylvanas. I don't know if it's because they inherited the habits of the High Elves. It's easy for High Elves to appear like queens. Take Sylvanas and Lanathel for example. They were also killed by Arthas Frostmourne. Death. Also becoming an undead. And also becoming a queen. Sylvanas is the Banshee King. And Lanathel is the Blood Queen. Now, Lanathel wants to do the same thing as Sylvanas, and rebel against the Lich King. On the eve of the Alliance and Horde's massive counterattack on Northrend, Lanathel became disloyal, and led the entire Thelayan clan to rebel, which was like a bolt from the blue to the Scourge. There is a word called adding insult to injury, which refers to the current situation of the Scourge Legion. While the Lich King is mentally traumatized and too busy merging two souls to pay attention to anything else. Breaking the mark planted deep in his soul by the Lich King is difficult, but not something that a strong man like Varana can do. Less than. The reason why Varana didn't do this before was because he didn't dare to do it, or even think about it. Now Lanathel was forcing him. As long as he didn't want to die, he had to draw a clear line with the world as quickly as possible. The boundaries of the Scourge. In less than a minute, Varana terminated his master-slave relationship with the Lich King and rebelled against the Scourge. Queen Lanathel, what do we do now? Varana didn't think Lanathel would not think about what would happen in the future. He felt that what he had to do now was to obey the Queen's instructions. Since he had betrayed the Scourge, he could no longer think about the Lich King. Lanathel was very satisfied with Varana's attitude. She glanced at the latter lightly and said, "It is too difficult to fight the Lich King independently with our own strength. So we need allies. Now, all follow me." After saying that, Lanathel flew in one direction, and Kirza's and Tataram quickly followed. It was only then that Varana truly breathed a sigh of relief. He found that he was finally no longer locked by Lanathel's spirit. It was really dangerous just now. If I dissatisfied her in the slightest, I would be doomed. Varana wiped the non-existent cold sweat on his forehead, activated his magic power, and followed at full speed. The direction the four Sarine warriors are heading to is none other than Blood Moon Island, where Sarah and Fizzle are currently staying. Their departure will inevitably have an immeasurable impact on the entire Northrend. A play directed by Leo, with props provided by Saracen, Sarah and others, starring Manaroth the Destroyer, Kazak the Doom Lord, and countless supporting characters such as demons and humans. Called Chaos Northrend, the drama is on. To borrow a sentence, the fun has just begun. Chapter 1061. New members of the Burning Legion. 4 hours have passed since the portal outside the keep was opened. However, half of the demon army that passed through the portal to Grizzly Hills under the orders of Manaroth still remained. This shows that the demons near the dark portal are still alive. How huge is the number? Leo moved his body. He watched the portal as long as it was open. In order to avoid any problems, he had to stay here and pay attention all the time. After all, it was an army of millions of demons. If a bad situation got out of hand, it would be a disaster. It is a disaster for Nethergard Keep, the entire Alliance, and the entire world. If I keep looking at it like this, I will become a stone of hope. And so will these demons. Why are so many coming at once? Kil'jaeden doesn't know how to control the number of demons. Is it possible that the Burning Legion has too much evil power to use up? Leo secretly muttered that demons are all new races created by the Burning Legion using evil energy to transform creatures in the universe. It is precisely through the transformation of evil energy that the demons of the Burning Legion can fight more and more. And the strength of the Burning Legion can become stronger. The stronger. In order to avoid any trouble, I can only hold on even if it turns into a Wong Fu stone. Thinking in his mind, Leo sat down again, sensing his master's impatience. Manaroth waved his war spear and shouted at the demons, "You bastards! Hurry up! If you keep stalling, I will kill you all. After the destroyer's urging, the demons quickly quickened their pace, and the demon army's speed, which was already not slow, accelerated. What a bunch of scoundrels. If you don't scold them or threaten them, they won't know how to work hard. Seeing that his threats were effective, Manilos cursed more and more vigorously. He wanted to use this to show his loyalty and show that he, Manilos, was worried about Leo's concerns and worried about Leo's worries. He was really a good dog. Leg. Manilos's roar attracted Doom Lord Kazak. The high-level demon who was stationed outside the dark portal cautiously asked Manilos, Lord Manilos, we have to leave part of the army to guard the dark portal. Otherwise, if this place is lost, those creatures called humans will close the dark door again. Although Kazak no longer wants to stay here as a watchdog, he doesn't dare to delay the Burning Legion's important events. The dark portal has finally been opened. If they leave like this, wouldn't it be a wasted gift to the creatures of this world? A chance at the dark portal? If the dark portal is closed because there are not enough demons left to guard it, Mataroth will be fine by then. And Kazak will not be so lucky. Kil'jaeden will not skin him. The skin is weird. Idiot! Do I need you to teach me how to do things? Manilos glared at Kazak with a ferocious look as if he would launch an attack at any time, which frightened the Doom Lord's heart to jump. I have been prepared for a long time. With enough manpower, they are enough to protect the security of the dark portal. Mataroth also arranged for others. Where are they? Hearing what Manilos said, Kazak was relieved but also a little confused, because he did not see any other troops. All the demons that entered Kazak's perception range were gathered by Manilos and prepared to go far away. Go to Northrend. Seeing the doubts on Kazak's face, Mataroth knew that if he could not reassure the Doom Lord, things would be troubled. Mataroth is not afraid of twists and turns. Doom Lord Kazak is just an ant in front of Mataroth, who has regained all his strength. He is a stronger ant in the end. However, Mataroth is afraid of Leo. Leo didn't want anything to go wrong in this matter. As Leo's subordinate, Manilos had to do things beautifully without any mistakes. Well, since you want to know, I'll put your mind at ease. Mataroth stared at Kazak angrily, and the bloody spearhead waved around the head of the Lord of Doom. Kazak's face turned pale with fear. But in order not to be troubled by Kil'jaeden in the future, Kazak could only bite the bullet and hold on. Idiot! Take a good look. This is our new member, Mataroth said, pointing the tip of the bloody war spear at the dark gate. Kazak took a closer look, only to find that at some point, the ground near the dark gate had turned from red to black. When did the land that was polluted by the twisted magic power leaked from the dark portal turn red and turn black? Could it be that the power of the dark portal has undergone any new changes? Kazak was puzzled, but when he looked carefully, his face suddenly became enlightened. The black land near the dark portal is nothing but countless black carapace. Now, I would like to solemnly introduce you to the new members of the Burning Legion. Manaroth's voice rang in Kazak's ears, and the destroyer pointed at the unknown number of creatures covered in black carapace. Beetle Demon. Beetle Demon? Kazak took a closer look and saw that those carapace-clad creatures did indeed exude the aura of demons. What puzzled Kazak was that the demonic aura emanating from them seemed to be different from his own. Before he could take a closer look, a beetle as big as a small mountain with its body made of metal ran out from among the beetle demons. But it came close in the blink of an eye. Kazak looked at the big metal beetle in front of him carefully. The hard I had countless barbs, sharp knife-like joints, and two pincer-like claws on the head called the mouth. The thing, as small as a finger, showed endless ferocity and indifference in its eyes. Looking at the big metal beetle in front of him, Kazak had a feeling that it was indeed a fellow creature. Only a demon could have such contempt for life. Manilos pointed at the big metal beetle and said to Kazak, "This is Brecken, the leader of the beetle demon. After we leave, the dark portal will be guarded by him and his men." Although he admitted in his heart that the other party was a demon, Kazak was still a little hesitant because he did not know the combat power of these creatures called beetle demons. If these beetle demons were silver like wax spearheads and were worthless items, the dark portal would be in danger. "Kazak, how dare you doubt my vision?" Manaroth was extremely angry. Who was Kazak? He dared to question his orders. If it weren't for the successful completion of Leo's mission, Manaroth would have rewarded Kazak when he came to ask. The spear stabbed the Lord of Doom to the core. "Manaroth, don't be impatient." Seeing that Manilos was planning to do something to him, Kazak was about to explain in a hurry when the leader of the beetle demon named Brecken unexpectedly spoke to persuade Manilos. In Kazak's strange eyes, Brecken sharpened his sharp mouthparts and made a sharp sound when the mouthparts were rubbed like metal tongs. Your name is Kazak, right? Brecken saw Kazak nodding his head after asking, with a hint of mockery in his eyes. If I kill this guy named Kazak, will I get into trouble? The latter sentence was asked by Brecken to Manaroth. Listening to his tone, killing the Doom Lord was like squeezing an ant to death. Kazak didn't like hearing this, even though Kazak was silent in front of Manaroth, as if he was afraid of something. That was because Manaroth Kazak couldn't afford to offend him, and he could only tolerate. But it's different in front of other people. As a high-level demon, the Lord of Doom can command countless demons near the dark portal, and he is not a lord who is easy to mess with. Kazak was about to get angry when a stinging pain came from his feet. It turned out that Brecken had launched an attack on him. This guy named Brecken actually dared to attack. It is normal for a demon to start fighting after a disagreement. The main reason why Kazak was attacked was because he was unprepared for Brecken. Of course, this was also because Brecken's attack method was too secretive. If you dare to take action, I will tear you apart. Kazak was angry. You, Brecken, are a newcomer. You have never made any achievements, and you have a bad temper. How dare you take action against me, the Doomsday Leader? And I want to kill you. Kazak was about to take action, but Brecken looked at him like an old god and couldn't help but sneer, as if he wasn't worried about the Lord of Doom at all. That look of not taking his opponent seriously made Kazak's eyes roll with anger. The child is all red. Stop it all. Just when Kazak was about to launch an attack, Manaroth stopped him, looking at the bloody double-headed war spear inserted in front of him. Kazak could only be forced to calm down even if he was extremely angry. Unless he didn't want to live anymore. Only then would he disobey Manaroth. He wants to provoke me into angering Manaroth, so that I can suffer losses through Manaroth's hand. This beetle demon named Brecken is too insidious. Being blocked by Manaroth, Kazak immediately woke up. He believed that he had seen through Brecken's purpose, and he would never do it again. He could not follow Brecken's wishes. I can't rest assured about Brecken's strength. Kazak, what else do you have to say? Manaroth was extremely impatient, and seemed to have no intention of spending energy on this. Although Kazak was not angry, he no longer persisted. Just as the Doom Lord had thought before, he would not anger Manaroth, because it would make the beetle devil named Brecken laugh. Since you are willing to guard the dark door, then go ahead and guard it. With you taking over, I will be free. It should be noted that the dark portal is of great importance, and those creatures called humans will definitely fight back with all their strength. It would be fine if they can hold it. But if the dark portal is lost, won't Manaroth's temper kill all of you pesky bugs by then? Kazak couldn't help but sneer in his heart. The creatures in this world are not that easy to deal with. Races like humans, elves, dwarves and other races are not weak. They have watched the gate in the cursed land for so many years. Kazak also led an army to attack the Watch Fort. He is very clear about the strength of Watch Fort. In Kazak's view, guarding the dark portal is a hard job, and it suits him if someone is willing to do it. Even if the dark portal is lost, he can shirk his responsibility at that time, because he has done everything he can. Even if Ergerdem wanted to blame him, he couldn't blame him on Kazak. Chapter 1062 Internal Friction? No. 16 or 17 hours. Sitting for such a long time. Leo could only feel one word, tired. It wasn't that his body couldn't bear it, and he felt tired, but that he felt mentally tired because he was too bored. In Leo's memory, except for code writers and computer game geeks, there were very few people who could sit still for more than 10 hours without moving. The original demons in the Cursed Land plus those who poured in from Hellfire Peninsula after the Dark Portal opened. The number of demons is too huge. Even though Manaroth has repeatedly asked the demons to speed up, millions of demons still pass through the portal. It took most of the day. For such a long time. In order to avoid making mistakes, Leo had to stay on the wall of Watch Fortress and watch. Through this incident, Leo understood a truth: doing things is tiring, and supervising others to do things is even more tiring. Fortunately, the demon army was finally sent away without any trouble. From now on, I will no longer be the one who is tired. Let the Lich King have a headache. There's nothing to worry about here. Now it's time to settle the score with Lexa, Leo said as he turned around and was about to walk down the city wall. Lodinson became anxious when he saw this. The demon army was deceived by Leo with Manaroth. Although they left behind the power to guard the Dark Gate, the Dark Gate was less powerful than before. The gate's defense force has been reduced by more than half, which can be said to be the weakest moment since the devil defended the Dark Gate. This is the best time to recapture the Dark Gate. Send troops to retake the dark portal? After hearing Lodenson's words, Leo looked puzzled with satisfaction. He asked, "Why should we retake it? Isn't the dark portal in our hands? The dark portal is obviously controlled by a demon that has never been seen before. How can it be said that it is under our control?" Lodenson was about to refute Leo, but Saracen coughed at this moment. This cough reminded Lodenson that the warrior commander of Watchford suddenly thought of something and said no more. If Leo can make Manaroth the Destroyer work for him, why can't he control other demons? The demons left to defend the dark portal were not the men of Kazakh and Razlek. Why do you think they were men loyal to the Burning Legion instead of Leo? Thinking of this, Lodenson understood that the dark portal was still controlled by the demons of the Burning Legion, but was actually controlled by Leo. Leo's arrangement was not just to deceive Kazakh and other demons. He also had other purposes. It is true that Rexer opened the dark portal, connecting this world with Draenor. The demons of the Burning Legion can enter the human world through the open dark portal. For the creatures living in this world, it's really not a good thing. However, there are good and bad people, and there are two sides to everything. You cannot only see the disadvantages of a thing and turn a blind eye to its advantages. The Burning Legion can invade the world through the dark portal. Conversely, races such as humans and elves can also counterattack through the dark portal, letting the war burn outside their homes. The Burning Legion controls the dark portal. If the Alliance and Horde want to counterattack Draenor, they must first control the dark portal. Originally, there was nothing wrong with controlling the dark portal, and no one would object to doing so. However, there was a prerequisite for doing so, which was that the Alliance and the Orcs had the same starting point in the world of Draenor, and both sides were blank. So the problem arises. The Alliance army has already entered the world of Draenor first. They are not in a hurry to open the passage between the two worlds, because with Naxxramas, a stable passage that can transport the army, every time one day of delay will expand the territory controlled by the Alliance in the world of Draenor. The longer the delay, the more territory the Alliance controls. As a result, the Alliance will naturally try every means to delay the capture of the dark portal. If the Alliance occupied the dark portal, many things would not be so easy to handle. But if the dark portal was still in the hands of the Burning Legion, the Horde would have nothing to say, at least on the surface. This is often the case. Things falling into one's own hands are more disadvantageous than falling into the hands of the enemy. Lodenson, who was reminded by Saracen, stopped talking, knowing what Leo meant. He didn't ask what to do with the demon fortress built by the demons near the dark portal after Kazakh and Razlek left. The problem is obvious. Leo has made great efforts in this matter, and the Devil's Fortress is the benefit he wants to claim. The Cursed Land used to be a barren area, but this situation was completely different after the dark portal was opened. With the dark portal connecting the two worlds, the cursed land that no one visits will soon become lively. Who wouldn't want to get a hand in this pivotal place that connects the two worlds? The Doom Lord Kazakh originally built the Demon Fortress next to the Dark Gate in order to conveniently guard the Dark Gate. Obtaining the Demon Fortress would be equivalent to blocking the throat of the Dark Gate. How could Leo give up such an important place to others? Leo was very satisfied with the knowledge of Lodenson and Saracen. If someone with less foresight had to mention the ownership of the Devil's Fortress, Leo would definitely make him understand what it means to be confused. To settle accounts with the Orcs and make the Orcs pay the price for this incident does not mean that they must resort to force. Solving problems with violence is the last resort. Isn't there a saying that war is a continuation of politics? And military action will be taken only when problems that cannot be solved by political means are resolved. Judging from the current situation in the world, fighting a life and death war with the Orcs is not a wise choice for either humans or the Alliance. Don't forget that there is the Lich King's Scourge in Northrend, the Northrend realm. Outside this world, there is the Burning Legion, which may invade at any time. Internal strife is a disaster for a world with both external and internal troubles. If a large-scale war breaks out between the Alliance and the Horde, the winner will not be either of the two, but only the demons of the Burning Legion and the Scourge. Undead, anyone with any brain would not completely intensify the conflict between the two parties. It has been more than half a day since the Dark Portal opened until the demonic army left the Cursed Land and entered Northrend through the portal. Leo believed that such a long time was enough for Thrall to get the news and communicate with several leaders of the tribe. And even Thrall has begun to take action. Give Sal enough time to think? Is Leo crazy? Doesn't he know that when dealing with people like Sal, you must not give him enough time to think? You must pursue him with all his strength and make him tired of dealing with it. Otherwise things will change. Yes, this is necessary to deal with Thrall. But Leo couldn't help but ask, why deal with Thrall? Dealing with Thrall at this time will intensify the contradiction between orcs and humans, and even the tribe and the alliance, triggering a civil war that affects the entire world. What good will it do to Leo, humans, the alliance, and the world? Not only will it do no good, but it will ruin the great situation at hand. From an overall perspective, it is never a wise choice to start a war now. Of course, this does not mean that Leo will let the orcs have an easy time. What Rexer did has angered the humans and the alliance. Isn't it too easy for them to not let him pay the price and not let the orcs bleed? Again, there is no room for weakness in the struggle between races. If someone dares to offend you, you must fight back fiercely to let everyone know that you are not easy to offend. Otherwise, if the orcs come to plot today, then there will be someone tomorrow. Trolls or other races also come to plot against humans. Who knows what race will emerge the day after tomorrow, endlessly making the entire human race unable to live in peace. No matter how powerful a race is, it will only decline under such endless harassment and calculations. One way. How to make the orcs pay without resorting to force. This issue is not something that Lodinson and Saracen have to consider. The heads of a country like Varian and Scarlet are the ones who make the decision. After the matter in the Cursed Land was resolved, Leo did not stay in the keep. Through the teleportation array in the keep, Leo returned to Stormwind City and came to Stormwind Fortress as quickly as possible, where Scarlet, Varian, the top leaders of the Alliance, have been waiting for a long time. Entering the meeting hall in Stormwind Fortress, Leo first gave Scarlet a smile, which reassured Queen Arather, who looked at him with worried eyes before saying to others in the hall, "Things went very smoothly. The demons from the Cursed Land have now entered Northrend. With the relationship between the Burning Legion and the Scourge, the Lich King will have a headache." Even though they had known the news in advance, everyone in the palace couldn't help but look happy when they heard it again. This time Rexer's action was supposed to weaken the strength of humans and even the Alliance. But the result was completely different from what the orcs expected. Humanity's strength has not been weakened, and Rexer's conspiracy has not succeeded. It's time for the orcs to pay the price. Varian excitedly pointed to the map placed in the hall, which detailedly marked the eastern continent and Kaiar. In the town of Linder, the king of the kingdom of Stormwind pointed at Stannard and said, "This place has always been a thorn in our side, and now we have to remove it. To this end, the kingdom's army has already prepared preparation for war. King Varian, I have to remind you that now is not the time to start a war with the orcs." Seeing the excitement on Varian's face, Leo had to come out and pour cold water on him. He was really afraid that Varian would really start the war, and it would not end well. When he was excited, someone poured cold water on his head. Varian surprisingly did not get angry. He looked up at Leo and said with a serious expression, "I understand what you mean, Leo. I will not let Alliance soldiers die. In terms of meaningless internal friction, those filthy beasts came into this world, occupying land that does not belong to them, and enjoying resources that do not belong to them. How can they not contribute to this world?" As he spoke, Varian's expression became fierce. Even if the orcs die, they must contribute their last bit of value. Chapter 1063. This is exchange. Leo always thought that putting on a face that he deserved to be beaten, saying words that deserved to be beaten, and acting arrogantly on other people's territory was the privilege of a villain who could live for at most 2 episodes in a TV series. He didn't expect that he had one day will also get such errands. Well, Leo admitted that he came to Orgrimmar just to be arrogant and show off his power. Of course, you have to understand it in another way. When you come to Orgrimmar, you are the human envoy who has the upper hand and the moral high ground to question the orcs. In short, at the end of the day, Leo is the messenger of mankind and nothing more. I came to the chief's hall again. The hall was still the same hall, and the people were still the same, but everyone's mood was completely different. Bowing slightly towards Thrall, Leo said with a smile, "Great Chief Thrall, long time no see." After saying that, Leo turned his head and looked at Rexa, who was standing on the side of the hall. A hint of joking flashed in his eyes, and he said to himself, "Isn't this Rexa? I will miss you when Silithus says goodbye. Come on. Have you been eating well and sleeping well recently?" Rexer was very angry. He knew that it was Leo who ruined his plan. If he could, Rexer really wanted to kill Leo now. But unfortunately he didn't dare, because once he took action, the entire orc family would be unlucky. For the sake of the entire race, Rexer cannot take action against Leo, and Thrall will never allow him to do that. Seeing Lex's angry expression in his eyes, as if he thought he had not stimulated him enough, Leo praised loudly, "Oh my! I forgot. Lexa, you have done such great things recently. You even opened the dark portal. I just don't know what the appearance of Manaroth has to do with you. Look, the time when the destroyer appeared is so coincidental. So surprising. So coincidental. I can't believe it. Can you answer my question? Is this guy here to frame me? Lex's teeth were clenching. He was trying his best to contain the anger in his chest, and not allow himself to turn his anger into action. Because he knew that Leo was deliberately irritating him, and clearly wanted to provoke him to take action. We can't let him get his wish. Otherwise, he won't be able to clean himself up even if he really jumps into the Yellow River. It's nothing to hit someone and torture him physically. It's really satisfying to hit him mentally. Make him exhausted mentally and physically. And make him furious but helpless. Leo curled his lips at Rexa with a look of contempt on his face. He looked so hateful that Rexa really wanted to eat his flesh and drink his blood. The orc hero had never been so humiliated since he could remember. Be patient. Lexa, I'm sure you won't dare to take action. Leo chuckled. And that laughter conveyed this message clearly and unmistakably. Lex's chest rose and fell rapidly. But he clung to the last trace of clarity in his mind and endured without taking action. It's a pity that the target of ridicule this time is Rexa. If it were Carlos Hellscream, the guy with a brain full of muscles, things would be perfect. Leo thought with regret. Someone was arrogant in his chief's hall. Thrall could not remain indifferent. He promptly interrupted Leo's attempt to continue stimulating Rexer and asked, Leo, you are the messenger of mankind. This time what's the matter with coming to Orgrimmar? Leo shrugged. Thrall was pretending to be confused. As a human messenger, he came to Orgrimmar at this time. Everyone knew why. But there had to be a beginning when talking about things. Right. When it came to business, Leo immediately put away his carefree look and said solemnly, Chief Thrall, I am here to express the human race's concern about the opening of the dark portal. Just paying attention? If you tell a child this, no one will believe it. Rex's lips moved, but he forced himself to endure it. Leo was talking to Thrall, so it would be rude for him to interrupt suddenly. Although the orcs didn't care much about etiquette, Rexa didn't want to take the initiative to get him a gift. Leo scoffed at his excuse. Thrall thought differently from Rexer. When he knew that the messenger sent by humans was Leo, he felt relieved. It is true that Leo came to Orgrimmar as a human messenger and was more difficult to deal with than others. But Thrall clearly saw that humans were unwilling to go to war with the orcs at this time. Don't wonder why Thrall thinks this way. Just imagine, if humans randomly send a noble to Orgrimmar, this person will indeed be unable to suppress the grumpy orcs, cannot ask for the benefits he can get, and cannot let the orcs do what they want. A bigger concession. But the problem is that the fact that this human messenger came to Orgrimmar does not mean that humans really want to negotiate with the orcs. There is a greater possibility that this human messenger will die in Orgrimmar and give it to the orcs. Throw another bucket of dirty water to create the most direct excuse to declare war. Politics is dirty. As the chief of the tribe, how could Thrall not understand that human politicians would not have any psychological burden on doing such a thing? If the Alliance sent other nobles instead of Leo, it would be too easy to kill this person. But it would be completely different if it were Leo. First of all, humans will not let a demigod of the tribe sacrifice themselves. Secondly, it is too difficult to kill Leo with his ability. And based on Sal's understanding of Leo, if anyone dares to make this idea, Leo will definitely kill him. They will retaliate crazily. If the orcs don't do anything, the humans themselves will fight among themselves. As long as the top leaders of the human race are not fools, they will never do that. The purpose of the Alliance is not to create an excuse for launching a war. So Leo is here to ask for benefits. Humans want to gain benefits from the orcs without using weapons. Thrall's mind is very clear. He knows that under the current situation, if the orcs act too tough, they will easily be resented by all races. Because Rexer gathered ogres to open the dark portal in Stannard. It is not a secret among the top brass of various races. If you make a mistake, you must have the courage to take responsibility for it. Thrall is not a person who does not take responsibility. After he learned that Rexer's action failed, and the Alliance used its strength to resolve the crisis, he just by immediately recalling Rexer from Stannard to Orgrimmar, it can be seen that he is prepared to take the responsibility for this incident and protect Rexer. Since the opening of the Dark Portal failed to take into account Nethergard Keep and failed to weaken the Alliance's strength, Rexer must be preserved. Otherwise, the Alliance's strength has not been weakened, but the orcs' own strength has been lost. Isn't this a joke? Thrall said to Leo with a heavy face. The opening of the Dark Portal is not good news. in order to make it easier for the Alliance's troops to participate in the war against the demons. We, the orcs, will fully cooperate with you. Having said this, I haven't said it yet. What does full cooperation mean? Are there any standards? Just by what you say. You can't do anything right without getting benefits. Leo shrugged, his face full of regret. Your Majesty the War Chief. In order to allow the Alliance soldiers to engage in the frontline battle with greater peace of mind, King Varian believes that it is most appropriate for us humans to take over the Swamp of Sorrows. Ask for the Swamp of Sorrows. This is the condition of the Kingdom of Stormwind. Swamp of Sorrows is too close to the hinterland of the Kingdom of Stormwind. Stoddard echoes the Gromgol camp in Stranglethorn Vale. It is a huge threat to Stormwind City. Varian can't wait to get rid of it quickly. Now that he is such a good, if he didn't know how to take advantage of an opportunity, he could only use the word stupid to describe it. After hearing Leo's words, Thrall secretly thought to himself that indeed, he had known that Varian would not let go of such a good opportunity. The Kingdom of Stormwind would definitely take this opportunity to capture Stoddard and control the Swamp of Sorrows. Once they arrive, they only have to defend against the threat from Stranglethorn Vale. Stranglethorn Vale had previously begun to build a new city across the river from the ruins of Zulkunda. Once this new city was completed, it would pose a great threat to the Gromgol camp. The orcs would never send troops from the Gromgol camp. It's so easy now. Remembering the city under construction on the ruins of Zulkunda, Thrall couldn't help but think of Vol'jin, who had not been to Orgrimmar for some time and was busy on the Echo Islands, and the city built on the ruins of Zulkunda. Urban trolls also play a significant role. I must talk to Vol'jin sometime and find out what he really thinks. Although Thrall has great trust in Vol'jin, he also knows that personal friendship cannot withstand the test in front of the entire race. He and Vol'jin are both qualified leaders, and will not let their personal feelings be used in major matters related to the rise and fall of the race. Around. Thrall knew that talking to Vol'jin was what he had to do later. And now he had to face Leo. So he quickly put away his wandering thoughts and replied, I have withdrawn Stoddard's army. When we come back, there aren't many residents there. So the Alliance can pick them up in 3 days. Simply, decisively, Leo secretly praised in his heart that Thrall was worthy of being Thrall. He knew that the Swamp of Sorrows could not be saved, and the Alliance would definitely use this to gain control of it. However, the orcs were unreasonable and lacked strength at this time. Instead of forcing the Alliance to fall out, they would be sad. It is better to throw away the swamp than to do what a strong man does by cutting off his wrist. Doesn't your Alliance want Swamp of Sorrows? Okay, I promise you. But since I promise so happily, your Alliance can't go too far. Don't mention Rexer again. Otherwise don't blame me for falling out. Throw away the Swamp of Sorrows that will inevitably be lost. And keep the Rexer that can be kept. This is an exchange. Leo didn't get too entangled in this matter. Before he came, he knew that there was no suspense about the ownership of Swamp of Sorrows. Otherwise, Thrall would not have sent the army from Swamp of Sorrows back to Orgrimmar in advance. And the Alliance would eliminate them. With Stoddard out of the way, the orcs saved Rexer, and both sides achieved their goals. What is negotiation? Negotiation is more than patience. Negotiation is to lay out the requirements one by one. So after settling the ownership of Stoddard and Swamp of Sorrows, Leo put forward the next requirement of the Alliance. Your Majesty the War Chief. Now the demons led by Manaroth have occupied the camp of the Alliance Expeditionary Force in Northrend. Our warriors have nowhere to go. King Varian and Queen Scarlet are deeply worried about this. As a crusade against the witches, the Demon King's allies, we hope that the Horde Expeditionary Force led by Sorfang can help us. Leo said it was a request. Judging from his aura, there was no hint of begging for help at all. He was clearly making a request. Sal understood that the second condition of the Alliance had come. In view of the lessons learned this time, the nobles of the kingdom unanimously believe that the warriors of the Alliance need a strong enough fortress so that they can guard against accidents that may occur at any time. Yud is located in the Howling Fjord together with the Avengers camp where the Horde Expeditionary Force is located. Shadow Guard fit our needs perfectly. Chapter 1064. Don't look at me like that. On the shores of Lake Caudas in Howling Fjord sits a huge castle towering into the clouds. It is Utgard Castle. This castle has a dauntingly tall and huge city wall. The city wall is made of 10,000 kilogram stone blocks that are 2 people high. It is no exaggeration to describe Utgard Castle as impregnable. For many years, people have believed that Utgard Castle is an abandoned castle, because its entrance is buried deep underground and is extremely difficult to find. Not many people are interested in it. Even those who occasionally want to go inside to find out what is going on will quickly disappear. People speculated that these people either died at the hands of some kind of monster in Utgard Castle, or they lost their way in the castle and could not find a way out, and eventually died inside. There are many people who have disappeared in Utgard Castle. The disappearance of these people has given Utgard Castle a mysterious atmosphere. However, this kind of place is not liked by most people, so fewer and fewer people pay attention to it, and it is eventually selectively forgotten by people. However, in recent times, Utgard Castle has undergone changes. There seem to be some signs of life in this forgotten and deserted castle. Some people discovered that there were sounds coming from the castle, which seemed to be the roar of some kind of creature or the conversation of intelligent life. Some people even said that they saw it. Humanoid creatures are active near the castle. The emergence of various rumors reminds people of this place, and Utgard Castle is attracting more and more people's attention to itself. Sorfang paced back and forth in his camp, and the orc commander was in an extremely irritable mood. Not long ago, news came from Orgrimmar. It was this news that made Sorfang's already bad mood even worse, because Thrall asked him to provide a resting place for the Alliance expeditionary force led by Sarah, the stronghold, and this stronghold is no other place. It is the mysterious Utgard Castle. Sorfang has a deep understanding of the danger of Utgard Castle, as early as when he came to the Northrend continent and established a camp in Howling Fjord. Sorfang fought against this castle in Howling Fjord. The idea of a castle in the center, in the unfamiliar place of Northrend. Sorfang was cautious every step he took. Even though there were rumors that Utgard Castle was an abandoned castle without people, he still did not act rashly, but sent out elite troops first. The scouts made inquiries. It was this cautious attitude that prevented the loss of the Horde expeditionary force, because Sorfang was surprised to find that none of the scouts he sent came back alive. After waiting for 10 days without receiving any news, Sorfang immediately paid great attention to Utgard Castle. You must know that the scouts he sent not only included orc stalkers, but also several of them were very powerful. Of the Forsaken Sentinels, it stands to reason that with the strength of these people, even if they go deep into Stormwind City, 1 or 2 can come back alive. However, after they entered Utgard Castle, there was no news. Isn't such an anomaly worthy of Sorfang's attention? Utgard Castle is not what it seems. After sacrificing a group of scouts, Sorfang made this judgment. Utgard, which stood on the shore of Lake Kaldus, seemed deserted, but in fact, it contained dangers that were unimaginable to outsiders. In order not to damage the Horde's military strength, Sorfang decided not to pursue Utgard's idea for the time being, and wait until the Horde warriors adapted to the cold weather in Northrend before making any plans. However, just when he gave up, Thrall asked him to attack Utgard Castle. Not to mention, what Sorfang couldn't understand was that the reason for attacking Utgard Castle was to help the Alliance expeditionary force, which was an alliance against the Lich King, gain a foothold. Sorfang couldn't figure out why Thrall would issue such an order, and he objected. However, after Thrall told him a series of recent events and detailed the situation facing the orcs, Sorfang was silent. He never expected that the situation would change like this after he led his army in the northern expedition. Sorfang doesn't blame Rexer from the bottom of his heart. The latter did it for the benefit of the orcs. If Leo hadn't intervened, the situation would never be what it is now. The only one to blame is Leo. This hateful human. Warlock ruined everything. We still don't know what's waiting for us in Utgard Castle, and the damage caused by attacking there rashly is immeasurable. Sorfang is very unwilling. He is unwilling to let the soldiers of the Horde make such sacrifices. If the Alliance army wants to gain a foothold, why don't they get it themselves? Why should our Horde soldiers bleed for this? There is a saying that the situation is stronger than the people. No matter how willing Sorfang is, he has to accept Thrall's order. Humans now have the upper hand, and the orcs under his command cannot get any help. The war is really burning. Get up. Their chances of winning are too small. It is not difficult for the troops to attack Utgard Castle. Sorfang believes that his soldiers, as long as they are willing to spend money and damage everything in his castle, they will all be killed by the Horde soldiers. The problem is how to hand over Utgard Castle to the Alliance after capturing it. Sorfang believed that if he could not provide a reason to convince the soldiers, mutiny would be inevitable. Speaking of which, I have to mention Leo again, the butterfly that fanned the hurricane of history. Because Sorfang did not have a remarkable performance in the Battle of Quicksand as in the original history, his prestige did not reach the level that countless tribesmen looked up to, and his influence was limited to the orcs. The Horde expeditionary force is not composed of the orcs. It also includes the Forsaken of Sylvanas, the Darkspear trolls of Vol'jin, and other races. Once Sorfang does not give a reasonable explanation. The trolls and the Forgotten One won't by his fault. But how should Sorfang explain? Are you telling them that because of the orcs, the tribe can only agree to the alliance's conditions and surrender the Utgard castle with both hands? What a joke. Sorfang bets that if he really says that, the Horde Expeditionary Force will start fighting on their own without the Scourge and Alliance troops doing anything. The Alliance proposed this condition with evil intentions. If it is not handled well, the Tribal Expeditionary Force will collapse and disintegrate, and even cracks will appear in the entire tribal camp. Even if it is handled well, they can get a strong castle without spending a single soldier. After guessing the Alliance's thoughts, Sorfang couldn't help but curse. The Alliance's thieves are so treacherous. The scolding will be scolded, and the displeasure will be dissatisfied. You still have to do what you need to do, and you still have to face the problems you have to face. Sorfang is frowning. What should he do? Now the orcs must be worrying about how to solve the problems they face. Let's drink to this. There were cheers and laughter in Stormwind Fortress, and the crisis in Watch Fort was successfully relieved. Not only that, after a series of defeats, the orcs' conspiracy not only failed, but also suffered heavy losses. The nobles of the Kingdom of Stormwind are the most excited people here. The kingdom's strength has not been damaged, but the land it controls has expanded. The Swamp of Sorrows is indeed a dirty place. The nobles have no interest in going there, but they are interested in the output of the Swamp of Sorrows. But very interested. Many nobles were even discussing how to obtain benefits from the Swamp of Sorrows, how to add certain specialties of the Swamp of Sorrows to their own luxuries, etc. This scene made Leo frown. Compared with Arothar, the life of the nobles of the Kingdom of Stormwind is too decadent. It is true that many of them are capable, such as Grand Duke Bolvar, but there are also a lot of parasites under the various glamorous appearances. Those who are just we know that the nobles who are intoxicated and spend no time enjoying themselves are parasites in the kingdom. Scarlet, who was standing next to Leo, felt the change in Leo's mood. She quietly pulled Leo's hand, with a hint of helplessness in her eyes. Even under the sun there will be shadows, and any kingdom will have parasitic nobles. This is inevitable and cannot be eradicated. For this, even the paladins, who believe in the holy light, can only choose to compromise. Leo, these people. When Scarlet said this, she didn't know how to continue. The soldiers at the front were risking their lives and fighting desperately to protect every human being. But these parasites were sleeping and dying in the back. It was chilling to think about it. Leo patted Scarlet's hand and said softly, "Don't worry. I'm fine. I don't care about these guys at all. It's not worth being upset by them." "Hey Leo." Lo. Anduin next to Scarlet saw that he was being ignored, and couldn't help but say lo. After all, this is also Stormwind Fortress. And after all, Anduin is also the master here. How can you ignore me like this? It hurts your self-esteem. Leo patted Anduin's head from behind. After messing up the hairstyle of the Prince of Stormwind Kingdom, he said with a satisfied look on his face, "It turns out to be little Prince Anduin. Why are you here?" Anduin rolled his eyes. This is his home. Why can't he come? Leo's question was so strange and irritating. Leo, I know you don't like these people. And to be honest, I don't like them either. The people Anduin was talking about were those parasites, who were intoxicated with dreams. They were the cancer of the kingdom. As a prince, he had nothing to do with these guys. It was suffocating to think about it. The relationship between nobles is complicated, and often an inconspicuous network of small nobles spreads across the entire kingdom. If one of them is disturbed, it will lead to the whole group, even with Varian's strength. There are many things that Varian does not dare to delve into. The king of the kingdom can't do whatever he wants. Leo shrugged. He suddenly leaned down and whispered in Anduin's ear. Even as a prince, you can't get rid of these parasites. Not because you and Varian are incompetent, but it's because you are also members of the aristocracy of the Kingdom of Stormwind. If the kingdom cannot clean up on its own, what about the help of powerful external forces? What's the meaning? Anduin looked at Leo with a bit of shock on his face. Could it be that the external force Leo was talking about was himself? The relationship between this guy and the nobles of the Stormwind Kingdom was not small. Cash was already full-fledged. Is he seeking revenge? Leo raised his index finger and shook it left and right. Don't look at me like that. I know what you are thinking. Little Anduin, you have to believe that I am a pacifist. Chapter 1065 Prelude to Cleaning Up the Moss. Anduin is no stranger to what kind of person Leo is. In other words, the top human beings pay too much attention to Leo, a demigod warlock. Every move he makes and anything he does, these people will not let go. As the most dazzling new star in the human race, he helped Scarlet lead the rise of the kingdom of Arather, attracting everyone's attention as if he was standing in the spotlight. From Leo's past actions, the nobles have a lot of understanding of his temper. For example, this guy is a bit small-minded, has a strong desire for revenge, and is very courageous. If you piss him off, he won't care what you are. People, some revenge is inevitable. The nobles of the Kingdom of Stormwind had a lot of trouble with Leo in the past. Many nobles did not hide their hostility towards Leo before Leo became a demigod. Of course, Leo never concealed his disgust for these guys. The antagonism between the two sides is extremely strong. If one was not in the Kingdom of Arather and the other was in the Kingdom of Stormwind, the two would have been in conflict long ago. This situation continued until Leo broke through the legend and was promoted from a great warlock to a demigod warlock. Leo, who became a demigod warlock, was no longer something ordinary people could fight against. The nobles were afraid, and many of them backed down. In addition, at this time, Varian returned to the Kingdom of Stormwind and launched a purge in the country. In order not to live up to the facts, the nobles of the Stormwind Kingdom wisely stopped their activities and did not dare to show their hostility towards Leo. However, not showing it does not mean that they are no longer hostile. These nobles have just moved from the overt opposition to the underground. Privately, they still hate Leo, a grassroots who suddenly jumped up and gnashed their teeth. In the eyes of these nobles, Leo is just a commoner who got lucky. Why can he put pressure on them? They have a noble bloodline and have been the nobles for many years. Leo, who was born as a commoner, surpasses him. Is there any king's law? Is there any law? What was Leo's origin? What glorious deeds had his elders had? What officials had they held? And what reputation did they have in the kingdom? No. None! He was such a pariah. And he shamelessly climbed onto the heads of nobles like himself and rebelled against him. The nobles didn't like Leo and wanted to get rid of them quickly. Leo didn't like these guys either. If he had the chance, he wouldn't mind getting rid of all these parasites who only knew how to live in a dream. As a certain movie line says, the overlord among beggars is still a beggar, and the precocious child is still a child. After listening to Leo's words, Anduin, the little prince of the Kingdom of Stormwind, followed Leo as if he were on guard against thieves and became his follower until the end of the banquet. Little Anduin did this because he was afraid that Leo would take action against those nobles at the banquet. No matter how disgusting these nobles were, they were from the Kingdom of Stormwind after all, and the Wren family of the Kingdom of Stormwind had to take action to deal with them. It's not about letting Leo, the Marshal of the Kingdom of Arather, take over. Leo laughed secretly. If he really wanted to deal with those guys, how could he be so upright? He could just find a corner and send a few men to beat the sap. With his current strength and identity, it would be unavoidable to deal with those parasites himself. The price is too low, and there is no need for Anduin to be so cautious. Killing a bunch of incompetent rice bugs is simply dirtying my hands. I'm very busy and don't have that spare time. This is Leo's attitude. Those nobles of the Kingdom of Storm are not on the same level as him now. Leo wants to kill them as easily as killing an ant. If he wanted to take revenge, Leo's strength would be enough. But why did he take action? Of course, this does not mean that Leo will let those guys go and let them enjoy the peace that the frontline soldiers fought so hard to live in comfort for the rest of their lives. So Leo found Varian after the banquet and made a request to the King of Stormwind Kingdom. The orcs have completely withdrawn from the eastern continent. Some things must be put on the agenda. King Varian. Leo directly entered the topic of the conversation. He did not want to waste time. We must take over the desolate land and Swamp of Sorrows. If these two places are left unused, there will be trouble. And I don't want the orcs to withdraw and these two places fall into the hands of other races. The desire for territory is an essential quality for any ambitious king. Varian does not think Leo's request is inappropriate at all. The desolate land and the Swamp of Sorrows cannot become a vacuum after the orcs leave. Instead of taking advantage of others, it's better to get the benefits yourself. Having said that, Varian doesn't want to take control of the Swamp of Sorrows and the desolate lands immediately after the orcs withdraw. The problem is that he must have enough manpower. The Alliance's stall is too big, and Varian has long felt that it is stretched thin. Ordinary soldiers are nothing. The key is that there are not enough talents who can lead troops and do things. Leo smiled happily and took the initiative to advise Varian. There are many nobles of the kingdom at today's banquet. These people are the future pillars of the country. They cannot be allowed to stay in the royal city all the time. How can these guys grow if they go out and experience it? Well, Varian knew what Leo was up to. Even though Leo said it so nicely, as if he was sincerely thinking about the kingdom of Stormwind. In fact, this guy was just seeking revenge. How could Varian not know the character of the nobles present at the banquet? If these guys were really capable, how could Varian let them stay in the royal city? He would have sent them out to do things long ago. A bunch of idiots. Trash. Losers. That's what Varian said about those guys. Now, Leo proposes to let these hedonistic wastes come out to do things. Varian would never agree to it at any other time. But after adding the two names of Swamp of Sorrows and Desolate Land, Varian can't. Don't think about it anymore. With the character of those nobles, they would not go to the Swamp of Sorrows even if they were killed. Not to mention that the environment of that place was unaccustomed to these pampered young masters. The mere fact that the Swamp of Sorrows was too close to the cursed land, and the possibility of war breaking out at the dark portal at any time was enough to frighten them. Since Swamp of Sorrows was not a consideration, the Desolate Land became the only option. When you hear the name of the Desolate Land, you know what kind of place it is. It doesn't matter what you want there. But compared to the Swamp of Sorrows, the Desolate Land has an advantage and is safer. This advantage is enough for those noble children to choose it. Leo's seemingly well-intentioned suggestion actually contained evil intentions. He clearly wanted to let the noble children choose to go to the deserted land to suffer. You need to know how these pampered young masters and ladies will complain after arriving in the deserted land. To take revenge. Leo wanted to take revenge on the nobles, who had always disliked him, and ask them or their descendants to leave the royal city and go to that desolate land to suffer and experience what hardship was. Varian saw Leo's thoughts, but had no intention of stopping him. As a king who wants to make a difference, he deeply hates these parasites in the country. If he hadn't been concerned about the connections behind these people, or if he didn't want to destabilize the situation in the kingdom, Varian would have already taken action against these parasites. Guys, Varian was very suffocated at not being able to clean up these parasites that were inhabiting the kingdom's ruling class. After knowing Leo's purpose, he didn't mind using this to add some trouble to the nobles. If some troubles in the deserted land could make some, it would be better if the waste wakes up. Things turned out just as Varian and Leo expected. When the nobles of the kingdom heard that there was an opportunity for their nephews to go out for gold plating, they nodded their heads like chickens pecking at rice, for fear that Varian would regret it. Without exception, the nobles' choices were all desolate places. They were not even interested in asking about the Swamp of Sorrows, which could become the front line against the demonic invasion at any time. Leo was disgusted by the expressions of these nobles. They not only wanted their descendants to obtain the capital for future promotion, but also prevented them from taking on necessary responsibilities. How could there be such a good thing in the world? The nobles did not see the extremely obscure arc at the corner of Leo's mouth. This arc did not represent a smile, but indifference. Humanity is like a big tree. Those aristocratic children, who only know how to enjoy themselves and take things without giving anything, are parasites attached to the big tree. Their existence affects the interests of the entire human race. These parasites must be killed. Otherwise there will always be dangers. One day they will eat all the trees. This place in the desolate land does seem to be very safe now. You won't encounter any danger when you go there for gold plating. But you must not forget that there is a word called unpredictable things. Leo said in a voice that only he could hear. He said, a safe place may not always be safe. There may be danger to human life at any time. Whether those drunken guys can survive depends on their own destiny. To the north of the Badlands is Loch Moden, the territory of the dwarf kingdom of Ironforge. To the east is the sea, and to the south and west is the Searing Gorge and the Burning Steppes. After the Battle of Blackrock Mountain, the most threatening Molten Core and Blackwing Lair were destroyed. Although the conditions in the deserted land were difficult, and the quality of life was not as good as in Stormwind City, safety was indeed guaranteed. Why did Leo say it was dangerous here? This is a question to which it is difficult for outsiders to guess the answer. Prepared to clean up the parasites within the human tree, Leo returned to Stromgarde with Scarlet after the matter in Stormwind Kingdom was settled. With the help of Benedictus and many priests of the Holy Light Cathedral, the power of the Code of Light in Scarlet's body has been suppressed. Otherwise, Scarlet would not be able to participate in the previous banquet. After solving the incident of opening the dark portal in the cursed land, Leo and Scarlet had to make some preparations for the next action. Less than a quarter of an hour after the two returned to Stromgarde, The palace of Stromgard welcomed there was a guest. The Firbolg Elder Lagrol. Chapter 1066 Lagrol's Request. Crazy. Leo and Scarlet didn't speak. But the looks they looked at Lagrol clearly revealed this meaning. Lagrol came to Stromgard not for anything else, but to take the initiative to join the Alliance's northern expedition and join the humans in the northern expedition to Northrend. With Leo's help, the Firbolg took root in the Broken Ridge Castle in the Alterac Mountains. Their life now is indeed hundreds of times better than before. But this is only compared to the past, which does not mean that their situation at this time is the same. Very nice. The life of the Firbolgs was really miserable in the past, and the total population of Lagrol was pitifully small. Although the Firbolgs were powerful warriors of both sexes as long as they were adults, they were not enough to defend Broken Ridge Castle at this time. How can we talk about sending troops to the northern expedition if we don't have enough strength? If it were his subordinates, Leo would directly refuse. But Lagrol is not his subordinate. The Firbolgs are allies with the Arathar kingdom and even the entire human race. The Alliance organized an army to conquer Northrend, and the Firbolg came eager to help. What does it mean if you refuse directly? Even if you want to refuse, you should say it tactfully. Otherwise it will not look good on everyone. Elder Lagrol, on behalf of the entire Alliance, I would like to thank the Timbermaw tribe for their kindness. Leo winked at Scarlet. The female paladin first expressed her gratitude, and then changed the subject. But we also know the current situation of the Timbermaw tribe. If we really need help, we will never forget you. We hope that the Timbermaw tribe can lend a helping hand. Scarlet declined Lagrol's request to participate in the northern expedition, and the Firbolg elders didn't understand what the other party meant. They didn't want to look ugly. What the Timbermaw needed to do most at this time was to recover and develop properly. Let the pitifully small population grow. It's not clear to Lagrol that silently immersing himself in development is the best option for the Timbermaw tribe at present. However, he also knows that if he misses the current opportunity, he will definitely regret it in the future. There's a saying that goes well. It's important to become famous early, and it's also important to get someone's attention early. Lagrol has no doubt about the rise of mankind. Ever since he saw Leo's potential in Eagle's Nest Mountain and understood Leo's ambition, the Firbolg Elder has made up his mind to hold onto Leo's life at all costs. A thick thigh. It is easy to add icing on the cake, but difficult to provide help in times of need. How could Lagrol not understand this truth? The Alliance's military strength is indeed strong, and the population of humans, dwarves and other races is indeed large. But no matter how many troops there are, they cannot withstand the consumption of multi-front operations. Despite the fact that the Alliance is currently in great momentum, with the northern expedition to Northrend, the march into Draenor, and the development of the Burning Plains Desolate Land and the Plague Land, etc. In fact, hidden under the superficial prosperity is a fatal crisis. Without the strong support of the Night Elves, the forces of humans and other races have been stretched thin, and the current alliance cannot afford any major losses. I would like to ask, is it not a big favor to help the alliance at this time? Is it not easy to win the favor of humans and even the entire alliance? Lagrol thought very clearly. The reason why the Firbolgs are in the current situation, from a large race to a small tribe that can be stepped on by anyone, is because they have too few allies. Make friends and form alliances with other powerful races. This is the way out for Firbolg. At least Lagrol thinks so. For the development of the tribe, Lagrol came with the belief that Leo and Scarlet must agree to let the Firbolg send troops this time. Therefore, after hearing Scarlet's words, the Firbolg elder shook his head with a look on his face. He said firmly, "Your Majesty, Scarlet, I understand what you mean. Thank you and Marshal Leo for taking care of our Timbermaw tribe. We Firbolgs are not ungrateful people. We never hesitate to repay our benefactors. Please agree. My request. Why is this old man so stubborn? He just wants to live a good life and insists on participating in the war. Isn't it uncomfortable to be idle?" Leo replied decisively, "Elder Lagrol, we accept your tribe's wishes, but your situation is really not suitable for sending troops. The expedition to Northrend has too many variables and is too dangerous. So I cannot agree to your request. Marshal Leo is worried that our losses will be too great. There are no warriors in the Timbermaw tribe who are afraid of death." Lagrol laughed. Since the Firbolg elder came to Stromgard, he must have his support, and he would be confident to convince Leo and Scarlet to agree to the Timbermaw tribe's request to send troops. This is not a question of whether you are afraid of death, but the population of your Timbermaw tribe is too small to withstand the consumption of war. Frowning, Leo said nothing. Could it be that Lagrol was just confused? He was so eager to integrate into the alliance, so anxious that you ignore the pitifully small population of your own race, so anxious that you want to be recognized by the entire alliance even if you push your tribe into a more dangerous situation? Leo felt that this was impossible. The wisdom of the Firbolg elders should not be underestimated. There must be a reason for Lagrol to do this. It turned out that Leo's guess was correct. And Lagerlol's next words moved Scarlet and Leo. Queen Scarlet. Marshal Leo. Our Firbolgs are natural warriors, especially good at fighting in cold areas. The weather in Northrend will not have any impact on our warriors. Once the warriors of our Timbermaw tribe once you arrive in Northrend, you can immediately join the battle. Leo admitted that fighting Firbolgs in Northrend does have advantages over other races. At least they don't have to spend a month or two to adapt to the climate there. They even need less supplies than other races. However, this does not mean that reasons to impress Leo and Scarlet. Although our Timbermaw tribe has a small population, I can guarantee you that once we enter Northrend, the Timbermaw tribe will be able to raise an army of over 10,000 in the shortest possible time. This sentence is the key point. Leo's eyes lit up, looking at Lagrol's confident look. He didn't think the Firbolg elder was bragging. Firbolg, Northrend. Leo's mind was spinning with thoughts. And after a few seconds, a look of surprise appeared on his face. The climate in Northrend, the Northrend, is too cold, and the natural environment is extremely harsh. Most species cannot survive there. However, the vast majority does not mean all. In the continent of Northrend, the scourge does not cover the sky with one hand. In many places, there are powerful races that are not afraid of the cold. These races include Firbolgs. The Firbolg living in Northrend is Lagrol's biggest support this time. And it is also his source of confidence in persuading Leo and Scarlet. Not only Leo thought about the Firbolgs living in Northrend, but Scarlet also thought about it. Only then did the two realize that they had made a small mistake. That is, they focused all their attention on the Scourge and ignored other creatures in Northrend. If these creatures are used well, they will be very useful to the Alliance. The role played by the counterattack against the Scourge Legion is not small. Leo looked at Lagrol and asked with a serious face, Elder Lagrol, are you sure you can convince your compatriots in Northrend to join us in fighting against the Scourge? We have to ask clearly about this matter. Leo doesn't want to be a picky guy here, and wants to draw the Firbolgs in Northrend into his camp. Does Lagrol have that kind of ability? Hearing Leo ask this, Lagrol smiled. He knew that Leo had agreed to his request, and the only question now was whether he could win Leo's trust. Marshal Leo has seen the previous situation of our Timbermaw tribe with his own eyes. If you hadn't extended a helping hand, I don't know if the Timbermaw tribe would still exist. As far as I know, the situation of our fellow tribesmen living in Northrend is not the same. It doesn't have to be much better than before. As long as you don't mind letting Lady Sinestra and the others have more believers, I guarantee they will agree. Leo could see clearly what the Timbermaw tribe was like in the past at Timbermaw Fortress. If the Firbolgs in Northrend were in a similar situation to Lagrol and the others, he would have to win over these Firbolgs and make them work for him. It's not difficult. It seems that Lagrol is well prepared. He has even learned about the situation of the Firbolg tribe in Northrend. No wonder he is so confident. Leo nodded and agreed, Elder Lagrol. I don't think any god would think that he has too many followers. You can rest assured to do it. Sinestra and the others will fully support you. Sinestra? Isn't their support your support? When Lagrol heard this, he knew that the matter was settled. A big stone fell to his heart, and he suddenly felt light on his body. This thing was finally done. I didn't expect that helping people would be so difficult. Elder Lagrol, go and prepare. When the time comes, I will send someone to activate the teleportation array in Broken Ridge and teleport the warriors of the Timbermaw tribe directly there. The cost of using the teleportation array for cross-continental teleportation is not low. If Leo hadn't known that the Timbermaw tribe didn't have many people to spare, he really wouldn't have been so generous. Lagrol agreed and hurriedly retreated. His Timbermaw tribe could only send 300 warriors and 20 Firbolg shamans this time. But no matter how small the number was, it was still an army. In Timbermaw, there had never been a cross-continental expedition in the history of the tribe, and Lagrol had to go back and keep an eye on it in order to make sure nothing went wrong. After Lagrol left, Scarlet rolled her eyes at Leo. Leo gave away tens of thousands of gold coins in such a generous manner. It was too wasteful, turning a blind eye to the 2 balls that Scarlet gave him. Leo chuckled, with unstoppable pride on his face. Seeing his expression, Scarlet knew that this boy must have thought of some bad idea. What bad idea did you come up with again? Leo curled his lips when he heard this. How could this silly girl talk? What is a bad idea? Am I that kind of person? Lagrol's words reminded me that there are many forces we can use to defeat the Lich King. The indigenous creatures in Northrend are also a force that cannot be ignored. Leo rubbed his chin and smiled mischievously. He stood up and said, I thought of a kind of creature. Their addition will greatly increase our strength in Northrend. Chapter 1067 Transforming the Terror Clamp. Terror Clamp is a swamp crocodile. The king of swamp crocodiles in the wetlands. Before he was surrendered by his current owner, he lived a hazy life, looking for food every day except sleeping. In addition to eating and sleeping, such days are really happy for some creatures. Ever since he followed his current master, Terrorclaw's life has undergone earth-shaking changes. The days of eating and sleeping are gone, and wars are raging, and a bloody life has begun. Undead natural disasters, burning demons, entourage beetle men, and other powerful creatures appeared one by one. But they all fell in front of Leo. Following Leo's Terrorclaw, he experienced it all and witnessed this. Everything. When Leo's strength was still weak, Terrorclamp could still have a chance to contribute, and even fight against the enemy's main force. However, as Leo's strength increased rapidly, Terrorclamp, who could not keep up with Leo's pace, was gradually marginalized, and even fell into oblivion, being forgotten by his master. Dreadclamp didn't have the slightest resentment. After his soul merged with the wolf spirit, his loyalty to Leo couldn't be fuller. Dreadclamp only hated himself for why he failed to live up to his expectations. Look at Huma. That guy has been his master's subordinate for about the same time as him. What is the other person's strength now? And what is his own strength? Just when Horror thought that he would spend the rest of his days eating and sleeping, his life changed again. His master Leo put him in Naxxramas, where Horror saw the old man with him, Goddic and others, who also served as the master's right-hand man and have now become logistics personnel. Arriving in Naxxramas ignorantly, Terrorclamp didn't know what kind of days were waiting for him. Goddic's dark magic, North's various plague toxins, and all kinds of horror events came swarming at him, making terrorists miserable. It wasn't until this moment that I realized that eating and waiting to die was also a kind of happiness. Tossing hard, tossing that makes people collapse. Terrorclaw felt that his life suddenly fell from heaven to hell. All day long, he was either faced with Goddic's dark magic or North's plague poison. If it weren't for some other terrifying things, the guys in Naxxramas, it was as if he was being treated as a test subject, doing one weird experiment after another. During this period of time, Terrorclamp couldn't see his future. The only thing that made him happy was that his strength continued to grow. Terrorclamp understands that Goddic and the others will not do this to him for no reason. They do it to make themselves stronger. From this, it seems that the master is going to use him again. The thought that he would be reused by his master made him excited. The Swamp Crocodile King is not willing to be lonely, nor is he willing to fall behind others. He longs to become an indispensable force beside his master again. It is the desire in his heart that keeps Terrorclamp alive. Half a month. A whole half month. Terror's miserable life of counting seconds in Naxxramas was finally over. When the Terrorclaw emerged from Naxxramas and saw Leo in Stromgarde Palace, he burst into tears. It's not easy. I'm afraid that I finally see the light of day. Goddic and North are two soulless people. When I see them in the future, I'm afraid that I will definitely take a detour. After some emotion, Terrorclamp looked at Leo eagerly. He wanted to know what tasks this powerful master would assign to him after making him suffer so much. After circling Terrorclaw twice, Leo held his chin, as if thinking about something. Scarlet and Adelaide waited quietly aside without speaking, as they were afraid of disturbing Leo. When the Terrorclaw was sent to Stromgarde by Les Frostwhisper, Leo was beside Scarlet, watching her and Adelaide handle the internal affairs of the Kingdom of Arothar. Leo has always stayed away from the kingdom's political affairs. Those things really gave him a headache. He would rather lead his army to fight a war than be overwhelmed by a pile of official documents. If he couldn't escape, he would ask Zesareya and Sindragosa to come forward. Leo's attitude won the favor of Adelaide and other Arothar nobles. Although Leo was the key figure in leading the kingdom to rise again, in the hearts of the nobles, Scarlet was the real master and the real owner of the Arothar kingdom, the person they want to be loyal to. All the affairs of the kingdom should revolve around Scarlet. To a certain extent, it is okay for Leo to help Scarlet manage the kingdom's political affairs. But if he stretches his hand too far, the nobles will not be happy, and they will definitely rebound. Arothar cannot rise without Leo, but the nobles will never allow Leo to take away the rights belonging to Scarlet. This is the bottom line of the nobles. Once the two conflict, the great cause of the rejuvenation of Arather kingdom will collapse. Fortunately for Adelaide and other kingdom ministers, who are loyal to the Lothar family. Although Leo is very strong, he has not crossed everyone's bottom line. He will not touch the kingdom's political affairs unless necessary. This is why Leo frightened the nobles, and made them hate him, when he first helped Scarlet take over Stromgarde. But he still received strong support from Arather in his subsequent actions. It is impossible for the butcher's knife to make the noble sincerely do things for you. Leo knows this very well. So he has no hope of turning the nobles of the kingdom of Arather into obedient little sheep by killing people. What he kills for is let these nobles become honest, and tell them not to harbor any ill feelings towards Scarlet. After thinking for a while, Leo shook his head. He was not satisfied with the strength of Terraclamp. Terraclamp, Goddic, and the others haven't strengthened your body enough. Your current strength is not enough to complete my plan. After speaking, Leo stretched out his hand to hold it. And a green energy light group appeared, and was generated under his control. Evil energy. Seeing the green energy light ball in Leo's hand, Scarlet couldn't help but frown. As a paladin, she instinctively rejects evil energy. Do you know where the demons of the Burning Legion came from? Leo seemed to be asking and answering himself. But in fact he was telling Scarlet, and explaining his next action to the female paladin. Use evil energy to surrender to them. The biological corrosion has turned all kinds of creatures in the universe into a kind of biological demon. This is the secret of the Burning Legion getting stronger and stronger as it fights. Scarlet and Adelaide were shocked. Leo's words were not a secret to them. And it was not the reason why they were surprised. What really moved them was Leo's purpose in saying this. At this moment, when Leo said these words, he clearly wanted to use evil energy on Terraclaw. Just like the Burning Legion, which used evil energy to transform creatures into demons. Leo wants to create a demon. Scarlet was in a dilemma. If anyone else dared to do that in front of her, she would definitely use ash candy to purify them into slag with holy light. But now it was Leo who did this. And Scarlet didn't know that she should turn a blind eye or stop him. Adelaide looked at Scarlet, and found that the latter was motionless. He immediately lowered his head, and looked at his nose and heart, looking like he was in a state of wandering. Scarlet didn't even make a move. So why was Adelaide so anxious? Leo didn't give Scarlet time to think. Before he finished speaking, the evil energy in his hand entered Terraclamp's body. The evil energy entered the body, and the Swamp Crocodile King's body first shook, and then he violently pulled out, looking extremely painful. Evil energy is an energy of dark nature, which is extremely harmful to the body. Even if Leo tries his best to control it, Terraclamp will have a very difficult time. Looking at his eyes filled with blood and his body bulging with small bags the size of wine glasses, you can understand that he is now situation. How can you tolerate being transformed from one creature to another by evil energy in a very short period of time? In fact, not all species can withstand the pain of evil energy transformation. This is why there are many demons in the Burning Legion, but there are no weak races. Even the auxiliary troops in the Burning Legion are at the level of the entire universe. Above, the physical pain could not cover up the joy in his heart. Terraclamp realized that his body was constantly being strengthened. For a creature like him that relied on physical attacks to fight the enemy, his strength would increase as his body was strengthened. The improvement in strength made Terraclamp ecstatic, and the joy in his heart made him ignore the physical pain. If he could quickly increase his strength by only suffering a little physical pain, he wished he could suffer more like this. It's a pity that there is no such good thing in this world. In just half a quarter of an hour, the evil energy's strengthening of the Terraclamp was completed. Looking at the unfinished Terraclaw, Leo shook his head in amusement and said, Terraclaw, stand up and show me. The crocodile is lying on the ground. But Leo wants the crocodile to stand up like a human. Is this possible? Just like the advertising slogan says, everything is possible. The Terraclaw stood up on two legs like a human being. At this time, Scarlet and Adelaide, who were watching, discovered that after Leo's transformation with evil energy, the four short legs of the Swamp Crocodile King had changed. They had grown a lot longer. After carefully looking at the Scarlet Claw, Scarlet and Adelaide had a thought in their minds. Is the current Scarlet Claw still a Swamp Crocodile? Swamp Crocodile? Leo said with a wicked smile. Of course not. He can't be called a Swamp Crocodile with this look. But a Crocodile Man. Crocodile Man? A new species? Scarlet and Adelaide turned their attention to Leo. They did not think that Leo had no purpose in making the terror pincers as they were now. Leo didn't explain much to the probing gazes of the two people. He gave a new instruction to Terror Clamp, who was grinning stupidly at his increased strength. Terror Clamp, I will send someone to use the palace's teleportation array to send you there. Wetlands, where you gather some swamp crocodiles. I'm useful. Swamp crocodiles are of low strength. With Leo's current abilities, what use are they? Could they be used to transform them into crocodile men? Scarlet was confused. Why did Leo suddenly think of using evil energy to transform species? What was his purpose in doing so? Chapter 1068 Scarlet Monastery. Scarlet didn't know what Leo was going to do. He used evil energy to massively transform crocodiles and turn them into a new creature called a crocodile man. Leo told her that he was going to use it to plot against Northern Cereza Basin. But what puzzled Scarlet was that after transforming enough crocodile men, Leo did not immediately release them into the Sholzar Basin. Raising her hand, she slapped away Leo's clutches to prevent him from taking advantage of her. Scarlet rolled her eyes at the guy and asked, I really don't understand. You let the Terror Claw take the crocodile man into the sea. What to do? After transforming enough crocodile men, Leo drove all these guys with vicious appearances and cruel hearts into the sea. When the crocodile men entered the sea, the creatures living near Stromgarde suffered. In recent times, in the rapids, from time to time, sailors who go in and out of the fort can see the corpses of sea creatures floating on the sea. These are the masterpieces of the crocodile people. The sea area near Stromgarde must be cleaned up. Do you know how many Nagas lurking in the sea have been killed by the terror clamps? Leo said, holding out 2 fingers. 2,000. A full 2,000. These are too many. It's too dangerous for Naga to gather in the waters around Stromgarde. Some existences among the Nagas have the ability to control the waves. 1 or 2 tie collars alone have no effect on Stromgarde. But hundreds or thousands of them are not necessarily. If these Nagas suddenly take action one day, it will bring great harm to Stromgarde. The loss of Stromgarde is by no means a small number. At least the port of Stromgarde and the area near the port will suffer. How can we allow others to snore and sleep on the side of the bed? If the threats around us are not cleared away, won't it make it difficult for people to sleep and eat well? Let the crocodile man go into the sea. Clear out the threats hidden in the sea. And test the crocodile man's combat power in the sea. Kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Why not? Leo explained. And Scarlet stopped asking any more questions. Although she knew that Leo's purpose would not be that simple. Leo didn't want to talk about it now. And she didn't want to get to the bottom of it. What's this? This is trust. An unreserved trust. Scarlet believes in Leo unconditionally. Seeing that Scarlet didn't speak, Leo chuckled and reached out to hold the female paladin in his arms. Scarlet struggled slightly, and then gave in. Silly girl. Don't think about that. The current situation is extremely beneficial to us. I believe it won't be long before the Lich King will be crowned and the Scourge will be destroyed. Leo leaned into Scarlet's ear and whispered. Now that Lonathel has rebelled with Sarlane, how much strength does the Scourge have left? Lonathel's betrayal was nothing short of adding insult to injury for the Scourge at this time. And it was heart-stirring good news for the expeditionary force in Northrend. The Blood Queen followed Sylvanas and led her men to rebel against the Scourge, which was indeed a heavy blow to the Scourge. However, Sarine was once a blood elf after all, and Lanathel was Kael'dat's confidant. Sarine no need to ask who the clan will turn to. If you think about it as a paladin, Scarlet is happy with Lanathel's rebellion. If you think about it as the queen of the kingdom of Arathor, Scarlet has to consider more. The addition of the Delan clan will greatly enhance the strength of the Blood Elves. Will the relationship between Silvermoon City and Stromgarde change with their increased strength? As if he knew what Scarlet was thinking, Leo blew on the female paladin, looking at Scarlet's neck turning red to her ears. Someone showed a mischievous smile. Don't think so much. I have everything. When you have rare free time, all you have to do is have a good rest. We will be busy again in 2 days. There are many things that can keep Leo and Scarlet busy together, but certainly not many. With their current status, the people and things that can attract them cannot be too small. It just so happens that the Scarlet Crusade is one of them. In the northeast of Tirisful stands a majestic monastery, which is the famous Scarlet Monastery. The master of Lightbringer Uther, Alonso's Fail, is buried in the south of the Scarlet Monastery. The Scarlet Monastery is the pride of the kingdom of Lordaeron, and a place of pilgrimage for human believers who believe in the holy light. Countless believers were proud to be baptized in the Scarlet Monastery. It was such a sacred place that fell quickly after the invasion of natural disasters. After several changes, The once glorious Scarlet Monastery became the stronghold of the fanatical Scarlet Crusaders. The fanatical Scarlet Crusaders are terrifying and disgusting existences. They are paranoid and crazy, and will often launch endless battles if they disagree. It is this kind of behavior that consciously alienates them, even though they are always at the forefront of fighting the undead. Unlike the Hand of Tyr, the Scarlet Monastery was not built in a valley. Its continuous buildings extend from the mountainside to the top of the mountain. Scarlet Crusade Commander Rainer Mograine and Grand Inquisitor Whitemane control this place. Standing at the foot of the mountain, Scarlet was a little hesitant. She was not sure whether she could succeed this time. But Leo, who was standing next to her, looked confident. The Scarlet Crusaders in Hand of Tyr and Hearthland have been reorganized. With the help of Fording, Tyrant and others, all the Scarlet Crusaders there have been absorbed by the Silver Crusaders. Scarlet, the great lord of the Silver Crusaders. The subordinates want to unite the Silver people, and the forces that have splintered away from the Silver Hand such as the Scarlet Crusaders are now left with only one obstacle, the Scarlet Monastery. Scarlet's worry is not without reason. Since the death of Ash Lord Mograine in the battle, his eldest son Renaud Mograine has become extremely abnormal. Everyone has high hopes for him, hoping that he can inherit the ashes. The figure left behind by the Lord hides in the cathedral of the Scarlet Monastery all day long, never leaving the door or taking a step forward. No matter what happens outside, he turns a deaf ear. Some people speculate that Renaud was stimulated by the death of Ash Lord, so he was unwilling to go to the battlefield again to avoid remembering those unpleasant memories. Of course, some people think that the eldest son of the Ash Lord is timid. He was frightened by the scourge, no matter whether others expected or ridiculed him. Renaud remained unmoved. He still stayed in the Scarlet Monastery and prayed in the cathedral all day long. The content of Rainer's prayer is unknown to anyone but himself. Perhaps to Grand Inquisitor Whitemane, although their fathers had been good friends who fought side by side. Scarlet and Renaud really didn't have much in common, and they had almost no impression of the Scarlet Crusade commander. Scarlet had no confidence at all when it came to convincing someone she didn't understand at all. However, Scarlet still has to try, no matter how little she is sure. The Crusaders of the Scarlet Monastery are the last obstacle for her to integrate the Crusade forces and stay in the Eastern continent. These Crusaders are not weak in strength, and there are many in number. Scarlet does not have reasons to give up efforts. It may not work if you try, but it won't work if you don't try. Seeing Scarlet's worried face, Leo comforted her. The female paladin was here to convince others. If she didn't even have confidence in herself, how could she make others have confidence in her? If it had been someone else, Leo would have been a little uneasy. But if the person he was persuading was Renaud, there would be nothing to worry about. To be honest, the experiences of Renaud Mograine and Whitemane are really pitiable. Renaud is the eldest son of the Ash Lord, and Whitemane is the adopted daughter of the Ash Lord. They are childhood sweethearts and have been in love for a long time. There is not much controversy when it comes to them. The man is handsome, and the woman is beautiful. It is not surprising that the sparks of love sparked between the two young people after they came into contact. It stands to reason that the love between Rainer and Whitemane should be blessed. At least Ash Lord Mograine should be happy that his son has found a suitable lover. This is not the case. After learning that his eldest son had fallen in love, Mograine did something unexpected. He was firmly opposed to Renaud's love. After learning that Rainer was in love with Whitemane, the Ash Lord asked his eldest son this question: "What would you do if Whitemane was infected with the Scourge Plague? My lover is infected with the plague and is about to become a member of the Undead Scourge. What should I do?" Renaud was at a loss, looking at his father's serious face. His enthusiasm was completely extinguished as if being poured down by a basin of cold water. "I have no idea." This was Renaud's answer. He really didn't know what to do. Long-term education told him that if he really encountered such a situation, the most correct thing to do was to kill Whitemane and purify her with holy light. But his emotions were still there, stopping Renaud, preventing him from speaking out, because he understood that he could not make a move in such a situation, and he could not kill his lover. Renaud's silence made the Lord of Ashes furious. Mograine scolded his eldest son sternly and asked him to go down and sober up. He said that he would never allow Renaud and Whitemane's love. In the view of Ash Lord, love will make people weak and make a perfect warrior have flaws, which is fatal in the face of the insidious and cunning undead natural disasters. Mograine didn't want his son to die for this, so he used his father's authority to beat the couple and forcibly separated the couple Rainer and Whitemane. From then on, the seeds of discord between father and son were sown, which also paved the way for subsequent tragedies. Being fiercely opposed by Mograine, Renaud did not have the courage to confront his father, but he could not let go of his love for Whitemane, and the love affair between the two young people was forced to go underground. It was under such circumstances that Dathro Khan, possessed by the Dreadlord, found Raynor. What will happen if the Dreadlord, who is good at using intrigues, knows how to exploit the weaknesses of people's hearts, and knows how to make people fall unconsciously, comes to Renaud, thinking on your toes? You know it won't be a good thing. So, the tragedy happened that Lord Ash was surrounded by the undead scourge during the battle, and died tragically in battle. He did not die in the hands of the enemy, but in the hands of his own son. Chapter 1069. In the Cathedral of the Scarlet Monastery, Grand Commander Renaud Mograine was praying. Usually at this time, Renaud would not allow anyone to disturb him, except for one person, the Scarlet Grand Prosecutor Whitemane. However, an unusual scene occurred today. A bloody guard opened the door of the cathedral with a panicked look on his face. His arrival broke the peace in the prayer room. It's not good, Commander. It's not good. The shouts of the bloody guard and the panic on his face made Renaud very dissatisfied. It was just a matter of disturbing him to pray. He also behaved so rudely. This guard was really useless. The dissatisfaction in his heart was reflected in his actions. Renaud scolded the bloody guard. Why are you panicking? Just tell me if you have anything to say. The guard's shouts not only alarmed Renaud, but a tall female priest wearing high boots and carrying a staff came out from the other side of the church and asked the panicked bloody guard, "What happened?" The bloody guard shrank his neck. Renaud's scolding reminded him of what mistakes he had made. He should not have run into the cathedral at this time. There would be no good results if he interrupted Renaud's prayers. Outside, outside, outside. Fearful in his heart, the bloody guard began to stutter even when he spoke. He pointed to the outside of the cathedral and said several things outside. He just came out for a reason. Waste. Renaud's face was dark, and he was extremely dissatisfied with the performance of the bloody guard. The useless look of his men made him angry. He simply ignored the guard and walked out, instead of waiting for the bloody guard to go out and find out what happened. It would be better to go out and see what happened. Seeing Renaud walking outside, Whitemane waved his hand to the bewildered bloody guard and motioned the guard to retreat. Then, under the grateful eyes of the bloody guard, he followed Renaud and walked out. Stepping out of the cathedral door, Renaud knew why the guard was so panicked. At some point, the square in front of the Scarlet Cathedral was filled with people. Intermittent moans came from these people's mouths, which not only showed that these people's lives still existed, but also showed that they were in great pain. The people lying all over the square were none other than the guards from the Scarlet Monastery. Someone comes to the monastery to cause trouble with the Scarlet Crusade. Renaud was furious at that time. He was so brave and dared to come to the Scarlet Monastery to cause trouble. Do you really think he is easy to bully because he has not heard about foreign affairs for so many years? If the tiger doesn't show its power, you think I'm a sick cat? Renaud's face darkened. His eyes swept across the square, and the figure of a female paladin whose body was burning with blazing golden light entered his field of vision. Judgment armor. The sword of Ashkandi. From the armor and weapons of the female paladin, Renaud knew her identity. Scarlet Lothar, who is currently the queen of the kingdom of Aratha. It turned out to be her. Renaud's dark face changed color in an instant when he learned that Scarlet had established the Silver Crusade and served as the commander of the Silver Crusade. He knew that such a day would come. The purpose of the establishment of the Silver Crusade is to integrate the forces scattered everywhere after the disbandment of the Silver Hand Paladins. The Scarlet Crusade, as an important part of these disbanded forces, will not be ignored by Scarlet. In fact, Scarlet's arrival now was beyond Renaud's expectation. He had thought that after the defense battle at Tyr's Hand was over, the Silver Crusaders would come. You must be Queen Scarlet. I am Renaud Mograine. Renaud stood at the door of the Scarlet Cathedral, frowning, pointing at the Scarlet Crusaders lying on the ground. What does this mean? Renaud was not willing to let Scarlet come to take him under his wing. If she could talk nicely to her, there might still be some hope. But looking at the square in front of the cathedral, Scarlet didn't even have the slightest intention of talking nicely to her. She was clearly here to play a game. If you want to use force to make a surrender, you have made a wrong calculation. Seeing Renaud's angry expression, Scarlet felt helpless. It's not that she wants to take action, nor that she wants to use force, but that if she doesn't take action, these Scarlet Crusaders will just lie on the ground and groan. After arriving near the Scarlet Monastery, Scarlet wanted to pay homage to the tomb of Alonso's first. Unexpectedly, a group of Scarlet Crusaders saw them and attacked them with weapons without even asking. Forced by desperation, Scarlet had no choice but to take action. Originally, with Leo by her side, Scarlet didn't have to do anything by herself. But the female paladin was afraid. She was afraid that things would become serious if Leo took action. As both a paladin and a believer in the holy light, Scarlet would still be merciful to the Scarlet Crusaders and her attacks would be measured. But it would be impossible for Leo, a warlock, to guarantee that he would treat these fanatical Scarlet Crusaders. What a toss. She was obviously rescuing someone. But instead of being grateful, she aroused hostility from the other person. How could Scarlet not be helpless? Before Scarlet could answer, a voice came from the side. It's not interesting. I just want to talk to you and Whitemane alone. The master of the voice is Leo. Scarlet takes the initiative and Leo is happy and relaxed. With Scarlet's current strength, there are only a few people in the Scarlet Monastery who can rival her. No ordinary Scarlet Crusaders can match her. Enemy. Even if there are strong ones, no one can pose a threat to Scarlet with her judgment armor. Renaud followed the sound and was shocked when he saw a human man with black hair and black eyes looking at him. Could that guy be the newly emerged demigod warlock Leo? The features of black hair and black eyes were with Scarlet again, so there was no need to guess Leo's identity. Whitemane's eyes glanced back and forth between Scarlet and Leo several times. The Scarlet prosecutor seemed to have thought of something. She leaned into Renaud's ear and said a few words. A look of surprise appeared on the latter's face. The anger towards Scarlet has obviously decreased a lot. Smart woman. Leo saw Renaud's changes, and his evaluation of Whitemane immediately improved a lot. Whitemane was indeed smart for being able to see Scarlet's intention so quickly. After understanding Scarlet's intention, Renaud was not so angry at her for injuring his men. Anyway, the wounds of the Scarlet Guards were not serious. He could just ask a few monks to treat them with magic, and they would be fine. On the contrary, it was Leo's appearance that made Renaud attach great importance to him. Even though Renaud had been staying in the Scarlet Monastery and had no response to the changes in the outside world, he thought that his news was blocked. The real situation is exactly the opposite. Renaud is far more informed about the outside world than others imagine. After he took over the forces left behind by Lord Ash, he has been strengthening the collection of outside intelligence and keeping abreast of outside trends. Not much was known about his approach, and Leo happened to know it. Who asked Demetia, Marlin and other senior figures of the Scarlet Crusade to join the Silver Crusade formed by Scarlet? Others are confused about Renaud's behavior of collecting external intelligence while staying in the Scarlet Monastery. That's because they don't know what happened to Renaud. But Leo is different. Renaud asked his intelligence organization to continuously collect intelligence from the outside world. The reason was nothing more than a guilty conscience. As the saying goes, if you don't do anything wrong, you won't be surprised if someone knocks on the door in the middle of the night. Raynor killed his father, causing Ash Lord Mograine to die in Stratholme, and was resurrected by the Scourge as one of the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse guarding Naxxramas. If what he had done was if it were leaked, it would be enough for him to be burned to the core by the anger of countless people. Let me ask, how could he dare to ignore the news from the outside world? How could he stay peacefully in the Scarlet Monastery without understanding what was happening in the outside world? Let's talk alone, Renaud asked back. He glanced at Whitemane beside him. After the latter nodded, he replied, okay. After saying that, Renaud turned and walked into the cathedral. Whitemane made a gesture, indicating that the Scarlet Crusade could still move to find a few monks and priests to treat the injured companions. After doing this, she bowed to Scarlet and Leo, made a gesture of please come with me. Leo rubbed his chin, and he discovered an interesting phenomenon. That is, the Scarlet Crusaders were in awe of their commander Renaud Mograine, but not the Grand Inquisitor Whitemane. Their eyes showed what comes out as respect. Renaud plays the black face. Whitemane plays the red face. The man's power. The woman's grace. Grace and power plus the reputation of the Ash Lord. No wonder these two people can firmly control the Scarlet Monastery. Even Dathro Khan and other older generations, the forces cannot penetrate here. In addition, Leo also noticed a detail. That is, Renaud was not enthusiastic about the specific affairs of the Scarlet Crusade. Just seeing that it was Whitemane who assigned his men to find monks and priests after the incident, it can be known that the affairs of the Scarlet Monastery are usually unknown. Who is handling it? Since others have invited us, let's follow them and have a look. Well, Leo's words made White Mane helpless. It was obviously you and Scarlet who came to the door. You said before that you wanted to talk to me and Renault alone. Why are we inviting you now? This demigod warlock is indeed as rumored. With a very... White Mane ran through several thoughts in his mind, and finally found a word to describe him. That is, weird. To say it was weird was actually to give Leo face. If Scarlet had to describe it, the female paladin would just use 2 words, rogue. Leo's character is very rogue, which makes Scarlet, White Mane and others who are also trained as orthodox knights angry and helpless. Scarlet rolled her eyes at Leo. Although White Mane hid it well, Scarlet still saw it. Leo's words made the bloody prosecutor quite distressed. You must be White Mane. This is the first time we meet. I am Scarlet. Scarlet put away her power, and the golden flame surrounding her body went out. The female paladin stepped forward and bowed to White Mane. And then the 2 women walked into the cathedral side by side, leaving only the one standing outside the door. Leo. Leo shrugged and sighed. Woman. Chapter 1070. A story and a fist. For people stood in a cathedral that could accommodate thousands of people, making the place look unusually empty. Renault was talking to Scarlet in the center of the cathedral with White Mane beside him. When Leo walked into the church, he saw the scene. Renault didn't have a good impression of Leo, a warlock, and he never gave him a good look from the beginning to the end. Paladins who believed in the holy light had a natural hostility towards warlocks, who controlled demons. Think about the time when Scarlet and Lei, you can understand what happened when we met at Oyuxequin Fortress. Leo didn't mind what Renault's attitude was. Although he was on Renault's territory, Leo didn't have the slightest sense of being a guest. He looked around the cathedral, making tut-tisk sounds from time to time, as if he was commenting. What are you wearing? Originally, Renault was not going to pay attention to Leo, no matter how strong the warlock demigod was. I just don't like you because I don't like you, and it won't change based on your strength. However, when Leo pretended to comment on the cathedral, Renault finally couldn't hold it back. This is the Cathedral of the Scarlet Crusade. Letting you, a warlock, come in is already a huge honor for you. You are looking around and talking, and you dare to shake your head and make comments. It is really too arrogant. Renault snorted angrily to express his dissatisfaction, and asked Leo, is there anything here that dissatisfies you? Not satisfied? How could that be? Leo shrugged, with an innocent look on his face. I should feel honored to allow a warlock like me, who uses dark power, to enter the Scarlet Cathedral. Right? Does this guy really think that I can't do anything to him since he is a demigod warlock? Leo's movements and tone seemed a little sinister in Renault's eyes, and his face darkened again. He was about to speak, but Leo beat him to it and said another sentence. I just thought of a story and felt a little emotional for a moment. Think of a story? Go ahead and trick the undead. Renault didn't believe Leo's words at all. He said with a sullen face and hatefully, I really want to hear what story you have in mind. While speaking, a big sword appeared in Renault's hand. It looked like if Leo couldn't answer, he would take action. Scarlet was angered. Renault's hostility to Leo was to provoke her. Scarlet didn't care who provoked her. If you dare to provoke me, I would kill them. The sword of Ashkandi was held in Scarlet's hand. As the swords of the 2 paladins were unsheathed, the atmosphere in the cathedral suddenly became tense, as if a fight would break out at any time. White Mane took 2 steps back, took off the staff from his back, and prepared for battle. The tense atmosphere in the church did not affect Leo at all. He looked at Renault with a joking face and said, What I am thinking of is not an ordinary story. Are you sure you want to hear it? Let me see what you are doing. Renault didn't answer, just sneered repeatedly. If you don't tell me, I'll take it as your default. Leo showed a good temper that was beyond Scarlet's expectation. The female paladin felt pity for Renault for no reason. She was familiar with Leo and knew that whenever Leo behaved contrary to usual, it meant someone is going to be in trouble. The story is not complicated, nor too earth-shattering. Just an ordinary father and son. Leo raised his eyebrows as he spoke, which made Renault's heart jump for no reason. In other words, there once was a powerful knight. He had 2 sons. The eldest son stayed with him all year round and received various knight trainings. He placed all his expectations on this son. The higher his expectations, the more the knight paid to his son, the more severe he is. In this way, the eldest son remembers his father as a strict and unsmiling person, making the eldest son only fear his father. Originally, this is nothing. As long as the father is strict, the eldest son is used to this kind of life. Although he has never felt the love of his father, under his father's strict training, His strength is far beyond that of his peers. Every time he finds others looking at him with his adoring gaze, he felt that all the hard reprimands he endured were worth it. Having said this, a smile appeared on Leo's face that made Renault's heart beat faster, and a feeling called uneasiness welled up in the latter's heart. However, when the father saw his younger son, he changed his usual harshness and showed a kindness that had never appeared in front of his eldest son. Seeing this scene, the eldest son felt resentment in his heart. He was hating, too. He is his father's son. Why is his father so strict with him and cannot tolerate any mistakes? But if his younger brother makes a mistake, his father will never blame him, but will tell him in a friendly manner not to do it again next time. Treat them differently. It's the same mistake. The eldest son will be severely scolded, but the younger son will be comforted by gentle words. Who else can you think of? Leo paused at this point and looked very surprised. It was the ugly Renault who blinked. Reynolds, what do you think? The uneasiness in Renault's heart became stronger and stronger. When he listened to Leo's so-called story, he couldn't help but think of himself. The eldest son has resentment in his heart, but he doesn't dare to show it at all. His father's many years of prestige prevent him from thinking too much about it. Besides, those are his father and younger brother, so he can only bury this resentment deep in his heart. However, no matter how nonchalant you are, the seeds of resentment are still buried. It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. The eldest son doesn't understand his father at all, Leo said and shook his head with emotion. The eldest son with resentment in his heart failed to understand his father's painstaking efforts. In the eyes of his father, his only eldest son is strong and will become a respected knight like himself. But his younger son is far inferior to his elder brother. What the younger son needs is not strict instruction but encouragement. Because of this father will adopt a completely different attitude toward his two sons. Renault's lips moved. He wanted to stop Leo and shut him up. But when the words came to his lips, only the word "you" appeared. At this time, Scarlet and Whitemane saw something was wrong with Renault. If they couldn't find out who Leo was talking about from Renault's performance, then they would really be fools. The ordinary story of father and son told by Leo turned out to be the Mograine family. Scarlet admitted that she was very surprised. It was not easy for outsiders to know how Mograine treated her two sons. Moreover, it had been many years. Those who knew it were still there after the war with the Scourge and the Burning Legion. How many are left? Renault's reaction did not surprise Leo. He ignored Scarlet's probing eyes and continued, if it hadn't happened next, maybe the tragedy wouldn't have happened. Tragedy? Scarlet's heart moved, and she noticed that there was a look of panic on Renault's face when Leo talked about the tragedy. Could it be that there is some secret in this? The eldest son fell in love with a beautiful girl. This girl did not have a noble background. She was just an orphan adopted by the eldest son's father during the war. When it comes to identity, the girl is not worthy of the eldest son with a noble background. However, in the face of love, what does a small difference in life experience mean? Leo spread his hands towards Whitemane, who was looking at him with surprise. If the Whitemans and the three were still a little uncertain before, now there is no room for that uncertainty. The story Leo told is about the Mograine family. In that girl, the eldest son got a feeling he had never had since he could remember. For the first time, someone cared about him. For the first time, someone visited him when he was injured in training. For the first time, someone comforted him after he was scolded by his father. He had too many firsts that made the eldest son fall in love with this girl so much. The eldest son fell in love with a girl. A strong and brave knight. A beautiful and gentle girl. Listen. What a perfect couple. But why are some people firmly opposed to it? Looking at Renault, whose whole body was trembling. The teasing look on Leo's face became even stronger. But the point was not yet reached. The father's opposition forced the love of the two young people to go underground. And even meetings with their lovers had to be secretive. One can imagine the resentment in the eldest son's heart. At this time, one of his father's comrades found him. You shut up! Renault's body was shaking violently. His eyes were wide open and filled with blood. His face was distorted. His face was trembling. And the corners of his mouth were still twitching. He looked as scary as possible. Scarlet clenched the sword in her hand. And the female paladin wanted to hear what Leo would say next. Don't you want to hear the story? Then I won't tell it. Leo was very considerate of Renault and stopped telling the story. And then talked about another thing. Reynolds, I think you have heard it too. The news about Dathro Khan being possessed by the Dread Lord is that it was the Dread Lord who was behind the control that made the Scarlet Crusade what it is now. Your father spent countless efforts to make the Scarlet Crusade famous. Can you just bear it? Watch it being destroyed by a dreadlord who is good at demagoguing people. At this point, Leo paused and emphasized his tone. Shouldn't you do something? The biggest secret in his heart was leaked. And the thing he was most afraid of was known to outsiders. Renault looked ferocious and felt at a loss inside. He didn't know what he would do if Leo really told him about it. Leo is a warlock and demigod. And he also has the identity of a prophet. The words that come out of his mouth naturally carry different weights. No one believes what Fairbanks, who is infected with the undead plague, says, and no one will investigate. But what about what Ao said? Renault couldn't imagine how he would face others, especially White Mane, after the truth of the matter was revealed. Fortunately, Leo kept his mouth shut at the most critical moment and did not tell Renault's biggest secret, which made Renault feel helpless while breathing a sigh of relief. You win. Renault's face was full of frustration. Leo had the biggest advantage. As long as he didn't want to lose his reputation and wanted to be with White Mane, he could only follow Leo's wishes. Do it. I will summon Herod and the others and tell everyone that from now on, the Scarlet Crusade will be merged into the Silver Crusade. Did I win? Leo snorted coldly. His figure suddenly appeared next to Renault from where he was. You coward. Before he finished speaking, Leo punched Renault hard in the face, knocking the commander of the Scarlet Crusade to the ground. How long do you want to escape? Do you want others to help you make up for the mistakes you have made? Look at Dalian. Your brother is braver than you. Now that Dalian is dead, your father and your brother have become as the Lich King's puppet. How long are you going to stay here fearfully guarding your fragile happiness? If you are still a man, stand up, take your sword, gather your troops, go to Ebon Blade Fortress and tell everyone that Mograin's son is not a coward. Chapter 1071 Renault's Abnormality. Ebon Fortress Akiris is located in the Plague Lands. It is the stronghold of the Death Knight, and the only large stronghold left by the Scourge outside Northrend in the Northrend. After the two battles against the Hand of Tyr failed, the fallen Ash Lord Mograin realized that the situation was not good. The two defeats of the Scourge caused heavy losses to their troops, and they were weakened by their vitality. External expansion. Not only that, with the emergence of the Silver Crusade and more Alliance troops stationed in the Plague Land, the Scourge Legion cannot even maintain its current territory. The offensive and defensive posture changed after the two Hands of Tyr wars. The Scourge turned from an aggressive offensive posture to a defensive posture, in order to concentrate its forces. Mograin even asked Baron Rivendell to abandon the Scourge town of Stratholme. The effect of Mograin's approach was immediate. After the Alliance obtained the Eastern Plague Lands, they did not rush to pursue it. Instead, they worked with the Silver Crusaders to digest the newly acquired land, giving Mograin and the others a chance to breathe a sigh of relief. Of course, the Alliance's lack of action does not mean that the Horde is silent. Although the orcs, trolls, and other races did not send many soldiers due to various reasons, Sylvanas of the Undercity still sent a large army, and the Forsaken began to attack the Ebon Blade under the command of Nathanos Blightcaller. Fortress, the Forgotten, who have a deep hatred for the Scourge, vow to take down Akiris and drive out the undead Scourge in the Plague Lands. The Forsaken blew the horn of attack, and the Western Plague Lands became completely lively. The land was filled with war smoke, and warring undead could be seen everywhere. This is a war between the undead and the undead. The undead of the Scourge are not afraid of death, and the Forsaken are naturally not afraid either. There is no difference in morale between the undead creatures. The soldiers of the Scourge Legion unconditionally obey the orders of their superiors. If there is a battle, they will go to battle, even if it means to die. They are not alive in the first place. The Forsaken are undead who have regained their consciousness. Most of them exist for the sole purpose of revenge against the Scourge. Even if they are shattered to pieces, they must bring down the Lich King who turned them into dead people. One side is a soldier without self-awareness, and the other side is a forgotten person who wants revenge at any cost. Once the two collide, the scene will be no less than Mars hitting the Earth. In the Western Plague Lands, any two when opposing teams meet, they will fight to the last man standing. The killings in the Western Plague Lands were so brutal that even the Silver Crusaders and Alliance troops took the initiative to withdraw. It was not that they were unwilling to help, but that the Forsaken had gone crazy and were unwilling to take their own lives in return. A normal person would not mess with a crazy person. It is very difficult to lead an army across the battlefield of the Western Plague Lands to attack Akiris, the home base of the Knights of the Ebon Blade. especially since this army still considers all undead to be purified. The Scarlet Crusaders are also hostile to the Forsaken and the Scourge of the Undead. I don't know if Leo's words had an effect, or if his fist woke up Renault. Renault actually summoned the Scarlet Crusaders in the Scarlet Monastery. After leaving a small part to continue guarding the monastery, he took the others with him. The human Scarlet Crusaders fought towards the direction of Akiris. Leo didn't know what Renault was thinking, but it didn't matter much, as long as he walked out of the monastery with the Scarlet Crusade. The Scarlet Monastery, which had been quiet all year round, suddenly sent out an army, which immediately made the Forgotten People extremely nervous. If Leo hadn't contacted Sylvanas in time and asked the Banshee King to greet his men, Renault's troops would you have to fight the Forsaken before you even enter the Western Plague Lands. Nathano's Blight Caller was indeed Sylvanas' trusted subordinate. After receiving the Queen's order, he immediately made adjustments to his Forsaken troops and moved them away from the path of the Scarlet Crusade. The incident where the Forsaken and the Scarlet Crusade merged was avoided. Then Akiris, the stronghold of the Black Wind Knights? Renault pointed at the vague outline of the fortress at the end of the horizon, his voice trembling uncontrollably like his body. Whitemane had a worried look on his face. He had been worried about this ever since Renault changed his habit for many years. Unexpectedly rushed the troops in the Scarlet Monastery, and led his men to send troops to the Western Plague Lands. It was clear to his lover Whitemane that something big must have happened because Renault was so abnormal. For no reason, Whitemane's heart was filled with fear. Hearing Renault's words, Leo nodded and replied, "Yes. That's right. That is Akiris, the stronghold of the Black Wind Knights. Lord Mograine and Darien are inside." Renault took a deep breath, and with the completion of this action, the trembling of his body stopped. "The person you're looking for is right in front of you. That's good." At this time, Renault's eyes were calm, as if nothing could shake his mind. His performance was beyond Leo's expectations. After Leo thought about it, and knew that he was about to see Mograine, Renault shouldn't have reacted like this. Faced with the mistakes he had made and the fallen Lord of Ashes, Renault shouldn't have shown regret, fear, etc. Are you waiting for negative emotions to come? Something out of the ordinary is a monster. Leo was secretly vigilant. His intuition told him that something was wrong with Renault. But Leo couldn't tell what was wrong for a while. Leo can't say to Renault, "Brother, it's wrong for you to be like this. You can't be too calm. You have to be panicked. You have to be afraid." He bets that if he really talks to Renault like that, others will definitely look unhappy with him. "What's going on? My composure is wrong. In your eyes, my mental quality is so poor." Leo winked at Scarlet and told her to observe carefully. But Leo received a blank look from the female paladin for his good intentions. Silly girl's anger hasn't subsided yet. "What's wrong with you? Isn't it because I didn't agree to your request and tell you what I didn't finish in the Scarlet Cathedral?" Leo was a little helpless about this. Scarlet was good at everything, but she had a very stubborn temper. Once this silly girl got stubborn, not even 9 dragons, let alone 9 oxen, could pull her back. In fact, Scarlet is not being naughty for no reason. Female paladins are not those little girls who like to have a bad temper. There are many secrets about Leo, and there are many things that Leo hides from himself. It is not that Scarlet doesn't know these things. As she said to Leo before, she will not ask as long as Leo doesn't want to tell him. This statement is true in most cases. Looking at Scarlet's unconditional support for Leo's actions for so long, even if she is not clear about it, you can understand that the female paladin is not joking. She has believed in Leo from the bottom of my heart. But the problem is that the vast majority of situations do not represent all situations. When it comes to Ash Lord Mograine, the founder of the Scarlet Crusade, Scarlet must get to the bottom of it. In the Cathedral of the Scarlet Monastery, the story Leo told was clearly about the secrets of the Mograine family. How could Scarlet not be curious? Although the Ash Lord has now become a general under the Lich King, Scarlet believes that it is not his fault. If you want to blame it, you have to blame the Lich King. If it were not for the magic power of the ruined demon sword Frostmourne, he would have died in the battle. How could the Ash Lord in Stratholme become a member of the Scourge? And how could he become a minion of the Lich King? Although Scarlet sometimes does stupid things because of her personality and the education she received since childhood, this does not mean that her IQ is not high. From Renault's performance in the cathedral, Scarlet knew that the story Leo told contained a huge secret, which was related to Renault and Ash Lord, and even related to the cause of Ash Lord's death. During this period of time, Scarlet has been spinning a frightening thought in her mind. That is, The death of Ash Lord is directly related to his eldest son Renaud Maugrain. Scarlet had heard a rumor earlier. When the Ash Lord died in Stratholme, the former Scarlet prosecutor Fairbanks, who was the Ash Lord's deputy, told a piece of news that stunned countless people. The real murderer of Ash Lord Maugrain's death was none other than his eldest son, Renaud Maugrain, the commander of the Scarlet Crusade. Renaud, who had always performed well, killed his father. The Ash Lord died not at the hands of his enemies, but at the hands of his own son. This news is so exciting. After hearing the news at that time, the senior officials of the Scarlet Crusade collectively lost their voices. Just when everyone was at a loss, Fairbanks was found to be infected with the natural disaster plague, and the bloody prosecutor was about to become an undead creature. After receiving the news, everyone's hesitant attitude immediately turned to suspicion. They did not believe what Fairbanks said, thinking that someone was behind the scenes and that Renaud had been shamelessly framed. When you have questions, you have to solve them. The Scarlet executives who suspected that Fairbanks had a problem were shocked to find that when they wanted to find Fairbanks and raise their doubts face to face, they could not find the Scarlet prosecutor. There was no trace of the officer. Abscond. Fairbanks must have absconded. This shameless guy has lost his honor as a human being after he was infected by the plague. The disappearance of Fairbanks made everyone unanimously believe that there was nothing left to investigate. This was a conspiracy against Raynor. The Scourge wanted to use this to get rid of the eldest son of the Lord of Ashes, so as to cut off the influence of Mowgli, the threat from the Anai family, because Renaud has always performed extremely well. The undead Scourge is afraid of another Ash Lord-like figure. In the past, when Scarlet heard about this incident, when she was angry at the cunningness of the Scourge, she would also complain about Renaud. The female paladin would not believe what Farbuck said. Now Scarlet, but I have a vague feeling that things may not be as simple as people think. And there is something inside. She knew clearly that there was something fishy about the matter. And she also knew who knew the inside story. But Leo was so tight-lipped that Scarlet couldn't even think about not getting angry with him. Chapter 1072. There are quite a few Scarlet Crusaders that Renaud brought out from the Scarlet Monastery. But this many depends on what he plans to do. If he wants to attack Akiris, these troops are far from enough. What's strange is that Renaud didn't seem to realize this. With his war experience, he shouldn't have made such a low-level mistake. Did he lose his head, or was Leo's punch at the Scarlet Monastery knocking him out? What are the sequelae? Seeing that Renaud was so calm that he couldn't be calmer. He didn't look like he was not clear-headed at all. And the weird feeling in Leo's heart was even worse. When a human army arrived, it was impossible for the Black Wind Knights of Akiris not to react. Dense black dots flew out from the top of Akiris. They were the Death Knights carrying the Bone Griffins. The purpose of the Scourge Legion's establishment of the Knights of the Ebon Blade is to cultivate Death Knights in batches and transform the Death Knights, an army composed of a few elites, into an army where elites command a large number of ordinary Death Knights and follow them. Leo and Scarlet clearly remember that during the second defensive battle of Tyr's Hand, the scale of the Knights of the Ebon Blade was not large. But now, less than half a year after the defeat of Tyr's Hand, this group of Death Knights, riding Bone Griffins alone, is already equivalent to the original size of the Knights of the Ebon Blade. The fallen Ash Lord Maugrain is really powerful. He was able to develop and grow the Knights of the Ebon Blade in such a short period of time under such an unfavorable external environment. This is something that not everyone can do. Just with this job, his ability to strengthen himself in war is enough to impress countless generals. The appearance of thousands of Bone Griffins not only did not scare the Scarlet Crusaders, but actually made these people excited. These Scarlet Crusaders, who have been brainwashed for many years, have no fear of fighting the undead. They all regard killing the undead as a job. Holy cause. Religious fanatics are terrifying. And the fighting power of religious believers is fierce. The soldiers of the Scarlet Crusade drew their weapons and looked at the dark clouds in the sky with bright eyes. There was only one thought left in their minds: fight! No matter what White Bone Griffins or Air Force superiority, nothing can scare away the Scarlet Crusaders. Crazy human warriors are fearless. Of course, madness is how others view them. In the Scarlet Crusaders' thoughts, it is not madness but firm belief. The White Bone Griffins formed a dark cloud and pressed down. An ordinary person would definitely be frightened and bewildered. Even an experienced commander would not look good. However, Renaud looked calm and only heard him shout, "Stop all these undead. Come down." The golden holy light lit up among the Scarlet Crusaders, and the contrast with the black clouds composed of White Bone Griffins was so sharp. The Scarlet Monks and Scarlet Priests called for the power of the Holy Light under the protection of their companions. With the arrival of the power of Holy Light, the speed of the White Bone Griffin's flight became even faster. The undead and the Holy Light are natural enemies. They hate the Bone Griffins of the Holy Light and the Death Knights on their backs from the depths of their souls. The undead have always been consistent in killing things they hate. There were dense black spots in the sky. How could Leo think that these Bone Griffins were like moths flying into the flames? Who made the golden holy light shining in the Scarlet Crusade look so like a flame? Whitemane's staff pointed towards the sky, and golden holy light struck the White Bone Griffin like dense raindrops. Under the command of Whitemane, the High Prosecutor, the Scarlet Crusade took the lead in launching the attack. The Scarlet Crusaders' counterattack was extremely sharp, and the golden holy light almost drowned the Bone Griffins. If it weren't for those Death Knights, this blow would definitely cause heavy losses to the Bone Griffins. Just when the holy light attacked, the Death Knight on the back of the Bone Griffin moved. Wisps of gray-black mist enveloped the Bone Griffin and the Death Knights. The holy light coming from the Blood Monk and Blood Priest was blocked by this. The wisps of mist blocked it, and only smashed the dozens of unlucky ones at the front to pieces. One round of attacks only caused so little damage, which was not enough to hinder the Black Blade Knight's thousands of Bone Griffin Knights. As soon as the dark clouds in the sky came down, it was too late for the priests and monks to cast spells again. The Scarlet Crusaders raised a hail of arrows. The dog handler Roxy and the Blood Hunter troops of the Bloodhound launched a second round of strikes against the enemies in the sky. As the leader of the Hunter unit in the Scarlet Crusade that is responsible for reconnaissance and tracking, as well as part-time enemy scouting and other scouting work, the dog handler Roxy has a very high status. In the Scarlet Monastery, his status is second only to the commander Renaud Mogg. Lenny and Grand Inquisitor Whitemane are similar to Herod, the leader of the Scarlet Crusaders, and Dwayne, the Arcane Wizard, the leader of the Mage Forces. The protective shield of the Bone Griffin Knights was greatly weakened by the first round of attacks by the Scarlet Monks and Priests, which greatly reduced their protective power. Nearly 100 Bone Griffins were beaten to death under the arrow rain of the Scarlet Crusaders. The bones were broken, and the Death Knights on their backs could not escape even if their mounts died. Before they even reached the enemy, the Bone Griffins of the Knights of the Ebon Blade lost 1/10 of their manpower. Fortunately, the effort was worth it, because while losing these companions, the remaining Bone Griffins, the Knight has already rushed to the head of the Scarlet Crusaders. Feel the power of magic. The Scarlet Mages raised their staffs, and the purple and white arcane missiles formed an airtight fire net. The swooping Bone Griffin Knight hit this oncoming net, and was immediately shattered into pieces. Priests, monks, hunters, and mages jointly built the Scarlet Crusade's long-range firepower network. Under the triple intensive firepower attack, the Bone Griffin Knights lost 200 to 300 people, and failed to really rush to their target. Although the Bone Griffin Knights know that as long as they can swoop down, they will definitely cause heavy losses to the humans on the ground. But so what if they know that if you can't do it, everything will be in vain? On the battlefield, it does not mean that you know how to attack the enemy. The most important thing is that you can do it. Only by doing this, and only by doing this, will you be the final winner. Preventing the attack of the Bone Griffin Knight does not mean that the Scarlet Crusaders have an advantage. In fact, their current situation is quite bad. In order to block threats from the sky, the long-range troops of the Scarlet Crusade have built a three-sided fire network. Because of this, they are powerless against attacks from the ground. Just as the Bone Griffin Knights were clashing with the Scarlet Crusaders, groups of natural disaster soldiers surrounded them from all directions. The endless sea of undead layer upon layer trapped the human army that was about to attack Akiris. Kill them and purify all these damn undead souls. Herod, the leader of the Scarlet Crusaders, carried a huge axe as high as a person, shouted loudly, and launched a charge towards the surrounding natural disaster soldiers. Behind him was a group of Scarlet Crusaders who followed closely. If you could see the faces of these Scarlet Crusaders, you would detect an emotion called fanaticism on their faces. Only the undead that are broken into pieces are good undead. This was the only thought in the mind of the Scarlet Crusaders, who went astray when they saw the undead creatures under the guidance of the Dread Lord Balnazar. The Dread Lord serves the Burning Legion, while the Scourge, as a subsidiary force of the Burning Legion, took advantage of the defeat of the Burning Legion to raise the flag and stand on its own, becoming the younger brother's rebel boss. Whoever replaces such a traitor will put them in the same position. The first target to be eliminated, although Balnazar, who possesses Dathro Khan, is hostile to humans. This does not prevent him from using the Scarlet Crusade to deal with the Scourge. The Dreadlord, who is good at playing tricks in the dark, is most proud of his make the enemies kill each other under the plan. Balnazar's starting point is evil. But just as good intentions may not necessarily accomplish good things, things done with bad intentions may not always be bad. At least with Balnazar's many years of hard work. The Scarlet Crusaders have succeeded in fighting against the Scourge has always been the most hard-working thing. Herod rushed into the battle formation of the natural disaster soldiers, holding an axe in both hands, and his whole body rotated like a top. Under the swing of the owner, the heavy axe blew out a storm of dancing blades among the enemies, and all the natural disaster soldiers who approached where it was cut into several sections. The whirlwind axe paired with Herod, a violent warrior, is indeed a powerful weapon for killing small groups of soldiers. I wonder how this guy will perform when facing the powerful natural disasters. The Scarlet Crusade and the Undead Scourge are old rivals. Years of fighting have made the commanders of the Scourge know exactly what kind of force they are facing. Humans wearing blood-red armor will pounce like mad dogs once they find the undead. Come up. Either they will die, or all the undead creatures within their sight will be killed, because they knew the Scarlet Crusade's attitude towards undead creatures. The Scourge Legion did not make any probing attacks at all. The battle entered a fierce stage from the beginning, and the two sides fought extremely fiercely. Unlike other members of the Scarlet Crusade whose eyes turned red when they saw the undead, their spirits were high, and their desire to fight rose to the top. Raynor and Whitemane seemed very calm. It is a good thing for a commander to be calm on the battlefield. If you are calm, you will not be impulsive. If you are not impulsive, you will not make mistakes easily. If you do not make mistakes easily, the enemy will not have so many opportunities. However, these two people are too calm. Leo's eyes secretly swept over Renault and Whitemane. He now dared to conclude that Whitemane and Renault were not like the other Scarlet Crusaders under the perennial brainwashing of Balnazar, who possessed Dathro Khan. They were not the only ones to lose themselves. The arcane mage Duan, who developed the arcane bubble of mage invincibility, the dog trainer Roxy, and the bloody warrior Herod also had clear eyes. It seems that the Scarlet Crusade is not without capable people. No wonder Balnazar can't reach into the Scarlet Monastery. Renault can firmly control the Scarlet Monastery even if he stays at home all year round. His own ability is one thing. And Duan and others must have been very helpful. Chapter 1073 The Battle Outside Akiris. There are indeed a lot of Scarlet Crusaders under Renault, and they are extremely brave when fighting the undead. When facing enemies dozens of times larger than their own, no one shows fear. These Scarlet Crusaders have been brainwashed by religion. Apart from killing the undead and natural disasters, he had no other thoughts. The undead natural disasters are not afraid of death, and the soldiers of the Scarlet Crusade are not afraid either. The two armies who don't know what fear and death are fighting against each other. The scene is so fierce that outsiders can't imagine it. It's just that although the Scarlet Crusaders are brave, the Knights of the Ebon Blade are not soft persimmons, who can be manipulated by others. It is absolutely impossible to capture Akiris by relying on Renault and his Scarlet Crusaders alone. Riding on the war horse, Renault calmly issued one order after another. Under his orders, the Scarlet Crusaders team continued to make adjustments to keep the undead from all directions out of a certain range. It depends on Renault's command. He looks like a general. Because of what Renault had done, he didn't have a high opinion of the Scarlet Crusade commander. But Leo had to admit that this guy was very good at commanding troops in combat. It's a pity that Renault lost his mind because of love and was used by the Dreadlord, causing the Ash Lord to die in battle. Otherwise, his fame and prestige may not be worse than Varian. Think about it. Before Renault made a big mistake, he had already commanded the Scarlet Crusade and stood at the forefront against the Scourge. When he defeated one undead army after another, Scarlet was still accepting the test at the Cathedral of the Holy Light. He was training as a trainee paladin, while countless other outstanding figures from the younger generation of humans were playing in the mud. It can be said that if Renault had not made an unforgivable mistake, he would have no problem becoming one of the leading figures among the younger generation of mankind. Looking at Renault, Leo shook his head secretly. The former clearly had an infinitely bright future, but because of a moment of confusion, the Dreadlord took advantage of the opportunity and did something wrong that made his relatives and enemies happy. The regret in his heart made him become a dead man. He stayed in the bloody monastery without leaving the door or taking a step forward, so that his prestige was greatly reduced. He was really a model of one mistake that led to eternal hatred. I don't know if Renault, a young man who has stumbled, can climb ashore by himself. If he can do this, I wouldn't mind helping him. Leo didn't care about the current battle situation. He focused all his attention on Renault. To be honest, Renault is a talent. He has been with the Ash Lord Mograine since he was a child, receiving the most rigorous training, and enjoying the Ash Lord's words and deeds. Putting aside his unknown personal strength, his ability to command the army is unrivaled in the entire alliance. A top existence. Such a person really has the value of letting Leo protect him. No race would complain that they have too many talents. Of course, except for idiots. In this war-torn world, an excellent commander, an outstanding commander, is a strength that cannot be ignored for a kingdom or even a race. Renault has enough value for Leo to keep him. The Silver Crusade founded by Scarlet has the great Lord Tyrion Fording in the older generation. But there is no strong leader in the younger generation. Although Malon, Tyron, Demetia and others are good, they are not because their similar strength is not enough to convince others to take the lead. Only Renault, and only Renault, has enough ability. It is true that the great Lord of the Silver Crusade is Scarlet. But both Leo and Scarlet understand that Scarlet cannot focus on the Silver Crusade all the time. As Queen Arathor, what she needs to pay more attention to is the rising Arathor. In this way, the Silver Crusade needs someone to take charge of affairs when Scarlet is away. This person is Fording now. But Fording is the older generation after all. And we cannot rely on the older generation for everything. Young humans A generation must also take the stage and play their part. Why did Leo go to the Scarlet Monastery with Scarlet? Do you really think he is free now? Taking this trip in person represented his importance. He needed to observe Renault closely. Whether Renault was capable enough. And whether Renault was ambitious and difficult to control. Judging from the current situation, Renault has a good impression on Leo. He has sufficient abilities, but also has very obvious flaws that can make him use him for himself. He was capable, and could be used by himself. If Leo couldn't find a way to keep such a talented person, what would be the difference between Leo and a fool? Fight. Fight desperately. Fight. Fight desperately. The battlefield is like this. Either you die or I die. When facing the enemy, there is no mercy. Only by killing them can you survive. The soldiers of the Scarlet Crusade were crazy enough. They did not consider whether they could survive. In their minds, they only had the idea of killing all the undead. Under their selfless fighting, one team after another of natural disaster soldiers became a pile of broken bones, and rotten flesh lay on the ground. According to Leo's estimation, the two sides fought for an hour, and the number of scourge soldiers killed by the Scarlet Crusaders reached 6 figures. 6 figures? That's hundreds of thousands. In the cold weapon era on Earth, if two armies faced each other head-on, let alone an hour, even if the time was multiplied 10 times, it would be impossible for such people to die. But that was only the Earth. In this world of magic and combat skills, war is far more cruel than on Earth. Killing 1,000 enemies and losing 800 to oneself is true most of the time. But not here. When killing more than 6 figures of undead natural disasters, the Scarlet Crusade only lost hundreds of warriors. Such a result, although the Scarlet Crusade cooperated well enough and Renault's command was adequate, the more reason came from the Scarlet Crusade's opponent, the Scourge, commanding the troops to kill a large number of enemies at a very small cost. Renault showed no trace of pride on his face, nor did he relax in the slightest. He knew very well that the current results were nothing at all. The Scourge Legion lacks everything but cannon fodder. Even though the Scarlet Crusaders killed as many as 6 enemies, they only did light damage to the Knights of the Ebon Blade. Except for the Kill-Bone Griffin Knight, the Knights of the Ebon Blade would be greatly damaged. Except for some pain. They don't care about other undead, because these undead are just low-level undead like skeleton zombies, and their position in the Scourge Legion is consumables. The expenditure of 100,000 cannon fodder troops in exchange for the Scarlet Crusaders' physical and magic power was completely worth it to the Black Blade Knights. Not to mention the lives of hundreds of Scarlet Crusaders. If you really think about it, Renault lost a lot on this deal. To fight against the Scourge, one must be mentally prepared to face the Sea of the Undead, especially in the Eastern and Western Plague regions. Leo knows this. Scarlet knows it. Whitemane knows it. And Renault also knows it. The abominable natural disaster of the undead. These skeletons and zombies are all humans who used to live in the Plague Land. The dead should be given peace. However, these undead that should be purified by the holy light use evil spells to make them puppets. Such evil forces should be wiped out. The Knights of the Ebon Blade continue to consume their own magic and physical strength with cannon fodder troops, making the Scarlet Crusaders gnash their teeth with hatred. Ordinary soldiers could show their anger, but Renault could not. As a commander, he must be calm and calm. He must not be overheated when directing a battle. No matter what he thinks in his heart, he must not show it on his face. Leo has been secretly observing Renault and constantly comparing him with Amarin and others. It is this comparison that makes him more and more satisfied with Renault's abilities. Amarin's ability to occupy a place in the army of the Kingdom of Arather is beyond the reach of ordinary people. When commanding the army in battle, her keen sense of battlefield allows her to seize the fleeting opportunity. But if the opponent has no opportunity to take advantage of it, Amarin's command was a bit mediocre. Of course, this mediocrity is relative. This is not the case with Renault. Even if there is no chance, he can create opportunities through the mobilization of troops. This is something Amarin cannot do now. It is not that Amarin's talent is not good enough, but her lack of experience. There are some things that are different from talent has nothing to do with it. Experience is also an indispensable factor. When it comes to the battles, he is experienced, and the number of times he has commanded troops in battles. Raynor is far beyond Amelin. In addition, he also has a corrupt father, Ashlord Mograine. And he is far from the self-taught Amelin. Within the time limit, I don't know how many cannon fodder troops the Knights of the Ebon Blade have. It's not an option to continue like this. The stalemate in the battle is not what Renault wants to see. The Scourge Legion has enough cannon fodder to compete with him. But one of his men will die. The only thing waiting for the Scarlet Crusade to change the current situation is defeat. Dwayne, ignore those bone griffins in the sky. Renault issued new instructions to Arcane Mage Dwayne. Without any hesitation, the latter immediately led the mages to adjust their targets and aim the defense spells against the Bone Griffin Knights at the natural disaster troops on the ground. The addition of our own magician greatly reduced the pressure on the bloody warriors led by Herod. The magician was worthy of being called a human fort. With the addition of Duan and his men, all kinds of magic were fired with beautiful and deadly light. The Scourge Legion's ground troop casualties skyrocketed. However, without the firepower network deployed by the mage troops, how should the Bone Griffin Knights troops linger in the sky deal with it? Discovering that the Scarlet Crusaders' fire blockade against them had been greatly weakened, the Bone Griffin Knights saw an opportunity. Hundreds of impatient knights urged the seated Bone Griffins to swoop down, vowing to give the Scarlet Crusaders on the ground a little. Look how awesome it is. Without the firepower network constructed by the mage, priests, monks and hunters alone were not enough to stop the Bone Griffin Knight. After losing about 40 companions, the swooping Bone Griffin Knight successfully rushed over. They were 30 meters away from the ground. The Scarlet Crusaders are no more than 10 meters away. 10 meters does not seem to be short. And it does not take even a second for the high-speed swooping Bone Griffin to cross it. However, the Scarlet Crusaders on the ground did not have any disturbance. Even though the Bone Griffin swooped down with great energy, the wind has reached their heads. As they were about to attack their target, the soul fire flashed in the empty eye sockets of the Death Knights on the back of the white Bone Griffins. They were about to make these hateful humans pay the price in blood. Scarlet held the hilt of the sword and was ready to join the battle. But Leo did not react at all. At this moment, Whitemane's lips opened slightly, and the Bone Griffins and the Death Knights on their backs were confused. Is chapter 1074 finally coming? Confusion means not being clear-headed and not knowing what to do. At the last moment when they were about to dive to the ground, the Bone Griffins and the Death Knights on their backs lost their heads. This was tragic. Then a strange scene appeared. Seeing that the Bone Griffin Knights could attack the Scarlet Crusaders with outstretched hands, the Bone Griffin they were sitting on suddenly braked at the last moment and stopped in midair. If something goes wrong with the Bone Griffin, the impact will be significant, but not too great. A height of 10 meters is life-threatening for ordinary people, but it is nothing to the Death Knights. Once the Bone Griffin stops, the Death Knights can directly jump from if they jump on their backs. They can still pose a threat to the Scarlet Crusaders. But now it's not just the Bone Griffins that have a problem. The Death Knights on the Griffins' backs are also confused. And now there's something good to watch. Others saw the Bone Griffin Knights of the Ebon Blade collectively having a brain twitch when they were about to deal a blow to the Scarlet Crusaders. They stopped at a low altitude and became the easiest target to hit. They were still very close. That kind of thing. What is the target for? The target is meant to be hit. The target is fixed. And the distance is extremely close. If it still fails to hit, the hunters of the Scarlet Crusade should buy a piece of tofu and hit it to death. Dozens of Death Knights and their mounts, the Bone Griffins, were beaten into a pile of broken bones. The Scarlet Crusaders were unscathed and reduced the number of the Bone Griffin Knights by more than 100. Counting the previous losses, nearly half of the Bone Griffin Knight Brigade has been lost since the war began. But the result is a shocking 0. 4 to 500 of their companions died without making any achievements. The Death Knights of the Bone Griffin Brigade were anxious. This battle was the first battle since the establishment of their Bone Griffin Brigade. They originally came out confidently and wanted to give bloody look how powerful the Crusaders are. Who would have thought that they would fight the war like this? It is easy to make mistakes if you are impatient. And the price of making mistakes on the battlefield is death. A dozen Bone Griffin Knights, who were eager to perform meritorious deeds, were seized by the Scarlet Crusaders. And the Holy Light and arcane shooting blasted out a dozen white bone fireworks. With these dozen or so unlucky guys as their guides, the remaining white Bone Griffin Knights quickly suppressed their eagerness and cautiously searched for opportunities in the sky. They did not dare to dive again before they figured out why their companions, who rushed near the Scarlet Crusaders, were in trouble. Leo's eyes moved away from Renault. The Bone Griffin Knight didn't know what happened. But Leo, who was next to Whitemane and Renault, saw it clearly. Soul hypnosis is a group thing. Whitemane surprised Leo a little. He didn't expect Whitemane to have such an ability. Whitemane's soul hypnosis has no effect when used to deal with strong men like Leo. It is completely different when used on people who are not as strong as her. Thinking about the dozens of Bone Griffin Knights just now, it is not difficult to understand. This ability of soul hypnosis is a great weapon in group fights. Reality is not a game. If you are stunned for dozens of seconds in the game, as long as your health is not reduced to the bottom, you will not burp. But reality is different. In reality, there is no health or lack of health, no matter how strong a person is. As long as you a knife on his throat, chest and other fatal parts would kill him. As soon as the soul hypnosis came out, Leo knew one thing. That is, Whitemane had good attainments in the soul, but a priest who believed in light studied soul spells. This was extremely rare and strange. Whitemane is not a simple person. Leo's eyes stayed on Whitemane for a while, and then moved away calmly. But in his heart, his evaluation of Whitemane was much higher. Renault, the eldest son and the adopted daughter of Whitemane, who have high hopes for Ash Lord Mograine, are not easy people. No wonder they have been able to control the Scarlet Monastery for so many years. These two are rare talents, who have both personal strength and the ability to lead troops in battle. Living in the Scarlet Monastery these years is really a great loss to the human race. Knowing that Whitemane had delved into soul magic beyond his expectation, Leo was suddenly shocked and thought of something. Could Whitemane do that trick? It should be impossible. Leo couldn't help but glance at Whitemane again, and Leo was suddenly filled with anticipation. As the person involved, Whitemane didn't know that she had aroused Leo's curiosity. She was on full alert at this time. Once the Bone Griffin Knight dared to swoop down in the sky, she would let the Death Knight and the Bone Griffin understand what living was. Target. If Whitemane wants to add more dead to the Bone Griffin Knights, it depends on whether the other party cooperates. The Death Knights are determined not to stop until they figure out what happened. Acting rashly, no matter how tight Whitemane's guard is, and how focused he is, it will be of no use. Leo, who secretly observed Whitemane, knew that the reason for this situation was that Whitemane did not have enough understanding of soul spells, and the range that the spells could affect was limited. The Bone Griffin Knights in the sky were only hovering at high altitude. The Scarlet Crusaders could do nothing to them, but they did not dare to be unprepared for these guys. The monks, priests and hunter troops were restrained, and they only relied on mages and warrior troops to kill the enemy. How could he inflict a fatal blow to the cannon fodder troops of the Scourge Legion in just a moment? Time passed like this minute by minute. The Scourge Legion was helpless to capture the Scarlet Crusaders, and the Scarlet Crusaders were unable to inflict serious damage on their opponents. The two sides continued to be in a stalemate. There was a stalemate in the battle, which was undoubtedly detrimental to the Scarlet Crusade. The undead don't feel tired, but people do. As the battle progressed, the Scarlet Crusade's physical strength and magic power were depleted. The Scourge relied on a large amount of cannon fodder to continuously consume the opponent's combat power, while their elite troops were waiting for the opportunity in Akiris. The soldiers of the Scarlet Crusade understood that the current situation was not conducive to their own side, but they still tried to hold on, and no one's fighting spirit wavered. The fearful Lord Balnazar's years of religious brainwashing against the Scarlet Crusade had a positive effect at this moment. The effect is that it is the paranoia planted by Balnazar in the hearts of the Scarlet Crusaders that makes them fearless when fighting the undead. The Scarlet Crusade will inevitably lose this battle if they continue to fight. We should provide them with help. Scarlet whispered in Leo's ear that the female paladin did not want to see the Scarlet Crusade fail, although she also knew that these soldiers had been poisoned by Balnazar's evil ideas. But no matter what, the Scarlet Crusaders are all human beings, and the mistakes they made cannot cover up their contributions to the entire world. Without the restraint of the Scarlet Crusade, before Leo appeared, the threat of the Scourge would never be limited to the eastern and western plague lands. Do something? Leo admitted that he and Scarlet should indeed do something. No matter how paranoid these Scarlet Crusaders were, they were warriors fighting on the front line against the Scourge. He curled his index finger and flicked it twice, and the natural disaster soldiers exploded one after another. The entire natural disaster army was like a firecracker that was lit, crackling and exploding. Broken bones, rotten flesh, all kinds of objects that make ordinary people sick to see them fill the battlefield. If any of these objects are touched, the natural disaster soldiers will self-destruct. Leo took action, and 2 consecutive corpse explosions cleared a large area of the battlefield in just half a minute. As soon as the demigod takes action, he will know if there is any. The Scarlet Crusaders fighting for more than an hour is not as good as Leo snapping his fingers twice. What is this? This is strength. With absolute strength. Any enemy is a paper tiger. What cannon fodder troops? What are just waiting for work? Are all useless. The tyrannical strength can crush everything into dregs. The serial corpse explosions looked terrifying, and were extremely lethal to the natural disaster soldiers, making the Scarlet Crusaders quite wary. After all, not many people were willing to try the taste of self-destruction. This situation continued until many Scarlet Crusaders discovered that the parts such as bone fragments blown out by the explosion were still safe even if they touched themselves. The self-destruction spell only targets the undead and is ineffective against us. Realizing this, Herod shouted loudly, and took the lead in charging into the Scourge soldiers with his whirlwind axe. With this warrior leader taking the lead, and seeing that he was fine, the soldiers of the Scarlet Crusade immediately put aside their hesitation, shouted and charged forward again. The Scarlet Crusaders were so powerful. How could the natural disaster troops, which suffered heavy losses under Leo's serial corpse explosions, still hold on? For a time, the natural disaster troops outside Akiris were killed and turned upside down. The originally organized troops became in pieces under the impact of the enemy and collapsed. The mournful horn sounded from Akiris. In view of the change in the war situation, the Knights of the Ebon Blade had to make changes. At the same time as the horn sounded, the tactics of the natural disaster troops outside Akiris suddenly changed. The undead natural disasters entangled with the Scarlet Crusaders launched a crazy counterattack, while the natural disaster soldiers, who were standing at the back, quickly retreated. Abandoning some soldiers in order to allow other soldiers to evacuate is a typical example of tail-cutting to survive. Hindered by the undead's counterattack, the Scarlet Crusade's advance was blocked, and they were powerless against the retreat of the natural disaster troops in the distance. Leo tilted his head and stopped Scarlet with his eyes. Now was not the time for them to take action. Killing a few more cannon fodder will not have any impact on the overall situation. The most important thing now is to guard against the main force of the Black Blade Knights. With a crunching sound that made one's teeth sore, the gate of Ebon Blade Fortress was pushed open by 20 abominations, and Death Knights riding death horses and holding rune magic swords lined up from inside. If there were not rows of natural disaster catapults and various war instruments that appeared on the fortress walls, this would indeed be a good time to attack Akiris. However, as the commander of the Knights of the Ebon Blade, Mograine did not give Bloody Crusader opportunity. Renault looked at Akiris with the door open, his eyes so hot that they seemed to burst into flames, and he murmured in his mouth, "Is it finally coming?" Chapter 1075 The Two Mograine Brothers. From the wide-open gate of Akiris, the Death Knights of the Ebon Blade were walking out quickly. The clatter of the death horses' hooves, when they came into contact with the ground, was so harsh on the quiet battlefield. Raynor stared at Akiris. He wanted to know who was leading this Death Knight force. When things came to an end, Renault's heart became calmer. The Death Knight's movements were very fast. To be precise, the Death Horse's speed should be fast enough. However, in just 3 or 4 minutes, 3,000-man cavalry teams were neatly arranged outside Akiris. Following closely behind the Death Knight is a Death Knight with 2 rune magic swords tied around his waist. The saw teeth shining with cold light can be clearly seen on the swords of these 2 rune magic swords. Darian Mograine, leader of the Knights of the Ebon Blade. The person who appeared was not the person he wanted to see, and a trace of disappointment appeared on Renault's face. seeing his dead brother, who had been turned into an undead by the scourge. Raynor was not excited. He had been mentally prepared to face the current scene as early as when he led his army to Akiris. Renaud gently kicked the horse's belly. The horse he sat on understood the owner's intention and moved forward slowly. Behind Renaud was the Scarlet Crusaders, who were rearranging. In the previous battle, the Scarlet Crusaders' array had been in chaos. In order to withstand the impact of the Knights of the Black Blade with minimal damage, it was impossible not to reintegrate the array. Renaud went out to buy time for Herod and the others. Darien didn't seem to be in a hurry to start a war, which could be seen from the fact that he did not lead the charge when the Scarlet Crusade array was unstable. Seeing Renaud stepping forward, he also rode his death horse to the front of the team. Leo rubbed his chin. He was very interested in the meeting of the two Renaud brothers. If nothing else happens, Darien should know from Mograine what Raynor has done. What will he do to his eldest brother? You, a sinner, have the guts to show up here. Dalian's seemingly surprised words were full of ridicule. It seems that you can't wait to die. Very good. Very good. Let me do it for you. The Grand Commander takes your head. When the brothers reunited again, Dalian was full of gunpowder as soon as he opened his mouth. As if he would not be reconciled without angering Renaud. People who did not know the inside story would think that this was due to Dalian's personality change after becoming an undead natural disaster. Leo, who knew the inside story, was not the same. From the word sinner that Dalian said when he opened his mouth, he could understand that Mograine had told Dalian about the murderer who killed him. From this point of view, are Renaud and Dalian going to kill each other as brothers? Dalian's ridicule did not anger Renaud, and the sinner mentioned by the former did not shake Renaud's calmness at all. In Leo's opinion, this was abnormal. If Renaud wasn't filled with guilt for killing Ash Lord, how could he stay in the Scarlet Monastery all year round after Ash Lord died in the battle, and go to the cathedral to stay alone for half a day every day? Only you? Renaud looked at Dalian. The contempt on his face was undisguised, as if he was not the leader of the Knights of the Ebon Blade in front of him, but a clown who overestimated his capabilities. Dalian, your weak body, can you block my sword? Or, after you became undead, not only did you lose your faith in the holy light, but you also lost your poor intelligence? Ridiculously. Leo smiled. The show was on. Renaud and Dalian have such a strong smell of gunpowder. It would be a real weird thing if the two don't fight. Leo is very clear about Dalian's strength. After all, the Knights of the Ebon Blade once participated in the attack on the Hand of Tyr. And against the Hand of Tyr, Leo didn't know much about Renaud's strength because he had never seen Renaud take action. The eldest son that the Lord of Ashes has cultivated with great effort. Renaud, whom he regards as his successor, will never be lower in strength. What will happen when he fights Darien? Pulling out the two runesaw swords tied around his waist, Dalian activated the death horse and rushed towards Renaud. Dalian could tell from Renaud's attitude towards him that his attempt to shake his eldest brother's mind by relying on the mistakes he made in Stratholme had failed. Renaud is determined, and no matter how much words he spins, it will be in vain. In this case, it is better to speak directly with force, since the fight will start in the end anyway. Before he became a Death Knight of the Scourge, Dalian did not dare to take the initiative to take action against Renaud, because he knew that he was no match for Renaud. But it was different now. The Lich King's will is affecting his will, and the hatred of the dead for the living is affecting his judgment. Not counting these 2 points, what's more important is that Dalian knows the truth. Renaud, my good brother, was the murderer of his father. If Renaud hadn't been his father and let Mograine, the Ash Lord, die in Stratholme, the Scourge wouldn't have had a fallen Ash Lord. If it hadn't been for the Scourge having a fallen Ash Lord, Darien wouldn't have desperately infiltrated Nak Samus. If he had not entered Naxxramas, Darien would not have died there. If he had not died in Naxxramas, how could Darien have become the dead and become a member of the Scourge? After all, who is it if it's not Renaud that makes me look like this? Why is it that while my father and I are dead, Renaud, the culprit, is still alive and well? How come I, as a victim, have become a puppet under the control of the Lich King? But Renaud can still be the great commander of his Scarlet Crusade? Sinner, go to HL. Unwillingness made Dalian resentful, and the resentment made Dalian crazy. The madness made him eager to fight and kill Renaud. At this moment, Dalian took the lead in taking action, looking at Darien charging towards him. Renaud didn't panic at all. He squinted and looked at his younger brother with disdain. He held the Crusader commander's sword in his hand and stood motionless. Land. 2 knights faced each other. One of them had already launched a charge. while the other was riding a war horse and stayed in place waiting for the opponent's attack. There was only one explanation for this situation, that is, in the eyes of Renaud, Darien was too weak. So weak that he could not, even the horse has no interest in hedging. It is so weak that Renaud thinks that even if Darien uses the charge of the war horse, he can easily take over. What Renaud did was no longer just words. He was using practical actions to show that he really looked down on Darien. How could Darien, who was already so angry and mad, endure this tone? During the charge, Darien swung his two runic serrated swords towards Renaud twice. Two icy demonic energies rose from the ground, and the location where they appeared was exactly where Renaud was. Shoot the man first and the horse? If he wants to attack Renaud's horse with two cold touches, he must be confused first. Can Darien succeed? To be honest, Leo was very dissatisfied with this. Although Renaud has kept a low profile for many years, he has gradually faded out of people's sight since the death of Ash Lord, and his reputation has become less and less popular. But can fame represent a person's true strength? The answer is very obvious, no. Renaud's low profile does not mean that he is not strong enough. On the contrary, after being dormant for so many years, he went to the cathedral to pray devoutly every day, and his strength has not retreated but improved. The blazing golden holy light lit up, protecting Renaud and the war horse he was sitting on. Dalien's cold touch did not cause any harm to Renaud. Under the golden holy light that burned like a flame, those two cold eyes, the demonic energy was like snowflakes under the scorching sun, melting away without a trace. Leo rubbed his chin and muttered in a low voice, "He's pretty strong." Scarlet, who was beside him, raised her eyebrows. She found that Renaud's strength was far superior to hers. As both paladins, Scarlet does not need to fight with Renaud. She only needs to look at the intensity of the power of holy light he uses to understand the extent of his strength. Scarlet's stubbornness and competitive nature made her unwilling to lag behind others. Among the younger generation of paladins, she had never seen anyone stronger than herself. The emergence of Renaud allowed her to find a new goal to surpass. What? You said that Leo is also a younger generation of the same human race as Scarlet. Well, Scarlet has stopped competing with this guy for a long time. As far as the strength shown by Renaud has been far towards Darien. The premise is that Darien's strength has not made a qualitative leap after the battle at the hand of Tyr. Leo shook his head slightly, and was disappointed with this fight between the two brothers of the Mograine family. The battle came to a conclusion. Darien is going to be tragic. Before he finished speaking, Darien, who was riding forward, had already reached Renaud. The magic patterns engraved on the swords of the rune-jagged swords were all activated the moment Darien slashed with the sword. Darien used all his strength in this attack, and he did not hold back at all. The unwillingness and resentment in his heart made him want to kill Renaud immediately. It is good to have ideas, but just having ideas is not enough. If you want to turn your ideas into facts, you must have the ability to turn your ideas into facts. Facing Dalien's two swords, Renaud shouted and slashed at him with the sword of the Scarlet Crusade commander. At the same time, the power of golden holy light erupted. One is a pair of swords slashed with the power of sprinting, and the other is a sword slash standing on the spot with only one's own strength. It is obvious that the latter will suffer a lot. In most cases, this blow has the upper hand. It should be Darien. But the fact is, Renaud's sword blocked Darien, both man and horse. The three swords intersected, and a huge force made Darien couldn't help but lean back. At the same time, the death horse he sat on was also stopped from advancing forward by the power of the holy light emitted. An expert will know if there is one as soon as he takes action. Everyone could see the fight between the two. Darien was far inferior to the Fury, and the commander of the Scarlet Crusade was far stronger than the commander of the Knights of the Ebon Blade. Hateful! Darien cursed secretly, and waved his swords to attack again without giving up. Renaud sneered, and did not take the initiative to attack. He just easily used the tricks and blocked Dalien's double sword coefficient with one hand holding the sword. Darien, the Lich King gave you so much power? I feel really sad for you. After giving up your faith and your identity as a human, you are still weak. Chapter 1076 Renaud becomes the villain boss. A scene was taking place outside Akiris that left the Death Knights of the Knights of the Ebon Blade helpless. Renaud and Darien are playing a duel. Well, judging from the situation at the scene, it is not appropriate to say a duel. To be precise, it should be that Renaud, the commander of the Scarlet Crusade, is playing a trick on Darien, the commander of the Knights of the Ebon Blade. Dalien's frenzied attack failed to achieve any results. The runesaw sword that danced with sword shadows was easily defused by Renaud. The latter sat on horseback and waved his sword with one hand to block all Dalian's attacks, and kept mocking his opponent. Your attacks are still so weak. Is this the power your master gave you? It's too weak. It's really too weak. Dalian, are you so promising? I can defeat you with one hand. It seems that this battle will be no different from the past. You will never be able to defeat me. Renault's words made Dalian's anger grow stronger and stronger. He swung the runesaw magic sword faster and faster. However, the gap in strength could not be made up by the courage of blood. Dalian's crazy attacks failed to get what he wanted, not to mention being injured. Renault didn't even take half a step back. The difference in strength is too big. Leo shook his head secretly. Dalian was indeed strong enough. But the opponent he had to face was even stronger. Renault's strength was not something Dalian could fight against. Look at Dalian already fighting with all his strength. And then look at Renault. With his calmness and ease. Everyone knows the outcome of this battle. I didn't expect Renault to be so strong. Scarlet looked at the two people fighting in the field. With her current strength, she was sure to defeat Darian. But she knew that she could not be as easy as Renault. This was the strength gap. Seeing that Renault was better than herself, Scarlet did not have any negative emotions such as jealousy. The fighting spirit began to burn in her heart, dying to catch up with and surpass Renault. If that's all you have, I don't mind ending the fight immediately. Renault seemed to have exhausted his patience, and was unwilling to play tricks on Dalian anymore, and wanted to end the battle. Hearing what he said, Dalian felt a tremble in his heart, and the hand holding the rune sawtooth magic sword trembled, with him as the center. Withered arms broke out of the ground in a radius of 50 meters. And the Death Knight's army of the dead. Useless little trick. Renault snorted coldly. And the golden holy light scattered in all directions, like sharp arrows. The ghoul summoned by Darian was beaten to ashes by the holy light as soon as it showed its head. The paladin's holy storm directly killed the Death Knight's army of the dead. Bulk goods are bulk goods. And even Renault's attack couldn't be resisted. Dalian's move was easily broken by Renault. His skills were destroyed like this. Dalian, who originally expected that the ghoul's self-destruction would cause trouble to Renault, was disappointed. He did not expect that Renault was so powerful. Dalian clearly remembers that when Renault locked himself up in the Scarlet Monastery and had no contact with outsiders, his strength was no better than what he is now. This is why he is confident that he can defeat Renault in a duel. The facts made Dalian know that he was wrong. Not only wrong but also outrageously wrong. Dalian's strength has become stronger. And Renault has become stronger. Instead of getting closer, the gap in strength between the two has become wider and wider. Impossible. How is this possible? How can you be so strong? Dalian couldn't accept this fact. He didn't understand why Renault was so much stronger than him. You have been stronger than me since you were a child. Why? I'm not convinced. Dalian's negative emotions were infinitely amplified as he became a natural disaster of the undead. And his unwillingness and resentment made him even more crazy. I am no match for you when I am alive. And I am not willing to do so. Now that I am dead, and I have become a member of the Scourge, I am still not as good as you. And I hate it so much. Why can you always keep on top of me? Am I always no match for you? Why should I be worse than you? No. Never. Pain. Anger. Envy. More and more negative emotions are tearing at Dalian, making his soul tremble, and making his attacks more fierce. If Renault and Dalian are similar in strength, then with the power inspired by this negative emotion, Dalian can rewrite the current battle situation. And it is not impossible to even defeat Renault. Unfortunately, the gap in strength between the two sides was too great. So great that Dalian was powerless. And his madness could only make his failure more serious. You really disappoint me. Accompanying Renault's words was a command seal. The Scarlet Crusader's commander's sword flashed a streak of gold in the air, and then struck hard on Darian's sword. The three swords intersected again. The power of the holy light erupted from Renault's sword. The irresistible power came from the rune sawtooth demonic sword. The exploding power of the holy light hit him at the same time. Renault's counterattack, he directly knocked Dalian off his horse. After knocking his opponent off his horse, Renault did not pursue him. He turned his sword and ordered the holy seal to strike the death horse that had lost its master. The golden holy light enveloped the death horse, and the poor mount was purified to the point where it was no longer a scum. Leftover. See, it's easy for me to defeat you, Dalian. As Renault spoke, a golden sledgehammer fell quickly. With a piercing scream, the gargoyle summoned by Dalian for a sneak attack was beaten into pieces. Finfin said, "Stop struggling in vain. You are no match for me." To tell you the truth, I have never regarded you as an opponent. Renault was riding a horse, looking down at Dalian, who really wanted to crush him to ashes immediately. The two fighting men had already decided the winner, and bursts of cheers erupted from the Scarlet Crusaders. Leo rubbed his chin. He found that the reason why Renault had been entangled with Dalian for so long was not because he was incapable of killing Dalian, but because he simply didn't want to do it. If you don't want to kill Dalian, why do you keep provoking him and saying things that irritate him? What on earth does Renault want to do? Leo felt that the scene in front of him felt very familiar. Renault seemed to have transformed into a villain boss. He clearly had the ability to kill his opponent instantly. But he kept chattering, giving his opponent a chance to build up his anger and fight back to kill him. Thinking of this, Leo suddenly felt that the scene was weird. Renault had become the villain boss. So wouldn't he and Scarlet also become villains? It doesn't make sense. We are here to fight against the undead and natural disasters. We represent justice. How can we become villains? Shaking his head, as if to use this action to get rid of the irrelevant thoughts in his mind, Leo's mind returned to the battlefield. The strength shown by the Scarlet Crusade commander Renault Mograine was much higher than Leo expected. Leo originally thought that Renault's strength would not improve much, if not regress, after living in the Scarlet Monastery for so many years. The evaluation of Renault's strength was based on the standards learned from Scarlet many years ago. Unexpectedly, Renault's strength had improved so much, which made Leo think of a joke. Do you know why all the eunuchs who appear in martial arts dramas are masters? That's because they are practicing while others are having sex. If they practice a little more every day, won't their strength improve? Hasn't the gap widened? As the saying goes, a drop of water can pierce a stone, and a rope can cut a piece of wood. All it takes is effort to grind an iron pestle into a needle. Wait, do the eunuchs have to grind it? Renault has lived in the Scarlet Monastery for so many years. He goes to the Scarlet Cathedral to pray on time every day. He prays for half a day, or even most of the day. How can the Holy Light not respond to such a diligent, hard-working and pious paladin? After all, the paladin is also one of the religious believers. The firmer their faith, the more power they get from the Holy Light, and the stronger their strength. It is not surprising that Renault has this strength. Renault easily knocked down the death horse. His own mount was killed by the opponent, and he had to endure the opponent's ridicule. Darian's heart was filled with anger. When he stood up again, he wielded the runesaw sword to kill again. I'm tired of playing games with you, Dalian. Renault's face turned cold, and the Scarlet Crusade commander's sword struck down the charging head of Dalian. The golden flame attached to the sword burned violently, as if alcohol had been poured on it. The blazing golden flames engulfed Dalian whole. It can be seen that Renault is serious this time, and Dalian's lack of knowledge about how to advance or retreat made Renault really angry. Kung! The crisp sound of metal collision spread throughout the battlefield. When the golden flames dissipated, everyone saw Renault sitting on the horse, and Dalian, with only his upper body exposed. Dalian successfully blocked the previous heavy blow, but the price was that he was blasted into the ground by Renault. Half of his body was sunk into the ground. Normally, Darian could get out with just a slight effort, but now he was powerless. Renault's heavy blow carried powerful holy light energy. When Dalian blocked the blow, the power of the holy light also invaded his body. As an undead creature, the power of the holy light was like the most poisonous poison to Dalian. The power of holy light that invaded his body made him miserable. All his remaining power was used to expel these powers of holy light. How could he have any spare power for anything else? Before Dalian could expel the power of the holy light that invaded his body, Renault raised his sword again, and the Scarlet Crusade commander's sword slashed down again with strong wind. Oops. Dalian was heartbroken. If Renault's sword hit him, Dalian's soul fire would be extinguished. Am I just defeated like this? Dalian wanted to fight, but the power of the holy light wreaking havoc in his body made it impossible for him to gather strength and make an effective block. Just when Dalian was about to despair, a powerful force came out of the diagonal stab, and he was pulled away before Renault's sword struck down. With a sword in the air, Renault, whose good deeds were ruined, looked unkindly at the dwarf Death Knight riding a green skeleton horse who saved Dalian's life. This dwarf Death Knight was none other than the one who guarded Naxima, Lord Kurtaz, one of the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse. Another one? Renault snorted and waved to Kurtaz. You and Dalian come up together. Chapter 1077. Renault's strength. Arrogant. Very arrogant. Very arrogant. Facing Lord Kurtaz, one of the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse, Renault actually took the initiative to provoke him, and even asked him to fight with Dalian, which gave people the impression of being arrogant. Kurtaz is not Darien. As one of the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse, his strength is more than superior to Darien. As a veteran strongman of the dwarf race, Kurtaz's strength has been greatly reduced even if he dies, and becomes an undead natural disaster. Although he is small, he is still not matched by the strong men of the younger generation. Now, Renault actually provokes such a strong man. Is he crazy? After being provoked, Kurtaz would certainly not react without reaction. The Dwarf Death Knight's response to Renault was simply a powerful and heavy hammer. Being arrogant does not mean that Renault really despises Kurtaz. While provoking the Dwarf Death Knight, he was ready to deal with the opponent's attack. At this time, seeing Kurtaz hit him with a heavy hammer, Renault did not show weakness. The Scarlet Crusade commander's sword slashed against the heavy hammer. Clang! The great sword and heavy hammer touched off the sparks of passion. Neither Kurtaz nor Renault could overwhelm the other. The two fought evenly. But, is it really evenly matched? You must know that Kurtaz holds the hammer with both hands, while Renault holds the sword with one hand. The arm holding the sword exerted force, and pushed Kurtaz's heavy hammer back. Renault showed pity and looked at Kurtaz, who was swinging the hammer again, and said, "Kurtaz, you are old. Like old guys like you have to come out to fight. Are there any left in the Scourge? Drink." Being despised by a junior, the undead are all on fire, Kurtaz shouted angrily. And the high-weight hammer hit him again. Darien was not idle at this time. When Renault and Kurtaz were fighting before, he had already a death horse was summoned again. And when Kurtaz swung his hammer again, Darien's runesaw sword also slashed out. With 1 against 2. Is Renault really sure? Facing the 2 powerful men of the Black Wind Knights, Renault did not dare to be too confident. He should hold the sword with one hand instead of both hands. The golden light flashed on the sword of the Scarlet Crusader's commander, and the eruption of the power of the holy light reached a new level. From a high altitude, countless light arrows condensed with golden light hit Kurtaz and Dalian like a torrential rain. Upon seeing this, Kurtaz and Dalian hurriedly gave themselves shields that could reflect spells, trying to make Renault suffer. To their disappointment, Renault's control of power was too strong. When they used the shield, all the light arrows they shot were deflected, without magic attack. How can there be magic reflection? The shields of Kurtaz and Dalian were in vain. It is indeed a pity to waste a skill. Fortunately, with this shield, Renault has no scruples, so that Dalian and Kurtaz do not have to worry about the harassment of those light arrows. The sword of the commander of the Scarlet Crusade struck Kurtaz's heavy hammer. The impact made Kurtaz's body shake. The heavy hammer he smashed was knocked back by Renault. In the pure force of the collision, Kurtaz's body shook. Kurtaz did not gain the slightest advantage. At the same time as Kurtaz's attack was received, Darien's runesaw sword struck. Renault swung his arms, and sealed the Scarlet Crusade commander's sword horizontally, blocking the attack path of the runesaw sword. On! Blocking Dalian's attack before his swords hit the target. Weak guy. Get out of here. Renault roared angrily, and exerted force with both arms. Darien felt a huge force coming from the hands holding the sword. And then, he was involuntarily thrown away. This is the second time. This is the second time that he has been knocked down by Renault. As a knight, it is a great shame and humiliation to be knocked down by his opponent. Now that Renault has defeated Dalian twice in a row, the Death Knight commander of the Knights of the Ebon Blade is going crazy with anger. I must kill you. Dalian pounced on him again, looking like a gambler who had lost all his money, trying to make a miracle and make a big comeback at the last moment even if he had to gamble with his last bet. Dalian rushed toward Renault and discovered that the spell shield he had previously blessed had disappeared. Renault didn't pay attention to his undead brother, who was wielding a big sword and slashing at each other with Kurtaz. There are many ways to make someone angry, and ignoring the other person is one of them. Being ignored by Renault made Darien lose the last trace of his sanity. At this time, he only had one thought in his mind, which was to kill Renault and make his brother dead. Unfortunately, Darien's wish could not be realized. At the moment his spell shield disappeared, the light arrow that had bypassed him and Kurtaz hit him. Renault's control of the power surprised Scarlet, and a look of surprise appeared on the face of the female paladin. Through this observation, Scarlet found that she was still far from controlling the power of the paladin. At least she couldn't do it now, to be able to release the power of the holy light so freely. It turns out that Holy Storm can also be used in this way, allowing the power of holy light to delay for a period of time before attacking under one's control. so that it can avoid the spell reflection shield cast by the opponent to defend against spells. If Scarlet has some understanding. Since the Holy Storm can do this, other spells can naturally do the same. All the power of the Holy Storm hit him, and Dalian screamed. The power of the Holy Light made him miserable as an undead. In order to expel the power of the Holy Light that invaded his body, Dalian could only give up attacking Renault. As a last resort, Dalian withdrew from the battle, leaving Kurtaz alone to deal with Renault. Speaking of which, Kurtaz is also a seasoned powerhouse with extremely strong strength. Everyone thought that Renault could at best tie with him. However, the reality is surprising. Kurtaz was beaten by Renault from the beginning. Renault became serious when facing Kurtaz. He no longer held the sword with one hand, but used both hands. The holy light on his body burned harder and more intensely than before. The golden light that had a restraining effect on undead creatures made him Kurtaz was quite scrupulous, causing the dwarf Death Knight to only be able to use 7 points out of 10. Originally, Renault held the sword with one hand, which was enough to counter Kurtaz. Now he used both hands, and the attack became more powerful. However, Kurtaz was unable to exert his full strength under the influence of the power of the holy light. Taz was quickly at a disadvantage. The sword of the commander of the Scarlet Crusade struck at Kurtaz one after another. The Holy Seal of Order, the Crusader Army, the Holy Storm, all kinds of blows came one after another. After gaining the upper hand, Renault did not give Kurtaz had no chance to breathe, and a lot of skills were thrown at him, making Kurtaz exhausted to deal with it. Poor Kurtaz. If he hadn't turned into an undead, if his strength hadn't declined, Renault would have had to work hard to defeat him. But reality doesn't have so many assumptions, so he is destined to not be able to add much to Renault. Trouble. Kurtaz? Suffer death. Seeing Kurtaz decline showing, Renault shouted and mobilized all the power of the holy light. The Scarlet Crusade commander's sword burned with blazing golden flames and chopped off Kurtaz's head. Templar judgment. Kurtaz hurriedly raised his hammer to block it. But how could Renault's inevitable blow be so easy to catch? Just before the big sword and the heavy hammer were about to hit each other, the holy light on Renault's body turned into hundreds of light arrows and shot straight towards Kurtaz. The dwarf Death Knight was too late to deal with the Templar's judgment. So how could he free up Renault's holy storm? Moreover, the incident happened suddenly, and Kurtaz did not have time to deal with it. His shield skill with spell reflection ability was still while on cooldown. It cannot be cast at this time. Kurtaz was having a lot of fun now. He was caught in Renault's holy storm, and the power of the holy light eroded his power, causing him pain and hindering the use of his power. But at this moment, Renault's big sword slashed down. How could Kurtaz, who could only barely block it, do a good job? The death horse that the dwarf Death Knight sat on let out a mournful cry and fell apart with a bang. The poor mount could not withstand the huge pressure on its back and was crushed. Something went wrong with the mount at the critical moment, and Kurtaz had no way to rely on him, so he could only be humiliated and pushed to the ground by Renault. Another opponent was defeated. There were deafening cheers from the Scarlet Crusade again, and the human warriors were inspired by the bravery of their commanders. So what about Kurtaz? So what about the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse? They were all knocked down by our great commander, Mr. Renault, relying on his extraordinary strength to defeat 2 strong men of the Knights of the Black Blade. Renault was not complacent. Instead of chasing the falling Kurtaz, he took 2 steps back. Just as Renault retreated, 2 ghouls jumped out from where he was standing. If Renault had not retreated, these 2 ghouls could use self-destruction to cause him some trouble and earn money for Kurtaz. It's time to retreat. 2 Death Knights walked out of the gate of Akiris. The male was a human, and the female was an elf, who were Braumix and Sarajek if not the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse. 3 of the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse, who originally guarded Naxxramas, have appeared. Renault swung his sword and rode his horse to stand in the field, showing no intention of retreating due to the appearance of Braumius and Sarajek. Is this guy going to fight against 4? Leo reached out and grabbed Scarlet, who wanted to help, shook his head slightly, and stopped the female paladin's actions. He could see that Renault didn't show his true strength at all in the previous battle, and the appearance of Kurtaz only made him a little more serious. Maybe this guy really has the ability to fight against 4. Leo did not deny what he was thinking. He wanted to see Renault's true strength. He could easily defeat Darien and knock down Kurtaz in a short time. Renault faced the 3 Apocalypse Knights, and how will it behave during Dalian's siege? Using less to fight more, Renault not only showed no fear, but also had an imposing manner. He held his head high and said to Kurtaz and others, You are not my opponent. Let him come out. I want to see him. If you want to meet the Great Lord, let us see what you are capable of first, Browmix said, and the void domain covered Reno, trapping him inside. At the same time, the three Darians mobilized their horses and began to charge. The battle begins again. Chapter 1078 Holy Light Realm. Leo has personal experience of how troublesome it is to be covered by a domain. Duchess Browmix's void domain had been taught to Leo as early as when he first infiltrated Naxxramas. At that time, Leo's situation would not have been optimistic if he had not relied on enough mage nemesis robots. Now it is Renault who is trapped in the void realm. How will he respond? With his hands on his chest, Leo waited for Renault's performance. The latter did not disappoint him. Just as Dalian and others rushed into the void realm, the golden flames on Renault's body suddenly exploded. The dazzling golden light penetrated the darkness created by the void realm, and Brahmias felt her heart shake. The fire of her soul was torn apart by a strong force, and it seemed to be extinguished at any time. I'm injured? Browmix couldn't believe that her void domain was violently cracked by Renault. It turns out that the power of holy light that exploded from Renault not only broke through the darkness of the void realm, but also tore the void realm into pieces. Everyone watching the battle saw only a flash of golden light, which stung their eyes and caused temporary blindness. By the time they recovered, the situation on the field had changed drastically. Renault, who was trapped in Browmix's void realm, shone like a sun, making it difficult to look directly at him. The void realm that was originally used to trap Renault disappeared and was replaced by a golden power realm that symbolized the attribute of light. What's this? Could it be the Holy Light Realm? Leo rubbed his chin. Renault's performance was indeed good. The appearance of the Holy Light Realm was beyond Leo's expectation and brought him quite a surprise. What does it mean to understand a domain and be able to spread it outside? This shows that Renault did not decline in strength because of staying in the Scarlet Monastery all year round, as the outside world had speculated, but rather that his strength improved by leaps and bounds because of his continuous training over the years. Having mastered the field, he is qualified to touch the threshold of demigods. Although qualification does not mean success, countless top legendary powerhouses are stuck at the last hurdle of becoming a demigod. It is still unknown whether Renault can break through, or how long it will take to break through. Think about Kael'datz when he first met Leo. Wasn't this blood elf prince also trapped on the threshold of a demigod, unable to take the last step? Reno, who has mastered the power of the field, can only be regarded as a potential stock. Only people like Leo, who have been promoted to demigods, are the strong ones, who can truly transform their potential into strength and stand at the top of the world. Entering the realm of holy light as an undead is like placing an ice cube under the scorching sun. There will only be one death in the end. Reno's holy light domain caught the Death Knights off guard. Dalian and the others took advantage of the opportunity when Reno was trapped by Brahmias' void domain to launch a fatal blow. Unexpectedly, the situation suddenly changed. The emergence of the holy light domain made the trapped people become them. The fighter's opportunity was fleeting, and Renault didn't give Darian and the others time to react. As early as the moment when the holy light field was used to trap the 4 Death Knights, the Scarlet Crusade Commander's sword had already been slashed out. The first one to be attacked was Dalian. The Scarlet Crusade Commander's sword shone with a golden cross of holy light, and a Crusader blow struck Dalian right on his body. Darian, who was shocked by the appearance of the Holy Light Realm, was completely unable to react under Renault's blow. The Crusader's strike of the Blood Commander's sword broke through his armor, and the power of the Holy Light directly injured his body. Before Lian could cry out, he flew backwards. The first blow slashed Dalian away, and the second hit Renault found the Dwarf Death Knight Lord Kurtaz. As one of the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse, he was actually defeated by a junior. Even Kurtaz was an undead, and his anger caused Kurtaz to lose his cool. Well, dwarves are inherently hot-tempered guys, even if he is a dead man now. After all, it is difficult to change one's nature. Kurtaz, who lost his composure, was one step ahead of Sarajek when he activated the newly summoned Death Horse. It was this step that made Kurtaz become Renault's second target. The Bloody Commander's sword turned with the edge of Renault's sword, bringing out a slightly curved golden light and slashing at Kurtaz. When Dalian was slashed away by Renault, Kurtaz recovered from the surprise of the Holy Light Realm. But what if I reply? Under the suppression of the Holy Light Realm, Kurtaz was not only able to exert less than 60% of his power, but what made him even more depressed was that his movements were as slow as a snail. The function of the field is not only to damage the enemy, nor to weaken the power that the enemy can call, but also to weaken the enemy's speed. Isn't it the same for Leo and the others who fell into the void field of Bromix and Naxxramas? He clearly saw his opponent's big sword slashing at him. But he had no strength, but was unable to react in time. Kurtaz really wanted to hit him to death, because the blocking action was not in place in time. Kurtaz could only watch helplessly as he was hit by Reno's command seal. And then in depression, he received the same treatment as Dalian and was chopped and flew backwards. But in the blink of an eye, only Sarajek was left among the Death Knights, who rushed to Reno. Reno, who had solved Darien and Kurtaz, did not hesitate at all. The Scarlet Crusade commander's sword followed the trend and slashed again. But unfortunately this time he missed. At the same time that Kurtaz was struck, Bromix in the distance launched his death grip, and Selajek pulled out of the Holy Light Realm with his mount before Renault's attack arrived. Although it was not complete, it destroyed Bromix's void domain and severely damaged Lord Darien and Kurtaz. Such achievements made the Scarlet Crusade more powerful and morale higher, which will be of great help in the upcoming battle. Estimate: the 4 leaders besieged them to no avail. Instead, the other party seized the opportunity to severely injure 2 of them. There was a slight commotion among the Death Knights, and Bromix quickly shouted, "If this continues, it will be very detrimental to us. Can no one suppress Renault?" Sarajek carefully protected Darien and Kurtaz and retreated. Renault looked at them and had no intention of pursuing them. This made Sarajek relieved but also very angry. In his opinion, what Renault did was not magnanimity, but contempt for them. Only the strong would have the opportunity to show their magnanimity and mercy when facing the weak. He actually treats us as weak and hateful guys. Sarajek was holding a fire in his heart, and so was Blumix. However, her skills were inferior to others, and she was humiliated even if she rushed forward. Renault is so powerful. Who else in the entire Black Blade Knights can defeat him besides the Grand Commander? Thinking of this, Bromix and Sarajek couldn't help but look towards Akiris. In their expectant eyes, the fallen Ash Lord Mograine appeared as expected. His men were not strong enough to deal with his eldest son, so Mograine had no choice but to come out and clean up the mess himself. Mograine, the commander of the Knights of the Ebon Blade, appeared, and the Scarlet Crusaders suddenly became red-eyed. Mograine was the commander-in-chief of their Scarlet Crusade during his lifetime, and he was the hero who led their Scarlet Crusade to fight on the front line of the battlefield. It was under the leadership of Mograine that the Scarlet Crusade became famous on the battlefield. It can be said that Mograine is the idol of all Scarlet Crusaders. But now, look at what the Scourge Legion has done. Those undead Scourge, who should be purified by the Holy Light, desecrated the heroes of the Scarlet Crusaders, and turned Mograine, who died in the battle, into a member of the Scourge. Letting a human hero suffer such treatment, turning a human hero into an undead that he fought against all his life. The Scarlet Crusaders were furious on the spot, seeing that the Scourge had corrupted the heroes they admired. The Scarlet Crusaders were even more angry than before. Even if someone dug up the ancestral grave, he would still be angry. Kill all these damn undead natural disasters. Let the Holy Light purify them. The Scarlet Crusaders couldn't bear it anymore and shouted angrily, waving their weapons and killing them, not caring that they would enter the attack range of the natural disaster catapults and other war equipment in Akiris. Mograine, appearing in front of the Scarlet Crusade, was like making a mockery of the crowd. He didn't have to do anything. The Scarlet Crusaders went crazy and killed them. It's not going to be a good idea to go on like this. Leo frowned. The Scarlet Crusaders collectively lost control after seeing Mograine, which added a lot of variables to this battle. Although Leo was confident that the final result would not be out of his control, he don't want to add unnecessary casualties. The paranoia and madness of these Scarlet Crusaders are indeed annoying, but their firm belief in fighting the undead Scourge is rare. The arrival of such a force in Northrend will be of great help to the situation there. Crunch, crunch. The Scarlet Crusaders rushed into their attack range, and the Knights of the Ebon Blade would not be polite to them. With a harsh sound, the natural disaster catapult began to show its power. Large wooden barrels shrouded in miserable green mist were thrown out by catapults. The sky suddenly turned dark, and green mist floated in the air. It was an undead plague that was enough to kill people in a short period of time. Damn it. It's a plague barrel. Scarlet, who did not rush forward with the Scarlet Crusaders, exclaimed. The Knights of the Ebon Blade used plague barrels that were taboo to the living. These plague barrels were not very lethal when dealing with the Forsaken, who were also undead. But when used against humans, it is a terrifying weapon that makes people laugh. What era has it been? They are still using plague barrels. Leo shrugged, with a look of disdain on his face. We are using these old-fashioned things. The Scourge Legion should really be eliminated by the times. Undead? Accept the baptism of light. There were echoes in the sky, as if there were countless mouths speaking. Accompanying the echoes was a golden light that illuminated the entire sky. The vast sea-like divine power of light instantly purified the plague barrels thrown by the natural disaster catapults into ashes. Izur opened his arms, and his holy appearance made people unable to help but kneel down and worship. Chapter 1079 I'll kill you. Throwing biological and chemical weapons, if you can't defeat them, won't work. We must resist. And we must resist resolutely. The plague barrels were all purified by the sudden appearance of Isuel with the power of light. The trump card prepared by the Knights of the Ebon Blade was abolished at this moment. Baron Rivendell, who was sitting in a cuirass, could not sit still. The plague barrel is not very lethal when dealing with the Forsaken, who are also undead. Because the opponent is undead, the effectiveness of plague on the dead is extremely low. Therefore, the Knights of the Ebon Blade did not use the plague barrel when fighting the Forgotten. However, when used against the living such as humans, plague barrels are a great weapon. According to Rivendell's plan, the appearance of the fallen Ash Lord Mograine will definitely anger the Scarlet Crusaders and make them rush forward like crazy. At this time, smashing the plague barrel will definitely inflict maximum damage to the Scarlet Crusaders. The plan couldn't keep up with the changes. Rivendell's plan was very good. Once successful, even if it couldn't wipe out all the Scarlet Crusaders, it could still kill most of them. Who would have thought that a Ysir would be killed? Without the plague barrel, it would not be easy to severely damage the Scarlet Crusade in a short period of time. Rivendell was worried, and Ysir made a new move. In the name of light, the evil will eventually be destroyed, and the sinful will perish. Standard magic stick remarks. Izur is indeed Izur. Of course, if you want to be a magic stick, you also need strength. Especially a magic stick like Izur. It is even worse without strength. While speaking, Ysir pointed at a cuirass, and countless arrows formed by the convergence of light and divine power were shot out. The golden light arrows containing divine power dyed the entire battlefield golden, as if every human body in the battlefield was plated with a layer of gold foil, giving it a metallic beauty from a distance. Beautiful things often contain danger, especially beauty that appears on the battlefield. It not only represents danger, but also symbolizes fatality and death. Wherever the golden arrow of light struck, whether it was the natural disaster catapult, the undead manipulating the catapult, or the city walls of a cuirass, everything evaporated like snowflakes under the scorching sun. Under the golden light and the power of light, everything related to the Knights of the Black Blade is melting and disappearing. What makes people feel horrified is that the whole process does not make any sound. As if it is a silent movie, only for you to watch, not for you to listen. Even with the tenacious nerves of the undead, he couldn't help but be shocked by this scene. What made Bromix and others confused was that Ysir's light arrow only attacked a cuirass, and did not attack anyone outside this fortress. The Death Knight does no damage at all. A strange scene appeared on the battlefield. The Death Knights and the Scarlet Crusaders were fighting each other outside a cuirass. Casualties on both sides increased rapidly. Behind the battlefield where the two were fighting, a fortress was disappearing. My dear, I can't hold on anymore. I'll leave the rest to you. After saying this, Ysir turned into a golden light and penetrated into Leo's body. Although he had been so evil before and seemed to be invincible. In fact, destroying the wall of a cuirass was the limit of what he could do now. After the various defensive equipment deployed by Cherus were destroyed, Ysir, whose strength was exhausted, immediately returned to Leo's body to recuperate. Without Ysir, the battlefield returned to its normal color. The vast light power hanging above their heads disappeared. The Death Knights of the Black Blade breathed a sigh of relief. Even the undead were not happy to have a handful hanging above their heads at any time. A sharp blade that could be cut down. The loss of external help did not demoralize the Scarlet Crusaders. They were stimulated by Mogaine's appearance and went berserk. They were completely unmoved by external objects. They truly reached the height of neither being happy with things nor sad with themselves. They only had the only thing in their minds. One idea. That is, to kill all the undead scourge, so that the great Ash Lord Mograine can be freed from the enslavement of the Lich King and truly rest in peace. Ordinary soldiers fought fiercely, and the leaders of both sides had no reason to be idle. Darian and Kurtaz, who were injured one after another under Renault, were caught by Herod and Roxy. Although the two Death Knights summoned ghouls, Rox's hounds were not vegetarians. The bloodhound's bites, claws and pounces are of limited help to its owner. Sarajek and Bromyx were targeted by Duan, even though Duan seemed to have little reputation. In fact, the strength of this bloody archmage was unfathomable. Just imagine. It would be easy to develop an arcane bubble that is comparable to the paladin's holy shield, so that the mage can also get a person who can withstand all damage for a certain period of time? After all, the Scarlet Crusade was a large organization that made even the Scourge Legion fearful. Even a rotten ship still has 3 pounds of nails. And no matter how dilapidated it is, there are still 1 or 2 masters. Originally, with the strength of Blumix and Sarajek, even if they could not defeat Duan, they would not be beaten by the opponent. However, in the previous battle with Renault, Blumix was violently broken into the Void Realm by Renault with the Holy Light Realm. And the Soul Jihua was seriously injured, and with her strength greatly reduced. Her threat to Duan was greatly reduced. Sarajek alone could not survive alone, and the Arcane Mage had the upper hand with 1 against 2. Because of Renault's previous performance, the Scarlet Crusaders had an advantage in the confrontation between leaders. Of course, this is looking at Mograine and Renault aside. The moment Mograine appeared, Renault activated his horse and killed Mograine. Raynor is going to challenge his father, the fallen Ash Lord Mograine. Is he really going to make up for the mistakes he made? Can he defeat the completely corrupted Ash Lord? Regarding this, Leo had a question mark in his mind. It is true that Renault is indeed very strong. Even the 3 Knights of the Apocalypse and Dalian could not defeat him. But the fallen Ash Lord is not at the same level as his previous opponents. Under Kel'Thuzad's plan, Mograine, who completely fell into the abyss of corruption, was not as weak as Chromux and the others. At the moment when Mograine completely fell, his strength has returned to the level before his death. Will Renault have a chance to win against Mograine, who has regained his full strength? Even Leo didn't dare to give a definite answer to this question. Father, it's so wonderful to see you again. Renault slashed with his sword. The bloody commander's sword shone with a cross of holy light. It was a crusader strike. When he said the last 3 words, Renault emphasized his tone. Great. His son attacked him, and he looked like he was gnashing his teeth. Mograine's stiff face twitched twice. And as an undead, he actually became really angry at this moment. Renault is Mograine's eldest son and his murderer. After becoming an undead natural disaster, the negative emotions in Mograine's heart were amplified countless times, making him hate Renault so much that he met Renault again. At that time, things like father-son affection could not exist at all. And even if they did exist, they would be driven away by anger. Using Plague Strike to break Raynor's Crusader strike, Mograine replied in a gloomy tone, "Shameful betrayer. I will kill you." Really? Renault's men kept waving the big sword in their hands, commanding the Holy Seal, Judgment, Templar's Judgment, etc. all at once. The sword of the Scarlet Crusade commander collided with the fallen Ashbringer one after another, and the collision of the 2 swords emitted a clanging sound. Father, can you kill me? Renault was fighting and talking, and his expression finally changed, from the calm before to twisted and crazy. Look, Father, this is me who has always been severely scolded by you. Take a good look at me, and see what my abilities are. As his emotions fluctuated, Renault's sword draw speed gradually became faster, which made his offensive a few points sharper, and Mograine had to use more power to deal with it. Father, do you want to punish me? Ever since I was a child, you have never forgiven me whenever I made a mistake, and only scolding is punishment. Do you know how much I wish you could forgive me just once? Look at Dalian. Look at him. Renault's face couldn't help but twitch. His eyes were filled with bloodshot eyes, and he was frighteningly red. You are so harsh to me, but so tolerant to him. He is also your son. Do you think this is fair? As he spoke, Renault slashed 3 swords in succession and asked loudly, "Is it fair? Is it fair? Do you think this is fair? Each of these 3 swords is heavier than the other, and each sword contains more power of holy light than the other. They can almost catch up with Tyrion Fordering's holy light that struck him 3 times in a row." Faced with such an attack, Mograine for a while, he could only block with all his strength. Compared to Renault's madness, Mograine was much calmer. Contrary to Renault's loud roar, Mograine fell silent after saying a word, and his silent appearance became more and more irritating. Renault, why did you do that to me? Why didn't you allow me to have my own love? You know how desperate I was when Uncle Dathrahan told me that you preferred Darian and wanted to leave the Ashbringer to him. You know how much I hated you then. Dathro Khan! The silent Mograine's expression moved. He had already heard about Dathro Khan being possessed by the dread Lord Balnazar. Suddenly he heard that this guy had contacted Renault in private. How could Mograine not be so smart? Think of something. Uncle Dathrahan is right. I must make plans early. I have paid so much, and I don't deserve to be treated like that. I must find a way to change everything that is about to happen. So, Renault stopped here. He took a deep breath and yelled at the top of his lungs. I'll kill you. Boom. These words were like a bolt from the blue. And the Scarlet Crusaders, who heard it, were stunned. What did the commander just say? He said he killed Ash leader? What a joke. This is not true. This is absolutely not true. Your Excellency, the great commander, must have been plotted by the undead natural disaster. The damn undead used evil magic to plot against our great commander. The Scarlet Crusaders couldn't believe it, let alone accept it. They found various reasons to excuse Renault. However, were these reasons really valid? Can Renault really be excused? A terrible thought arose in everyone's mind. Could it be that what former Grand Inquisitor Fairbanks said was true, that it was not the scourge of the undead that killed Lord Ash, but Commander Raynor? Chapter 1080 Unexpected. The battlefield should be noisy, and the shouts of killing should be loud. But now it is becoming quiet. It's not that the Scarlet Crusaders and the Knights of the Ebon Blade have stopped fighting, but that the news that Renault said was so shocking that the fanatical Scarlet Crusaders were also shocked and confused by it. The human army was at a loss, and its offensive slowed down greatly. The Death Knights of the Ebon Blade also weakened their offensive for unknown reasons. The two sides, who were originally fighting fiercely and wanted to fight to the death, actually reached a tacit understanding at this moment. Have the Scarlet Crusaders, who killed the undead on sight, reached a tacit understanding with the Knights of the Ebon Blade? Oh my god! Is the sun coming out in the west? Leo looked up at the sky, confused. Of course, this confusion is not due to the tacit understanding between the warring parties, but to Renault. The real reason for Lord Ash's death is a huge secret. The reason why Leo is sure to control the Scarlet Monastery is because he has grasped Renault's Achilles heel. The Scarlet Crusade commander's biggest secret is in his hands. Hand? Can Renault be disobedient? Does Renault dare to be disobedient? Originally, everything was under Leo's control. After knowing that Leo controlled his biggest secret, Renault changed his habit of staying at home for 10,000 years and unexpectedly sent troops to Akiris. But now, Renault actually told the secret of his father's murder. Leo had a bad feeling in his heart. At this moment, he felt that he could not control the situation. The human heart is indeed complex, and no one dares to say that he can control another person 100%. Well, since I can't completely control the situation, let me see how the situation will develop. Rubbing his chin, Leo decided to wait and see. After hearing Renault personally saying that he was his murderer, Mograine unexpectedly remained calm. He did not become angry as expected, nor as violent as expected. Instead, he only had the usual gloominess of undead creatures. Did you finally say it? My son? I really didn't expect you to have the courage to say it. There was no emotion in Mograine's words, making it impossible to guess what he was thinking. Having personally told the biggest secret that had tortured him for many years, Renault felt as if a heavy burden had been lifted off him. At this moment, he felt much more relaxed both physically and mentally. The sword of the bloody commander was swung faster and faster, and the weapons clashed. The sound of hitting became more and more urgent, while the offensive became fierce. Renault kept saying, "Yes, I said it. I killed you. Father, I have been living in your shadows since I was a child. My life has always been arranged by you. I accept the strictest knight training, become a powerful and noble knight, and go to the battlefield to fight the undead. Look, this is everything you arranged for me. Everyone envies me for having a father like you. But they don't know that I don't want this. You imposed all this on me. If possible, I would rather just be an ordinary civilian. I don't want to do anything noble. Knight, I just want to live an ordinary life." The news of Renault's father killing was confirmed by him personally, and the Scarlet Crusaders collectively fell into a state of confusion. The fanaticism faded from their eyes, and was replaced by bewilderment. Oh my god! This isn't true. Herod's eyes were dull. He never thought that what the former Scarlet Crusade Grand Prosecutor Fairbanks said was actually the truth. The person who killed the Lord of Ashes was none other than Renault. It was Renault who everyone would not treat. Renault Mograine, who was suspicious of him. This is true even for Herod, not to mention the other Scarlet Crusaders. The impact of the news of Renault's father killing was so great that even the staunch Scarlet believers were shaken. At this moment, the Scarlet Crusaders were inevitable. A crisis of faith occurred. Once a person's faith is in crisis, it will either collapse or go from one extreme to the other. Neither of these two situations is what Leo wants to see. The Scarlet Crusade is a fighting force that no one can ignore. These warriors who have been fighting on the front line against the Scourge all year round are the wealth of the human race. If an accident happens to these people, it will definitely be a huge blow to the human race. It's a big loss. With a wink at Scarlet, Leo motioned to the female paladin to step out quickly. At this time, someone had to save the faith of the Scarlet Crusaders. And Scarlet was undoubtedly a very good candidate. Unfortunately, the female paladin was shocked by the news of Renault's father's murder, and her mind had not turned around for a while. When Scarlet recovered from the shock and was about to take action, someone had already taken the lead. Whitemane jumped onto a war horse at some point. Her whole body was bathed in golden holy light, like a dazzling golden sun, attracting the attention of many people. Raising the staff high in his hand, the mysterious power of the soul that only Leo could sense was activated. Whitemane's voice echoed over the battlefield. Soldiers of the Scarlet Crusade, believers bathed in the holy light. For the sake of the Scarlet Crusade, for the sake of justice, destroy these damn undead. Instead of justifying Raider's patricide, and without any lyrical emotion, Whitemane directly found work for the Scarlet Crusade and destroyed the Knights of the Ebon Blade. People all have a blind obedience mentality when they are confused and don't know what to do. If someone gives them an idea and this person takes the lead, most people will follow it. Whitemane has a high prestige among the Scarlet Crusaders. Although she does not raise the alarm to gather followers, she can still make a considerable number of Scarlet Crusaders resolutely carry out their orders. With the cooperation of her shouts and soul spells, some Scarlet Crusaders shouted and launched a new wave of offensive against the Death Knights, and their actions inspired others. The Scarlet Crusade's offensive has returned to its previous state. No, it has not returned to its previous state, but has become more intense. As if to release something, or to vent something, the Scarlet Crusaders became more desperate and crazier. The Death Knights were unable to withstand such crazy offensives, and were beaten back steadily. The Scarlet Crusade's offensive was overwhelming, and the human situation as the attacker was excellent. But there was no joy on Leo's face. Whitemane used soul spells when he spoke just now. If others don't know, Leo can still be unclear, despite the current ferocious offensive of the Scarlet Crusade. It seems that they can defeat the Knights of the Black Blade if they work harder. In fact, this is not the case. Infecting the Scarlet Crusaders with soul spells, allowing this army to explode with stronger combat power, and continue to fight the Death Knights. On the surface, it seems to be a good idea. The question is what will happen after the effectiveness of the soul spells is lost. The current Scarlet Crusaders are just overdrawing their physical strength and magic power. After this wave of offensive is over, they will have various problems. By then, the Knights of the Black Blade will launch a counterattack, and the situation will be unimaginable. Besides, even if the Scarlet Crusaders were able to defeat the Knights of the Ebon Blade before they had problems themselves, Renault's problem had not been solved. Whitemane had only delayed the matter for a short period of time, not to mention solving the root cause. Neither the symptoms nor the symptoms were treated, although he did not agree with Whitemane's approach. Leo did not stop him. He could understand Whitemane. After Renault revealed the violent news that he had killed his father with his own hands, Whitemane did not panic. It was pretty good to come up with countermeasures at once. As for Whitemane secretly using soul spells to seduce the Scarlet Crusaders for his lover, this seemed normal to Leo. But if it were Leo, it would have been normal for Scarlet. He will also resort to tricks when Leah is in danger. Renault and Whitemane are both talented people. If something happens to them, it will be a loss to the human race. It seems that I have to help them deal with the aftermath. Pouting his lips a little depressed, Leo secretly gathered his magic power to prepare for the future situation. Mograine didn't pay attention to the situation on the battlefield or the performance of the Scarlet Crusaders. His eyes always fell on Renault, who had high hopes for him during his lifetime, but ended up killing himself and letting himself take care of him after his death. The eldest son, who hated it so much. Have you finally spoken out what's in your heart, Renault? Mograine said while fighting with Renault. You are very good. Not only is your talent superhuman, but your perseverance exceeds that of many geniuses. But there is something wrong with your character. Do you know why I have been so harsh on you since you were a child? Because I know that you have all the conditions to become a powerful knight. But your personality is your weakness. You never take the initiative to say what you want. You won't take the initiative to fight for it. You will only accept it passively. A person who can only passively accept can become a powerful knight. But he cannot become a great knight. My son, you have everything that ordinary people can never have. I will not allow you to live a mediocre life. Did I do this wrong? Mograine said, exerting force with both hands. The fallen Ashbringer slashed aside the Scarlet Crusade commander's sword with a clang, and then slashed at Renault. I want to change you. And I want to see how you take the initiative to fight for it. But I never expected that you actually fight for it like this. You must repent for everything you have done. As Mograine spoke, a light flashed from his body, and a power that was completely contrary to death burst out. It was the power of the Holy Light. The undead using the power of the Holy Light. Well, Leo admitted that the old guys are all perverts. Morgan is like this, and Mograine is like this, using the power of the Holy Light as an undead. It's a shame they can do it. Yes, I should repent. After seeing the power of Holy Light erupting from Mograine, Renault suddenly raised his chest and headed towards the Ashbringer. An unexpected scene. Puff. The muffled sound of the sharp blade cutting into the human body was so clear at this moment. And the sound that should have been inaudible hit everyone's heart like a heavy hammer. No one expected that Renault would do this. And even Renault, who had been prepared for the emergency, had no time to rescue him. No wonder Renault was so calm along the way. It turned out that this guy had already made up his mind. He had no intention of returning to Akiris alive this time.